Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Broadway moves quickly to main time's coming. The spectacular spin, reverse themselves, and their light is flung downward into the seekers. And the colors pinwheel on a silken cheek, spin across a smile, and move down street. And behind the plate glass, the resting place, the enameled oasis, 2 cups of coffee, a cigarette. That's the formula that conjures up a second breath, needed before going out on the street to try once more. But somehow, it's always a little too late. The girl who just drifted by the window is gone now, lost forever. And first nightfall in the place where I was, police headquarters. Going home time. Time for stopping by, picking up a friend who rides the subway with you. You ready, Margaret?
I don't know how else to make you understand. You're not even looking at the picture. Perhaps you can make him understand.
Well, what's the trouble?
Leela Royce.
Yeah, this is Lieutenant Clover.
Make him understand.
Oh, what?
Well, here, take a look at this picture, Danny.
My sister Margaret.
Now, from looking at the picture, how old would you say her sister was?
Oh, I'd say 10.
Well, she's 55.
That's right. Margaret's 55 years old. 3 years older than I am. She's not home, and she won't ever be home again.
Oh, I don't understand.
You either?
Well, this is the only picture she has of her sister, Danny, and her sister's missing. I've been trying to tell her to report it to Missing Persons Bureau, and she just...
Margaret's never coming home again.
Why do you say that?
Oh, if you knew what I knew. If you'd seen it.
Seen what?
Her apartment. What's happened to it?
Would you like to show it to me?
Yes, I would. Perhaps that'd be the best way. Then you'd understand. I love her. I love my sister very much, and
Miss Royce?
You must try to understand.
Yes? Yes, Miss Royce?
Understand the closeness of sisters, and so many intimate things to be shared. Oh, dreams and dances and things, and suddenly torn from you, and... Are you coming, gentlemen?
Is this your sister's place, Miss Royce?
Come, I want to show you. So you'll believe. Come in, gentlemen. You see what terrible, lonely thing must have happened to Margaret. You see now, don't you?
The room's torn apart real good, Danny.
Uh-huh.
A chair overturned, a lamp broken, drapes torn from the windows.
Margaret struggled, fought him.
Him?
She would have done that, beaten him, clawed him. My sister would have done so, not just stand and let fear turn her blood to water. Not Margaret.
Well, you said him. You know it was a man, Miss Royce?
I know that my sister's been hurt, and I know something else.
You let us share it with you, huh, Miss Royce?
Margaret's dead.
How can you know that, Miss Royce?
I'll show you. You refuse to believe, I'll show you. This.
Well, that leather box is...
Lined with lovely soft pink silk. Here, feel it. Touch it. Go on, touch it.
Look, Miss Royce...
Margaret has had this since she was a young girl. Her jewel case. Father gave it to her, and she kept her wonderful jewels in it. A necklace a boyfriend gave her a long time ago, of amethyst, and a cameo that my father gave her. And there was a ring set with diamonds. Oh, so many things. Topaz, garnets, and empty now. You see how empty it is.
Robbery, huh, Danny?
Someone knew about her beautiful things and how she was alone, and forced his way in here and stole from her and beat her and took her away, because he realized he'd killed her And he had to hide my sister because he'd killed...
Maybe it was like that. Maybe...
How else? How else could it have been? What else could have happened to her? The way her nice things have been broken. The stolen jewels.
We'll need as complete a description of her as you can.
This picture? Take it.
That's of a child, Miss Royce. A girl 10 years old.
The eyes. The shape of the mouth. That look. The head held quite high. These have not changed. In Margaret, these things have not... Please.
Yes?
Take me home. I want to go home. Please.
So leave Muggavan there to pry. And see now a lady home. Right uptown from Washington Square to West 40th. And it's this, lady beside you with a new problem. To be worked out with pocket mirror and lipstick. Erased with tissue and attempted again. Also the corollary of the mussed hair. Pocket comb, the heel of the hand, adjusts, rearranges, twists. And the only words...
Third house from the corner.
And the third house is respectability 5 stories high. Discreet living quarters for discreet people who find no trouble in getting used to green carved carpets throughout, nor the corridors wallpapered in green leaves tumbling down from the floor above.
That's the door of my apartment at the end of the hall, where the young man's standing.
Do you know that young man?
Of course. Hello, Donnie.
Hello, Miss Royce.
Here's the key, Donnie. You may open the door. This is Lieutenant Clover. He's from the police.
Hello. I'm Donald Benton. Miss Royce, is it all right?
Of course. I want him to come in.
Is there any trouble?
Of course.
Miss Royce's sister is missing.
She's dead. You know she's dead. I'm going to sleep, Donnie.
Yes. Good night, Miss Royce.
It's all right, isn't it, Mr. Clover?
Good night, Miss Royce.
You two will talk, I'm sure.
Just sleep well. She said your name was Clover.
Yeah, that's right. Do you live here?
No, I came to visit, that's all.
Is Miss Royce a relative or what?
Friend. A very good friend. My best, I guess you'd say.
I see.
One day in the park, she was lost. I spotted it right away. I brought her home. Since then, we've been very good friends.
For very long?
A year or so. You see, it was at Coney. So many people get lost there.
They're mostly children, though.
That's right. And people who are afraid. Like Miss Royce. She was at Coney in the amusement park where I worked. She was with her sister. What happened to her sister? Tonight, I mean.
We don't know. We'll find her.
Well,
Tell me what happened at Coney.
well, I can tell when they're lost. She was. And I came up to her and I asked her whether I could help her. She said, please don't turn me over to a policeman or a man in charge of lost children. I don't want to be treated like a child, she said.
Go on.
So I brought her home. I left my job and I brought her home. I never went back to my job at Coney again.
Well, how do you get along?
You see, Miss Royce is very timid. When she's with me, shows or dinners or civic events, she's not afraid. I take her to these places. She pays for tickets and...
Gives you pocket money.
Not often. She wants to all the time, but I get along all right. Get a job of some sort now and then.
One more question. Where do you live?
On 3rd, I have a room there. You want the number?
Yes.
1212. Miss Royce. Miss Royce. She's sleeping already. She must have been exhausted. We'd better go now.
Danny? Talking to you, Danny.
Uh-huh. Oh, what do you want?
Well, turn around and talk to me with your face, Danny. I get an inferior feeling from conversations with people's backs.
Oh, sorry, Muggavan. I was just...
You never give up, do you, Danny? You'll never listen to what I tell you.
You got something, Muggavan?
Well, let me finish, huh? You never listen. That thing, that whatever it is you're looking for, it isn't out there in the street. It isn't here. It isn't in books. It isn't even in dreams. So why don't you just give it up, huh?
You got something, Muggavan?
Yeah. I got a full morning's legwork to hand you. Legwork, routine checks, all yours.
Anytime.
Most of the morning I spent with the counselor, John Randall, attorney at law. John Randall, attorney to the sisters Royce.
Well, how did you find it?
When you left me in the missing Margaret Royce's room last night, I nosed around, peeked at papers, correspondence, things, among which was a letterhead. John Randall, attorney at law. Has a nice office. He's a nice fellow.
Well, what did you...
You're doing it again, Danny. You never let me finish.
Margaret,
What you didn't let me finish was that Randall is also a truly cooperative counselor. He gave me a detailed description of Margaret Royce, for whom he's performed legal chores for, my 18 years.
Did you put out
Yeah, Danny, yeah, it's on the wires. A couple hours already. Every beat cop, every squad car, they got the word on Margaret Royce. Another thing they got.
And you'll let me have it, too, huh, Muggerman?
The stolen jewelry that Sister Leela cried about, according to Randall, it's worth at the most a couple hundred or, well, add or lose 50. The good stuff, the expensive ice, Margaret Royce kept in a safety deposit box in the bank, which... You don't mind, huh, Danny?
I don't know what I'd do if you didn't.
Oh, you mind. That's Lieutenant Clover's office. Yeah, I'll take it. This is Muggerman. Yeah? Where? Yeah, I got it right away. Things I learned from just being rude.
Muggerman, so help me.
Margaret Royce, Danny, she's been found.
Where?
Well, let's just get a squad car. I'll lead the way.
I see.
All right, let us through here, huh? Get back. Come on, let us through.
Hey, wait, now, don't push me, mister.
Oh, you're something special, huh?
I'll say I am. I found it. I found a dead body. I was going through the stuff in that vacant lot back of that billboard, and under a lot of cans and things, there
You did good, mister. Just stand back, huh?
Oh, how do you like that? That's the thanks I get, huh? That's the hello I get for being the one fella in the whole city.
Well, description checks, Danny, to the detail. Age, color of hair, type of clothes she wore, type handbag she carried. Driver's license. Says Margaret Royce. Danny?
Strangled. These bruise marks on the throat.
A pile of tin cans and back of a billboard. Old lady. It's a dream world we live in, huh, Danny? Sure it is.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Tomorrow night, don't miss Lionel Barrymore as a star and host on exciting historical dramas. Original stories about little-known heroes of America's early days. Learn about our history makers, men and women with dreams they themselves made come true. Hear a new, colorful true story each week on your Sunday night Hall of Fame Playhouse over most of these same stations. Presented by CBS Radio.
The golden light of May flows gently through the plastic canyon, and Broadway shimmers. Languor walks the pavement, rhythm to the pulsing of May wind, and its perfumed silk lisps softly. The hawkers yawn their tunes. The loudspeakers drone, and there's the slow dance of yesterdays in the gutters. Maytime, a day to write home about, a day to ride the rides, dare the midway, toss the hoop, win the ham. So find the place and hold it close before it slips through your fingers. And at headquarters, a morning glory, species Gino Tartaglia.
Busier than a mongoose at a Cobra convention.
What, Gino?
I merely passed the remark.
Well, I heard what you said. The question is, do you feel all right, Gino?
In the pink?
No.
Well, you seem to have a doubt about the matter.
No. It's just that thing you said.
Mongoose at a Cobra convention? There's another way to describe the daily hurly-burly of a police sergeant.
Gino.
If Mrs. T was to sit on the edge of your bed and read to you into the wee hours from the jungle tales of Sir Rudyard Kipling, suppose you would come up with another phrase to explain the...
I wouldn't think.
You see?
Anything else for me, Gino?
Only this item that I have been sweating over to parlay to you in proper order. Item from Henry Bader, pawnbroker of Lower 3rd Avenue.
What about him?
About him. That late yesterday afternoon, on routine check of boys from pawn shop detailed that Mr. Bader report to them that jewels answering to the description of jewels stolen from Margaret Royce, murdered deceased, were hocked with him. With the same as the Bader. Itemized list herewith.
Oh, thanks. Well, there's nothing on this about who pawned them.
Said jewelry being of such paltry value, quoting Mr. Bader, coming to the loan sum of $164, that Mr. Bader did not take a second look at the hocker. Only when our boys questioned him did he note the similarity
You'll
of...
do something for me, huh, Gino?
A question, Danny. My right arm, the loan of my rainy day savings, whatever...
Just get Charles Bader down here. Have him run through the show-ups to see if he can identify the man who pawned the jewelry.
With one finger tied behind my back. Anything else, Danny?
Oh, that's all, Gino.
A container of coffee, a pack of cigarettes, a piece of fruit.
No, Gino, thanks. Nothing else.
If you need, holler. It's been pleasant, Danny.
The time again. Respite. Just sit there at the desk and consider. Take the quarter hour and draw triangles and circles on a pad and unfinished names and heavy black lines for unfinished thoughts. And because you're a policeman, draw the symbol on the page again, personal cipher that means murder again. And because murder is a folder in front of you, and you're drawing a salary, open it, read names and statements and remarks. The name intrudes: John Randall, lawyer, friend to family of deceased, man necessary to talk to for background, valuable man for investigating officer. Phone him. Busy man, but he'll find a few minutes to give you. Squad car and go to him. Well manicured in double-breasted gray, pearl stick pin, French cuffs, and no shoes.
They kill me. And since you're not a client, Mr. Clover, you won't mind if I just...
Oh, not at all.
I suppose it would be cricket if I asked you to join me. I mean it. You can...
Thanks, but I...
It's about the sisters Royce, of course.
That's right.
Really, all I've done about them the last 10 years or so is look in on them. Most of the time, they're business affairs. The phone is adequate, or mail.
Have you any idea why Margaret Royce was murdered?
Fairly obvious, don't you think?
No.
Where she was found and how. A mugger, I'd say. Or...
What about Leela?
I know you're joking, but I don't know why you are.
That boy, Donnie Benton.
No, I don't know too much about that. I couldn't give you an opinion there.
Well, then let's get back to Leela. I'd like to know something about...
Why she's like she is?
Yes.
She drowned her father.
What?
Long, long time ago, when she was a child.
Drowned him?
Cried wolf.
You mind telling me what you're...
An outing. A lake. Leela made believe she was lost, yelled help. Her father thought she was in the water, went in after her, and was drowned. Leela was making a joke. I'd call that drowning her father, wouldn't you?
What about the mother?
Died when Leela was born. So you see...
The guilt of killing both parents.
People go through life with various things. Leela's happens to... Say, look at the time. Will you? Client time. Mrs. Trumley wants to make out a will again. Mind throwing me that shoe? Thanks. Mr. Clover, it was a real pleasure.
So saying, the man with the client saluted me with his Oxford and pointed a toe at the door. I left. Legwork now, based on information at hand. To the neighborhood of Miss Leela Royce and to neighbors. Knock on doors and pose her name. Miss Leela, asked back a man in midday pajamas. A doll, just a doll. Echoed by his wife, who suddenly appeared chin first over her husband's shoulder in matching pajamas. Whatever husband says, triple it. Another door. Little girl lets you know through a space helmet that Miss Royce is simply super astral. So saying, disintegrates you with a simple zing from her ray gun. Another door, and a girl with no makeup informs you that although Miss Leela might seem strange, that there was undoubtedly an explanation to it, and she can't discuss it now because her Maltese kitten needs its 100 strokes. And the final door.
Yes, I know Leela quite well. Her apartment's right down the hall.
Oh, may I come in, Mrs. Rumford?
Oh, yes, please do. I was sitting in the kitchen, and I was reading and having coffee. Would you...
Thank you.
This way. awful what's happened to Leela's sister, isn't it? Oh, please sit down. Isn't it awful? Here's your coffee.
Oh, thanks.
I wonder
Wonder what?
whether Leela really knows what's happened. Can grasp it, I mean, about her sisters being dead. Pass the sugar, please. Thank you.
Have you talked with her about her sister's death?
Oh, no, that would be cruel. Next week is time enough. You're not drinking your coffee.
Mrs. Rumford...
Personally...
What?
I don't think Leela should miss her very much. Margaret was so mean. Didn't understand Leela at all.
But you do.
About the boy, about Donnie.
That's what I mean.
Oh, such a nice boy. Margaret didn't think that at all. You know what she thought about Leela and that boy, I mean? I've got some cookies.
No, thanks.
Well, you can imagine what Margaret thought. But I know different. Leela is a lonely woman.
And Donnie?
I think he's a lonely boy. I don't think age or love or any of those things have anything to do with it. She got lost one day, and he found her, and... Well, that's it. Your coffee's getting cold.
Oh, it was good coffee, Mrs. Rumford. Thanks a lot. In here, Miss Rice.
Donnie,
Oh, I'm sure it's all right if Mr. Clover says so.
Please sit down. Miss Royce, we call this the interrogation room.
Donnie,
He just wants to ask us some more questions. Isn't that right, Mr. Clover?
Well, mostly a question for you, Donnie.
I told you didn't have to come down here with me, Miss Royce.
what question?
We found the jewels that were stolen from your sister.
Oh,
Jewels were pawned. The pawnbroker has been at the show-ups downstairs most of the day, trying to identify the man who sold them to him.
Well, what question do you want to ask me?
It was a pawn shop on 3rd Avenue. Did you take the jewels and sell them?
Of course not.
of course he didn't.
Well, anyhow, I'll want the pawnbroker to look at you and tell me.
Sergeant Gino Tartaglia speaking, Danny.
Call downstairs to the show-up, Gino. Tell them we're ready up here.
Muggavan just called, Danny. They're on their way up.
All right. Miss Royce,
Yes,
how well did you get along with your sister?
she was my sister.
Mr. Clover, you were to ask me the questions.
All right, Donnie. How well did you get along with Miss Rice's sister?
She'd never talked to me. She never looked at me. If we were in a room together, sometimes she was there when I came to visit Miss Royce here. When that happened, she'd pretend I wasn't there. One time I got right up and stood real close to her, right in front of her.
Inside. I said in.
Okay. That guy.
You sure?
I said that guy, didn't I? So it's that guy. Sure, you're the guy. I know you.
I never saw you before in my life.
You ain't kidding, but I know you. How are you?
Is this gentleman the pawnbroker, Muggavan?
No, the pawnbroker went home. This is the man who sold him those jewels. Identified in the show-up. Name's Monty Allen.
How are you? That goes for everybody.
Well, tell everybody about it, Monty.
This boy here, I gotta tell you something, boy. Next time you walk through Coney, don't beg for it.
I don't understand what you're talking about.
Leaving a leather case sticking 6 inches out of your hip pocket like that.
Get the picture, Danny?
Okay, take him away, Muggavan.
All right, outside, Monty.
Goodbye, folks. That goes for everybody.
Mr. Clover,
What?
Donnie he's, well,
Like a son, a brother, or what?
it doesn't have to be any of those. Donnie.
The way she spoke to you.
You see, Mr. Clover, Donnie's a person who likes me, whom I can depend on.
The way she spoke to you.
He doesn't blame me for anything.
The way she kept reminding you.
On account of me, my father died, Mr. Clover, and my mother.
You should have heard the way she spoke to her. And beside that...
What?
The things she said about Miss Royce and me.
Donnie and me. I'm frightened of most things, Mr. Clover, but not when Donnie's around.
He killed your sister. You understood that, didn't you?
You see what I mean? When Donnie does something, I'm not frightened anymore. I don't have to be afraid of my sister anymore. Because Donnie...
Because we're alike, Miss Royce and me. That's one thing that her sister said that was true.
Killed her. Took the jewels and made it look like a robbery. And walked the midway at Coney with the loot. You knew your pockets would be picked the way...
I ought to. I worked there long enough. Did you know I met Miss Royce there?
Yes, I know.
I was lost. He found me.
When dawn touches Broadway, the shadows linger for one final instant, then leave and take away the night. A cloud drifts. Far away a bird tips and touches it with a wing. And time has come for the day. People wake. Fury gathers. Crowd funnels into the street. Walk easy. The shock is on. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Norma Varden was heard as Leela and Sam Edwards as Donnie. Featured in the cast were Martha Wentworth, Jerry Hausner, and Hal Gerard. Bill Anders speaking.
In the movie Gone with the Wind, it cost $472,000 to burn down Atlanta. On Lux Radio Theater, it cost $27, plus the imagination of the listeners to 105 million radio sets. If you'd like to burn down a city to attract an audience, do it on radio and save $471,973.
And speaking of the Lux Radio Theater, don't forget to hear it this Monday night on most of these same stations. Remember, radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense, is heard Monday evenings on the CBS Radio Network.
Here's another in NBC's great parade of new shows.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
NBC brings you Dragnet.
You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to robbery detail. An armed gang of blitz bandits has started to work in your city. Their pace is fast. 4 and 5 robberies each night. The criminals are not amateurs. They're well armed, dangerous. Your job, get them.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime, investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Thursday, October 23rd. It was windy in Los Angeles. We were working a day watch out of Robbery. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on my way back from the statistician's office, and it was 11:42 a.m. when I got to room 27A. Robbery detail.
How'd it work out, Joe? Any good prospects?
Well, I don't know how good they are, but I got a handful.
How many did you get?
Well, let me see. 15, 18, 22. Ethel down in the stats office ran them on the IBM for me. There they are.
Let's see.
It's a gang of 3 men working on foot. Blitz robberies. They only take cash. M.O. is tie-ups. Work from 8 to 10 at night. One of the gang's tall, the other 2 short.
And these are the men the machine sorted out?
Under that heading, yeah. If our information's wrong, then so's the machine.
Got a good bunch of candidates here. Descriptions match up with what we got.
They seem to. Check the names on that list, Ben. Some of the smartest thieves in the country.
Yeah. Tommy Willis, Ray Grappa, Kemp Satelli, Manny Roberts, George Cross, Mario Koski. Reads like June graduation at San Quentin.
Yeah. George Cross and Tommy Willis are in town. We know that.
And Koski, he's around a couple of weeks ago.
And what about the rest? It's a big field.
Have to check them out, I guess. Might as well start at the beginning.
Did you go through the overnight reports yet?
Yeah. No restaurants, no liquor stores. That makes 5 days the gang's laid off.
Well, they can afford to, can't they? 18 robberies in 24 days, that's a pretty good haul.
This stop-and-go strategy of theirs, Joe, it's got me.
Yeah. They work hard for a week in one area, and then they lay low. If they just keep going, we might have a better try at them.
Hey, Joe.
Yeah, Chandler.
Fell out here to see you, Joe. Name's Decker.
Decker. Henry Decker?
Didn't say. Want to see him?
Yeah, send him in.
Right. All right, Mr. Decker, this way.
How are you, Joe? You're looking good.
Well, Hank Decker. How are you?
I'm fine.
Oh, what are you waiting for? Applause? Come on in and shut the door. Hank, this is my partner, Ben Romero. Ben, Hank Decker.
All right, Hank.
How are you, Ben?
Hank and I were in service together.
Yeah, I just dropped in for a visit, Joe. Are you busy?
No more than usual. Sit down.
Thanks. I remembered you telling me you were on the PD, so I figured I'd drop around and get an inside track.
How do you mean?
I just filed with Civil Service to take the exam next month. Figure I'd like to work at being a cop.
He's shell-shocked, Joe.
Great pep talk you boys hand out.
You sure you want to be a cop?
Oh, look, I'm 30 years old, Joe. I'm married, high school education, about a year of junior college.
What's your wife think?
She's not sold. Well, that's why I dropped in. How about coming out to the house for dinner tonight?
You want me to sell her?
Just talk to her. 7 okay?
Yeah, 7's okay.
I'm glad to have met you, Ben.
Same here, Decker. See you again.
Bye, Joe.
See you tonight, Hank. Well, what do you think, Ben?
Ought to make a good cop.
We had a list of 22 possible suspects. By 5 o'clock, Ben and I had checked out 2 of them who might possibly have had a hand in the blitz robberies of the 18 liquor stores and restaurants in the past 24 days. Number 1 man was Thomas Willis, Caucasian, age 29, 5 feet 11 inches, 175 pounds, dark hair, blue eyes. Number 2 man was Mario Koski, Caucasian, 5 feet 6 inches, 170 pounds, dark hair, dark eyes, large scar under his chin, running across his throat, up to and behind his left ear. According to our informants, and after questioning some of their associates, either Willis or Koski or both could have taken part in the blitz holdups. We showed their mugs to the victims, but none of them could give us definite assurance that either Willis or Koski were in the holdup gang. At 7 that night, I went out to Hank Decker's house for supper. Met his wife, Linda, his 4-year-old twin boys. We talked about the Army, played with the kids for a while. Before we sat down to eat, we put the boys in bed. Hank was in the kitchen carving the roast. His wife closed the door to the kids' room, and we started downstairs for the kitchen.
What do you think of our two atom bombs?
They're fine kids, Miss Decker. Hank told me that you were worried about him wanting to join the force.
I was 12 years old when my father was shot down. He was a policeman in Des Moines. He was only 37 when he died. I wouldn't know what to do if anything like that happened to Hank.
What do you want me to say?
But does Hank really want it? Can't you talk him out of it?
You're his wife. Can you? No, I think it's his choice, Miss Decker. He's going to have to make up his own mind.
I'm sorry. If it's what Hank wants, I guess I worry too much.
A lot of women marry cops. They have, and they will, and they all worry. Hank will be all right.
Will you guarantee it, Joe?
During the next month, I heard from Hank Decker only once. He was studying hard. During the same month, Ben and I were working hard, trying to find some kind of a concrete lead to break the Blitz gang. There had been no subsequent holdups which seemed to tie in directly with the gang or its operations. From the list of possible suspects which Ben and I made up, 18 names had been eliminated for one reason or another. Either they were in jail at the time of the robberies, out of the Los Angeles area, or out of the state. But 4 names remained: George Cross, Tommy Willis, Mario Koski, Julian Brock. During the latter part of the month, George Cross was booked on a minor charge, and we questioned him at that time. He showed no knowledge of the holdups. Nearly 2 months after the robberies were committed, Ben and I were still without a solution as to the whereabouts of the gang.
Never known a Blitz gang like this way before, Joe. Once they get wound up, they usually go until they're caught.
Yeah. Did you get out those telegram checks to the east yet?
Last night before I went home. Sent out all 3.
Willis, Koski, and Brock. I'd like to find just one of them.
Chicago might have something. That's Koski's old hangout. Willis, too.
What about Brock? He's from Kansas City, isn't he?
Yeah. I got a wire, too. Might have an answer from one of them tomorrow.
That's a slow job. We'll have to wait it out.
Guess so. No follow-ups from the victims we talked to.
I'll get it. Robbery Friday.
Oh, hiya, Joe. Hank Decker. Congratulate me.
What for?
Just passed my written exam. Got the letter this morning. How about that?
That's fine. When do you take your physical?
Oh, not till the end of the month. Next week I take the oral and agility tests. Then the physical. If I get by them, I'm in.
Well, you're going to have a full month at the police academy after the test. There's a lot of work, Hank.
Oh, it can't be any worse than these tests.
It's a tough 30 days out there on the Hill. Law, court procedure, evidence, combat firing, target practice. You'll have to wade through all of them.
You ever going to have anything encouraging to say?
Yeah, when you graduate.
I won't count on it. How's your job going?
Slow. How's your wife feel now?
About taking the job?
Uh-huh.
A little better. She said to say hello.
Okay. Keep us posted, huh?
I'll do that, Joe.
Right. Bye. Hank passed his written test.
Sure anxious.
Brandy, Romero, got a minute?
Yeah, Skipper. Come on, Joe.
You got something, Ed?
Yeah, those Blitz robberies you're handling. Not having much luck.
We were. Gang's disappeared. Not a trace of them so far.
They leave town?
Oh, we're not sure, Ed. We don't even have a good description. We're guessing most of the way.
What are your guesses? You've had a couple of months to make them.
12 of the holdup victims we talked to told us definitely that there were 3 men in the gang, 2 of them short, 1 of them tall. We've just been working from there.
All 3 of them have dark complexions. Started with 22 possibilities and got it weeded down to 4. No, wait a minute, 3.
Yeah. Tommy Willis, Mario Koski, Julian Brock. Willis and Koski are Eastern Hoods. Brock's from the Middle West.
And where are they now?
Haven't showed their faces around town. Checking some of the cities in the east. That's about all we got, Skipper.
Not much for 2 months' work. Thieves can't be that smart.
Right now they are.
We've sounded out every lead we had, Ed. We're doing our best.
Either of you ever hear of a man by the name of Al Mishakov?
No, I don't think so.
Chicago gunman in the old days, wasn't he, Ed?
That's right.
I thought he was doing time in Joliet.
Paroled last year. Got a tip he was spotted on East Broadway night before last.
You figure it might tie in with our job?
I don't know. Find out. If I remember right, Mishakov's brother used to be pretty friendly with Mario Koski. I helped send both of them up 13 years ago. Same rap, robbery.
Was that all you heard, Ed? Somebody spotted Mishakov?
That's all. If you can track him down, you might get some kind of a lead. That's more than you got now.
That night and for the next 2 nights following, Ben and I had dinner downtown instead of going home, and then we spent the rest of the night covering the lower end of the city in search of Al Mishakov. We got more than a dozen leads on where to find him from some of our informants, but none of the leads paid off. We kept missing him. No one knew where he was staying. No one knew, or no one would tell us.
Worst thing about this job, Joe, legwork.
We must be averaging 10 miles a night.
My feet say 20. Almost midnight.
Here's McCarthy's place. Let's try it.
Right.
Let's go down at the end of the bar, Ben.
Yeah.
Hiya, Ben. Didn't see you come in. What's new?
Oh, not much, Bert. Meet my partner, Joe Friday.
How are you, Friday? What do you fellas have?
Looking for a guy, Bert. His name's Al Mishikoff, Chicago. You heard anything?
He was in here earlier tonight. Couple of guys with him.
Are you sure? What do you look like?
6 feet, about 45, I guess. Big build.
Sounds like him, all right, Joe. Is he staying in the neighborhood, Bert?
Down here? I don't think so. Most of those big-timers stay uptown someplace. You looking for Mishikoff?
I'd like to talk to him. How long ago was he in?
Oh, about 8 o'clock. Couple of guys with him. They were talking about driving out to the airport. Something about Las Vegas.
There's an 8:40 plane for Vegas, isn't there, Ben?
I think so. 8:40, 8:50. I can't recall which.
Bert, do you remember the exact time they left?
Exactly. No. Say, there's one of the fellas that was with Mishikoff down there in the middle of the bar.
Which one, Bert?
There. One with the sandy hair. Big chin. See him?
Yeah. Want to talk, Joe?
Come on.
And Judge, you know what he said? He said when he was in Vegas last week.
Pardon me.
Killing. Yeah, that's...
Pardon me. I'd like to talk to you a minute.
Yeah, who are you?
Police, Sergeant Friday.
Oh, have a drink, Sergeant.
No, thanks. I said I wanted to talk to you.
Square John, huh? Wait a minute, George. Square John wants to talk to me.
Come on outside. We can talk better out there.
I ain't done nothing. What's the pitch? I got a right to know.
Let's go. Outside.
Maybe I don't want to go outside.
I think you better. Come on.
All right. Quit shoving, you dumb cop, shoving people around. What are you trying to do anyhow? We're sausage.
All right, down this way.
Car's parked up the next alley, Joe.
Hey, look, what's this all about, huh? I got a right to know.
You were seen with Al Mishikoff tonight. Where is he?
Who?
Al Mishikoff. You want us to spell it?
I don't think you can spell your own name.
Nobody's asking you to play smart. Where's Mishikoff?
Out of town. What do you care?
Here's the car. All right, inside, you.
No. Look, you got me wrong. I ain't done nothing.
Where's Mishikoff?
You and some other guy drove to the airport with him tonight. Let's have it.
I'm clear, I tell you. I just drove out with him, that's all.
Where'd Mishikoff go?
Vegas. Took the plane for Vegas.
When?
About 8:30, 8:45. What's up, anyway?
Who's the guy traveling with Mishikoff?
Nobody.
Who's the guy traveling with Mishikoff?
Koski. I just met him tonight.
Mario Koski, is that the guy?
Yeah, I'm leveling. I ain't done nothing.
Ben, get to a phone, call the office, contact Las Vegas police. Ask them to pick up Koski and Mishikoff. When we got back to the office, we questioned the man we had picked up for almost 2 hours. His name was John Delmar, an ex-convict. He'd been paroled from Folsom Prison 2 months before after serving 3.5 years for burglary. He said Mishikoff was looking for a man to work with him and Koski. He didn't specify the work. Delmar said he refused the offer, but they parted on friendly terms. He said Koski and Mishikoff told him that they were going to Las Vegas for a few days, then return to Los Angeles. But when Ben and I checked back with the Las Vegas police the next morning, they reported that nobody answering the description of either Koski or Mishikoff was seen arriving or leaving the airport. We checked with the airlines and sent inquiries to law enforcement agencies throughout the entire area. No sign. 3 weeks went by. Still no sign.
Nothing in the overnights, Joe. No, not a thing.
Oh, yeah, same here. Reno, Sacramento, San Francisco. Nobody's seen them.
They've got to come out sometime. We can wait.
Yeah, we can wait. Gets on your nerves. Let's check with Backstrand. Maybe he's got a job for us in the meantime.
You're getting as eager as your friend Hank Decker, Joe. Incidentally, how'd things turn out for him?
He passed all his exams, putting in his month's training at the academy now. He should do all right.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, Mike. Skipper busy?
Not in his office. Won't be in till afternoon.
What's the matter?
He's got a lecture at the police academy this morning.
Thanks, Mike. Come on, Ben. Ben and I drove out to the police academy near Elysian Park. We went out to check with Ed Backstrand on the Blitz robberies, not to listen to his lecture. When we walked into the classroom, he was just finishing up, so we sat in the back of the room and listened. It was a pretty good speech.
Because of the alertness of the arresting officer, his talent for memorizing detail, and his knowledge of how a criminal acts under a given set of circumstances, the arrest was made. Well, that's about it, gentlemen. Thank you for your attention. Now, when I ran this speech over at home, my wife said it wasn't a very good talk, but at least it came out on time. Now it seems I'm 2 minutes short, so I guess I failed on both counts. But if I may, I'd like to use the few minutes that are left to tell you what I think of being a cop after 24 years. For one reason or other, you men have chosen the career of a police officer. Well, let me tell you right now, without any qualifications, it's a thankless job. Maybe you can't see it now. Maybe you think I'm exaggerating. But when you graduate next week and get that uniform on, your whole lives are going to change. You're going to lose friends, a lot of them. They'll want parking tickets fixed, some other favors. You'll have to turn them down, so you'll be a heel, a fathead. When you're on the beach, you're going to meet the cream of society and the scum, the lowest. Sometimes you won't be able to tell the difference. Some of you will have to work with thugs, two-bit gangsters, dope addicts, cheap women. All the human garbage you can find in a big city. You'll come home at night and take a shower to wash off the dirt, but you still won't feel clean. That's the job. When you buy a box of candy and bring it home for your anniversary, the neighbors will say you chiseled it. When you save up a few dollars and buy a new car or some furniture for the house, it's graft. People are going to want favors. They'll offer you things, a free beer or a new dress for your wife. If you take it, you're a chiseler. If you don't, you're a tough cop. Well, here's a piece of advice. Take nothing from anyone, no matter how good a friend he is. Pay for everything you get and don't ask favors. Treat everybody alike, no matter what they look like or what they believe in. You don't play favorites. There are going to be times when a few men in the department get out of line. The newspapers will play it up because it makes good reading, and the average John public will love it. Because that's the only way he can pay you back for that traffic ticket you gave him. Being a good cop is a hard job, but it's a good one. Let me warn you just once more. It's one of the most thankless jobs on earth. That's all, gentlemen.
The following week, Hank Decker graduated from the police academy and hit the transfer list for a regular assignment. He drew a job of teaching combat firing and boxing at the academy. He didn't like it, so he put in a request for a transfer and waited. For the next 6 weeks, Ben and I waited, too, for some sign of the Blitz bandits. There wasn't any. The only possible suspects, Mario Koski and Al Mishikoff, had disappeared completely. We kept a close check on every possible avenue of information. Still, no sign. Ben and I were transferred to the night watch on Robbery for a few weeks, and that gave Hank Decker a chance to drop in and visit with us a couple of hours when he went off duty at the academy. He was still as eager as ever.
Hi, Ben. Joe, anything new?
Hi, Hank. Nothing here. What about the academy?
Oh, big news.
What's up?
Getting a transfer starting next Monday. Going to start on a beat.
Thought you were all tied up with that boys' club you started out there.
Oh, I was, but Hanson's going to take over when I leave. The kids sure love it. Free swimming in the pool, boxing lessons. We teach them everything.
Where's your beat going to be, huh?
Central, right in the downtown district. Might learn something, huh?
You'll learn a lot if you want to forget most of it.
Look, it's 7:15. Don't you ever go home for dinner, Hank?
Oh, getting the wife used to it. This new shift's going to be night work, you know.
Wait till you're on it for a year, and then you tell us how you like it.
A year? I want to be in the detective bureau after a year.
Well, you're not even going to last a year. If you don't get home to dinner, your wife's called twice this week already. She calls me.
Okay, when did she call tonight?
She hasn't yet.
Oh, I guess I better head her off. Let me know if anything breaks, huh, Joe? I'd like to tag along.
Okay, Hank. Well, on your way.
Okay, good night.
So long.
Good night. Yeah. How eager can you get?
Were we like that when we started?
Not me. I never had that much energy at one time my whole life. Hot shot, Joe.
I'll get it.
At 767 East Broadway, a liquor store, 211 and slugging. At 767 East Broadway, a liquor store, 211 and...
767 East Broadway, 211, liquor store.
Let's go.
.767 East Broadway, King's Liquor Store. We pushed our way through the small crowd outside the door and into the shop. 2 patrolmen in uniform were already interviewing the proprietor. He had 2 large gashes on his head just above the right temple. He was trembling and badly shaken, but he managed to give us a good description of the hold-up men.
Yeah, I can tell you what they looked like. 3 of them. One short, one tall, husky, another short, fat.
You remember what they were wearing?
Coats. All 3, dark coats. One of the short men, he had a big scar here on the throat, like this. After the 3 men robbed the store, they slugged me and tied me up.
Turner, this man's hurt. You call an ambulance?
On the way, Sergeant.
That's fine. We have just one more question, Mr. King. Here's a handful of pictures. We'd like you to tell us if any one of these men were in the gang that held you up tonight.
Let me look.
There you are. Take your time.
No. No, not him. No. No. Oh, this one. Here. He took the money from the register.
Would you look through the rest, please? Are there any more?
Let me see again. No. No. Oh, here. Another one. The fat one with the scar. This is him. I think he's the one that slugged me.
Thanks, Mr. King. Here's our card. We'll be contacting you later. Turner, will you and your partner take the crime report? We got some checking to do.
Right, Sergeant.
Thanks. Come on, Ben.
Yeah. Koski and Mishikov. He picked out both of them, Joe.
Yeah, he certainly did, didn't he?
Attention all units. Attention all units.
Wait a minute.
The southeast corner of Broadway and East 3rd, a liquor store and restaurant at 211, code 3. All units. The southeast corner of Broadway
Come on, Ben, let's roll.
and East 3rd.
When we got to the liquor store and restaurant at Broadway and East 3rd, Ben and I knew for certain that Koski and Mishikov were back in the city and working hard. Their M.O. matched down to almost the smallest detail. We put a call through to communications, and the entire Central Division was alerted. Then we called Chief Backstrand and told him the news. He assigned a special detail from the Metropolitan Unit to patrol the area until further notice. But at 9:23 p.m., before they pulled out of the police garage, the Blitz bandits added 2 more liquor stores and 1 more restaurant to their list of victims. Early the next morning, Ben and I met with Chief Backstrand in his office.
You got a make on that third man yet?
We ran his description through R&I early this morning, Ed. Closest candidate's a guy by the name of Julian Brock. Done time here in New York.
Any tie-up with Koski or Mishikov?
Mama sheet says he knows Koski pretty well.
And that's good enough. Now, how do you think you're going to get these thieves?
We've got the alert out, Chief. Special detail from Metropolitan Division's been briefed. Communications all set.
All right. Here's a tip for you. Tell the men if there's a hold-up call that only the car in the area of the hold-up will handle it. These thieves are no amateurs. They may try some decoy trick. Tell the men to stay in the area they're assigned to until they receive a call. Check?
We'll take care of it, Ed. You going to be on hand tonight?
And when do you figure on starting?
We'll have the full detail out by 6:30.
Play it safe and start at 4. Why chance missing him?
At 3:30 that afternoon, we left the police garage with a special detail from Metropolitan Division, and we started to cruise the central area. We weren't looking for any action the first few hours, and we didn't get any. The 5 o'clock traffic in the downtown area was heavy as usual.
Hope that gang holds off till after 6. We couldn't get out of this traffic if our lives depended on it.
Well, we'd probably do better on foot if it wasn't for radio contact.
Control 4 to 80K. Control 4 to 80K, your location.
Get it, will you, Joe?
Yeah, wait till I get the mic. 80K to Control 4. 80K to Control 4. Our location on Spring Street between 2nd and 3rd.
80K, stand by. 80K, call your office code 2. Call your office code 2, KMA 367.
80K to Control 4, Roger, KMA 367.
Yeah. Now what do I do for a parking space?
You know, you're lucky. That guy up ahead there, he's pulling out.
Good. That hasn't happened to me in 6 months.
Okay, hold on, Ben. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah.
City Hall.
2511.
2511.
Robbery, Chandler.
This is Friday, Bill. You want us?
Yeah, just a minute, Joe. Chief wants to talk to you.
Hello, Friday.
Yeah, Ed.
Cruiser car just brought in a guy answering the description of Mario Koski.
Yeah?
Get over here right away and question the guy. If it is Koski, we can all go home early.
Ben and I went back to the office and questioned the man who gave his name as Conrad Larkin. He was Koski's approximate height and weight, same color hair, same color eyes. The resemblance to Koski's picture was evident. We questioned him thoroughly about the Blitz robberies, and then we checked out his fingerprints. The coincidence was hard to overlook, but we were satisfied. The man was not Mario Koski. There was a phone message on my desk to call Hank's wife. I called her, and then we checked with Chief Backstrand again and started for the police garage. It was 10 minutes past 6.
Hey, Ben, Joe, wait a minute, will you?
Oh, hi, Hank. What's all exciting?
I heard about those jobs last night, the Blitz gang. How about tagging along tonight?
What's the stir?
You suit yourself, Hank. When are you due home for dinner?
I told the wife I'd eat out tonight.
You sure you're not due home for dinner?
No, not tonight, Joe. Does you have any luck yet?
Not so far, Hank. Maybe later on tonight.
Come on, here's the garage.
How close did you come to the gang last night?
Not close enough. 2 steps ahead of us all the way.
They sure must work fast. 5 jobs in a row.
All right, Hank, let's don't rub it in, huh? Hey, Ben, watch it, will you?
Yeah. Woman driver.
How about it, Joe? You think I can make the outfit?
You can talk to Ed Backstrand. He might get you a transfer after a while.
Yeah, I might try it. Joe, look across the street. There's a guy coming out of the bar.
Where?
In front of the bar. He's standing there. Guy in the dark coat, you see?
Yeah. 2 other guys behind him.
Who is it?
I can't be sure. Ben, you better pull up.
Koski. Looks just like his picture.
All right. Come on. All right, hold it, mister. We want to talk to you.
Run for it, Al Copper!
Watch it, Joe!
Hank, get down! Get down!
2 of them down, Ben.
Other one went up alley. Let's go.
Did they get Hank?
Yeah.
All right, hold it right here. All right, Koski. Throw out your gun and come out with your hands up. All right, let's return the fire. Come on.
He had his chance.
Yeah. Grab his gun. Let's get back to Hank. Did you get the guns from the other 2?
Yeah, they're dead. Hank got them both.
All right, one side, please. Officer, did you call an ambulance?
Yeah, they're on their way.
Come on, Ben. One side, please. Will you let us through? Hank, how you doing?
Not so good, Joe.
Ben, will you get the crowd black? Give him some air.
Would you just move back and right on walking?
Joe,
All right, easy, Hank. They'll be here in a minute. Hank? Hank?
How's it doing, Joe? Gone?
Yeah. Come on.
What have you got, Joe?
Phone message from Hank's wife.
For you?
Yeah.
You returned the call?
Before we left the office.
What was it?
She wanted me to remind Hank. He was due home for dinner at 7 o'clock.
The story you have just heard is true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
You have just heard the 12th in a new series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet is furnished by the Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to Patrolman James Frank Goggin of the Cleveland Police Department, who, on the morning of January 13th, 1939, gave his life so that yours might be more secure.
Dragnet came to you from Los Angeles. If you enjoyed tonight's production of Dragnet, you'll want to listen to Richard Diamond, private detective, as played by the screen's romantic tough guy Dick Powell, heard Saturday on most of these NBC stations. This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan Investigator, starring Paul DeBoff as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery, suspense, and adventure in tonight's transcribed story, This May Hurt Just a Little.
It began with a toothache, the lion's toothache, and a dentist, a laughing dentist. But before it wound up, there was a girl in white, a couple of patients with bad teeth, and a dead man. The dead man was the one who never got to open his mouth. It was around 2:30 Tuesday when I wandered into the lion's office. Anthony J. was sitting behind his desk. In his hands, a towel and a couple of half-melted cubes of ice. He was taking the towel from around his jaw.
Oh, hello, Jeffrey. I've been waiting for you.
Trouble, Lion?
The towel and the ice cubes? No trouble at all. Just a toothache. But it's gone now, Jeffrey.
We got a client.
Why, yes, Jeffrey. Just what I was going to say.
Okay, out with it.
Well, you see, I was feeling under the weather, the bicuspid acting up again, and so, well, I called a dentist.
And that's when the toothache began to get better.
No, in fact, it was terrible. I was suffering the tortures of the damned. Well, Jeffrey, I finally got in touch with this man, Dr. Beauregard.
Beauregard?
Yes, Jeffrey.
Jolly Charlie Beauregard, easy credit terms?
No money down, Jeffrey.
Oh, no.
Well, Jeffrey, business hasn't been going well. Remember, our last fee turned out to be stolen money, and then there was the rent.
Okay, Lion, get on with it. You called Jolly Charlie Beauregard, the friendly credit dentist, and he said what?
Well, that's what's so remarkable, Jeffrey. When I said I was president of the Lion Detective Agency, he said, could I send a man right over?
And you said it was your tooth.
Yes. No, I said, of course, Dr. Beauregard, right away. And he said it was important, but he'd rather not talk about it over the phone. It had something to do with $100,000.
That's when you got rid of your toothache.
Oh, well, Jeffrey, think of it. $100,000. To have a toothache when a man's discussing something like that is sacrilege.
Okay, Fatso. I'll go see Jolly Charlie Beauregard.
Yes. One more thing, Jeffrey. While you're there, open up a charge account, just in case.
The Lion got out a pad and pencil and started calculating how many teeth you could have filled for $100,000. I headed for the main office of the Friendly Credit Dentist. It was on Broadway, in a building old before the invention of dental floss, and Jolly Charlie had a suite on the second floor. In case you didn't catch the number in the building directory, 5 neon signs told you to come right up and it wouldn't cost you a nickel. The last neon sign showed a smiling character waving what looked like forceps with the word welcome flashing on and off. I checked the gold in my fillings and walked in.
Won't you be seated, sir? The doctor will be right with you.
She was blonde and soft and smooth and slender, and she smiled once. A long, lingering, help me make up my mind for me smile, and the total effect was like a shot of Novocaine between the eyes. She drifted out, and I sat down and thought about it. I was still thinking about it 10 minutes later when she came back out.
Do you have an appointment, sir?
No, but the doctor's expecting me.
May I have your name, please?
Jeff Regan.
And may I ask who referred you to us?
With all those neon signs?
Please, I do need the information for my record.
Tell him Mr. Lyon referred me. He'll know.
Mr. Lyon?
Like in zoo, only with a Y.
Thank you. Mr.
2 minutes after that, Jolly Charlie himself came out.
Well, Mr. Regan, do come right in. I have everything ready for you. Yes, sir. Just step this way and we'll get right down to business. After you, Mr. Regan. Just sit right down here, Mr. Regan. It'll only take a minute.
Just a minute.
Nothing to worry about, Mr. Regan. We use the very latest methods here. Filling is a very simple thing here. There.
Hey, Doc, you got the wrong idea.
Now, just sit still. This is going to hurt.
Look,
Just
Doc.
a little.
Look, Doc. Look.
You may close the door, Miss King.
Listen, Doc. Listen here, you.
No, Mr. Regan. We have to take every precaution, don't we? We don't want Miss King to know you aren't a patient, do we? Of course we don't. Every private detective must travel in a cloak of secrecy. I know.
This has got nothing to do with my teeth.
Oh, I know that, Mr. Regan. You're the lion's eye. I talked to your boss only this morning. In fact, he called me. Isn't that a coincidence? Of course it is.
You always answer your own questions?
Now, here's the case. You're going to be interested because it's a very interesting case. Of course you are. You see, Mr. Regan, I'm being sued for $100,000, and that's a lot of money.
Of course it is. I mean, sure.
This
sure.
young man is suing me for damaging his mouth. He's a singer. He claims he can't sing anymore because of some work I did on him.
But he hasn't got a case.
On the contrary, he's got a wonderful case. But I just can't afford to pay him $100,000.
Where do I fit in?
Well, it's like this. I did do some work on a young man, but I don't think I did what he says I did. Is that clear?
Sure,
I have a couple of fillings, a little bridge work, cleaning job, but no extractions, no surgery. That's the part that puzzles me.
Go on, Charlie.
That's all. I'm stuck. Unless, of course, you visit this young man and straighten him out on a few things.
Wait a minute. You want me to strong arm for you? Is that it?
Well, not exactly. I simply feel the young man is lying about something, and I want you to get him to say so.
Wrong guy, laughing boy. Hire yourself a gunsel, not me.
Now, Mr. Regan, don't get excited. I'm going to give you an open field. You handle it any way you like. Just talk to this boy and see what he's up to. If you don't want to go any further after that, just come to me, say so. No obligations. Now, isn't that fair enough? Of course it is.
What's his name?
Robert Warner. He lives in Hollywood. I have all the data in my records. And, Mr. Regan, for merely talking to this young man, I'll pay a fee of $100. A nice fee. Of course it is.
Of course.
If, in your opinion, Robert Warner's an honest man, the case closed. I'll simply have to make the best settlement I can. Can't afford the bad publicity, you understand.
Yeah, I understand.
Well, call me when you get anything. Well, now that wasn't bad at all, was it, Regan? Jolly Charlie gives the patient quick, sure attention.
Yeah, thanks, Doctor.
Oh, just one more thing, Mr. Regan.
Yes?
You will be on time for your next appointment. Good day.
Robert Warner, the man who was suing Jolly Charlie, turned out to be just off Gower and Franklin. Big house sliced up into 4 apartments. His was ground floor left, and I rang. What answered was curly-haired, handsome, and wearing horn-rimmed glasses.
Yes?
Robert Warner?
That's correct. Who's calling, may I ask?
Jeff Regan. You got a minute?
Excuse me. It's important, sir.
It is. Dr. Beauregard sent me.
What?
Beauregard.
You'd better leave.
No, wait a minute. I'm not his lawyer.
Better get out, Mr. Regan.
In.
Oh.
Now, sit down, Warner. We're going to talk.
I said you'd better get out.
I said sit down. I hate to be difficult. You're suing Beauregard for $100,000.
You know that.
Your voice. You can't sing anymore because of him.
If you're here to make trouble,
I'm
Regan...
here for one reason, Warner. If you're telling the truth, you're a rich man. If not, you're in trouble. It's that simple.
But I am telling the truth, Mr. Regan. My voice, I was a singer. I had a career until...
Until what?
Till I went to him. Had a cavity in my tooth. He treated me. He told me to come back again. Like a fool, I listened to him. I went back again, and again, and again.
Then what?
I can't sing anymore, Mr. Regan. Don't you realize what that means? It's my life.
Just stick to the story, Warner.
Oh, he said something about the roof of my mouth being too small. He performed an operation. That's all there was to it. Except for one thing.
What's that?
I paid him $200 in dental bills to destroy my voice.
Take it easy, Warner. You got an attorney handling the lawsuit for you?
Why, well, yes.
What's his name?
Well, it's not important. Doesn't matter.
I said, what's his name?
McLeany. He's in Hollywood. You're going to see him, Mr. Regan?
Got any good reasons why I shouldn't?
Mr. Regan, that's not all this fiend Dr. Beauregard has done to me.
Go on.
Well, something more. Something terrifying.
Get to the point.
Come, look outside my window. Look, across the street.
A truck.
The man, Mr. Regan, the man in the truck. He's been there for a week. Ever since I brought the suit against Jolly Charlie Beauregard.
Heavy-set, muscular, about 28, black hair, thick face.
Tell you he's been watching me for a week.
What else do you know about him?
Nothing. I don't know anything.
You never spoken to him?
Man, that big Mr. Regan, you think I dare?
Okay, Warner. Control yourself. I'll talk to him.
Mr. Regan, you'd be a fool.
Let me decide that.
Don't go out there. You don't know what he might do.
I left Robert Warner crouched by the door and walked slowly across the street toward the parked truck. The big, muscle-bound man didn't move from behind the driver's seat. His eyes stayed focused on the apartment building. I stopped by the side of the cab. Got a minute? I said, have you got a minute?
Go away.
You might get eye strain watching that window.
Please, be a nice guy. Go away.
You don't want to talk about it?
No. Between him and me and her. I don't want to talk about it.
You know the kid inside?
Sorta. We're gonna get better acquainted.
He did something to you?
Look, mister, why are you asking me all these questions? Can't you see I'm busy? And the citizen got a right to park his car and look? I ain't hurting nobody.
But you're thinking about it.
Maybe you're right. Maybe I was. Maybe I'm wrong. See ya.
A The man behind the wheel of the truck didn't look back. He swung the thing around the corner, and on the back was painted Mills Lumberyard. I made a note of that and got in my car. Next stop, the law office of a man named McClaney, Hollywood. The sign on the door said McClaney, 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 and Phipps. I found a secretary who told me the McClaney I wanted was Howard, and he was busy. I said I was busy, too, and walked in. The secretary was right. Howard McClaney was busy. When I walked in, he was just starting on a new case.
Well, come in. You're just in time for the party.
What party?
Yours and mine, of course. Here.
Thanks.
Tell me, friend, what do you say?
My name's Regan, for a starter.
Oh, that's good. I'm Howard. Eddie's a woman-chasing brother, and Sam, he handles income taxes.
What does Phipps do?
He's a reformed mortician. What can I do for you, Regan?
Just had a talk with your client, Robert Warner, the one who's suing Jolly Charlie Beauregard for $100,000.
What a case. What a case.
Maybe I better warn you, I'm working for the doc, not his lawyer or detective.
Regan, nothing you could say would spoil this one. It's a beauty.
It's, that good, huh?
Regan, it's perfect. The kid has the old man tied up in 90 ways. Now get this. He goes to Jolly Charlie. He pays cash. Warner's an honest guy with a good voice and bad teeth. Warner spends 5 visits with him, and he comes out with a bad voice and good teeth. What could be better?
That open and shut.
Oh, even the doc's record. I had a man get photostats of everything. X-rays, number of visits. Work done. All fits.
That couldn't have been easy.
The blonde, Regan, the blonde. The one old doc's got working for him. My man slipped her a 10 spot and she forked over every record in the place. Sweet kid.
Well, that's all?
Well, there's just a matter of waiting around for the $100,000. Who knows? My client and I may get generous and settle for $75,000 cash.
Well, then I guess that takes care of me.
Sorry, Regan. Some bottles just come cracked that way.
Thanks, Howard. See you around.
Don't mention it, Regan. I'll give you a call next time there's a client looking for a fast divorce.
I left Howard McClaney and headed for the hall. The elevator buzzer was a big brass knob that didn't bring any elevators. I watched white lights, red lights flick on and off and didn't get a tumble. That's how I happened to notice the door to the broom closet slightly ajar. That's how I happened to see the tips of 3 fingers sticking out and how I happened to move over to the door to the broom closet and take a look. A man who fell against me and at my feet was big and burly and dark-haired. He was the truck driver who'd been tailing Robert Warner. Dead. The Lion and I were hired to check into a $100,000 lawsuit against Jolly Charlie Beauregard, the friendly credit dentist. I met his blonde receptionist, then the kid who was suing him, then a truck driver, then the attorney handling the case. The truck driver was the one who wound up dead. I called Lieutenant Bowles at Hollywood Division and waited for him to come keep me company with the corpse. He did 10 minutes later with 3 other men. He got the dusting powder and photographic boys busy and listened to my story. 10 minutes after that, they reported back. They had everything they needed except for one slight detail.
No identification, no wallet, no letters. Regan, what kind of a case did you bring me out on?
Whoever killed him also took his wallet. Identify the dead man, and you identify the killer. Simple, Bowles.
Regan, the optimist. Now, suppose you tell me what killed him.
I gave you a lead, didn't I? The dead man was a truck driver.
Yes. What about the lawyer you mentioned, McClaney?
Even now, he's probably sitting in his office less than 25 feet from the scene of the crime, sipping soda through a straw.
And I'm going to go have a talk with him.
Good idea, Bowles. He's probably got an alibi.
You said the truck driver was tailing McClaney's client, the one suing the dentist. Unless you're lying, these people fit somewhere, right?
That's your theory.
Regan, I don't like your attitude today. I don't like it at all. You stick around. I'm not through with you.
I'll be in the lobby making a phone call. If you want me, Lieutenant, just dial. That's the way it was with Bowles, the friendly type. I headed down to the lobby of the office building. An idea was buzzing around somewhere in my head, and I had to get it out. My boss, Anthony J. Lyon, was the man to get it out with.
Lyon, Detective
Me, Lyon.
Anthony. Jeffrey.
What's wrong with you, Fatso?
Oh, it's my bicuspid, Jeffrey. It's bothering me again. Did you talk to Dr. Beauregard?
Sure thing, Lion.
Did he say he could arrange an appointment soon?
Well, as a matter of fact, we didn't get around to...
Jeffrey, no! Me sitting here suffering the pains of all creation. My tooth a seething hotbed of torture. Jeffrey, you must do something at once. I'm dying.
There's one in line ahead of you.
What does that mean?
I checked with Beauregard. He was being sued for $100,000. Then I went to see the kid who was suing him.
Oh, Jeffrey, can't you spare me the details?
Wait a minute. This is where you come in. There was a truck driver tailing this kid, the one suing the dentist. I found the truck driver in a closet.
I know just how he feels.
Lion, he's dead.
And he's luckier than I am.
Okay, you'll get sympathy, but first you got a job to do. Call Mills Lumberyard. That was the name of the truck he was driving. Find out which truck driver is overdue. The man we're trying to identify is heavy set, black hair, blue eyes, deep voice, false teeth.
Oh, lucky fellow.
Well, he weighs about 200, maybe 5 feet 10, but that's a guess. You get that?
Yes, Jeffrey, I'm taking it all down.
Okay, I'll check back with you. Get that truck driver's name.
Very well, but there's just one thing.
What's that?
When I pass on, Jeffrey, will you make the necessary
Get
arrangements?
busy, Lion. You may have time to earn just one more fee. Like Bowles had said, somewhere there was a connection between the dead man and the $100,000 lawsuit. Somehow the dead man was linked to an attorney and a dentist. There was just one catch. The cops didn't know who he was or what killed him. My client was the dentist, and I headed for his office in a hurry.
Mr. Reagan. Did you have another appointment this afternoon?
This one's ad lib. The doctor in?
Well, Dr. Beauregard is busy with a patient. But then if you don't mind waiting, perhaps we might squeeze you in.
You don't have to ask me twice.
Mr. Reagan.
How long have you worked here, Miss,
King. Louise King. I've been with the doctor almost 6 months.
Remember a patient named Robert Warner?
Yes. Yes, I do. He's the one who's suing the doctor, isn't he?
He's the one. Tell me, Louise, how many times did Warner visit Beauregard?
Well, I'd have to check the records for that, Mr. Regan. I'm sure they'd give a complete...
You mean the records you loaned to Warner's attorney so he could photostat them?
Why, Mr.
Don't
Regan...
play coy with me, Louise. Warner's attorney told me his man got every record he asked for. He had them photoed and returned them to the files. It cost him $10.
Mr. Regan, I didn't mean anything.
Sure. The $10 look good to you. $10 pays for enough evidence to win a $100,000 case.
Oh, Mr. King. Oh, well, it's Mr. Regan. well, indeed, just the man I'm looking for.
How's that?
The phone in my private office just rang. It was for you, Mr. Regan. Now, isn't that odd? Anyone should phone you here. Of course it is.
Maybe not.
Oh, well, you can't find out unless you answer it. This way, Mr. Regan.
I followed Beauregard to the phone. It was the Lion. He'd found out plenty from Mills Lumberyard. The dead man's name was Jack Matson. He'd been working for him less than a week. Originally came from a little town in New Mexico, Three Wells, population 360. But that wasn't all the Lion had to say. Lieutenant Bowles had phoned him and said he wanted me down at the morgue to identify the body. I hung up and called Bowles. He gave me plenty to think about. The autopsy showed Jack Matson, the truck driver, had died of arsenic poisoning.
Oh, I hope it wasn't bad news, Mr. Regan.
In a way, Doc. It was the police.
The police? Oh, dear. No. That is bad news, isn't it?
They want us down at headquarters. All of us.
All of us?
You and me and your assistant, Miss King.
But, Mr. Regan, I have patients waiting.
The police, Dr. Beauregard.
Yes, of course. I'll get my coat.
And tell Miss King to get hers.
Yes, Mr. Regan.
Oh, one more thing, Doc. While you're doing that, you mind if I look through your files?
My files? What? No, Mr. Regan. You go right ahead.
Beauregard hurried off to the next room. I heard him telling Louise King to get her coat. That gave me time to dig through the doctor's files, his personal files. I found something and checked it against a wall map of the USA. I needed one thing more. It was a thick and official-looking book, and I checked the index in the back for the letter A. It fit. Every piece of it, and I had the answer. Less than half an hour later, Doc Beauregard and Louise King and I met Lieutenant Bowles in the morgue. With him was Howard McClaney, the attorney, and Robert Warner, the complainant. It was a nice group study, especially when you considered one of them was a murderer.
All right. Call you people here to identify a body. Man was murdered less than 2 hours ago, and it's my hunch that one of you, if not all of you, know this man. Harry?
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Show him.
Okay, Lieutenant.
Yeah. Over there under that sheet is a dead man. Who's first?
I don't know.
All right. Somebody got to start it. You know this man, step up and say so. Take a look, make up your minds.
One by one, they moved over to the slab, looked, grimaced, then moved back quickly. First the lawyer, McClaney. Then the kid, Robert Warner. He said it was the same guy who'd been tailing him, that's all. Then Louise King, the dentist's assistant. Then Jolly Charlie Beauregard. It was the first time I'd seen the doc without a smile. Then Bowles turned to me.
Okay, Regan, you're next.
I found him, remember?
Take a look, just to be sure.
Okay.
Well?
I know him.
What? Regan, are you playing tricks with me?
His name is Jack Matson. He worked for the Mills Lumber Yard. He's from a town in New Mexico, 3 Wells.
Regan, have you been lying
I
to
found
me?
out after he was killed, Bowles, and I kept my mouth shut for one reason.
Like what?
I saw the name of the company the truck driver worked for. It was painted on the back of the truck. Warner must have seen that, too, but he didn't say anything.
No, I didn't. Honest, I didn't see it.
You kept your mouth shut, Warner, because you were into something. Because when the truck driver turned up dead, you knew you were in too deep.
That's not true. I'm not in any...
A $100,000 lawsuit against Jolly Charlie Beauregard.
That has nothing to do
with murder? Don't count on it, Warner. Jack Matson was killed because of $100,000. He was killed because he found out the lawsuit was a phony.
That's fantastic, Regan. It's as good a case as I've ever seen. Lieutenant, what's this all about?
Hold it, McClaney. What's with this lawsuit, Regan?
I'll show you. Doc, you admit working on the kid, Warner?
Yes, I did, Mr. Regan, but I'm sure I didn't do the things he said I did.
Except that your records show otherwise. Your records show you did perform oral surgery, and you can't prove you didn't. Your word against his and the records.
Oh, yes, that's exactly it.
Then suppose I tell you the records are phony, doctored up, fixed, so that every job you did on Warner was made to look twice as complicated, made to look that way with Warner's permission.
No, you're lying. I didn't kill that man. I didn't.
I didn't say that, Warner. But you have an idea who did. Our little girl named Louise King.
You can't prove that,
Regan,
Regan.
you making charges?
Have a little patience, Bowles. Jack Matson was from 3 Wells, New Mexico. Dr. Beauregard's personal files show his employee, Louise King, is from Trumbull, New Mexico. I checked that on a map in the doc's office. The 2 towns are less than 30 miles apart.
That doesn't prove anything.
Go on, Regan.
Jack Matson was Louise King's hometown boyfriend. When I talked to Matson in front of Warner's house, he said, it's between him and me and her. It didn't mean anything at the time. The her was Louise King.
No. I never heard of him before.
He came to Los Angeles to see his girl. He thought she was two-timing him with Robert Warner. So he tailed Warner and tumbled to her lawsuit gimmick. When he decided to go to Warner's attorney and tell him the truth, Louise King killed him.
He's lying, Lieutenant.
You had access to Beauregard's supply of arsenic. It's used to kill the nerves in the tooth. I checked that. You knew how to use a hypodermic. You tricked Matson into talking to you in the broom closet. You gave him the needle and took his wallet. If they couldn't identify him, he'd never connect with you, and you could go ahead with the lawsuit you and Warner planned.
I didn't have anything to do with it, Mr. Regan.
Oh, so our canary can warble again.
Yeah, it was her idea. All her idea. She told me she could fix the records. All I'd have to do is quit singing, say my voice was ruined.
Shut up!
She said I'd get $50,000 that way. It seemed so easy.
Easy? It was perfect. If Jack Matson, a nice guy looking for his girl, hadn't walked into it, Matson was fool enough to be in love with Louise King.
Get away from me.
Miss King?
You won't touch me. I won't let you touch me.
Mr. Regan, stop her. She's got a hypodermic needle.
A hypodermic needle?
Drop it, Miss King. Drop it.
Doc, come back here.
Let go of me.
Miss King.
Yeah, that's enough, lady.
Oh, she tried to kill me. Do you see that? She tried to kill me.
Oh, Doc, you're okay.
She was going to kill me with that needle all along.
Oh, no, Doc, not you. She wasn't trying to defend herself against 5 men with a hypodermic needle. She was trying to save the state the cost of gas. Louise King got up and went quietly. Robert Warner wasn't far behind her, but at least he could count on seeing daylight sooner than she would. Doc Beauregard and the attorney Howard McClaney and I went up to the doc's office for a drink. McClaney left about 6, but the doc kept me cornered with stories of bravery above and beyond the call of dentistry until close to 7. That's when the door to Doc's private office burst open.
Uh-huh. So here you are, you scoundrel.
Anthony J.
Regan, you dirty rat. Me waiting back at the office alone with my aching bicuspid and you just sitting here. I might have known you wouldn't do anything about my tooth.
Doc, this is my boss, Anthony J. Lyon. Lyon Doc Beauregard, the friendly credit dentist. No money down.
I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. Lyon. I've heard a lot of nice things about your bicuspid.
You what?
I've been telling the doc how you suffer. He's interested in your case.
Really, Jeffrey? Really? You told him?
An interesting case, isn't it, Mr. Lyon? Of course it is. And I think I have just the thing that'll cure it.
You have?
Yes, step right up here in the chair.
Oh, Doctor, I'm in terrible shape. The tooth has been bothering me all day, ever since I phoned you this morning. You don't know the agony I've been through, the hours.
Stop roaring, Lyon. Doc's going to fix you up fine. Just fine.
He is, eh? Good.
I hope that drill doesn't hurt too much. Looks wicked.
Ready, Mr. Lyon?
Anything to get it fixed.
Yeah, open wide.
That patient that was just carried out had exactly the same thing wrong, didn't he, Doc?
I don't care if he was carried out. I've got to be brave. I've got to get this tooth out. Get started, Doctor. It's killing me.
Okay, hang on. It's going to hurt.
Wait a minute, Doc. By the way, Lyon, here's the doc's check for $100.
Oh? Let me see that, Jeffrey. Oh, my, 100 beautiful clams. Well, come along, Jeffrey, my boy. Let's get out of here.
What about your tooth?
Your tooth?
Your aching bicuspid.
Your bicuspid? Well, what do you know? It doesn't hurt anymore. What's so darn funny?
Okay, here's the other 100, Regan.
Thank
Jeffrey!
you.
Jeffrey, why is he giving you another $100?
Oh, it's simple, Lyon. I just bet the doc our fee, double or nothing, I could cure your toothache quicker than he could.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Paul Dubov as Regan, with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Garant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is transcribed each week at the same time over CBS. Dick Cutting speaking, and inviting you to be with us again for more suspense, mystery, and adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator.
The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. The people who make 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil, Union Oil Company, present The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. Excitement and danger are the salt and pepper in Mike Shayne's recipe for life. But at this particular moment, Mike seems fresh out of spice and seasoning. Life is very dull for our detective friend. So dull, in fact, he almost yawns right in the very pretty face of his secretary, Phyllis Knight.
10 minutes to 4. You've had that poetry book propped under your nose since lunch.
Well, certainly. If I'm going to write poetry reviews, I've got to read them.
Exactly 3 people have walked through that door today. 1 bill collector and 2 guys asking where they could...
Mike.
Where they could comb their hair.
3 + 1 = 4.
You, sir, are Monsieur Michael Shayne, the private detective?
If it's all right with you, ma'am.
I am Madame Jelaine Toulot.
Once again?
Madame Jelaine Toulot. But of course, I shouldn't expect a detective to know and the...
Jelaine Toulot, the opera star, of course. Won't you have a chair, please?
The other one, Phil, it's strong. More comfortable.
Young man, I weigh 230 pounds. If this chair won't hold me, I'll let you know.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
A big voice means a big body. Did you ever hear a voice from one of those little musical comedy whippets? No? No more voice than a sick grasshopper.
Madame Toulot, you wish to see Mr. Shayne about some problem, a case?
Of course. What did I come here for? It's in my purse. Here, read this letter.
Thank you. Madam, this is your last warning. If the book is published, you will not be here to enjoy the pain it causes. That's all. It's unsigned.
This is the second one I've received in the past 2 weeks.
Well, what on earth does it mean, the book?
My memoirs. Oh. Everybody knows I am writing them. A lot of famous people will lose sleep when they read what I, Madame Jolene Torlot, has told about them. But I want to live to enjoy it.
You wish me to investigate who's sending you these notes?
I do.
I'm sorry, madam. I'm not a press agent. Writers have tried this publicity stunt before.
Why, you young cochon. Very well. I'll go to a good detective.
I wish you luck, madam.
I like you, young man. You talk back to me and don't apologize.
Only in months spelt with an R.
I admit I like publicity, Mr. Shane. I love to see my name in print, but not in the obituary. If you will take the case, I'll give you the names of the people that might have written these notes.
Go ahead, Mike. We wouldn't want anything to really happen to Madame Turlot.
Thank you, my dear. What is your name?
Phyllis Knight. I remember hearing you sing Carmen when I was a little girl.
You're older than I thought. You like opera?
Oh, I love it, yes. I've got record albums at home of Aida and Carmen, Rigoletto, Cavaliero Rusticana. Wait a minute. Didn't I see in the papers that you were singing that tonight? The benefit series.
Yes. My 5th farewell appearance.
Coming back to business, madam, you were going to give me some names.
Yes. The first one is Roderick Mackenzie of the Newport Mackenzies, an old suitor of mine.
Would he threaten to kill you?
He's come clear out to the coast just to keep his name out of my memoirs. He wants to buy his letters back from me.
Oh?
My dear Jolene, he says, I was a wild and foolish boy, but that was long ago. There is my family, my circle.
You're writing this down, honey?
Yes. Then there's my ex-husband, Edwin Buck. He's got political ambitions which my book might sour. And Leonora Baril, Madame Baril. To think I have to sing tonight with that Hungarian hoot owl. Oh, and one other, Savadal, our maestro.
They're all in your memoirs?
Any others?
Yes. Savadal, our maestro, he hates the air I breathe because I won't let Helen marry him.
Helen?
My secretary, Helen Smith.
Oh.
The girl thinks she's in love with him. She's too young, too good for him.
You might add the secretary to the list, honey.
Mm-hmm.
Helen? Impossible. She couldn't. No, never.
Well, we've got 4 names here. Now, where do I find these people?
Come to the opera tonight, the Figaro Theatre. I will have them all there for you.
Figaro Theatre, okay.
It's a double bill, Pagliacci, then Cavalleria. I sing in the second half. Let us meet in my dressing room during the intermission.
One thing more, madam. Do we have to listen to the opera itself?
Of course. Someday you can tell your children you heard Madame Jolene Torlot. You will never forget tonight.
That's what I'm afraid of.
I wanted to hear the end of Pagliacci.
Yeah, so do I. It can't end quick enough.
Oh, you're just being childish. You like music and singing.
Yeah, sure, darling, but when guys get up on the stage and insult each other, I want to enjoy it in English.
Oh,
Yes?
Oh, we thought this was Madame Turlot's dressing room. I'm sorry.
It is. Madam has no come here yet.
Oh, well, we were to meet her here in her dressing room. Can we come in and wait?
I am waiting to see her.
Okay, we'll make it a threesome. The names are Miss Knight and Mike Shane.
So? I am Savadell.
The maestro? But I thought you were conducting...
Cavalleria only, madame.
Oh.
Diavolo, she's late. Excuse me. Hello? Madame, the time. I wait and wait. So? See, they are here. You, Mr. Shane. She wants to talk.
Oh, thank you. Hello?
Mrs. Shane, I am going to be late. A certain person has been here at the house trying to tear up my memoirs.
What? Who?
I'll tell you when I get to the theater. Come back to the dressing room after the performance. Au revoir.
Goodbye.
I want to talk to her.
I'm sorry, Maestro. She hung up.
Oh, that woman, that pig. I will not stand to this. I warn her. No, we're doing it.
Do what?
Hey, just a second there.
That, my dear, is what we artists call temperament fortissimo.
Yeah, well, I've got a plainer name for it. Come on, darling. Let's go back to our seats and join the other sufferers.
Mike.
Hmm?
Hey, that man conducting the orchestra, he doesn't look like Sabadell.
Yeah, you're right. It's the same bald head who umpired the first opera.
Yeah, but Sabadell said he would. Wonder what it means.
Don't ask me, darling. The only thing I know about Grand Opera is the price of our tickets.
Hey, that's awfully funny.
Yeah.
Well, this is the last part of the prelude, and right now the tenor's supposed to be singing off stage.
The curtain's going up.
There's nobody on the stage.
Somebody's coming out from the wings now.
It's Sabadell.
Ladies and gentlemen! Ladies and gentlemen!
Quiet.
Please. I am regret to announce there will be tonight no cavalleria rusticana. I have to announce there is a tragedy. Our soprano, Madame Turlot, is dead.
We'll return to Mike and Phyllis in just a moment. Many motorists blame poor mileage, sluggish pickup, and inferior engine performance on wartime gasoline. Now, it's true that all civilian gasoline must be restricted in quantity and quality due to government regulations. But if you've been having trouble with a rough motor, or your gas coupons don't seem to go quite as far as they used to, ask yourself this question. How long has it been since my spark plugs were checked? You see, spark plugs have a lot to do with engine performance. If they're old or burned or dirty, they won't fire properly and they waste gasoline. In fact, engineering tests show that defective plugs can waste 1 tankful of gasoline out of 10. Now, there's no reason why anyone should put up with this condition when it's so easy to have your Union Oil Minuteman check your spark plugs. Union Oil spark plug inspection is scientifically performed. The condition of each plug is carefully measured on a special machine, and you can see the results for yourself. If your plugs are dirty, the Minuteman will clean and adjust them. The cost of this service is only a few cents per plug, and you'll soon save that in extra mileage. You'll find Union Oil Minuteman ready to serve you wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76. The sudden death of Madame Turlot has been announced from the opera stage. It's a few minutes later. Mike and Phyllis are at the home of the dead singer. As they hurry through the entrance hall, Inspector Faraday is explaining.
Well, for once, Mike, I beat you to the scene.
Yeah.
The old lady started to phone the police, but never completed the call. One of our operators heard gunshots over the phone.
So you hightailed it right over?
Yeah, when somebody at the opera phoned for her, I gave him the news. Well, this is the living room. The bodies, well, you can see for yourself.
But, Inspector, there are 2 of them.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. As bloody as Grand Opera itself.
Oh.
And when she came to our office, I thought it was a publicity stunt. Mike Shane, you're a hero.
Oh, Mike, you couldn't possibly know.
I haven't had time to identify the other body. It's a woman of, I'd say, 25 or 26.
That's probably Helen Smith, the secretary. Only we knew who was here with Madame Turlot when she telephoned you at the theater.
Yeah. The somebody who had just tried to destroy her manuscript.
So that's what it was, a manuscript. One of my boys found a pile of paper over there in the fireplace. A lot of it was burned up.
Uh-huh. Looks like some old photographs and letters, too.
Oh, maybe that's the coroner. Be right back, kids.
Okay.
Look at these, Mike. Here, these pages didn't burn.
Chapter 5, My Husband. There never was a more dashing, gallant figure of a man than Edwin Buck. There's something screwy here. She's giving him a gold-plated Oscar, unless it's supposed to be sarcasm.
Her desk looks as if she'd been working on a manuscript, Mike. A lot of typewriter paper and carbon sheets. Only used a couple of times.
Good. You know what to do with them.
Mike, what are you staring at?
Bloodstains on the carpet. They trail from the phone over here to the piano where she died.
Oh. Well, she must have clutched at the music rack as she fell. There's music all over the floor.
Uh-huh. She's got a couple of sheets crumpled in her hand. Looks like they were torn out of something.
Let me see. That's part of an opera score. An aria from Rigoletto.
Court I.G. on I. Varazzi.
Mike. Corsiani Vilrazzi. It's a baritone aria.
I thought she was a soprano.
Oh.
Helen, Mamma Mia, Helen.
No, Sabadell, no, don't touch her.
I don't know who these men are, but they all insist they're special friends of Madame Turlot. What's your name, sir?
Edwin Buck. I was once her husband.
And you?
Roderick Mackenzie. I've known Ghislaine for, a long time.
I was supposed to meet all three of you gentlemen this evening about certain threatening letters sent to Madame Turlo.
So I understand.
Have you got those letters, Mike?
I have one, Inspector, here in my purse.
Maestro Sabadell, when we were in the dressing room with you, you blew your top about Madame. You said you had warned her, and now you would do it. Do what, Maestro?
I was a meaning for Helen. Madam, she say we cannot marry. I'm say, Madame Turlo have no right to stop us. Tonight I'm at the side. No more talk. We do it.
And where did you go when you slammed out?
First, I go for a walk. Get over my temper. Then I phone Madame. She's very late. They say she's dead.
Mr. Buck, you came here for some reason, but you're very quiet.
Yes, it's so horrible. And
how long ago were you divorced from Madame Turlo?
About 18 years.
I understand you have political ambitions. Is that right?
I hope to run for Congress.
And what your ex-wife wrote about you might do your opponents more good than you.
Why, no. From all Ghislaine told me, she wrote rather well of me.
From all she told us, that wasn't her idea.
Can you tell us, Mr. Buck, where you were during the past hour?
Why, certainly. At the opera to hear Ghislaine.
Mr. Mackenzie, I believe you made a special trip here from New York to keep your name out of these memoirs.
There's no crime in that.
You tried to buy your letters back from Madame.
I did. I have my family to think of, my social standing. Some of my letters were, full of youthful enthusiasm. I was afraid Ghislaine would distort them.
Mr. Mackenzie, where were you during the past hour?
I was at the opera.
No, that is one lie. He was here. I'm see him.
All right, Mackenzie. Drop the innocent act. What were you doing here?
Well, if you must know, I came to talk to Ghislaine's secretary.
And?
I was going to bribe her to steal my letters for me, but nobody answered the door. I never got in. You can't prove anything on me.
Except that you're a poor liar, sir. That goes for all of you. Any one of you three could have sneaked up here from the opera and killed these women. Inspector?
Yes, Mike.
Madam has some of the musical score in her right hand. I want to borrow it for an hour or so.
But, Mike, that's evidence.
Nothing's going to happen to it, Inspector. And, honey, if you'll give me the keys to your apartment, please.
What? I'll go with you.
No. I want you here to sort of observe proceedings.
Mr. Shannon, please. I want to talk with you. It must be private.
Inspector Faraday will be glad to hear anything you have to say, Maestro. I'll be seeing you, children. Oh, Angel, you dropped your handkerchief.
Oh, thanks.
All right, Mr. Sabadell. What was it you wanted to tell Mike?
No, it's like I say, it's a private.
Okay, I suppose it's private why you came here earlier and saw Mackenzie.
I'm already tell. I come to see Helen and say to Madam that we get married, but nobody's opened the front door. They're already dead.
Inspector.
Now what?
This isn't my handkerchief. It's got the initials L.B.
Mm-hmm.
Of course. Leonore Beryl, the singer. Her name was on our list, too.
Then she must have been here. Whew, we're knee-deep in suspects.
Well, maybe this one is the fish we're really after. See you later, Inspector.
Hey, Phil, where you going?
Where do you suppose? Right, Inspector?
I hope you will excuse my appearance, but I am so unstrung from this shock.
Yes, I understand, Miss Beryl.
Ghislaine and I we were such good friends. She was like a mother to me.
Yes. Did you see her today?
Today? Oh, no. Oh, my eyes, mascara.
Oh, here, use this hanky.
Oh, thank you.
You buy very expensive handkerchiefs, Miss Beryl.
What?
That handkerchief. It's yours. You dropped it in the living room. Ghislaine Turlo's living room.
Oh.
You did see her today, didn't you? In fact, this evening.
How did you know?
I didn't. It was a shot in the dark. I see you use a typewriter.
What are you doing?
Just checking something. Will not be... Yep, it's the same.
It is the same what?
The letter E on your typewriter, exactly like the E in the note threatening the life of Ghislaine Turlo.
All right. I was trying to scare her. She had me in her memoirs. I am trying to get my husband back. But if Sabadell reads the malicious way she twisted things...
Sabadell? He's your husband?
And our divorce became final last month. But I am going to get him back.
Oh. He was going to elope with Helen. So you got rid of the girl, then you had to kill the other woman.
Get out of here. Get out of here!
Gladly. I think you've told me all we need to know.
With women. They tell it too much.
Oh, Savadell.
How did you get here?
The inspector, he's turned loose everybody but Mr. Mackenzie. Now, I talk to you.
No, you don't.
You stay. Savadell want to talk.
You let go of me.
Diavolo, she bite.
Stop her. Stop her. She's getting away.
Sister, I am away. Mike, she was lying every minute of the time because
Wait a
everything
minute.
that she said...
Please, Angel, please give it to me slow. I
Oh.
can't get it all at once.
Well, listen, all right. Faraday has turned everybody loose except Mackenzie. He's holding the wrong man.
Well, it could be, but Inspector Faraday must have his reasons.
But the handkerchief. Leonore Beryl admitted she was with Madame Turlot tonight, and she was married to Savadell.
So you said.
Well, doesn't all this mean anything to you? Savadell tried to keep me in that apartment.
Mm-hmm. Men try that occasionally.
Oh.
By the way, did you check Madame's carbon paper?
I did not. I found more important things to do.
Phyllis, I told you
Mike, stop fiddling with that phonograph and listen to me. Leonore Beryl sent those threatening letters. She wanted Savadell back, but he was going to elope with Helen. Don't you think Leonore would be mad enough to kill her and Ghislaine Turlot?
If you think that, why were you so scared of Savadell?
Because they're in it together.
Mm-hmm. Oh, by the way, honey, have you got some extra phonograph needles? This one's getting scratchy.
Oh, Mike.
What's the matter? Something wrong?
Yes, you. I beat my brains out trying to help you on this case. You just stand there gawking at sheet music and phonograph records.
Excuse, please, but the doorbell.
That's the apartment phone, stupid. Down by the mailboxes.
Oh, I'll get it. It's probably Inspector Faraday. Hello?
Please, Miss Phyllis Knight.
Well, who is it and what do you want?
Senor Sabadell, I must see her at once.
Look, mister, this is Mike Shane, and if you come around here to pester Phyllis, I'll
No,
punch you...
no, please. I want to talk to both of you. It's a secret. I have an idea.
Hello? 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 Hello?
Mr. Shane.
Yeah?
The aria.
Sabadell. Sabadell, what's wrong? Sabadell!
In just a moment, we'll return to Michael Shane and his adventures. A few minutes ago, we mentioned some of the reasons why clean spark plugs are important to the efficient performance of an automobile engine. Now, while you're having your spark plugs checked, it's a good idea to ask the Minuteman to look at your ignition cables, too. These cables are the small, fine wires which deliver electricity to the spark plugs. If any of them are broken or frayed or the insulation damaged, even brand new plugs won't help your driving. You see, old or damaged ignition cables leak electricity, so that by the time the charge gets to the spark plug, there isn't enough juice left for the rich spark needed for instant firing. So to get full power out of old engines, ask the Union Oil Minuteman to check both spark plugs and ignition cables. Then you'll be sure of more power and better mileage. Just drive in wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76 and ask for Union Oil Ignition Service. Thank you. For the second time tonight, a phone call has been ended suddenly by a revolver shot. It is minutes later. Mike and Phyllis are standing on the sidewalk outside Phil's apartment house. Two men in white are lifting a limp body onto an ambulance stretcher.
Mike, do you think he'll live?
Well, the doctor says he will if they get him to the hospital quick enough. Even so, we won't be able to question him for days, and that may be too late.
Not a soul in this crowd saw who did it.
Somebody decided Savadell shouldn't talk to us.
Yeah.
Oh, if I had only listened to him when he tried to tell me something at Madame Turlot's. Or you at Leonore Beryl's.
Well, if we just knew what he wanted to tell
I
us.
think I have a sneaking hunch, honey.
You have?
Yep. Well, come on, Bright Eyes. We're going to phone Inspector Faraday and send out the invitations.
Invitations?
Mm-hmm. To a midnight reunion at Madame Turlot's. The guest list will be very select and slightly dangerous. Good evening, Inspector.
Hello, Inspector.
Did you round up everybody?
I did. They're in the living room. Come on in.
Okay.
That package under your arm, Mike, what is it?
Patience, me lad, patience. Everything in due time.
Mike, you tell me on the phone that Mackenzie was innocent and to release him. Well, I haven't.
You mean you've got proof on him?
Mackenzie came clear across the continent just to stop Madame Torlo from publishing that book. He admits he was going to bribe her secretary to steal the stuff for him. And Savadell placed him here at the house at or about the time of the killing. That's enough for me.
There's just one hitch, Inspector.
What?
How about the killer trying to remove Savadell, too, at the very time you had Mackenzie at headquarters?
Say, that's right.
Yeah. Unless Savadell's ex-wife did it in a fit of anger.
Oh, Miss Burrill, this is Mr. Shane.
So, I understand I have you to thank for dragging me out at this unearthly hour.
Yes, Miss Burrill. Mr. Buck, how are you?
As well as could be expected.
Phyllis, will you look up those carbon papers now?
Yeah, right away.
I believe Inspector Faraday has told you of the shooting of Maestro Savadell, so the first thing we want to know from both of you is, where were you during the past hour?
Well, I was at home, reading the newspaper story about tonight.
Oh, an incomplete story, I'm afraid. And you, Miss Burrill?
Also at home.
When Miss Knight left you and Savadell, or should I say escaped from you, what happened?
Nothing.
You and Savadell had a fight. He accused you of killing Helen so he couldn't marry her.
I told him I didn't, and it's the truth.
All right. Now, honey, how about the carbons?
All checked. Madame Turlot was still working on the chapter, My Husband.
And?
We were right the first time. She's anything but flattering to Mr. Buck.
Rubbish. She was very kind to me.
Well, here's the carbon sheets. We found them on Madame's desk, and they were used only twice. I just held them up in front of my vanity mirror and read what she'd typed, and it was not flattering.
Well, how was I to know that? I thought it was all favorable to me.
Well, that's a minor issue now anyway. The real key is Helen Smith, the secretary.
How do you mean, Mike?
Madame Turlot was against a marriage between Helen and Savadell. She told us it would never happen. Now, doesn't that strike any of you as a little strange? Employers usually don't have such control over the lives of their secretaries.
Okay, Mike, but get to the point.
That is the point, Inspector. And now you wanted to know what I have in this package.
Yeah.
First, the music score we found in Madame Turlot's hand. A baritone aria from Rigoletto.
The Cortegiani Virazzi.
Pronunciation by courtesy of Miss Phyllis Knight. Thank you, darling. And next we have Phil's record album of the same opera. Angel, will you warm up the Madame's phonograph for me?
If you ask me, this is all very cheap and dramatic.
Operatic is the word, Miss Burrill. You see, when Madame Turlot was shot, she made a dying effort to tell us who killed her and Helen, especially Helen. She tore a very special aria from the score of Rigoletto. In a desperate gamble, somebody would understand it.
Mr. Shane, I don't believe you are the man to give us a course on opera appreciation.
Well, we shall see, Miss Burrill.
Photograph's ready, Mike.
Okay, darling. Now, do you people know the plot of Rigoletto and what this aria means?
Well, of course. I have sung Rigoletto.
I'm afraid I have only a hazy idea.
All right. This is the setup. A gang of the Duke's courtiers have just kidnapped a girl. Now this guy Rigoletto is cursing them. Now he's begging them to give her up, and they won't. Now he tells them the secret. The girl is his own daughter. Well, does that mean anything to you, Miss Burrill?
Not a thing.
You, Mr. Buck?
I can't say that it does.
Okay, then I'll put on the other record. Now, this is the end of the opera, the payoff. Miss Burrill, as an opera star, tell us what's happening on the stage right now.
Why, Rigoletto had planned to kill his enemy, the Duke.
Right. He has the body in a sack, and then he makes a discovery. Now listen carefully, Mr. Buck. Rigoletto opens the sack and sees a girl's body. He cries, "Speak, oh, speak to me, my darling daughter. Oh, awful fate. By my hand she hath fallen."
What?
What's that?
Mike, what?
My child. Helen was my child.
Helen was Shalaine's daughter?
Then Buck is her father?
I didn't know. I didn't know.
Yes, her father. And her murderer.
There you are, Maestro.
Very well.
Are you feeling better?
Mr. Shan, to you, bigger congratulations. Your work, bravo. She's the most brilliant.
Well, thank you, Maestro. I thought it was pretty good myself.
Good? Well, Buck could hardly add anything to his confession. He hadn't seen his daughter Helen since she was 6 years old. Buck says he just wanted to scare Madam out of publishing her book. Helen tried to grab the gun, it went off. Then he had to shoot again.
Mr. Savadell, you had something you wanted to tell me privately. Now, can you talk now?
Yes, I can. Tonight, I see aria from Rigoletto in a madam's hand.
Mm-hmm.
The idea has come to me. Maybe Helen is not orphan the way she think. Maybe she is the daughter of Madame and Mr. Buck. The same idea Mr. Shane have. But I must tell in private.
Well, why under the sun would Jelaine Telot keep such a secret from her husband and her own daughter?
We in the opera are strange people. Madame Telot live and breathe opera. She's a very dramatic. She's an enjoy secret, just like a storybook.
Speaking of operas, Angel, I noticed you got another record album up at your apartment. Maybe if I studied it, I might get the answer to another problem.
Mike, not another crime.
Well, a different sort. It's The Marriage of Figaro. Catch on, Miss Knight?
Then, Mr. Shane, you must translate it better than your Rigoletto.
But just a minute ago you were complimenting me about...
See, only you're thinking. But the aria, no. I've never heard such a bad translation.
Oh, Mike. Dear, I was so proud of your learning and your culture.
Well, what about you? You didn't correct me. You're supposed to be the highbrow in this partnership.
Oh, I am.
Opera, music, books, poetry, reviews. Climb down off that pedestal, you fake.
Why, Michael Shane...
Phil, there's only one book a man wants a woman to review.
I know. A cookbook.
Right.
Tune in again next week at 8:30 for another adventure with Michael Shane, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis, with Joe Forte as Inspector Faraday. Tonight's story was written by Richard DeGraff and based on the character created by Brett Halliday. Music was composed and directed by Bernard Katz. This is John Lang saying goodnight for the people who make 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil, Union Oil Company. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist with a welcome from the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names. We've done that because we recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. Like Plenamins, for example. Rexall's famous multivitamin capsules. 2 Plenamins a day give you more than your daily minimum requirements of every vitamin for which such requirements have been established, plus valuable liver concentrate and iron. And yet, Plenamins cost only pennies per day. Ask for Plenamins at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Now your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
Diamond Detective Agency. Handy hints on happy homicide.
I beg your pardon?
I said Diamond Detective Agency. Handy hints.
Yes, I heard the last part, but I just wanted to be sure there was nothing the matter with my phone. Mr. Diamond, I wish to hire you.
I'm touched. $100 a day in expenses.
I'm touched.
Well, if the figure depresses you a little, I suggest getting out in the fresh air. Exercise. Play a little golf. If you could use a dandy caddy on Sunday.
I can easily afford the fee, Mr. Diamond, but to be frank, it wasn't exactly what I expected. Isn't it a little high?
Well, frankly, yes. But if you hire another detective, you won't be getting the prettiest.
I see. Can you come to my house at 6 this evening?
Name, address, and reason for hiring me?
George Lexington, Golden Strand, Long Island, and I'm in fear of my life.
I'll see you at 6, Mr. Lexington.
On the dot. Please be prompt.
Just have a substantial retainer ready. Aside from my blue eyes, greed and promptness are my 2 most outstanding features. Well, that's the way a buck's made in my business. I sit around the office for a week, passing the idle hours, playing old Welsh mining tunes on a comb. Then someone gets in trouble, opens the phone book, and naturally the first thing that must catch their eye is my very gaudy full-page advertisement on the Diamond Detective Agency. After that, a phone call, and I'm in business. At 6 sharp, I was ringing the doorbell at the home of Mr. George Lexington, client in fear of his life.
Yes, sir?
Mr. Diamond, to see Mr. Lexington.
Mr. Lexington is busy at the moment. Does he expect you?
I have an appointment with him at 6.
Oh, I see. Please step in. If you'll wait in the library, sir, I'll tell Mr. Lexington you are here. What was that?
Unless you keep a car in one of the upstairs rooms, that, my friend, was a gun going off. Come on. With the butler right behind me, we took the long, curved staircase 3 steps at a time. The butler managed to pant out that Mr. Lexington was in the study at the head of the stairs, so that was the door we went through, only to be stopped cold on the other side. Standing in the middle of the room was a girl. The word girl, in this case, to be identified with adjectives one might think up after having spent 3 lonely years on a life raft in the middle of the Atlantic. The only thing that kept my eyes from melting and running down on my shirt was the .32 revolver she held in her gloved hand.
Miss Morris, no!
Give her the gun, honey.
No. No.
Drop it, honey. You just scorched my money belt. She dropped it, and we all went to pieces. I helped her to a seat and let her cry it out. The gun I could have passed off as a whim or too many Hopalong Cassidy adventures, but the man sprawled across his desk on the other side of the room changed the whole picture. I called the 5th Precinct Police Station and got Lieutenant Walter Levinson started for Long Island.
The police?
You shot a man, didn't you?
Yes.
You tried to kill yourself, didn't you? Well, they're both against the law. Want to tell me about it?
He deserved it.
Mr. Diamond?
Yes?
I just found something rather strange.
Well, don't scratch it.
Miss Morris shot Mr. Lexington, all right.
I never denied it.
Well, what's bothering you?
The thought just occurred to me. Who also took the trouble of stabbing him?
Stabbing him? He was shot.
Then how do you explain this carving knife in his back?
Oh, now, Diamond, you stop that.
But it's true, Walt.
Sure is, Lieutenant. Been shot in the chest and got a knife in his back. Now, how do I get in on these things?
This is Miss Morris, Walt, the girl who shot him.
How do you do? Oh, you shot him, huh?
Yes, Lieutenant.
Well, who stabbed him?
Have no idea.
Swell. Miss Morris, why did you shoot this, what's his name?
Lexington, George.
Why did you shoot him?
I refuse to answer.
Okay, suit yourself.
Where's the coroner, Walt?
Should be here any minute.
I didn't stab him, Mr. Diamond.
When you came in, did you talk with Lexington?
I just opened the door, saw him sitting at the desk, and I shot him.
Did you talk to him?
Oh, sure, Walt. She played 20 questions with him while he was trying to paw the knife out of his back.
I was just trying to trap her.
Why?
Why? Because if she said she'd talk to him, it would have been an admission that,
She'd talk to him.
No, that he was still alive before she shot him.
Okay, who stabbed him?
How do I know?
Well, if he was still alive before she shot him, she talked to him, then she must have seen who stabbed him, right?
Yeah.
Well, if she saw who stabbed him, she couldn't have done it, right?
Right.
And no one would have stabbed Lexington if he'd already been shot, right?
No one would have stabbed Lexington if he'd already... Yeah, of course. You think I'm stupid?
Lieutenant...
You shut up.
So if they stabbed him, he hadn't been shot and he was alive.
Of course.
Then if he was alive and they stabbed him, the girl didn't do it to confuse you.
Huh?
So if she didn't do it, she can go home. Go on home, Miss Morris.
But, Mr. Diamond...
You heard him. Go on.
That's what I was trying to tell you, Lieutenant. Diamond's at it again.
Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant?
Take the girl, the butler, and Diamond down to the car. And when the coroner gets here, we'll all take a little drive down to the station. Understand?
Yes, Lieutenant.
What are you yelling at?
I don't know. I don't know.
Well, the coroner finally arrived and suggested an autopsy for the corpse and a bath in some hot mud for Walt. Then we all climbed into the squad car and headed for downtown New York in the 5th Precinct Police Station. On the way, I told Walt about my phone call from Lexington about 3:45 that afternoon and the few details leading up to finding June Morris with a smoking gun and the dead Mr. Lexington. At the station, we continued to question the girl as to her motive for the killing, but she refused to say anything. The butler could add nothing, so they were taken out to await further questioning. She was allowed to call her lawyer, and we all settled down to wait for the coroner's report on the autopsy.
Yeah?
The dame's lawyer is here. Wants to see you first.
Okay. Girl's lawyer.
Mr. Farnsworth, Lieutenant.
Hello, Lieutenant. What is this all about?
Mr. Diamond, Mr. Farnsworth.
How do you do?
How are you?
I just got a call from Miss Morris.
Lieutenant.
Pardon me a minute. Well, what do you want, Hammerhead?
I got the girl's personal effects.
Well, give them to me.
Okay. Gee, what did I do?
Nothing, Sergeant, but your family sure botched things up.
Oh, there you are, Lieutenant.
Thank you.
Gee, I don't know.
Am I to understand that Miss Morris is being held here on a murder charge?
That's right.
Just whom is Miss Morris supposed to have killed?
You know a Mr. George Lexington?
Why, yes.
He's the boy.
Maybe you can tell us why she would want to kill him.
I suggest you question the witness, Mr. Diamond. But let me warn you beforehand. My advice to my client will be to say nothing until I can find out more about this thing for myself. Now, about Miss Morris.
She stays put.
Lieutenant, I have a great deal of influence.
Then get her rich. She stays put.
What about this George Lexington's background, Mr. Farnsworth?
Let me give you one more suggestion before I leave. Find these things out for yourself. I have a fair reputation in the legal profession.
Good evening, Mr. Farnsworth.
I'll have that writ, Lieutenant.
Go to blazes.
Nice fella.
A doll. Well, let's see if there's anything in these personal effects here. Take a look through the purse.
Okay.
Otis.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Bring in the butler.
Right.
Here's something, Walt.
What is it?
A typewritten note in the bottom of her purse.
What's that?
Meet me at the house at 5:15 this evening. Bring $15,000 and be prompt, or you will regret it for the rest of your life.
Signed, George. George Lexington.
Well, bully for you.
Diamond, I swear.
Arthur the butler, Lieutenant.
Come in. Sit down.
Well, thanks. My face...
Not you, melonhead. Get out of here.
Oh, well, okay. I just thought...
Otis.
Yeah?
When the coroner's report comes in, bring it right in and bring the girl along with it.
Yeah, Lieutenant.
How do you feel, Arthur?
A little upset, sir. This has been quite a string.
Last name Cameron?
Yes, sir.
How long have you worked for George Lexington?
About 4 years, sir. Ever since Mr. Lexington came east.
Did you know him before that?
No, sir.
You ever mention where he was from?
California, I think.
Had a lot of money?
I presume so. I was paid regularly. He maintained a good-sized house and entertained frequently. To my knowledge, he never had any debts that weren't paid immediately.
How long have you known Miss Morris?
She and Mr. Lexington were engaged 2 years ago. It only lasted a few months. But they still saw each other occasionally.
Did you know Miss Morris was expected tonight?
Yes, sir. She called and said she would be there at 5:45.
You sure about the time?
Yes, sir.
But you didn't expect me at 6.
No, sir. Mr. Lexington said nothing about it.
Is there another way into that study?
Yes, sir. A back door leading down to the garden.
Did Lexington have any other visitors during the day?
No, sir.
Was he in from 3 to 5?
Yes, sir.
I got the coroner's report and Miss Morris, Lieutenant.
Okay, that's all, Arthur. We'll have to hold you until this thing straightens itself out. You go along with Sergeant Loveloon.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Arthur.
Yes, sir.
Does Mr. Lexington own a typewriter?
No, sir.
All right. Come in, Miss Morris. Sit down.
Here's the report and the bullet taken out of Lexington and the knife.
Take the butler downstairs.
Right. Let's go, Arthur. Yes.
When did you receive this note, Miss Morris?
Where?
We found it in your purse. When you become a murder suspect, I'm afraid nothing's very private.
This morning.
It's from George Lexington?
Yes.
He have something on you? Okay, you're just hurting yourself.
Miss Morris, did you know a man named Jack Short?
No.
Who's Jack Short, Walt?
Just read this report. Here's what it says about the late Mr. George Lexington. Fingerprints check one Jack Short, arrested 1936, 38, 39, petty theft, suspicion of robbery, suspicion of possessing narcotics, 3 arrests, 1 conviction. Did a year and a day in Alcatraz.
When did he have time to do his laundry?
He was arrested again in 1942 for manslaughter. Went to trial, case dismissed for lack of evidence. Lovely boy.
You mean George Lexington?
Was really Jack Short a criminal with a record?
But his house, servants, the money he spent.
That's something we're going to find out about.
What does the coroner's report say, Walt?
The knife did kill him, not the bullet. And the knife has got your fingerprints all over it, Miss Morris.
What?
It's got a what?
That's right. Ever see it before, Miss Morris?
I don't know.
It's a carving knife. One that might belong to a set. Something wrong?
That's my carving knife. I missed it this morning.
Sure.
When was the last time you used it?
Last night. I gave a small dinner party.
Do you own a typewriter, Miss Morris?
Yes, I do.
Hello, June. You'd better come along with me.
Oh, Mr. Farnsworth.
Just a minute. What's the idea of busting in here like this, Farnsworth?
I tried to stop him,
You
Lieutenant.
should have stuck out one of your big feet. Those things could trip a tank.
I told you I would be back with a writ. Well, I'm here, and there's the writ. Come, June.
She stays right here.
Lieutenant, you don't seem to
No,
understand.
you don't seem to understand, Mr. Farnsworth. You got that written and it was sustained because I was nice enough not to issue a formal complaint.
Also, there's a little matter of influence.
You're darn right, and I'm going to show you how it works. I'm making a formal complaint right now, and the charge is murder. And if you don't think I can make it stick, I won't even bother to throw you out of my office. I'll let the commissioner do it for me. Now get out of here.
Gee, you're wonderful, Lieutenant.
You shut up.
Before we continue with the adventures of Richard Diamond, private detective, here's your Rexall family druggist.
One of the questions most often asked a druggist is this: what can I take for fast relief from acid stomach?
I've often wanted to know that myself. What's your answer?
Naturally, ma'am, it's Bismarex, Rexall's justly famous antacid.
Why? What is it that makes it so outstanding?
Well, the secret lies in the scientifically developed formula. You see, the active ingredients in Bismarex vary in the time it takes them to dissolve in the stomach. That way, the relief it gives is not only fast, but continuous and prolonged. Excess acidity is often neutralized in less than 1 minute. Then the other ingredients, dissolving more slowly, ease up that gastric distress. And finally, Bismarex leaves a soothing protective covering on irritated stomach membranes.
Well, I'll have to remember that. Bismarex. Is that how you say it?
That's right, ma'am. Bisma-Rex. Bismarex. Ask for Bismarex at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Well, Farnsworth got the idea in a hurry and took off like a rabbit with his tail on fire. Walt lived up to his word. After making the formal charge and producing the evidence, the writ was dismissed. He then secured a search warrant for both Miss Morris's flat and George Lexington's house on Long Island. Our first stop was Miss Morris's apartment, and when we went in, I thought how much it looked like her. Small, beautifully decorated. We went over the whole place, nothing except in the small den.
Here's the party list she told us about.
Good 30 names here. Typed.
There's a typewriter.
You got that note you had in the purse?
Yeah, here. Top of the E is blocked out like on the note. Same machine.
No.
Bring the typewriter, Otis.
Right, Lieutenant.
You going over to Lexington's home?
Yeah, aren't you coming along?
No, I got an idea. Do me a favor, will you, Walt?
Well, sure, why?
When you get over there, besides checking that back door to the study, put in a call to the phone company and see if a call was made around 3:45 this afternoon to El Dorado 1234. It's a toll call from there, and they'd have a record.
Now, let me write that down. El Dorado 1234.
Yeah. I'll call you at Lexington's in about an hour. If that number wasn't called from there, check every name on that party list.
Well, about 30 names there. You want me to check each one to see whether a call was made to El...
What's the matter?
El Dorado 1234. That's your office number.
Walt.
Huh?
Bye. I left Walt turning that awful green and headed for the Times building. It was a little late when I got there, but an old friend at the morgue noticed the $5 bill I was wearing in my lapel and agreed to take care of it for me while I looked through the newspaper files. I dug up everything on Jack Short and his alias George Lexington. The stuff on Short wasn't much, except the trial for manslaughter had made the front page. The items on George Lexington could all be found in the society columns. From what I could gather, he'd started his social whirl in 1944. He'd been engaged several times, and each time to a wealthy woman. I even came across a picture of June Morris on the evening they had announced their engagement. Well, having all the information I could get, and with one little item dated California, June 26, 1942, tucked away in my pocket, I put in a fast call to Walt, who was at the home of the late George Lexington.
Yeah?
What did you find out?
Well, someone could have gotten in the back door. There were some blurred footprints outside in the garden, but they won't help. If you had a key, you could let yourself in and walk right up the study.
What about the phone call?
There was no call made from here to your office, but one of the names on the list paid off. Mrs. Julia Wright out on Long Island. Now, would you mind telling me what this is all about?
You stay right there, Walt. I'm going out to see Mrs. Julia Wright.
Well, if she called your office today at 3:45, you certainly must have talked to her.
George Lexington called my office today at 3:45.
But he couldn't have. The butler said Lexington wasn't out of the house and the call wasn't made from here.
Well, someone called.
Maybe it was the right day. Maybe she got a low voice and told you she was Lexington.
Walt.
No?
Oh, forget it. You wouldn't like it anyway.
Mr. Diamond?
How do you do, Mrs. Wright?
My butler says your business is a matter of life or death.
Well, that's a little exaggerated, but it's one sure way of getting by the red tape.
Then what is your business, Mr. Diamond?
I'm from the police.
Oh.
Do you know Mr. George Lexington?
Why, yes, slightly.
Are you married, Mrs. Wright?
Very happily. What is your interest in Mr. Lexington, Mr. Diamond?
Do you know June Morris?
Quite well. I've known her family for at least 10 years.
She's being held for the murder of George Lexington.
Oh, that poor girl.
She was engaged to Lexington at one time, wasn't she?
Yes. He was a beast. Believe me, Mr. Diamond, he deserved killing.
I thought you said you only knew him slightly.
June used to tell me how terribly he treated her.
A phone call was made from your house yesterday at approximately 3:45 to El Dorado 1234.
I don't believe I know anyone at that number. Are you sure?
A man made it. I talked to him.
My husband wasn't home yesterday. Oh, perhaps it was my lawyer. He was here about that time. In fact, I believe he did make a call. Said it was on business. A call from the library.
What's your lawyer's name, Mrs. Wright?
Why, Mr. Lucius Farnsworth.
I don't believe it. I just don't believe it. I certainly don't like the guy, but his reputation's been spotless.
It's just got to be, Walt.
Here's the girl, Lieutenant.
Come in, Miss Morris.
Thank you, Lieutenant. Hello, Mr. Diamond.
June, the note you received was written on the typewriter in your den.
What?
Lab just sent up a report.
You think I sent that note to myself?
No. But can you remember anyone using the typewriter in the last 2 days?
No. No one has used it but myself.
What about the night of the party?
Who uses a typewriter at a party?
Anyone go in the den and maybe lock the door?
What? Why, yes. As a matter of fact, Mr. Farnsworth said he had to make some business calls. He went in and closed. You don't think that...
That Farnsworth did it?
It's absurd. He's been with my family for years.
Did he introduce you to George Lexington?
Yes, it was at a party at Julia Wright's.
Did Mr. Farnsworth know that you owned a gun?
No one knew it.
Were you actually using that knife the night of the party?
Yes, I sliced some turkey.
You remember what kind of a suit Mr. Farnsworth was wearing that night?
He was wearing a dinner jacket.
Lexington was blackmailing you, wasn't he?
I can't answer that.
Oh, honey, believe me, if you don't trust us and it comes out anyway, we'll have no way of stopping it.
Oh, right, it was blackmail. I was going to marry George. There were some letters, a picture. He broke off the engagement and began demanding money. Last week he mentioned something about leaving town, and I received the note. I couldn't afford that kind of money, and I was just tired of paying month after month. I decided to kill him. And I was going to kill myself. I guess I lost my nerve.
Let's go see Mr. Luke Farnsworth, Rick.
June, you sit right here until we get back.
Be careful.
You can make book on it. I'm going to drive you home. Use your paw.
All right.
There he comes.
Yes, what is... Oh. What do you want, Lieutenant?
Got any hot coffee?
If this is your idea of some kind of a joke...
Mind if we come in?
I most certainly do.
Thanks.
How dare you break in here like this? I can cause you a great deal of trouble, Lieutenant.
How well did you say you knew George Lexington?
Only slightly.
Hey, get a load of these fancy ashtrays, Walt.
Yeah, but I don't go much from modern. Pretty drapes, though.
Oh, the policemen are being casual.
You only knew Lexington slightly, huh?
Yes, and this is the third time I've said it.
You must make a lot of money.
I have wealthy clients.
How much did Jack Short pay you to get him out of that manslaughter charge?
What?
You remember him. Sensational case. Made you quite a reputation.
Of course I remember it.
This Short was sure a handsome fella. Did he change his name later?
I don't know. That was a long time ago.
Didn't he change it to Lexington? George Lexington?
What is this all about?
Mind if we look around the place?
I most certainly do.
Is that your bedroom?
You have no right to go in there. Where's your warrant?
Nice bedroom.
Get out. Get out. I'll call the commissioner.
Why don't you do that? These your keys?
Put those down.
Take it easy.
I wonder if one of these fits a back door to George Lexington's study.
Don't be ridiculous. I've only been to Mr. Lexington's house twice in my life. Arthur, the butler, will verify to that.
You mean you've only been there twice but the front way?
I mean exactly that. What are you doing in that closet?
Nice wardrobe. This your dinner jacket?
Lieutenant, I warn you.
No, I'm going to warn you, Farnsworth, officially. Anything that you may say will be held against you. I'm charging you with the murder of George Lexington.
Well, this is really one for the books. Would you mind telling me what proof you have?
You called my office at 3:45 this afternoon from the home of Mrs. Julia Wright. Disguised your voice and told me you were George Lexington.
Really? Hearsay.
You were at a party given by June Morris. You stole a carving knife that she'd been using, probably wrapped it up in a handkerchief to keep her fingerprints on the handle.
Did someone see me?
For some reason, you wanted George Lexington out of the way. He'd been blackmailing victims that you introduced him to. You made sure that Miss Morris would be at his home at exactly 5:45. You wrote a note on her typewriter telling her to be there. You called me to be sure that someone would catch her.
Interesting theory.
You went up the back way into the study, probably with one of these keys. You stabbed Lexington and got out just before the girl came up.
You made one mistake. You didn't figure that the girl might try to kill Lexington.
What?
Yeah, she shot him, but she shot a dead man.
She shot him?
After he was dead. You don't know it, Buster, but you just missed the perfect crime.
Now prove it.
The girl said you were wearing a dinner jacket the night of her party. This the coat?
Yes.
But to get the knife out, you had to put it in a pocket or someplace on you. She had been carving turkey. Ever hear of a spectrograph?
Of course.
Sure. Have the pockets analyzed, and if we find traces of turkey, we'll know you swiped the knife.
And if the key to Lexington's back door is on this ring, it'll cinch it.
I'm afraid not to.
Come back here, Farnsworth.
He's going for the window.
Farnsworth, stop!
Let me go. Let me go!
Not on your life. Not on your life. You don't take it the easy way.
Get hold of his hand.
No.
Got him.
No. Why didn't you let me jump? What difference would it have made?
Well, it sure would have saved the state some money. But a quick trip to the sidewalk doesn't make up for a killing. That's the easy way, Farnsworth. You forget when you commit murder, there's a little thing called society. And if you can't live with people, they'll decide what to do with you. Oh, that last mile is a Lulu.
Again, here's your Rexall family druggist.
If you're a user of mineral oil, remember that Rexall mineral oil is carefully refined by a special process to achieve an extra heavy body. What's more, because it's so exceptionally pure and gentle in its action, Rexall mineral oil is non-irritating, non-habit-forming. You'll also like the fact that it's tasteless, odorless, colorless. Next time, try Rexall mineral oil. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and is written by Blake Edwards with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Featured in tonight's cast were Ted DeCorsia, Wilms Herbert, Ted Osborne, Betty Moran, Howard McNear, and Virginia Gregg. Richard Diamond, Private Detective is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Wednesday at this time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Hiya, beautiful.
Get lost, Bristlepuss. You need a shave.
But I have shaved. What else do you want me to do?
Silly boy, she wants you to go Stag.
Go Stag? But why?
Because Stag is Rexall's exclusive line of men's good grooming aids, like Stag Brushless Shave Cream. No fuss, no massage, just smooth it on, and presto, you get a clean, close shave. Your face stays smooth and whiskerless all day long.
I'll do it. I'll go Stag.
That's it. Join the Stag line now at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Yes.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
Time now for Rocky Jordan.
It was a hot afternoon in Cairo when she walked into the Cafe Tambourine. She was beautiful, but there was something else. Something so wrong with the picture that I couldn't take my eyes off her. It wasn't the blonde hair piled on top of her head or the dress that clung to her like a football player covering a fumble, nor even the set expression on her face. But when she stopped in front of me, I knew what it was. She was all woman, but not an inch under 6'4".
Again, we bring you a story of adventure with a man named Rocky Jordan, proprietor of the Cafe Tambourine in Cairo. Cairo, gateway to the ancient East, where modern life unfolds against the backdrop of antiquity. Tonight's story, The Bartered Bridegroom.
We've had a pretty fair assortment of customers in the Tambourine, almost anything on feet. But when I looked up into that icy-faced 6'4" blonde female, I knew we had our first Amazon.
You're ready, Mr. Jordan?
Ready?
You're wasting time, Jordan.
I didn't catch the name.
Lily Caroff. You're being rude.
The face is familiar. Maybe we met in Istanbul.
No, Jordan.
Alexandria, maybe?
The arrangements are made. You're stalling.
Look, suppose we take it from the top of the page, Miss Caroff.
Naturally, you're interested in the money. This, too, has been taken care of. Now about the ceremony.
Ceremony?
The wedding. Be there in an hour.
Oh, sure. I'll be there in plenty of time. I'm a great believer in weddings. Oh, by the way, who's getting married?
I am, Mr. Jordan. To you.
Maybe we'd better go into my office.
That will not be necessary. Timmy Rogers has made all the arrangements.
Timmy Rogers? Now, I know we'd better go into the office. She sat across the desk from me and lit a king-sized cigarette. The hand that held the match wore a queen-sized diamond. It sent a reflection against the wall. I didn't like the way the reflection quivered. Her face was under control, but her hands gave her away. She was a nervous bride.
Timmy should have explained these details.
If I know Timmy Rogers, he doesn't bother with details.
That's unfortunate. Nevertheless, in 1 hour, you and I shall be married. You will receive $5,000. Is that clear?
Oh, very.
It is not enough money?
Oh, it's not entirely it, Miss Karoff. Having never been married before.
You're being rude again. I plan to leave Cairo immediately after the ceremony.
Really? Tell me, Miss Karoff, where are we going on our honeymoon?
Enough, Jordan. I will not be insulted further. You will receive the $5,000 as soon as I have sold my interest in the Club Fishad.
Fishad? Oh, yeah. Now I remember you and Mike Sloan bought that together recently.
Yes, but I am selling my interest.
What's the matter? Business falling off?
No, not business. You see, I'm a white Russian. Certain of my friends have been disappearing lately. I do not wish the same thing to happen to me.
I see.
But this is not what I came to talk about. Now, the wedding...
Look, Lily, I've got news for you. I'm not in the mood for marriage.
Your moods do not interest me, Jordan. You are going to marry me.
Well, I'll admit you're more persuasive with a gun.
You will not refuse me.
Maybe it didn't occur to you, Lil, but you can't marry a dead man. Come on, put the gun away.
There are many other ways to make certain you do not back out. Jordan, be at my club in 1 hour. It means your life.
She moved out of the office as silently as an Arab folding his tent. I followed her out in time to see her climb into a black sedan 2 feet shorter than the Queen Mary. It faded off into the crowded street. I stood there trying to figure out where I could rent a tux cheap when a hand thumped against my back. I turned to see a watered-down version of Tyrone Power, all of 5'5" in his elevated shoes. It was none other than the little fixer himself, Timmy Rogers.
Rocky, old kid, I just saw her leaving. Congratulations, kid.
This makes my day complete.
I'm so happy for you, kid. You'll make a lovely bridegroom.
Slow down, kid. You're drooling on my wedding suit.
What a woman. You're a picker, Jordan, if I ever saw one.
Aren't you forgetting one little item? You picked her, not me.
A mere formality. Greatest girl this side of Minsk.
Well, at least the biggest.
But, Rock, kid, for $2,000, how can you miss?
It's even less interesting for $2,000.
Huh? How's that, Rock?
Lily offered me $5,000.
Well, what do you know? She really must be scared.
Okay, suppose you give me the straight story.
Well, Rock, well...
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is Constance Alder, Mr. Dollar. Are you all right?
Sure, Mrs. Alder. What made you think I might not be?
Well, just your having left the living room. Being in your own room like this,
Oh, nothing wrong, Mrs. Alder. I'm fine.
I'm sorry El Montante took so long with his cape handling demonstration. I hope you weren't bored.
Not in the least. He's very good.
But you did leave.
That isn't necessarily a sign of boredom, is it, Mrs. Alder? You left before I did.
Yes, of course. The hostess has to keep busy, you know.
Sure. And like I said, I wasn't bored. I only left because I wanted a little air. I went out on the patio for it. Wonderful spot, Mrs. Alder. You can see everything. The harbor, the slope down from the house, even anyone who might be on it.
I want to see you, Mr. Dollar. Talk to you.
That figures. Where?
Your car. Half an hour.
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Caracas, Venezuela, to the Home Office Worldwide Mutual Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Alder Matter. Expense account continued. Sometimes it takes only a few well-chosen words to start the mountain coming to Muhammad. And it looked like I'd picked the right ones with Constance Alder. Whatever she had to say, I wanted to hear it, because it was a cinch nobody else in this rat race was giving away any information. Yeah, I wanted very much to hear what Mrs. Alder had to say. I headed downstairs right away because I have a fetish about being early. But my timing was bad.
Hey, Dollar, you got a minute?
Well, I can hardly say no to my host, Mr. Alder.
Come on in the den.
Anything the matter?
There's cuts on your face. What happened?
Your daughter's boyfriend.
Paul Kincaid?
Yeah, he's got the idea you hired me to bust up their little romance. He didn't like it.
That idiot.
Is that all you've got to say, Mr. Alder?
What?
Because if it is, let me tell you how I feel about it, where I stand.
Look, Dollar.
No, you look. I know you're the insured, but I just about had it with you.
I don't have to take that kind of talk.
I think you do. You asked me to keep you alive, but you won't lift a finger to help. Every time I ask you a question, you look the other way, do an imitation of a clam. What am I supposed to be, a mind reader?
All I want you to do is protect me.
Oh, come on, Alder. You're smarter than that. Protect you from what? You've almost been tagged out once. You must have an idea who made that try and why.
I have no idea.
Just like that, huh?
Mr. Dollar...
Look, Mr. Alder, don't you see that by not opening up, you're making a clay pigeon out of yourself?
I can tell you nothing.
You know that I'd be justified in suggesting my company cancel the policy.
Well, you'll have to suit yourself about that. Excuse me.
Just a minute. What did you tell your family and guests about me? Who am I supposed to be?
An old friend from up in the States.
Uh-huh. You realize something, old friend? That's the first question I ever asked that you had an answer for.
It's the first one I considered you had a right to ask.
Mr. Alder.
Yes?
Whose side are you on? Yours or the person who's trying to kill you? Oil-rich Billy Alder, business mind par excellence, super salesman deluxe. The man who could sell or talk you into anything. But could he say one word that might keep another bullet from coming his way? It sure didn't look like it. I left the den, was just starting out to my car to meet Mrs. Alder. I must have been real anxious for our chat because I suddenly realized I'd forgotten my car keys. I hurried back upstairs and at the top almost bowled over a woman who was about to come down. Oh, I'm so sorry. My fault.
That's all right.
No, I should have looked where I was going. Here, are you hurt, Miss?
It's perfectly all right. Excuse me, please.
Sure was a hard house to make acquaintances in, even when they were old and drab and stern-looking. Well, I went to my room, got my car keys, and my wallet, which lay alongside them. The position of the wallet was interesting. I shut the door, headed once more for my car. The lady of the house was waiting, we took off.
I know who you are, Mr. Dollar, why you're here.
I'm sure you do. I was just back in my room.
What?
I'll give you a tip. Never search a pro's room. He always puts an article down in a certain position, then memorizes it automatically. A searcher can never replace it exactly the same way. With me, it's wallets.
I did not go into your room.
Oh? Then name a guess for me, will you? 50-ish kind of lady, kind of faded, severe-looking?
Why?
I'm just curious.
Doris Cole, a very old friend from the States.
Mind telling me where her room is?
Right next to yours. Why?
Well, I just ran into her as she was coming downstairs. She looked a little, call it worried.
That's ridiculous. She'd have no more reason to search your room than I would.
Sure. Let's forget it. A little while ago, I saw you searching out on the slope. And you know I saw you. Now, what were you looking for? An empty cartridge?
You think I fired that shot at my husband?
Someone did. And there are easier places to go for a stroll than on that slope.
I know what you're thinking. But you're wrong. I just wanted to see if I could find some trace of whoever had done it. A shell from a gun.
Well, that's interesting, to say the least.
I don't like your tone, Mr. Dollar.
I don't blame you, because you just made a boo-boo. Only an automatic ejects a shell. A revolver doesn't. In other words, you knew what kind of gun was used. Uncomfortable, Mrs. Alder?
Why don't you go home?
Like to live dangerously, Mrs. Alder? Slapping the driver of a moving car? Pretty foolish, isn't it?
I'm sorry. I'm very sorry.
All right, tell me something. How did you know what I was really here for?
My husband. I made him tell me.
Well, congratulations. I can't get him to tell me the time of day. And he knows whose side I'm on. We rode back to the house without exchanging another word, and one thing was obvious. The chic Mrs. Alder had apologized all right, but the anger I'd stirred up could have powered a fair-sized city for a week. When we reached the house, she simply got out, headed for it as though I were a process server she wanted to get away from. I went to my room, trying not to look like a process server, to figure what my next step would be. I was suddenly very grateful to whoever had chosen my room because of two things. The excellent view of the Alder patio, and what was happening on it. Mrs. Alder and Doris Cole were having a discussion, with Mrs. Alder doing all the talking. Even from this distance, I could see the anger on both their faces. Then, after a few minutes, both women went into the house. 5 minutes later, I was still wishing I could have heard the words. Well, Miss Cole, won't you come in?
Well, I only stopped for a moment.
Glad you did.
I just wanted to apologize for my behavior when we ran into each other on the stairs a little while ago.
Oh, nonsense. It was my fault.
No. I meant, well, I was so brusque and, well, I just don't know what I could have been thinking of.
Oh, you were nothing of the kind. Don't worry about it.
You're very nice about it. Very nice. Well, excuse me now, won't you?
Oh, sure thing, Miss Cole. Thanks for taking the trouble.
Yes.
I watched her as she hurried down the hall. An awkward woman who left you with one strong impression, that she had little feel for the social graces. The impression was emphasized about 2 minutes later by a second visitor, one who knew all about the social graces, Constance Alder, all smiles and charm.
I'll bet you thought we ran out of food, Mr. Dollar.
I was kind of wondering.
Blame El Montante.
Does he eat everything in the house?
Oh, not quite. He just refuses to allow dinner to be served. Insists that tonight he's the host, that it's his evening.
Oh, what does that mean?
Dinner in town, the high-lie matches, and night-clubbing afterward. He simply won't be refused. Insists that everyone in the house be his guest. Sound attractive?
Well, it would be pretty hard to say no to an offer like that.
Good. Don't be long. Everyone's dressing like mad. Should be quite an evening.
It was. Montante was acknowledged to be a great matador. He had just as much class outside the arena. He ordered a dinner, and it was gourmet time. He placed our bets at the highlight matches, nothing but winners. And at the nightclub, nothing but champagne. For a group of people living in a house loaded with tension, it was a ball. And a lot of it was because of the matador's quiet, easy manner. He was a man who knew how things should be done and did them. It was pretty tough not to like him. Constance Alder seemed to feel the same way, her eyes always on him. But the matador himself was never once out of line. Never said or did anything that could possibly offend Billy Alder. And for a busy host, he was observant. I found that out while the others were dancing.
Perhaps I can answer the question, Senor Dollar.
I haven't asked one, Senor Montante.
In words, no. But it's not difficult to interpret. You watch Mrs. Alder, then me. Then a question is in your eyes, no?
You're a pretty sharp fella, Senor Matador.
I'm a gentleman, Senor. I do not pursue other men's wives. The question is answered?
Partly. What happens when you're the pursued?
I see. Senor Dollar, women with money but without great beauty, they try to compensate, each in her own way. Hers is not unusual. Acquisition. The company and attendance of a man who is presentable, admired. I am not unknown in the arena. So for the moment it is my company. Tomorrow a better-known companion if one should appear. As simple as that. It's sad, no, senor? And a little embarrassing.
Thanks. And I'm the one who's embarrassed. I thought your eye was on the Alder fortune.
Senor, you know what I receive for a Sunday afternoon in any Latin American country? $10,000. Sometimes more. Your question is answered, senor?
Well, not quite. Where does a fella take bullfight lessons? Like I said, the evening was pleasant, but it was still a job. Watching Doris Cole now, awkwardly dancing with Billy Alder, I kept thinking of her argument with Mrs. Alder, her furtiveness. I felt sure she'd been the one who'd searched my room, and there would never be a better chance to return the compliment. So I developed a sudden killing headache, and over the protests of the others, said goodnight and grabbed a cab for the Alder house in Aguiara. In Miss Cole's room, I did a hurried but thorough search, and came up with two things that proved real interesting. A passport with Doris Cole's picture, but made out to one Dora Jansen. And an unsigned letter, postmarked New York. In a quick scrawl, it said simply that the Caribbean Star would arrive in La Guerra on the 17th.
I'm sorry about your headache, Mr. Dollar, but there is no aspirin in my room.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, motives for murder are like peanuts. Once you start, you can't stop. One difference, though. A peanut won't kill you. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Tony Barrett, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Dollar? There's Alder here. Must be something the matter with the house phone. I thought I rang a different room.
Doris Cole's room, Mr. Alder?
Well, yes.
That's what you got.
Now, see here, Dollar, you're not questioning that woman, badgering her.
We were simply discussing two headaches and the value of aspirin. Want to speak to her?
I just wanted to be sure everything was all right. Both of you running out of the nightclub with headaches like that.
Oh, everything's fine. I'd like to speak to you, though.
Sorry, it's late. I have a long day tomorrow.
I'm afraid it's important.
Good night, Dollar.
Are you thinking of arresting me, Mr. Dollar?
I'm not a policeman, Miss Cole.
You act like one. Answering my phone, sneaking into my room while I'm gone.
That evens the score, then. You had a quick look through mine earlier in the day.
Mr. Dollar.
Just what were you looking for, Miss Cole?
Tonight, and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Caracas, Venezuela. To the Home Office, Worldwide Mutual Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Alder matter. Expense account continued. Back in my own room, after saying goodnight to a sullen Doris Cole, I didn't feel the slightest qualms about having invaded her room and lying about the reason for it. Why should I? The people in the Alder house didn't seem too concerned with the truth. In fact, the whole case seemed to be a question of lie or say nothing. Consider... Billy Alder had been shot at, indicating he had a good reason to change beneficiaries 5 times in a month. And still, he was the original say-nothing fella. Keep me alive was all I could get out of him. His wife had lied, his daughter had lied, and Doris Cole, an old friend of the family, had just proved to be a walking lie. The passport I'd found in her room had her photograph, all right, but it said she was Dora Jansen. An unsigned letter in the same drawer had stated simply that the Caribbean Star would dock tomorrow. I got into bed, and an odd thought hit me. If the Caribbean Star didn't dock, would the steamship company have joined the Liars Club, too? Expense account item 7, 10 cents. One newspaper, bought on the La Guiara docks early next morning. My Spanish is pretty nothing, but I could read the important thing, that the Caribbean Star was due at noon. With time to kill, I drove into Billy Alder's office in Caracas. He hit the ceiling when I told him about Doris Cole's passport. I was suddenly glad I'd mentioned nothing about the letter.
Dollar, how dare you search the room of a guest in my house? How dare you?
Just returning a courtesy.
What?
Mine was searched thoroughly.
Well, that still isn't any reason for your behavior.
Oh, one-way ethics, Mr. Alder?
I've told you repeatedly, Dollar. There's only one reason I want you here.
I know. Keep you alive. But how? With handcuffs on? Now, suppose I told you to find some oil, then refused to let you dig any holes in the ground. You'd begin to smell a rat, wouldn't you?
What are you talking about?
Just about everything in this cell.
Look, I have a very busy day.
Who is Dora Jansen, Mr. Alder? And why does she call herself Doris Cole?
You're making too much of nothing, Dollar. It isn't a crime to use another name.
That depends on the reason, doesn't it?
Yeah, she's an old friend.
Oh, who isn't?
Dollar,
Aren't you tired of that tune? For a man who's afraid for his life, you've got more old friends than anyone I ever knew. Also, I haven't noticed anything particularly friendly between you.
Yeah, she's not a well woman, Dollar. I don't want you bothering.
You don't want me bothering anyone.
Exactly.
Not even the one who fired that shot at you. So I can't help getting an impression that you have a pretty good idea of who it might have been.
I told you I was busy, Dollar.
Yeah, but it's what you haven't told me I keep thinking about.
Dollar.
What?
Did you find anything else in that room beside the passport?
Why, Mr. Alder, what's happened to your sense of ethics? There was still plenty of time before the Caribbean Star would be docking, and Billy Alder's reaction had dictated my next move. The cable office in La Guiara suddenly seemed like a very important place to visit. There were too many silent mouths in Caracas, and I needed one that had something to say. Okay, miss. You can take this now.
Si, senor. How you like this to go?
Don't spare the horses.
Okay.
Cable, rush.
Si. Victor Kelly, World...
Yeah, I know my lousy handwriting. Here. To Victor Kelly, Worldwide Mutual, Hartford, Connecticut, USA.
Si?
Want all possible information, Dora Jansen, a.k.a. Doris Cole, U.S. passport, 19B67943-11. Signed, Dollar.
And your address for the answer?
I'll pick it up here.
As you wish.
And lady, please.
No, senor. Don't spare the horses.
It was still early when I reached the waterfront where the Caribbean Star would soon be docking. There wasn't much point in watching the incoming passengers. I didn't even know who I was looking for. So I found a spot at the pier entrance where I could concentrate on those meeting the passengers. Here I made a grudging concession to all movie detectives. Item 7, another 10 cents, another newspaper to hide behind. And you know something? It works fine. Doris Cole, or according to that passport, Dora Jansen, was nervous, excited. And there was no trouble to stay close behind her as she met a passenger, a short, nondescript man in his late 50s. When they jumped into a cab and hurried away from the pier, they were closely followed by a man clutching an unread newspaper. Me. The trip was a short one, about 6 or 7 blocks away. The cab in front pulled up at a cheap hotel on the waterfront. I circled the block once, got rid of my cab, and wandered into the dismal lobby. The fat, sleepy clerk made a concession. He opened one eye.
See, you look for something.
Yeah, that gentleman who just came in, I had an appointment with him. Oh, darn it, I must have left the slip of paper with his name on it in my hotel. I can't find it.
That's too bad.
You know, the gentleman who just went up to room...
Yeah. You want me to say the number now, huh? Don't you think I ever been to a movie?
Oh, no, really, you can save me a lot of embarrassment. You've got it right there on the register.
See?
Mind if I have a look?
I mind.
Look, friend.
When was the last time you got anything for free, friend?
Oh, why didn't you say so? I was trying not to offend you.
Here,
let me see.
You play blackjack, senor? How you call it? 21?
Yeah, why?
Like they say, hit me again.
Oh, you're rubbing it in.
See? You want to do business or no?
Item 9, $10. Market schmear, schmooze, or just plain graft. He pointed an oversized forefinger at a name on the ledger, lost interest in me, went back to sleep. Arthur Singer, it said. Room 8. I went up the stairway. A few seconds later, I moved as quietly as I could down the grimy second-floor hallway, stopped at the door of number 8. At first, I heard nothing. Then, after a long minute, the voices began, angrily, as though resuming an old argument.
I don't know.
Then let me handle it.
No. But what about him? Suppose he
What
knows.
if he does? You want it all to go for nothing. Now, you listen to me. I know what I'm doing.
5 minutes later, I was back in the cable office getting a second message off to Vic Kelly in Hartford. It was a request for anything he could possibly dig up on Arthur Singer. I didn't hope for too much because it would probably turn out to be an alias, but it was an angle I couldn't afford to overlook.
You're not back for answers so soon, senor.
Oh, no, I just want you to get this one off. Same fella.
And same way, no spare the horses?
That's it. And thanks.
It's nada. Oh, senor, I want to ask you something.
Shoot.
Your business partner, did I do something to displease him? He seemed so angry.
My who seems so what?
Well, he was so nice at first, but after he read the message...
Wait a minute, hold everything. First of all, I have no business partner.
Oh, then I make terrible mistakes.
Oh, just tell me what happened.
Well, this man, he come in less than a minute after you leave, was very nice.
Yeah?
Said he was your business partner, that he'd just leave you. You were worried because you forgot whether you say something in the message you just sent. Then you asked him to check it for you.
Uh-huh.
He seemed to know what he was talking.
So you showed it to him. Then?
That is when he got so angry. He just put it down and leave.
What did he look like?
A little less tall than you, and he have gray hair.
Eyeglasses?
Si, eyeglasses.
Gray suit?
Si, senor. Gray suit. You know him.
I'm beginning to wonder if anyone really does.
I am so sorry for my mistake, senor.
Oh, forget it. It wasn't your fault. Just send that second message.
Si, senor.
About the answers. Send them to me at William Alder's house as soon as you get them. Maybe we'll read them together. Sure. Billy Alder was my new business partner. Alder, the original close-mouthed fella. But it looked like there was nothing wrong with his brain or his eyesight. Then suddenly I didn't mind that he'd read my message to Vic Kelly, because a frightened man usually reacts at the extreme ends of the scale. He'd been at the let's-do-nothing end. Maybe he'd now go the other way. There was one more step I could make on the waterfront, so I made it. My credentials presented at the steamship offices got me a look at the passenger list of the Caribbean Star. The name Arthur Singer wasn't on it. I started down the small waterfront street to where my car was parked. My mind was full of Billy Alder and the pieces of this crazy puzzle, tugging one way, pulling another. Trying to make sense out of it somehow, I used some sort of slide rule where logic could be a solid base. No matter how I twisted it, I knew one thing. It just wouldn't work. I didn't have enough yet to make it work. I was just reaching for the door handle when I saw his reflection in the car window. The man who'd sneaked up behind me, blackjack raised high in the air. The blackjack was just insurance. He was tough enough without it. I finally worked him to the side of the car, managed a half Nelson, and let the car door workers my blackjack. 5 seconds later, an officer came rushing up, and 5 minutes later, I sat in the office of Jefe Velasquez, chief of police.
You feeling all right now, amigo?
Yeah, sure. What did you get out of that blackjack artist?
Just what I expected.
Still won't say who hired him, huh?
You have to understand this kind of fellow, amigo.
I do, huh?
What I mean, he's asesino pequeño, you know?
Sheephood? Mobster?
Si. For extra $2 maybe 3, he would blackjack his mother. He claims he does not know who hired him, that he is to get his money in a letter.
That went out with spats.
Okay?
I say he's lying.
Of course, but he will stick to the story because he knows he will get the same sentence whether he tells or he does not.
A cheap hood won't usually cover for somebody else.
This kind does, amigo. Otherwise, he would never be hired again.
I'd give a lot for a few minutes alone with him, Jefe.
Sorry, Juanito, but I like my job.
Just wishful thinking.
Not hard to understand.
Well...
You are leaving?
Not getting anywhere sitting here. You sure you haven't got business somewhere else? I got an awfully big yen to talk to that thug. You know, I got a hunch.
Forget it, amigo. It's like I say. If you ask him on a Monday what is the day, he must tell you Tuesday. You could beat him to death, he will still say Tuesday. Is the way they think.
A favor.
If I can.
Suppose I don't prefer charges. Would you put a tail on him when he leaves?
Johnny.
Look, I know it's 1,000,000 against the hood doing a rough-up without the money in hand, but if he hasn't collected you...
Come, amigo, like you say, 1,000,000 to 1.
I know I'm grabbing at straws, but just in case, F.A. Come on, huh?
Okay.
Good, thanks.
Hey, where do you go?
Back to the cable office.
Oh?
Yeah. And if a man in Hartford has nothing to say, I've got a permanent seat behind the 8 ball.
Now, here's our star to tell you about the final episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, a puzzle never fits itself together. You've got to snoop, pry, and juggle the pieces. And sometimes people get killed that way. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Tony Barrett. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the next exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Good morning, Senor Dollar. Is La Guiara cable office calling? We have an answer to cables you sent to Hartford, Connecticut.
Good.
Would you like me to read the message, Senor?
No, I'm on a telephone with extensions.
Oh, I see. Perhaps you prefer I have it delivered then?
No, I don't.
Then you will come in for it yourself?
Yeah, just as fast as I can get there.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar, location Caracas, Venezuela, to the Home Office Worldwide Mutual Insurance Company, Hartford, Connecticut. Assignment, the Alder matter. Expense account continued. At the cable office, I ran into another dead end. Vic Kelly back in Hartford had come up with absolutely nothing on either Dora Jansen, who called herself Doris Cole, or Arthur Singer, the little man she'd hurried off an incoming liner yesterday. Complete strikeout. I headed outside, caught a glimpse of Mrs. Billy Alder watching me from across the street. Social life changing, Mrs. Alder? Does being my hostess include tailing me?
Does being on La Guiara Street constitute tailing you?
Preserve me from amateur detectives.
Good morning, Mr. Dollar.
Now, come on. You rushed out of the house so fast you couldn't possibly have eaten. I'll buy you breakfast. I knew it was curiosity that made her take me up. She just couldn't resist the thought that maybe I'd give something away, let something slip. She ate warily, tentatively. We must have looked like two boxers in a close fight sitting on the edge of their stools, waiting for the last round, the one that would decide the winner.
You're staring.
Thinking. You love your husband, Mrs. Alder?
There'd better be a reason for a question like that.
Let's stop sparring, huh? You know why I'm down here.
Do I?
You told me you did the other day.
So I did.
Now, don't be aloof, lady. You're not that much in the clear. You've been the beneficiary several times and dropped.
My daughter is the present one, I believe. And what exactly is your point? There's been no crime committed.
No crime? Somebody's bullet misses your husband by inches and you call it no crime?
Thank you for breakfast.
Don't forget I saw you out on the grounds of the house searching the place that shot came from.
I told you before.
You knew an automatic pistol was used, admitted looking for a shell.
You talk too much, Mr. Dollar.
And you talk too little. Look, why have you been tailing me? It's certainly not to see that I'm protecting your husband's life. So it's obviously to make sure that I don't find out something. Now, what is it, Mrs. Alder? And why is it so terribly important I don't find out about it?
If you won't leave, Mr. Dollar, I will.
There's this about getting someone angry enough, fearful enough, it makes them forget about caution. Mrs. Alder never once looked back, simply headed straight for the cheap little waterfront hotel where Arthur Singer was staying. She stayed for over half an hour, and when she left, she still looked frightened. Whatever the game was, it looked like everyone was a player but me. But Mrs. Alder's move helped, started an idea gnawing at me. So I headed for Caracas in the office of a smart cop, Jefe Velasquez. I needed someone to talk to, and the Jefe was a good listener.
Come, amigo, sit down. Tell me where it feels wrong, huh?
Billy Alder. He does all that changing in his policy, so I assume he's scared of being knocked off. Probably by one of the people who has been named a beneficiary of the policy.
So?
So now take the other people concerned. Alder's wife is as much a clam as her husband is. Also, she knows what kind of a gun was used to take that shot at him. Dora Jansen, a woman who uses an alias and is obviously afraid of me. Arthur Singer, a little man Dora has hidden in a waterfront hotel. And now I find Alder's wife knows about the little man, too.
Conclusion, amigo?
That the three of them are in on something together. But not to kill Alder for that policy. His daughter gets it all.
Yet Alder is afraid.
And I think he's scared of something the others know. Now, suppose that shot wasn't meant to kill him, just frighten him. A sign that somebody meant business.
That is a nice piece of logic.
Yeah. Now all I got to do is make it work. Look, Jefe, whatever this deal is, nobody's going to make a move till I'm out of here.
So?
So, good, bad, or indifferent, I'm going to do a little acting. I stayed with Velasquez another half hour, setting things up as best I could. Then I drove to the airport and paid item 11 $309.80 for a plane ticket marked Hartford, Connecticut. Sure, it was an expensive prop, but this was one act I had to be convincing him. I drove back to Caracas, pasted a real angry look on my face, marched into Billy Alder's sumptuous office, and threw the airline ticket on his desk. He studied it for a long minute.
What does this mean, Dollar?
That I've had all of you I can take, Alder. You and your keep me alive.
You are going back to the States?
You can read. The ticket says Hartford, Connecticut. It also says the 6 o'clock plane, because there's nothing earlier.
But why? Why, Dollar?
So I can get back and make my recommendations to the insurance company. You know what I'm going to recommend, Alder.
Please, wait.
That they cancel your policy because of your refusal to cooperate. Sorry, Alder.
Dollar, please, now don't do it. I beg you.
There's a clause in that policy.
I don't care about that policy. Now, don't you understand?
Understand what?
Listen to me. All that changing of beneficiaries. I only did that to make them send someone down here. I need protection.
Against what?
I'm in a jam. All I want is protection until it's peacefully settled. Do you understand?
No, plainer.
I know someone wants to kill me over a business deal. I'm asking you to see that I stay alive until I have time to reason with this man.
Who is he?
I can't tell you.
Then let me tell you something. He's just arrived in town.
How did you... Don't you see, Mr. Dollar? You must stay.
Sorry. Goodbye, Mr. Alder. I went back to the Alder house, packed my bag, and said my goodbyes. Neither Mrs. Alder nor Dora Jansen wept. I drove to the airport, checked my luggage in. Then I slipped away, drove back to Caracas the long way. A half hour later, I checked into a little side street hotel where Jefe Velasquez had reserved a room for me. Then came the hardest part, the waiting. That 6 o'clock plane must have been way out over the Caribbean when the call finally came. Yeah?
Velasquez here. You tired of waiting?
Oh, brother, you know it. Look, Jefe, your men check in. Maybe I should have taken part of the work.
Be patient, amigo. Your whole idea depends on their thinking you took that plane. You must stay right where you are.
But what about your men? Have they...
I get a call every couple minutes, amigo. Alder, his wife, the Dora Johnson, Arthur Singer. I can tell you every move they make in the last 3 hours.
But they haven't made the one I'm waiting for, huh?
You will know it 3 minutes after they make it.
If they make it. Thanks, Jefe. 5 minutes later, Velasquez called again. He took only enough time to tell me he was on his way and to be down in the street in 2 minutes. I was. I only beat him by seconds.
Come on, amigo.
Well?
It looked like your plan worked, Juanito. This Dora Johnson.
Yeah?
As soon as she learned your plane left, the one you did not take, she rushed to the waterfront hotel, pick up the artist singer. Then the two of them rushed to the Alder house.
And?
Alder must have seen him coming because he jumped in his car and raced out in the direction of his oil field at Caranero. They see him and follow him. That's where we headed for.
Then we better get things going, get there before Singer kills Alder. I don't know whether or not he deserves killing, but I know one thing. It'll cost my company $250,000. Velasquez's men were plenty good. Halfway to Caranero, one of them flagged us down, told us both cars had definitely passed his way. And when we reached the oil field, another one waited at the gate. He told us Billy Alder, Dora Jansen, and Arthur Singer were in a little work shack across the field. We left the car and moved as quietly as we could toward the shack. There was a weird feeling. In every direction, you could see the great oil rigs working, pumping, ignoring us. We reached the shack, peered cautiously through the window. An even weirder scene was taking place. An almost hysterical Dora Jansen pointed a Luger at a sweating Billy Alder. A terrified Arthur Singer pleaded with her. Their words pushed easily through the thin wooden slatting.
Dora, please don't do it. You'll only make things worse.
Your brother's right, Dora. Dora, listen to me.
Like he listened to you 4 years ago. What did it get him, Mr. Fancy Promoter? Tell me that.
I'll make it right with him.
A quiet gentleman. A bookkeeper who never did anything wrong in his life until you sold him a bill of goods.
Now, listen to me, both of you.
So he rigged your books for you. Made false entries, made it look like he was responsible for the bankruptcy. And he did the 3 years in prison that you should have done.
For $100,000. That was the deal. And believe me, I'm not trying to cheat him. The money is tied up in my business. I need time, but I'll pay him.
Pay him? It's been a year since he came out of jail. You'll never pay. You'll try to cheat him out of the money one way or another.
I swear to you, Dora.
It's a lot easier to kill him than pay him, isn't it?
Oh, you're crazy.
Is that why you kept the Luger in the house? Were you worried when it disappeared? When I shot at you to let you know I meant business?
Think what you're doing. Dollar knows all about this.
Oh, yes. Your bodyguard must have gotten frightened after I had him beat up the other day. He's on his way to the States in a plane.
Dora!
No! I'm going to kill you. Now!
Come on. Put her down, Dora. You pull that trigger and he'll still come out the winner.
No!
Senorita, do not make me fire, please.
I don't care. As long as he gets what he deserves. Stand back!
Senorita!
For a split second, she wavered. Then the hate took over. Alder sank to the floor, disbelief on his face. Panicked, she raced out into the night, and I went after her. Dora!
No!
Dora, hold it!
No!
There's no place to go. Dora!
Stay away from me, you hear? Don't come in there!
What happened to her, Johnny?
She panicked, turned to scream at me, and ran right into one of the protection fences around the derrick. She's just passed out. She'll come around. How's Alder?
Conscious, but I do not know. We better get him to the hospital.
Yeah, come on.
She didn't mean to shoot him, mister. My sister wouldn't hurt anyone.
Sure. Go take care of her.
She was only doing it for me. For me, mister.
Alder?
I would have paid. I wasn't going to cheat him. Oh, Dollar. You know?
Yeah, we heard it all.
I'm glad it's over. The worrying.
Want to tell me one thing, Alder? Your wife, where does she fit?
She had nothing to do with it. Just knew about it. I wasn't too nice to her for a long time. Other women, her running around, just a way of punishing me, paying me back. She knew I couldn't afford to complain.
Yeah, wish you'd have told me a long time ago, Alder.
I couldn't. Case could always be reopened. I couldn't face that. Would have hurt too much.
Oh, yeah. But it wouldn't have hurt as much as that bullet. Expense account total, $833.14. Details: Billy Alder was rushed to the Caracas hospital, underwent some excellent surgery, and, relax, claims department. He's going to make it. As for his shady business tactics, well, that's out of my bailiwick. That's for the law boys. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's story.
Next week, a quiet cabin by a quiet lake, a place ideal for romance and ideal for murder. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by Tony Barrett. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in this week's cast were Gil Stratton, Harry Bartell, Barbara Fuller, John Daner, Virginia Gregg, Don Diamond, Vivi Janis, and Tony Barrett. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino. Be sure to join us on Monday night, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking.
Here is another in NBC's great parade of new shows.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
NBC brings you Dragnet. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to auto theft detail. In 3 months, more than 250 cars have been broken into. Property mounting well into thousands of dollars has been stolen. 2 youthful members of the gang have been apprehended. The all-important brains of the criminal ring, the leaders, are still at large. Your job, get them.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime, investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, March 2nd. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the night shift out of auto theft. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on the way back from the interrogation room, and it was 10:58 p.m. when I got to room 26, chief of detectives' office.
Real tough kids, aren't they?
Yeah, they won't admit a thing.
Now, sit down.
Thanks.
When'd you pick him up?
About 8:30 tonight in the parking lot behind the Star Theater out on Sunset. He was lifting the radio out of a 48 convertible. He's had lots of experience.
The report says you picked up a 19-year-old girl with him.
She was waiting for the guy in a parked car across the street from the theater. Car was full of loot.
The first real break we've had on those auto burglaries in 3 months, and it's no good to us.
Neither one of them will talk. They won't even admit they know each other.
You run makes on them?
Just did. We've been questioning the boy for an hour, getting nowhere.
What's his name again?
Freeman, Stanley Freeman.
Oh, yeah. Age 20. Address? Butte, Montana. Down here for a vacation.
He doesn't lie very well, Ed. He's never been to Butte, Montana in his life. Knows less about the town than I do.
Well, get to him.
Right, Ed.
Where'd you put the girl?
We had a policewoman take her to our office. We can talk to her when we finish with the boy.
Well, what's her story?
Hasn't any. She won't even open her mouth.
19 years old, probably needs a good spanking. Now get him to talk.
Right.
Did you run a make, Joe?
Yeah, he's clean.
Get wise, huh, Flatfoot?
Look, you're in a bad spot, son. That kind of talk isn't going to help.
Says you. We caught you red-handed trying to steal a radio that didn't belong to you from a car it didn't belong to you. Is that right?
That's enough to send you to San Quentin, boy. You better give us the story.
Shut up. We got all the evidence we need for him.
Maybe you don't realize how serious this is. We've had more than 250 car burglaries in this city in the past 3 months. Over $200,000 worth of property's been stolen. That's a lot of money.
So what?
So you're the number one suspect, young fella. Your method of operation in breaking into that car tonight is the same used in most of the other burglaries. That means you're not going to be tried just for this job tonight.
What are you getting at, Flatfoot?
Listen, son. In the state of California, breaking into a locked car is a felony. You can go to state penitentiary for that. And we're going to file a complaint of burglary with the district attorney in the morning.
You say you're from Butte, Montana. All right, I don't believe you, but we'll make sure. Ben, go down to our office and call the news photographers. Stanley here is going to have his picture on the front page of every newspaper in Los Angeles tomorrow.
Right, Joe?
No. You can't. I won't let you. I got my rights.
What's the matter, youngster? Everybody wants his picture in the paper.
Yeah, well, I don't. I won't let him.
We got your picture already, Freeman, remember? They took it when they fingerprinted you.
You can't use it. You can't. I'll get a lawyer.
Reporters will be over in a couple of minutes. We have to give them your story and your picture, too. This one.
You won't. You won't. Give it to me.
All right.
Give it to me.
All right, Freeman, get your hands off him. Now, sit down.
All right. Now let's have it straight.
Don't let him use the picture. Don't let him. You can't. You can't.
We got to have the truth, son. Now, look, you're 20 years old. You know right from wrong. You'll have to take your medicine. If you cooperate, we'll do all we can to help.
I live out in the Wilshire district. All I wanted was a little extra money. We didn't take much. We didn't think it was so wrong.
It was stealing, Freeman. You know that's wrong. Where do you live out there?
Piper Avenue. 821 Piper. You won't give him my picture.
You live there with your family?
Yeah, my mother. Father's dead. Promise me you won't give him the picture. My mother, she'd see it. Promise me.
You're working with a gang on those auto burglaries. We know that. Now, who are they? Where are they? And what's the setup?
I can't. They'd get me for it.
Who'd get you?
I can't tell you. I can't.
Who's your girlfriend, Stanley? The one you were with tonight?
Joanne. Joanne Miller.
Where does she live?
Piper Avenue, same as me. Lives on the same block, 866.
Is that her home? She live there with her folks?
Yeah. Mother and father. They work.
And you got her into this. Isn't that the story she gave us, Ben?
I did not. I didn't. It was her. She said a bunch of kids were doing it. It was quick money, something to do at night. She started it.
All right, Romero. I'll go see the girl. You stay here with Freeman.
All right, Joe. Just stay put in that chair for him.
Hi, Marge.
Hello, Joe. You and Romero handling this case?
Yeah. I'd like to talk to the girl a few minutes. Marge, will you stand by?
Right, I'll sit over here.
Thanks. All right, miss. What's your name, age, and address?
I told this lady cop 15 minutes ago I'm not saying anything.
All right, then we'll tell you. Your name's Joanne Miller. You live at 866 Piper Avenue. You live with your father and mother. Both of them work.
You're a liar. That's not me.
You're 19 years old. You live on the same block as your boyfriend, Stanley Freeman, and you're the one who got him mixed up in this gang. Isn't that right?
No, it's not right. It's not. I didn't do anything.
Well, that's only half the story. Freeman told us everything. You want to hear the rest?
No. Stan wouldn't tell you. He wouldn't.
He told us how you got him mixed up in it. Quick money. That's what you told him, didn't you?
No, it was him. I can prove it. The rest of the kids will tell you. He got me in this. Ask them, they'll tell you. It was Stanley and Fred Milford and George Jansen. They started it, all three of them.
All right. Will you tell the story to a police stenographer?
I'll tell him everything. He's not blaming this on me.
Marge, will you go get the stenographer?
Right, Joe.
Now, how many persons in this gang of yours?
Oh, about 10 or 12. And it's not my gang either. He got me into this, and now he's trying to lie his way out, blaming me.
How long you been doing this, burglarizing cars?
Me? Oh, only about 2 weeks. It was supposed to be fun, something to do at night. The rest of them been at it a couple of months.
Who's the head of the gang?
I told you, it's him, Stanley, and Fred Milford and Jansen, all three. I only started going out with them 2 weeks ago, maybe less.
All right, Joanne. Tell it to the stenographer the same way.
Stenographer will be in a minute, Joe.
Okay, Marge, thanks. Stay with her.
Right, Joe.
Just about a closed case, Ben. Girl gave us a full confession.
She didn't. Oh, you're not tricking me again. She didn't.
She told us you're one of the leaders of the gang, Stanley. Said you got her into all this. The other two are George Jansen and Fred Milford. About a dozen kids in the gang, all of them about your age. Isn't that right?
She's lying, can't you tell? She's lying. She got me into the gang. Well, she did. She's Milford's girlfriend. Ask her. Oh, she can't lie out of that one. She got me into it. I can prove it.
Who's the real leader of the gang?
Milford. He started it. He organized the whole thing. He collects the stuff we get, and he delivers it. Jansen helps him do it.
What do you mean he delivers the stuff? Where does he deliver it?
Somewhere in Dogtown, I think. Down around South Main, near the railroad yards.
Who's it delivered to?
Oh, I don't know exactly. I heard Jansen mention the name once. Myra, he said. It's supposed to be a big secret. Myra, that's all I remember.
Where does Jansen and Milford live?
Well, Jansen rooms down on East Flower. 1042, I think. It's a rooming house. And Milford lives 2 blocks over from me on Quincy. 234 Quincy. He lives with his grandmother.
Got that, Ben?
Right.
All right, let's pick up Milford and Jansen. It was 10 minutes past 1 when Ben and I returned to headquarters with George Jansen and Fred Milford in our custody. In Jansen's room at 1042 East Flower Street, we found 2 fur coats, a box full of new car accessories, an S&W .38 revolver, and a .45 automatic. When we picked up Fred Milford at his home, we discovered 5 deluxe car radios hidden in the garage, plus a valuable assortment of cameras, cigarette lighters, and clothing. Both Jansen and Milford refused to talk, but when we got them to headquarters and showed them the signed statements of Stanley Freeman and the girl, Joanne Miller, they broke.
Milford, where else did you and your gang operate besides the Wilshire district?
No place, only out there, that's all.
Same type of car burglaries have been committed all over the city. You telling us your gang didn't have a hand in them?
It's the truth. Our territory was Wilshire district. We didn't go outside.
You mean some other gang's responsible?
I don't know. All I know is we didn't have any part of them.
Is there another gang, Milford?
Maybe. I don't know. You find out. It's none of my business.
It is your business, Milford. You admit you and your gang committed 55 jobs in the past 3.5 months. That leaves about 200 jobs to be accounted for.
Yeah, that's right. You figure it out.
We have figured it out. I think you and your gang of young thieves pulled every one of those 250 jobs. There isn't any other gang. That's the story the district attorney's going to get.
You're crazy. There is. I know there is.
Then give us the information and save yourself a lot of trouble.
Well, we're not the only ones. That's all I know.
Milford, do you know how many years you get for auto burglary?
I told you, we're not the only ones. There must be a couple of others besides us. Vince Mahoney, he's got a gang.
Where does Mahoney operate?
West Hollywood and Beverly.
Where's he live?
I don't know. Honest, I only met him a couple of times.
Where'd you meet him?
I don't remember.
Where'd you meet him, Milford?
Delivery. I met him down at the delivery place a couple of nights.
When you delivered the property you stole from cars, is that right?
Yeah.
Where was that?
Down by the railroad yards.
Where?
Chavez Street. It's a little alley off East Main.
Who'd you deliver the stuff to?
I told you, her name's Myra. That's all I know. We meet her and some guy on Tuesday nights. We give them the stuff and they pay us off. Mahoney delivers the same night I do.
Do you meet her every Tuesday night?
Yeah.
You're going to meet her this Tuesday, tomorrow night?
I don't know. I guess so.
Same place?
Yeah.
Are you the only one she deals with?
Sometimes Joanne. Me or Joanne. I know what you're thinking. You want to use me to trap Myra. Well, what's it worth?
You know better than that.
How about it, Milford?
Oh, what else can I do? Give me another cigarette.
By 3:30 that morning, the signed statements and confessions were piling up fast. Milford gave us a list of the names and addresses of each member in his gang, and within an hour, they were all under questioning at headquarters. Most of the suspects, about 1/3 of them girls, ranged in age from 18 to 21. As they told their individual stories, the scope of the case grew until it covered most of the city. By late afternoon of the next day, Tuesday, March 3rd, 3 more gangs operating in Venice, Bel Air, and North Hollywood had been apprehended. They confessed to more than 175 burglaries from locked cars during the past 3.5 months. At 5 o'clock that afternoon, Ben and I met with Chief Backstrand in his office.
How many admissions you have now?
Over 50, Ed. Here are the gang leaders' statements.
What's their story?
Yeah, it's pretty much the same. They all say this woman Myra set up the operation.
You mean she got the kids and put them to work burglarizing cars?
Well, not exactly. She picked the leaders, contacted them in bars or on the street, asked them if they wanted to pick up some spare money getting auto parts for her.
Then she didn't tell them to go out and burglarize cars?
Well, not in so many words, Ed, no. After they brought in auto parts for a couple of weeks, she told them to bring her everything they could find, outside the car or inside. Those are the words she used.
5 of the kids dictated those words into their signed confession.
That should hold in court. What else did you get on this woman?
Oh, she taught them how to work, told them to wear gloves, all angles.
Well, we got most of the small fry. Now, where do we find this Myra woman? Any description on her?
Yeah. Kids say she's about 33, 34. Good-looking redhead.
5'5", about 120, well-dressed.
No description on the guy she runs with.
You run a make on her yet?
Yeah, no previous record. We've set up a stakeout for her tonight. 2 of the gang leaders have volunteered to go along, this Milford and Vince Mahoney.
Good. Down on Chavez, where she usually meets them?
Yeah, that's right.
When?
11:15. That's the regular time for the meet, according to the kid.
All right, I'll be at home. Call me. I don't want to miss out on this one.
When Ben and I left Ed Backstrand's office, we went home for dinner and a few hours' sleep. At 9:30 p.m., we were back at the office. We met the men in the special detail which Backstrand had assigned for the stakeout that night. We briefed them on their duties, and then we got Fred Milford and Vince Mahoney out of their cells. To avoid any possible suspicion of the presence of a trap, we had Milford's permission to use his car in the stakeout. The car which he had said he had driven to the delivery meetings with the woman Myra at least a dozen times before. We arrived at the stakeout area, Chavez Alley in East Main, at 9:58. The meeting was scheduled for 11:15. The moon was out, but the sky was overcast, and there was a cold wind blowing from the east.
Hey, what time you got, Sergeant?
About 10. Why, Milford? Getting nervous?
No, just wondering.
How you cops gonna rig this thing?
In just a couple of minutes, we're going to plant you 2 in Milford's car parked up there in the alley. Now, you stay there until Myra shows up. We'll do the rest.
Yeah, I know, but what'll we say? Suppose she asks for some stuff. We ain't got any.
You won't need any. You won't have much time for talking.
Suppose she wises up. Maybe she'll pull a gun.
Maybe. Does she carry one?
No, never saw her with one.
Don't worry, Milford. We'll make sure you're not in danger.
She's got an awful temper, that redhead. Got mad at me once when I squawked at the prices she was paying us for radios.
What was she paying you, Mahoney?
An 8-tube radio, good shape, $7.
She got all the gravy and you got all the grief.
You're not kidding.
Joe, are you?
Yeah, Steve. What do you got?
Well, the men are all staked out, Joe. Got the area covered from every angle.
All right. You got an extra man to stay in Milford's car?
I'll handle that myself.
Fine, thanks.
Okay.
All set, Joe?
Yeah. Now, Milford and Mahoney, we're going to put you 2 in your car now. There's going to be an officer with you, so there's no need to be nervous or afraid. You just sit in the car and act natural. When this Myra drives up, don't leave the car. Have her come to you. You got it?
Sure.
Okay.
All right, Joe, let's go.
Sure is cold out. I don't even have a heater in my car.
You stole enough of them.
Okay, Steve, here they are.
All right, boys. Milford, get in first behind the wheel.
Okay.
Mahoney in the middle. Now I'll sit in the back.
We'll be parked in that garage across the street, Steve. Got a perfect view of the alley.
Okay, Ben. Check with you later.
All right. Mean night, Joe.
Yeah, come on. It's cold here in the garage, isn't it?
Yeah. It might be a long wait. What time you got?
6 minutes past 10.
Thank you. Hey, Joe.
What is it?
It's nothing. Thought that passing car was turning in the alley.
Relax. It's early.
Lonely place. It's dark. Gets on your nerves.
That's it, Ben. 11:30. Nothing yet.
Somebody might have tipped her off.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Well, let's wait it out anyway.
Joe, that blue coupe.
Yeah, just turned in the alley. Let's go. Come on, run, Ben.
Behind you.
All right, young fella. Quit your fighting.
What'd you get, Steve?
Here he is. Just drove up in the coupe. Got out and called Milford Mahoney by their first names. He's in on it.
What about the girl?
No sign. Kid was the only one in the car.
All right. Tell them in the stakeout's off for tonight. Have them report back in. We'll take the kid with us.
Okay.
All right, young fellow, this way.
What do you cops think you're doing? I ain't done nothing.
Look, sport, we heard that from 54 different kids yesterday. We're tired of that line. Come on.
When we got back to the office, we took the boy to the interrogation room and questioned him. He gave his name as Matthew Leiter, age 21. He wouldn't break until Vince Mahoney definitely identified him as a member of his car burglary gang and the special favorite of the red-headed woman they called Myra. Then Leiter copped out and told Ben and I that he had talked with Myra as late as 10 o'clock tonight. He told us that she had heard that the police had picked up some of the gang members, and she asked Leiter to drive down to the Chavez Alley meeting place. He was supposed to tell Milford and Mahoney that the weekly delivery date was off until further notice. We questioned Matthew Leiter for an hour and a half.
You told us a little while ago that you talked with this woman, Myra, late tonight.
Yeah.
Where'd you talk to her? At her home?
Her home? Don't be stupid. Nobody knows where she lives. I met her at a bar.
Which bar?
Julius. Out of Santa Monica.
How did she contact you?
Called me at home. She's not such a bad dame. She treats you right.
Sure, that's why you're in jail. Did you ever call her on the phone?
I don't know her number. None of the kids do. She's smart. She taught me all I know about the racket. You'll have a rough time getting her.
Maybe, but we'll get her. Ben and I left the office at 2 a.m. and went home to bed. We reported in at 8 that morning to Ed Backstrand. The three of us went down the street to Koken's restaurant for a cup of coffee. Nobody was in a good mood. We had most or all the small fry in the citywide burglary ring, but it seemed we were still a long way from cracking the inner circle.
The latter kid said that none of them knows where she lives, what her phone number is, nothing. Pass the sugar, eh?
I think we still have a few angles to study on that score. Right now, I've got some more bad news for you.
What's that?
You been through your mail this morning?
No, not yet. We haven't had a chance.
I saw the overnight reports. There were 32 car burglaries last night. 32. All the way from Wilmington to North Hollywood. How you figure it?
I can't. This girl Myra must have an army of kids working for her.
How much did they get, Ed? Any idea?
Rough estimate about $3,000. Usual stuff people are foolish enough to leave in their cars. Watches, cameras, furs, expensive clothes.
M.O.'s the same?
And like the others. If the car happens to have a rigid handle lock, they slip a piece of pipe over the handle for a lever and break it. If that doesn't work, they pry open the wing window. Some of the windows were smashed out.
Sounds like you're in an awful hurry, Joe.
Yeah, maybe this Myra wants a few big nights before she peddles the stuff and gets out.
If we're going to get her, we can't waste time.
Any suspects picked up last night, Skipper?
None.
Well, where did they hit most of the cars?
Outside the Pan Pacific. The parking lot. Hockey game going on. Must have been 4,000 cars for them to pick over. They picked the best.
As usual.
Well, you better get on it. There's one way to handle it.
What's that?
She works fast. You work a little faster.
We got back to the office and we went over the reports one by one. Then we called the young gang members to the interrogation room and questioned them separately and re-questioned them. We got nowhere. Many of them had met Myra on the street, in a bar, but not one of them had any idea where she lived. At least that's what they told us. Ben had a hunch that Matthew Leiter knew more than he was telling. We had him brought to the interrogation room, and all that afternoon until 10 o'clock that night, with interruptions for his meal periods, we talked with Leiter. He would admit nothing more than what he'd already told us.
Yeah, it's got me beat, Joe.
Yeah. Well, let's check with Ed.
Good morning, Joe. Ben?
Hi, Mike. Skipper in?
Just went down the hall for a minute. Be right back. Hold it a minute, will you?
Yeah.
Chief of Detectives always handing. Yeah. For you, Joe.
Oh, thanks. Well, yeah. He does? We'll be right over. That was Sergeant Hopkins over at the jail.
Yeah?
Matthew Leiter's got something to tell us. Says it's important.
Have a chair here, Leiter.
Yeah, thanks.
All right. You wanted to see us.
I'm getting even with that dame Myra. I'm squaring with you.
Yeah?
She told me if I was picked up, she'd have me out in a couple of hours. She promised me a lawyer if anything happened. Said she'd get me bail.
All right. Where can we find her?
I don't know if she's there now, but you can find out at Francisco Motors. Big used car lot. Garage, too. It's out on Melrose past La Cienega.
What's the tie-up?
That's where she fenced most of the stuff we stole. Some old guy she buddies with runs the place. Big shop in the back. Store a lot of hot stuff there.
Barney,
Yes, Sergeant?
we're through with him. Take him back. We checked with Chief Backstrand, and then we drove out to the Francisco Motor Company. We located it on the corner of Melrose and Geneva Avenue. It was a big layout. Consisted of a large used car lot sign bannering the slogan, Deluxe Auto Accessories, lowest prices in town. Along the back end of the lot, there was a large L-shaped garage. We found the man in charge, and he gave his name as Paul Hackett, the owner of the car lot. In the garage, we found the entrance to a large back storeroom. It was loaded with thousands of dollars worth of auto radios, spotlights, cratefuls of assorted car accessories. Special closets built into the walls of the garage contain racks of fur coats, suits, dresses. Below that, smaller boxes containing watches and cameras, all wrapped in tissue paper.
You can save all of us a lot of time and trouble by talking to us now, Mr. Hackett. Where is Myra?
I don't know who you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
Can you explain what we just found in your garage?
I didn't know it was there. I didn't know it was stolen.
Well, which is it, Mr. Hackett? Make up your mind.
I bought it, but I didn't know it was stolen. You can't prove I did know.
I think we can prove it, Mr. Hackett. Some of those stolen car radios stored back there, the serial numbers are filed off, and this workbench here is full of filings.
I didn't know.
You'll have to do better than that. How does Myra figure in?
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's all right with us, Hackett. We found the stuff and we got you. If we don't find Myra, you'll be doing time for two people. Stand still.
You can't. You can't do this to me. I don't know anything about it.
Come on, Hackett. We're taking you in. All right, get in the car. Come on, in the car.
Am I going to jail?
You're going to jail.
All right. I'll take you to Myra.
Hackett told us that Myra lived at 1345 Munich Drive in Beverly Hills. He said that he was Myra's husband. He told us that he'd been in a legitimate garage business for 10 years before he married Myra. She talked him into the racket. He identified 1345 Munich Drive as their home. When we got there, we found stores of stolen property similar to those found in the garage. Myra was not there. Hackett had no idea where she might be. We sat down in the living room and waited. One hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. After 5 hours of waiting, the monotony started to wear on everybody's nerves, especially Hackett's.
And the whole thing, it was her idea. I should have known, all hers. She did this to me. I won't take it alone. Where is she?
You tell us, Hackett.
Told you, I don't know. She couldn't have gone. She didn't know. I'm not going to take
all right,
this
quiet
alone.
Quiet down.
That you, Paul? Thought I heard you talking to some. Who's he?
The police, Myra. The police. Your smart kids told them the whole story.
What are you talking about, my smart kids? What are these cops
All
doing
right,
here in the
that's
living...
enough.
Get your dirty hands off me. Get away.
Kids are right, Joe. She got a
Get away
temper.
from me. Who do you think you're...
There, that ought to hold you for a while. All right, come on, you two. Let's go.
All right, copper. You win. Stupid husbands. How many times did I tell you? Don't trust those kids. Don't store their stuff in the garage. Don't open it for anybody. Get a lawyer. No, you knew better. Dumb jerk. The idea of having those cops camping in the living room waiting for me. Why didn't you warn me? I'm going to divorce you. That's what I'm going to do. I'll stick you for plenty. Jerk.
All right, inside you two.
You got a smoke, Ben?
Yeah. Here.
Thanks. I was just thinking.
What?
Those kids were right. She's a pretty nice-looking woman.
Yeah. Nice face. Beautiful figure.
Mm-hmm. Sure talks a lot, though, doesn't she?
Yeah. Hey, Joe, remind me to take home some flowers to my wife tonight, will you?
The story you have just heard is true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
Paul and Myra Hackett were tried and convicted on 7 separate counts of receiving stolen property. They are now serving out their sentences in the state penitentiary. Realizing that most of the young persons involved in the case were influenced by the strong personality of Paul and Myra Hackett, a separate investigation was made into the backgrounds and home life of the young offenders. In most cases, they were found to be basically good, and they were placed on probation and returned to their homes. You have just heard the 13th in a new series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the office of W.A. Wharton, Acting Chief of Police, Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to Detective Harry William Vosper of the Seattle, Washington Police Department, who on the night of July 21st, 1949, gave his life so that yours might be more secure.
Dragnet came to you from Los Angeles. And now, an important announcement. Starting this Saturday, September 3rd, Dragnet will be heard at a new time over your NBC station. Consult your local newspaper for the new listening time. And now, speaking in behalf of the producers and the entire cast of Dragnet, we would like to take this opportunity to thank you for your many kind letters of encouragement and approval. Remember, next Saturday for Dragnet, this is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Paul Dubov as Regan, with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery, suspense, adventure in tonight's transcribed story, A Claw, a Corkscrew, a Coffin, a Crab.
There was about everything in this one. A claw, a corkscrew, a coffin, a crab, 67,000 clams, some deep-sea fish, and Juliet. Case took me all over L.A., out to San Pedro, down to Long Beach, took me 20 feet underwater where it looked like I wasn't going to come up. Yeah, but Juliet was where it started.
Juliet Jones. Now sit down, Jeffrey.
Sure, Lion.
Just the man I wanted to see. I was just about to phone you. Juliet Jones.
Our new client.
Our new client wants you out in Inglewood right away. Her life's in danger.
That's so?
Yes, she wants protection. A bodyguard, Jeffrey. Here's her address.
Juliet Jones, 712 Garbanza Avenue, Inglewood.
Oh, she was beautiful, my boy. Came here to the office an hour and a half ago. Lovely, lovely. And never, Jeffrey, in all my vast experience as president of the Lion Detective Bureau, has it been my privilege to see such a gorgeous... and she had a voice, my boy. Well, it stroked you when she talked. And she smelled... As a matter of fact, Regan, she smelled of tea.
Tea?
She's a broken Pico tester.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, I do. She feels, smells, and tastes broken Pico tea. The very best, Jeffrey. Best black tea, of course. She wouldn't think of testing green or oolong, or so she said.
Sure. Anything else that'll help?
Well, there was one thing. Now, we mustn't jump to any rash conclusions, Jeffrey, but everything she had on, everything was brand new, and all very expensive. Very expensive.
Maybe some guy likes her.
Yes, I suppose that would be it.
Look, Lion, if you think she's a phony, we just don't take her case.
Now, Regan, don't start that.
What's the matter? She give us dough?
Juliet Jones advanced us $400.
That's a broth of clams.
Yes, it is. Look here, my boy, just look. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 $100 bills. Oh, Jeffrey, isn't life wonderful?
Life was. I drove to Inglewood. She was there. It was like the Lion said. Hair tawny, eyes that were golden when she looked at you a certain way. And she looked at you a certain way. I found out the guy threatening her life was named Adam Garth. Then we found a place for dinner and danced. After 9 o'clock, I was on time and a half.
Jeff. Jeff.
Yeah, Juliet.
Jeff, you make a wonderful bodyguard.
I like my work.
Jeff,
Hmm?
just think this is all we have to do for days and days.
Till Adam Garth takes that slow boat to China.
You know, I'm going to be sorry when Adam Garth gets tired of trying to kill me. Because, Jeff, then what reason will I have to hire my own private detective?
Lady, let's try fresh air.
Oh, Jeff, how marvelous. I know just where there is some. Let's walk along another few yards so the lights of the Long Beach Amusement Pier won't blind us.
Yeah. Juliet,
Yes, Jeff.
Adam Garth.
Oh, Adam Garth.
Maybe I ought to take off and hunt him up.
You just stay right with me.
Sure, it's nice work, but if Garth is gunning for
Jeff,
you...
I explained. I looked at the guy once. He's a big lug, Jeff. All thumbs. In the brain, I mean. I looked at the guy. He fell over his thumbs.
That could happen.
Well, it isn't easy to be a girl like me, every guy's dream.
Guess not. You gotta be triple careful, huh?
I didn't do anything, Jeff, to encourage Adam Garth to think... But he got crazy all of a sudden. He thought he owned me.
You told him he didn't.
He said if that was it, then nobody else would.
I see what he meant.
Adam Garth threatened to kill me. He said Jeff, he said he'd fix it so my beauty would never wreck another guy's life.
You hired me to block his punch.
Yes, Jeff. I want you with me every minute, all day, evenings, wherever I go. Because...
She stopped on the sand, stood in front of me, turned up her face. And that was when... Even Juliet's kiss didn't peck a wallop like that. Somebody sat me from behind. I whirled, half groggy. There was a black shape between me and the white cream of the surf. But I didn't even get my fists up.
All right, Regan. Oh!
Couldn't figure it out for a second where I was. It's like a dream. Far, far away. A big production, and Juliet was in it.
Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo?
Yeah. Wherefore?
Coming out of it now, are you, Regan?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so.
Your jaw where I hit you. All right?
Oh, sure.
Well, then you'd break it up off the sand, Regan.
Yeah. Okay.
You can stand up. Fine. Now, just sit down here on this bench. I'll stand in front of you.
Thanks, I'll stand.
Sit, Regan.
Yeah. That gun in your hand, yours or mine?
Mine. Yours is in my pocket.
Sure, that's how it would be. Juliet, take a walk someplace?
That's right. She took a walk.
With Adam, maybe?
Why, yes, Regan. To get apples. Candied apples up on the amusement pier.
Yeah, well, you're not Adam. You don't fit the description Juliet gave me. Squat, hairy guy, thumbs in the brain. You're a little taller, smarter.
And I have my clothes on. Regan, quit kidding. Where's the money?
I got $4.75 in my pocket.
Oh, that's enough, lion's eye.
You know me.
You're one of those private investigators. It'd be hard to do any kind of a job. This time you took the wrong assignment.
Working for Juliet Jones.
That's right. Regan, I want $67,000.
Just don't happen to have it on me.
I didn't expect you to, but wherever it is, get it. Bring it to me.
Bring it to you like where?
I told you not to kid. Oh,
why?
You know where. Oh, and Regan, the police aren't doing this job for me. Holding a gun on you, getting $67,000 from you. Maybe you're wondering why.
Nope, hadn't occurred to me they might.
Of course not. All right, Regan. I'll be fair with you. I have a reason to keep the police out. When you come with the money, make it 66,000. Keep 1,000 for yourself.
Thanks.
Here's your gun. Unloaded. See you around.
He handed me my gun, walked off. He was a nice guy. Lovely. And he smelled. Yeah, when he came up close and handed me my gun, I caught a whiff of... I couldn't place it the first second, but then I remember what the lion had said about Juliet Jones. He'd said she was lovely. Said she was lovely and smelled of tea. That was it. The tough guy that was 67,000 G's starved, he smelled of tea, too.
Hello.
Wake up.
Oh, Jeffrey, it's 10:30. I've gone to bed. Where are you?
Payphone booth, Long Beach Amusement Pier.
Jeffrey, this is a toll call.
That's right. Lion, when Juliet Jones talked at the office this afternoon, she said she was a tea tester, even smelled of tea from being around it so much.
Jeffrey, if you've called me in the middle of the night, 10:30, a 25-cent toll call or 30 cent or whatever it is...
Did she say where she tested tea?
Where she works, you mean? I can't remember a thing like that. Call me tomorrow. Jeffrey.
Yeah, Lion?
Juliet Jones isn't with you. That's why you haven't asked her.
That's it.
Jeffrey, my boy, nothing's gone wrong with our lovely $400 case.
A couple of things. We're in the red on it.
In the red? But we can't be. Why, I have the four $100 bills right here, Jeffrey. In this chamois bag tied around my neck. Yes, here it is, under my nightshirt.
Well, with that $400 taken away, we're only $66,600 in the hole on the case. That's the amount we have to cough up to get out.
Jeffrey! No, I understand now. I'm asleep. This is a nightmare. Regan, get out of my dream!
It's a nightmare, Lion, only you're not asleep. So shove your pillow between your teeth, Fatso, to stifle your screams. I'm going to give you the rundown. Lion whimpered, moaned, but he took it. One thing, story shocked his memory into double quick. He remembered where Juliet Jones had told him she worked. The Phelan Great East Importing Company place was called. Tea importers, San Pedro Docks. I phoned Juliet's house in Inglewood. Like I figured, nobody home. Tracks in the sand down on the beach hadn't helped much either. I just had one thing to go on. Phelan Great East. I drove out to San Pedro, dock section, parked. Dock's empty. Streetlights far apart. I unclipped my shoulder holster as I walked up the dock. My unloaded gun might back up a bluff.
All right, hold it.
Voice out of the building's shadow.
Stand still, no moves. Who are you?
Who are you?
Private
detective.
Like
you
I
too?
said...
Credentials?
Sure, I got credentials.
Trade your looks.
Oh, well, that sounds fair.
Over there, under the light.
Here you go.
Here you go.
Regan, private investigator.
Beckett's private investigator.
Here.
Here.
You working tonight?
Yeah. You?
Yeah. Dock detail. Keep an eye on stuff for some warehouse owners. Big shippers. Fat guys. Who you work for?
I work for a fat guy.
That's the way it is in this world. The smart work for the fat.
Beckett.
Yeah.
Phelan Great East warehouse around here somewhere.
Yeah, that's it up there. Go up the stone steps, turn into the alley. There's a door in the alley.
Yeah. See you, Peeper.
See you, Peeper.
I climbed the stone steps, turned into the alley, and then I saw high up behind shut blinds, light burning in one window. The door Beckett had told me about wasn't locked. Inside the warehouse, I burned my fingers with paper matches, finding the stairway that led up. After that, it was easy. There was a light under a door on the 4th floor. You could just make out the single word painted on the door. Phelan. As I opened the door, the drapes swirled across the room. The door slammed behind them. I went in.
Well, hello, Regan.
Hello, Phelan.
Oh, yes, that's right. It's on the door. Well, sit down. Sit down, Regan. I was just drinking tea.
2 cups.
That's right.
One for Juliet Jones.
Well, maybe.
It adds that way. She just went out that other door. You picked her up the same time you slugged me. You must have had a helper. Beckett's?
Go on, Regan. Tell me what else you know.
Beckett, the private investigator, works for you. I suppose I should have figured that.
Man can't think of everything, Regan.
You haven't thought of the 67 grand.
Now, it's smart of you, Regan, to see it in that light.
3/4 of an hour ago, you thought I was the one that stole your dough.
Now you know the money was stolen.
I didn't catch on at first, but you told me that on the beach. You asked me if I was surprised the cops weren't getting the dough for you. Only way that could make sense was that you actually had been taken for dough. You gave me the amount yourself, 67 grand. Only, Phelan, you told me something else.
Yes. Yes, Regan. I said I had a reason not to go to the police. Here, have a cup of tea.
No, thanks.
Well, I understand. Darkened warehouse, waterfront docks. But I don't mean you any harm. Here, I'll prove it. Look here. The tea leaves in the bottom of this cup.
Yeah?
Well, I read them, you know. Now, let's imagine this is your fortune.
Go on.
Well, now here. Now, this form in the tea leaves. A coffin. That means look out for trouble. And here, shape of a crab. You've got an enemy. And a claw, Regan. The enemy wants to kill you.
See anything else?
A corkscrew.
Which means?
Don't be curious.
About why you don't want to go to the cops.
I guess you can find your way back downstairs, Regan. I'll see you around.
Yeah. Maybe you will. I had the pieces of the puzzle, jagged jigsaw pieces. Phelan, a Phelan Gray East tea importer. He'd been robbed of $67,000, was out to recover the loot himself because he was scared to go to the cops. My client, Juliet, was mixed up in it. That made sense. She worked for Phelan as a tea tester. She'd blossomed out all of a sudden in new clothes from head to foot. She had 100 clam notes to pay private detectives. Then there was Adam Garth gunning for Juliet, Juliet said. I hadn't met him yet, but I didn't have to wait long. I let myself out of Phelan Great East warehouse by the door that opened on the alley. That was when I got a big surprise. Not who, but what she did.
Jeff.
Juliet,
I knew you'd come out this way. I've been waiting.
how come you beat it out of Phelan's office upstairs just when I got there?
I'll explain all that later. Right now, there's something more important. The reason I've been waiting here. I've been hoping you'd get here in time.
To what?
Hold me.
Huh?
And you are in time. Not too early, not too late. Oh, Jeff, hold me. Hold me.
Are you nuts?
Jeff, I've got a good reason. A good reason. Jeff, you've got to hold me close to you and kiss me.
You are nuts.
Hold me.
What?
I think this will do it nicely. Now stand back, Jeff. I said stand back.
Lady, you've skipped your rocker.
Stand back, Jeff. I've got to get back from you now. I've got to get back. Jeff, stand back!
She hurled backward, flattened herself against the far wall of the alley, and then I saw. End of the alley, away from the docks, man standing watching us. You couldn't make out his face, but his posture, feet apart, right hand forward, meant gun ready. I sucked back flat to the wall across from Juliet. 6 spurts of orange from the black silhouette. Yeah, but Mr. Jealous didn't score. Instinct, anger, threw my right hand to my unclipped shoulder holster, brought my gun to ready. Then I remembered. My gun empty.
Regan, why don't you shoot?
No bullets, baby. Gun's not loaded.
Oh, you stinking dumb sap. You dumb shamus, and I paid $400 for this.
You did, huh?
What do you mean? You let go of me?
Oh, no, Juliet. Exactly what did you pay $400 for?
Regan, let me go.
Why, you little...
Let go!
Juliet ran down the alley toward the docks. Only I decided to play it away from the docks instead of toward. I couldn't go both ways, and the guy who fired the shots had disappeared in the other direction. It didn't figure he'd be hard to find. All I'd have to do was make myself available, and he'd find me. Only I didn't expect him to find me so soon.
Walk straight ahead, don't look back, and don't try nothing.
Okay, Garth.
Hey, how come you know me?
Well, I was born in the dark of the moon.
Hey, don't make no gags. You healed?
I got a gun with no bullets in it.
Don't make no gags.
Well, it's the truth. Look, Garth, we've got things to talk about.
I don't know who you are.
I'll show you.
No funny stuff.
Sure not. Here, look. Jeff Regan, private detective. Here's my license.
Oh, looks okay.
Garth, you stole 67 grand from Phelan.
Yeah, I did. That's right. Yeah, I did.
You seem pretty set up about it.
I stole $67,000 from Mr. Phelan. I don't know what come over me. I'm sorry I did it, and I am ready to go to prison and pay the penalty for my crime.
Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
Turn off the gramophone.
I don't know what you mean.
Garth, where's the 67 grand?
Oh, I was a crazy fool. I tried to double it. I don't know what come over me. I went to Las Vegas, Nevada, and I...
Lost every cent of it.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Garth, you gave the 67 grand, or most of it, to Juliet Jones before you left.
No, that ain't what happened.
Oh, yes, Garth. You gave the 67 G's to her. You went to Las Vegas to pretend to lose it gambling. You came back here to California. If Phelan had reported the theft, you'd have been caught. You expected that. You meant to serve your time. You figured it was worth it, Juliet waiting for you when you got out.
Yeah, I know. Well, she will be. That's how we planned it.
Yeah, sure. Well, you want to start serving that time, Garth. So come on. Let's go. I drove him to the police station in Long Beach. I let him think Juliet's plan had just misfired. I didn't have the heart to tell him what her real plan was. When Garth was booked out of the case, I had other business. I wanted to see Juliet bad, and I figured I knew how to find her. She'd left her coat in the check room at the Long Beach place where we dined and danced. She'd be going there to pick it up. I'd wait on the pier and get on her trail. That's how it worked out. Hello, Juliet.
Well, Jeff, how could you possibly have found me here?
Not tough. You unchecked your coat just now at the dine and dance place. I figured you would.
And you followed me out here on the amusement pier.
That's it.
Well, I'm glad to see you, Jeff.
Sure you are. In case Garth shows again, you'll want me to protect you.
Well, yes, of course. Yes, of course, that's it.
Sorry I lost you at the docks.
Oh, well, that's understandable, Jeff. The confusion.
I took off after Garth.
I don't suppose you found him.
No, I guess like you said, I'm a no-good dumb shamus.
Oh, well, now, Jeff, I was upset. I wasn't responsible for what I might have said, what I might have done, Jeff, just
You
at that
knew
time.
Garth was in range, watching.
Yes, that was it.
Why you wanted to get close to me? Because Garth was around.
Well, yes, Jeff, because I was scared. I wanted protection.
Sure. Lady, you and I got things to talk about.
Things, Jeff?
Things. Like a fall guy, like a poor dumb cluck in Las Vegas, Nevada, pretending to lose $67,000. Like that guy being willing to come back here, get caught, service time, expecting you to be waiting with the dough when he came out.
You did find Adam Garth.
I found him, and I didn't tell him all I knew.
What else do you know, Jeff?
Why you hired me.
Oh?
You wanted me to be around you all the time. Guard you from Garth, you said. Oh, no. You wanted to make Garth shooting iron jealous.
Now, why on earth would I have wanted a thing like that?
So he'd shoot, kill me, and go up for murder, or I'd kill him in self-defense. Either way, you'd have the $67,000 clear for yourself.
Jeff, you are smart.
Thanks. Come on, we're going to the clink.
Jeff.
Yeah?
Are you sure there isn't anything else we could discuss?
Such as?
Jeff, I know a place we could talk. Alone. Just up the midway. It might be worthwhile.
All right. Let's go. She was thinking of one thing, buying me off. I was thinking of something else. There was one little bit of the puzzle I didn't have, so I went along. She wouldn't get away. Not where she took me, anyway. There was a big steel tank at one side of the midway. Tank full of water, water full of fish. And down into the water and fish, 20 feet down, spectators were lowered in a diving bell. Juliet and I bought tickets. Went down. The two of us. Alone. This one reminds me of you.
That's a man-eater, isn't it, Jeff?
Yeah. Long, sleek, beautiful. Tiger shark.
Jeff, over here through this porthole. On this side of the diving bell. Look,
Yeah, lady?
over there in that corner of the tank.
Octopus.
Could that octopus suggest you, Jeff? I mean, tentacles reaching out in every direction. Reaching for whatever there may be to grasp.
What you mean is, can you buy me off?
I've got a lot to buy you off with, Jeff. 67,000 years. And good looks. Good looks, Jeff. And something else. A way you and I could make a lot of money. Blackmailing Phelan.
That's what I came down to this diving bell to find out about.
Yes?
Sure, baby. So talk about Phelan. She talked about Phelan. Turned out all he brought in from the Great East wasn't broken Pico tea. In a couple of minutes, the last piece of the jigsaw was in place. I had leads that when the Federal Narcotics Squad had got its teeth in, would send Phelan to the pokey for an even longer stay than Garth's and Juliet's. So that wrapped it up. Yeah, it wrapped it up. All of a sudden, I noticed something. It was silent in the diving bell. The air tube had stopped hissing. There were a couple of windows in the outside wall of the tank come on for customers by letting them glimpse the fish and the diving bell down in the water inside. Face appeared in one of the windows, grinned at me. Beckett. Phelan's gunsel. Beckett drew his forefinger slowly across his throat. I was as dumb a shamus as Juliet said.
Jeff, I can't breathe. Jeff, I'm scared.
She passed out. I was next. Everything was getting wavery. Water. Fish I saw through the portal. Funny thing. One fish looked in at me. Looked like my boss, Anthony J. Lyon. Lyon.
All right, now, stand back. Stand back, everybody. Give the man air. Please stand back. He's in a dangerous condition.
Oh.
Hey, Jeffrey, my boy, are you all right?
Oh, Lyon, what happened?
Jeffrey, I came here to the Long Beach amusement pier after you telephoned. I was worried about our $400 case, you see.
Yeah.
And when I got here, that man Beckett was looking into the tank, making suspicious gestures.
You tangled with him.
No, not exactly, Jeffrey. I found the operator of the tank. Beckett had knocked him out, Jeffrey. I revived him, threw water in his face, you see, and he and I managed to get air going to you and Juliet again. The police were attracted by the disturbance, my boy, and they rounded up Beckett, and they've taken charge of Juliet, too.
All this time I was as cold as a mackerel.
Yes, my boy, you were.
But, Lyon, one thing.
Yes, Jeffrey?
How come you're sopping wet?
Well, it was nothing, my boy. I saw you in peril in that diving bell. My heart overflowed. I dove in to save you.
Save me through the steel wall of the diving bell?
Jeffrey, I was going to tear those steel walls apart with my bare hands.
Lyon, you were going to do that for me? Maybe I've been misjudging you.
Hey, Mr. Lyon. Don't bother me, lad. Well, Jeffrey, we'll forget the past. Let bygones be bygones. No man really sees another's metal till the test of battle.
Mr. Lyon, please,
Get away from me. Stop bothering me, boy. Go away somewhere.
But, Mr. Lyon, here's your chamois skin bag full of money you dove into the tank to try to save.
Money.
Lyon?
Lyon? Now, Jeffrey, don't excite yourself, my boy. You've been a sick man, you know. Hey, Jeffrey, what are you doing? Oh, no! Not in the tank again!
Jeff Regan, Investigator, was written tonight by William Fifield, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Paul Dubov as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Orant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard transcribed each week at the same time over CBS. Alan Botzer speaking, and inviting you to be with us again for more suspense, mystery, adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator.
The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. The people who make 76 gasoline and Triton motor oil, Union Oil Company, present The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. Even the busiest detectives can't always be detecting. And on this late Saturday afternoon, we find Mike Shayne and his pretty assistant, Phyllis Knight, driving through the timber country high up near the Nevada border. They're on their way to keep an important date, a date with a wedding. But no, not theirs. It's the wedding of Betty Harrison, daughter of the timber tycoon, and Mike has been unwillingly dragged along to help Phil carry out her social obligations.
You know, I ought to have my head examined coming way out here to see two people I don't know get married.
Oh, Mike. Betty was my closest friend at finishing school.
Yeah, but I only finished high school. Now, where do I fit into this high society stuff?
Michael, it's a quiet wedding. We're the only guests.
And I'm supposed to hold the bridegroom's fevered head?
Mike, where is your romance?
Romance I've got, Angel, but when it comes to rice and orange blossoms, I'm strictly allergic.
Mm-hmm. You're hopeless. Hey, look. Look, there's the Harrison place.
Place, you say? That, my love, is quite a shack.
And there's Betty. There's Betty waiting for us.
Yeah, say, honey, that guy with her looks familiar.
Huh? Mike, that's Inspector Faraday.
In the flesh, and that spells trouble.
Betty? Phyllis! Phyllis, I'm so glad you've come.
Oh, you look wonderful. Me too. Betty, this is Mike Shayne.
Hello.
I'm pleased to meet you.
Well, I'll be. Mike and Phyllis.
Say, Inspector, aren't you early with your vacation?
No, I'm here on business, Mike. Mr. Harrison phoned me. Said he was leaving on the second section of 98. That he transferred to his own private trainer for me to meet him here.
Father wasn't planning to come up for the wedding. Then all of a sudden, I get a wire that he is.
Hey, that must be Harrison's train now.
Yes, it runs up to a little station behind the house.
Well, then why don't we walk over and meet it, huh?
Let's. Father will be surprised.
Betty, hey, where's the bridegroom?
Don should have been here by now.
Oh, bridegrooms are always late. Those last 3 hours.
You be quiet.
Betty. Oh, there's Don coming now.
Hey, he's a bit of all right.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry I'm late. Had a flat tire.
Oh, Don, dearest, this is Phyllis Knight,
Hello.
Mr. Shayne, Mr. Faraday, Don Manchester, my fiancé.
How do you do?
Hello there. How are you?
Well, there she is, a-coming around the mountain.
You know, this is something to see, an engine pulling one coach.
They dropped the lumber cards off at Camp Junction.
Oh.
Is that what they
Hey, look. There's somebody getting off.
Oh, that's Mr. Oliver, Father's business associate.
That's Mr. Miller getting off the back platform.
I still don't see Mr. Harrison.
No. Oh, Mr. Oliver,
Oh, hello, Betty.
where's Father?
Oh, as usual, in his private compartment. Hasn't even stepped out since we left Northwood City.
He's probably napping again.
He certainly was fine company. Well, I'm going up to the house.
That's one happy character.
Let's climb aboard and get Father.
Sort of like a welcoming committee, huh?
Okay. Inspector, watch your lumbago on these steps.
Never mind my lumbago, Mike. Watch out for those fallen arches of yours.
Oh, get him.
Man.
Here's Father's compartment. I'll sneak in and shout boo. Father!
Something's wrong. What is it? What is it?
It's Harrison stretched out on the floor.
Betty's fainting.
Here, put her on that couch, Don.
Wait a minute.
Rub her wrist.
Wait a minute, I'll get some water.
Well, Inspector, how's Mr. Harrison?
He's dead, Mike. Looks like a heart attack.
Uh-huh. Maybe so, Inspector, but this heart attack has had a little help.
What are you talking about?
About murder, Inspector. Froth on the lips and dilated eyes don't spell a heart attack. Somebody slipped Mr. Harrison a nice big slug of poison.
Oh, there you are, Mike. Get Betty up to the house all right?
Yes, Inspector. Phil and Don are taking care of her.
You still think Mr. Harrison was poisoned?
I know so, Inspector. Look at his neck, stiff, and his jaws locked, eyes wide open and staring.
Mm-hmm.
I've got a little plan, Inspector. Would you like to try it?
You know me, Mike.
Well, look. No one knows we suspect murder, and whoever pulled this job figured on a local doc calling it a heart attack.
So?
Now, you take Harrison's body into Northwood City along with that thermos of coffee we found by him. While you're checking for poison, Uncle Shane here will keep his big ears open here. All right, honey, how's Betty?
Oh, she's a little better, Mike. She's sleeping now.
Oh, the poor kid. Say, what was that Betty said about her father not coming up for her wedding?
Well, originally he didn't like the idea of her marrying.
But she was going to go through with it anyway?
Yes. Then Mr. Harrison changed his mind, that's all.
Maybe it is, maybe it isn't.
Mike, when you start double-talking, I get worried.
Angel, look, there were 3 men on that private train making a 50-mile trip. Now, come to the end of the line, what happens?
Well, I'm listening, Mike.
Miller gets off the back platform and scoots. Oliver hops off the front and goes away mad.
And we go aboard and find Mr. Harrison dead.
That's it. This Mr. Harrison is the big boss, honey. You'd think those other 2 would wait for him, sociable-like.
Oh, it's probably just a coincidence, Mike.
And is it a coincidence that Faraday is here on business?
All right, mastermind. So what do you make of it?
Angel. A good detective works from facts, so let's go get some.
Facts? Where? Where, Mike?
Mr. Miller's room is at the end of this hallway. Let's stop in and say hello, huh?
Oh, I hope you know what you're doing.
Yeah, me too. Here's his room. I'll knock.
There's no answer, Mike.
So, being friendly people, we'll go in and wait.
Well, you can't just barge into somebody's...
Why not? The door's not locked. Come on.
Mike, I don't like this.
Well, now, don't you worry your pretty head. Wow, the remains of a fire in the fireplace. I always love to poke around ashes. Now, let's see.
Those look like letters.
Letters they were. Letters to Betty.
Well, she's asleep in her room.
While someone conveniently burns her mail.
Mike, let's get out of here.
What's the matter, Angel? There's just us 2.
That's where you're wrong.
Mike.
Huh? Well, Mr. Miller. And with a nice shiny gun.
We don't like snoopers around here. Get going.
Just a mistake, Miller. Just a mistake.
That kind of mistake isn't healthy. Get out while you're still lucky.
Sure. By coincidence, we were just leaving. Come on, Angel.
Right away.
The gentleman doesn't like our type. And I'm afraid the feeling is very mutual. These couple of scraps I took from Miller's fireplace don't help much, honey.
Well, I can't understand why anyone would burn Betty's letters from her father.
Oh, well. Plenty of books around.
Michael, after all, this room is the library.
Encyclopedia, modern timbered methods. Look, honey, here's a book, Famous Scotland Yard Murder Cases.
Well, that ought to help you, Mike.
And here's a bookmark in the section on poisons.
Mike, here comes Don. Mr. Oliver's with him.
Huh?
Mr. Shane.
Well, what's up, Don?
I told Mr. Oliver you're a detective. He wants to talk to you.
Yes, something quite confidential.
Miss Knight is my assistant.
Never mind. I'll go look up a sandwich.
Okay, dear. All right, Oliver, now what's the trouble?
Mr. Shane, I want protection.
Protection from what?
Miller. He threatened my life on the train.
Oh, what happened?
Well, shortly after Miller came aboard Mr. Harrison's private train at Northwood City, I discovered him going through some of Mr. Harrison's private papers.
Then what?
We had an argument, and he drew a gun on me.
What is Miller's position in the company?
Frankly, I don't know. He's on Harrison's personal payroll.
And Betty's been rather worried. She felt that Mr. Miller had some sort of a hold on her father.
Yes, that's it exactly. There was a very suspicious relationship.
And you want me to do what?
Watch Miller every minute. He's dangerous.
Mike?
Yes, honey?
Mike?
Yes?
A telephone call for you here in the den.
Oh, okay.
Inspector Faraday.
All right. Okay, Phil, close the door.
All right.
Hello, Faraday. Well, what's the dope? Yeah? Well, that might help. Oh, sure, they're all here. Don't worry, I'll be careful. Okay, Inspector, hurry back. So long.
What'd he say, Mike?
I was right, honey, 100% right. Harrison was loaded with strychnine.
Well, then it was murder.
And that's not all. I heard the click of an extension phone.
There are extensions all over the house, Mike. Someone listened.
We're keeping company with a murderer, honey. And the trouble is, we don't know who he is. But he knows we're looking for him.
In just a moment, we'll rejoin Mike and Phyllis in their adventures. Dirty or burned-out spark plugs can cost you a lot of gasoline. In fact, as much as 1 tankful out of 10. Now, that's a serious loss in mileage, particularly so when it's unnecessary. Your neighborhood Union Oil Minuteman is equipped to give you complete spark plug service. The performance of each plug is accurately measured on a special tester, and you can see the results for yourself. If your plugs are dirty, the Minuteman will clean and re-gap them to the proper setting. If they're burned or worn out, he can furnish you with correct replacements. Then you'll not only save gasoline, but your engine will run smoother. Union Oil spark plug service takes but a few minutes and costs but a few cents, a cost you'll soon save in extra mileage. So, friends, if it's been 3,000 miles or more since your spark plugs were checked, or if your engines seem to be rough and listless, drive in wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76 and ask for Union Oil spark plug service. It will make driving easier. Gas coupons go farther. It is a few minutes later. Mike and Phil have learned that what started out as a happy wedding has turned into a grim case of murder by poison. We find them walking rapidly towards the station behind the Harrisons' house. The murdered man's private coach is still there on its siding, made almost invisible by the tall trees which turn the weak moonlight into gloomy shadows.
Come on, honey.
I'm hurrying as fast as I can.
I want to see if that briefcase is still in the car. Inspector Faraday remembered that Harrison mentioned some important papers he was bringing up with him.
Well, then whoever was listening on the extension, they know about it, too.
Right, and I want first crack at that briefcase.
Hey, maybe you do, Mike, but so does someone else.
Yeah, a flashlight. In Harrison's private car.
Maybe it's the murderer.
Hang on, honey. We'll find out.
Mike, there he is at the end of the car.
Hey, honey, look out!
Mike, did he hit you?
No, a clean miss.
Oh, he got away out the front.
Could you see who it was?
No, a flashlight in my eyes.
Well, we'll catch up with him sooner or later.
Oh.
Let's go look over the compartment. Here it is, the briefcase.
Oh, what a break for us. We frightened him away without the case.
Sorry, honey, bad guess. The lock on the briefcase has been forced open.
Oh, and whoever was here opened it and got what he wanted.
Correct. Now, here's some papers. Business letters, checkbook, some kind of a report. Honey!
What's the matter?
This report. It's from the Atlas outfit.
Atlas?
Uh-huh.
The detective agency in Los Angeles?
Sure. Listen to this. On the basis of our completed investigation, you have sufficient grounds to instigate criminal action against Z.
Z?
Evidently, Harrison didn't want the name mentioned.
Well, Mr. Harrison was certainly checking up on somebody.
And getting ready for the kill. I'll bet that's why Inspector Faraday's here.
Mike, this is the motive for the murder. All we have to do is find out if Miller or Oliver is the Z in that report, and we've got the murderer.
Partly right, Angel, partly. But I'd say it was better this way. Find out which one of them is Z, and the other guy is the killer.
Huh? I don't get it, Mike.
Look, Angel, look. The murderer listened in on my telephone conversation with Faraday.
Yeah.
He heard the inspector tell me about this briefcase, and he knew it held evidence that could hang him.
Well, of course. That's why he dashed down here.
Right, Angel. He beat us to the briefcase, and yet this report is here for us to find.
Oh.
You see? Mm-hmm. He wanted us to find this report, and that means the killer isn't Mr. Z. As soon as we get back to the house, I'll send a telegram to the Atlas people.
Okay, but these high heels don't go very well with forests.
Yeah.
Mike.
Yeah, I heard.
There's someone on that other path.
Freeze behind this tree.
Right. Whoever it is, he's walking fast. He's going past.
No, he isn't. Hey, you hold it. Hey, what the...
Mike, it's Miller.
I say, what's the big idea of roughing me?
I just want to ask you a few friendly questions, pal.
Oh, now look here.
First, about a gun that took a couple of shots at us.
Oh, you're off the beam. I'm not carrying a gun.
No? Well, don't mind me. I'll just search.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, Mike?
No gun. But you could have ditched it easy enough.
Oh, Miss Knight, Mr. Shane.
It's Don.
Well, what's the hurry, Don?
I was out for a walk. Is something wrong?
Plenty. I'm glad you're here.
I don't understand.
Yeah, Shane. How about you doing some explaining?
Okay. Mr. Harrison was murdered.
What? Murdered? But why?
Who?
That's what we're finding out. Miller, you're on the spot, and it's plenty hot.
Are you saying I killed Harrison?
He was poisoned on that coach, and you and Oliver were the only ones aboard.
Oh, that doesn't prove a thing.
It proves there's a 50-50 chance that you're it.
Listen, smart guy. Your mathematics aren't so good. There were 3 of us on that train.
Sure. But only you and Oliver walked off.
I don't mean Harrison. Somebody else got on that coach.
Now we have the ever-present mysterious third party.
Not so mysterious. He's standing right next to you.
All right, Don. That means you.
Well, as a matter of fact, Mr. Shane, I did get on Mr. Harrison's train at Mill Junction.
Well, Shane, guess I can be running along while you turn the heat on him.
Not so fast. I still think you know some of the answers.
You know, maybe I do. And maybe I might just do a little talking. To the right party. And when it will do me the most good.
You're sticking your chin out a mile. This is murder.
Well, I'll be around, resting in my room.
No, I don't trust him at all.
Yeah? But you're still right in the middle of this, Don. You were on that death train.
Oh, but I only stayed a minute. You see, Mr. Harrison was asleep, and I didn't want to disturb him.
Which still doesn't explain why you drove out of your way from Northwood City to meet the train at the junction.
Oh, it's a very personal matter.
Look, Don, a man has been murdered.
Wait, why should I want to kill my future father-in-law?
Harrison wasn't too happy about you marrying his daughter.
But he changed his mind. That's why he sent me a telegram this afternoon, asking me to meet his train.
Oh, and what kind of a telegram might that be?
Well, I have it right here. Read it for yourself.
Here, honey.
Huh?
I'll hold the flashlight.
All right, Mike. Wait a minute. Don. Have changed my mind. Happy to have you as son-in-law. Meet my train at Camp Junction. We'll ride in together, much to talk over. Harrison.
Sounds all right. Let me see it, Angel.
Here.
Yeah, from Northwood City at 3:20 today.
Yeah, I wish I could help in some way.
Yeah, sure, but... Hey, what was that?
It's a window. Someone lowered it.
That's Mr. Oliver's room.
Mike, he must have heard everything.
Yeah, something tells me we'll be hearing his little story very soon. That's right. The telegram is to the Atlas Detective Agency, Los Angeles. This is it. Please advise immediately. Name of Z. Yes, Z, the last letter in the alphabet. Name of Z in report to Harrison. Right. Sign that Michael Shane. That's right. Send it right out, please, and phone the reply here to me at Harrison's place. Thank you. Goodbye.
Well, the answer to that telegram should mean a lot, Mike.
Well, it'll help, darling, but there's some angles I don't get. Miller is a mysterious employee of Harriet Harrison's, all very hush-hush. Oliver's scared stiff of Miller, and Don goes walking around in the moonlight right after somebody takes a shot at us.
Oh, you can't blame him for that, Mike. Here the night before his wedding and his future father-in-law is poisoned.
Yeah, sure, but there's one thing we do know. There's a killer here.
Well, there's a car outside.
That must be Inspector Faraday, and in a big hurry.
It's too bad you haven't the murderer all signed, sealed, and ready to deliver.
Now, Angel, sarcasm doesn't become you.
Well, Mike, Phil, how goes the home front?
Oh, quite a few interesting details for you, Inspector.
Whatever you're figuring, Mike, forget it.
Oh, that means the inspector knows something.
Plenty. While you two were taking it easy, I cracked this case wide open.
Yeah? Well, Gibb, who's the murderer?
Miller.
Miller?
Sure. I thought his face had a familiar profile, so I checked on him with headquarters.
And found what?
He's got a record a mile long.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'll be willing to wager it's for blackmail.
That's right. But how did you know?
Inspector, are you forgetting? Mike is smart.
All right. I hope Miller's still around.
He said he'd be in his room.
Good. Let's go pick him up.
Okay, let's go.
Well, Mr. Shane, it looks like Faraday beat us to it this time.
Oh, he's just a good man, honey.
Yeah.
Tell me, what's the line on Miller?
All the usual stuff. Hires out as a private investigator and then turns the information he picks up into blackmail.
Wow, cute boy. That racket should put him in clover.
Yeah, but this time, Mike, it'll put him right in the middle of the lethal chamber at San Quentin.
Ooh.
Here's Miller's room.
Yeah, no need to knock, Mike. Just open it up.
Okay, here goes.
Miller, we want you...
Say, what? Well, there's your man, Inspector. You can take him in, but unfortunately, he's very dead.
We'll return to Mike Shane and his adventures in just a moment. It's true that clean spark plugs make a difference in engine performance and gasoline mileage. But it's also true that even the finest spark plugs cannot fire properly if the ignition cables are defective. These cables are the small, fine wires which carry the electricity from the distributor to the spark plugs. They should be carefully inspected whenever your spark plugs are checked, because old or damaged ignition cables leak electricity, which means that only a thin, weak spark reaches the plugs. So to get new performance out of old engines, ask the Union Oil Minuteman to check both spark plugs and ignition cables. Then you'll be sure of more power and better mileage. Just drive in wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76 and ask for Union Oil Ignition Service. Thank you. Phyllis, Mike, and Inspector Faraday have just burst into Miller's room, only to find him dead, shot through the heart. This new development has put quite a crimp in the inspector's plans, and Mike is pointing this fact out to him.
Looks like you were wrong about Miller, Inspector. At least wrong about his being the murderer.
Miller could still have been the one who bumped off Harrison, then somebody took care of him.
Well, that would leave us with two killers. Well, could be, but it doesn't stack up that way.
Well, as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to take Oliver in and charge him with murder.
Okay, so you charge him with murder. But how are you going to make it stick, Inspector? How about motive? What evidence do you have?
Oh, 2 and 2 make 4, Mike. Harrison must have been poisoned on that private train, so it had to be Oliver. There's Miller lying there, absolutely eliminated.
All fine and good, but it leads us to one other little item. Don was on that train, too.
Don? Betty's fiancé?
Mike, you saw the telegram Mr. Harrison sent him. Don couldn't have been the murderer.
In this business, honey, we've got to figure every suspect guilty until we know they're innocent.
Yeah, Mike's right. Oh, Phil, would you step into the other room and phone the coroner down at Northwood City?
Yeah, sure, Inspector. I'll give him your compliment.
You know, this business is beginning to make sense. The one who poisoned Harrison had to get rid of Miller because he knew too much. Miller said he might do some talking when the right time came.
Well, Mike, for my money, Oliver fits into the picture. He's our man, and I'll get some evidence out of him.
Oh, I'm sure he knows plenty, but...
Yeah.
Inspector, I tried to call the coroner, but the telephones are dead.
Uh-oh, the wires have been cut.
Well, that don't make much difference.
Oh, yes, it will, Inspector. You see, I'm expecting a reply to a telegram I just sent. A very important telegram.
About this case?
Yes, sir, in connection with the detective agency's report to Mr. Harrison. The answer to that wire might be just what we need.
Oh, now that the phones are dead, what are we going to do?
Do? Simple, darling. The inspector will sit tight here while you and I go for a nice moonlight ride back to Northwood City.
There it is. There's the telegraph office just on the other side of the tracks.
Okay, I'll park the bus here. Now, watch it. Easy crossing these tracks, honey.
Oh, thanks for the tip, old boy, but you could have carried me.
Huh?
More trains.
Yeah, this is the main line from San Francisco.
Isn't this the place where Harrison transferred to his private train?
Correct. Well, here's the telegraph office.
Hey, folks, can I help you?
Yes, I'm Mike Shane. I'm expecting a wire from Los Angeles.
Shane. Let me see. Yeah, your telegram's coming in now. I'll have it for you in just a minute.
Okay.
Look, Mike.
Hmm?
There's another. The train just pulled in.
Now, that's 8:20, miss. Only stops for a few minutes.
8:20? Well, it's late. It's 8:35 now.
Nope, train's on time. That there's the second section of the 8:20.
Oh, so many people traveling, huh?
Yep, too many. That's why they run 2 sections. Like this afternoon, the second section of 98 came in at 3:40 with a whole passel of folks.
Is that right? You know, honey, that's interesting. Very interesting.
Yeah, of course it is, isn't it? What are you staring at me that way for?
Well, here's the telegram, mister.
Oh, swell.
Oh, come on. Who was Mr. Z in that report?
Well, this does it, honey. This does it. That Z is nobody else but Oliver.
Oliver? Then Faraday's right.
No, Angel. Faraday isn't right. Oliver wasn't Harrison's murderer. But come on back to Harrison's place for a little meeting of the minds with Inspector Faraday. All right, is everybody coming?
Yeah, they're coming,
I
Mike.
told Betty and Don, Oliver.
Good girl. Now to open these French windows. There. Okay, Faraday. Now out on the porch with you.
Right, Mike.
Bill, drape that beautiful body in that chair.
Oh, thank you. Yes, my Lord Master. Well, here comes Betty and Don.
Oh, hello.
I'm sorry it was necessary to bother you.
Don and I understand.
I'm glad to help in any way, Mr. Shane. Thanks, Don. Come over here. Stand by me out of range. Certainly, but out of range? I don't understand.
Now, what is all this rigmarole about in the middle of the night?
There's nothing to get excited about, Oliver. I asked Miss Knight to call you downstairs for a conference.
A conference? About what?
About mysterious happenings around here, but particularly about why Harrison had you investigated by a detective agency.
Mr. Shane, what do you mean?
I mean you've been cheating the Harrison Timber Company out of thousands of dollars.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Why, Mr. Harrison trusted me implicitly.
He did, until he finally caught up with you. That's why he was going to turn you over to Inspector Faraday today.
I won't listen to this. There's no proof.
There's plenty of proof, all written down in black and white. What's more, you knew Harrison had you dead to rights. That's why you poisoned him.
You're mad. I never killed anyone.
It's no use, Oliver. You're hooked like a fish.
I didn't murder him. You can't frame
Mike,
me.
he's running. He's running towards that window.
I'll stop him. No, Don, no. Drop that gun. That's better. You knocked the gun out of my hand. You let Oliver get away. Oh, no. Here comes the inspector. And he's got our friend Oliver by the well-known collar.
No!
Here he is, Mike. Squirming, but safe and sound.
I didn't do it. I'm innocent.
Take him in, Faraday. You've got enough on him to make it stick and stick hard.
Yes, he's a dead duck.
Oh, Mr. Shane, I can't believe Mr. Oliver would kill my father.
But, he didn't, Betty.
What?
Well, you just told the inspector to take him in.
Sure done. I'm taking Oliver in for theft. But for Mr. Harris's murder, we'll take you.
Me?
Oh, what are you saying?
Sorry, Betty. Don wanted to marry you in the worst way.
He married a couple of other girls with wealthy parents.
Oh, Betty, don't listen to
When
him.
your father suddenly wired he was coming up, Don knew it was the showdown.
That's ridiculous. Oh, no. You had a hunch Harrison engaged Miller to investigate.
It's a lie. You saw the telegram Mr. Harrison sent me just this afternoon.
Sure, Don, sure you got a telegram. A telegram you sent to yourself. All you did was slip over to the Northwood City, wait until the train pulled in, and then send that telegram to your own address and sign Harrison's name.
Oh, nothing but lies.
No, son. It's a fact that we can prove. Because you made a mistake, a bad mistake, Don. You saw the train pull into Northwood City and thought that Harrison was on it. But you didn't know that there were two sections of that train today and that Harrison was on the second section. You sent that telegram 20 minutes before Harrison got there.
Mike, you know it's wonderful to be getting back home, here by the Golden Gate.
Oh, I like it. You know, honey, one of these days they're going to put up a statue for me, right on Market Street.
Well, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it at all. You're such a genius.
Well, maybe not a genius, but quick with the answers, huh?
Speaking of answers, there's a couple you still owe me.
Oh, please, honey, no more
Now,
questions.
remember, Mike, that statue to a genius?
Okay, shoot me the question.
When did you know for sure that Don was the murderer?
When we found Miller shot, of course.
Why then?
Don't you remember, honey, when we caught up with Miller sneaking back to the house from Harrison's private train, he said he would talk to the right person when it would do him the most good?
Yeah, I thought he meant Faraday.
Oh, no. Our blackmailing friend was talking right through us to the only other party there, which meant Don. He was throwing out a hint for a payoff.
Well, of course, I know, but how about...
That's all, honey, please, that's all. Positively all. And hold on to your hat because I'm turning.
Just a minute. This isn't the way to the office. You're turning into Golden Gate Park.
Ha-ha! Is that bad?
Tune in again next week at 8:30 for another adventure with Michael Shane, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis, with Joe Forte as Inspector Faraday. Tonight's story was written by Richard DeGraff and based on the character created by Brett Halliday. Music was composed and directed by Bernard Katz. This is John Lang saying goodnight for the people who make 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil, Union Oil Company. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell
as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist with a welcome from the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names. We've done that because we recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company, like Rexall Mineral Oil, for example. This is the mineral oil specially refined for extra heavy body. What's more, Rexall Mineral Oil is tasteless, odorless, colorless, non-irritating, and non-habit forming. Quality like that is what we family druggists are talking about when we tell you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Now your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Oh, pardon me. You know where I might find Mr. Richard Diamond?
You want to hire him?
Yes.
Well, stop being so bashful, friend. Come in.
Thank you. You're Mr. Diamond?
Well, any resemblance to the Irish washerwoman is purely intentional.
Do you always do your own laundry?
Always. Keeps my petty cash from looking too petty. Sit down, Mr.
Baxter. Clay Baxter from Okmulgee, Oklahoma.
Clay Baxter from Okmulgee, Oklahoma, was a man I guess to be in his early 50s. Straight up, he crowded 6'3", counting the 2-inch heels on his handmade boots. Looking at him, I thought of an old Remington Trent and suddenly felt like singing a chorus of Home on the Range.
I'd like you to come to Okmulgee with me, Mr. Diamond.
Well, why, Mr. Baxter?
My brother was killed yesterday. The sheriff and the coroner said it was an accident. I don't believe it.
How did you happen to look me up?
I raise cattle, Mr. Diamond. I do a great deal of business in Chicago and New York. I wanted a detective with experience, someone with a good reputation.
Bless you.
I called a friend on Wall Street, and he recommended several men. One of them was you. I checked your background. I'm satisfied.
Oh, good. I charge $100 a day in expenses.
Chicken feed. I'll pay it, and if you catch the man who done it, I'll give you a $1,000 bonus.
Oh, well, no, I can't leave right away. It'll take me at least 5 minutes to get my affairs in order.
Yeah, I can certainly see you appreciate a buck.
Mr. Baxter, I appreciate a buck like a Texan appreciates Texas.
Texas? Never heard of him.
How was your brother supposed to have been killed?
Thrown from his horse, skull fracture.
And you don't believe it?
I do not.
Why?
Too good a horseman.
Well, it could have happened.
Well, if it did, he'd have taken the fall right. Might have busted something, but wouldn't have killed him.
Anything else?
His wife. My brother was a wealthy man, Mr. Diamond. His wife will inherit everything. Ranch, cattle, all worth about $8 or $10 million.
You think she had something to do with his death?
You tell me, Mr. Diamond.
I called Helen, told her I was off to Okmulgee. Promised I'd send her a couple of Navajos or whatever they had out there. Then I took Clay Baxter over to my flat and threw a few things into a suitcase.
Oklahoma's dry.
So's Richard Diamond.
Might get arrested.
Oh, I don't want to leave it here.
Wouldn't make any difference if it was empty, would it?
No.
Got a couple of glasses?
A fifth usually adds up to a full evening, but that's only when Clay Baxter isn't around. When he poured one for the road, the water line receded 6 inches. I had a quick one, and he finished it.
How'd that soldier?
How do you feel?
Oh, lively.
Why don't we forget the plane? You just start running for the window, and I'll climb on. Okmulgee, Oklahoma. Population 17,091, according to the last census, and very hot in August. Baxter's station wagon's waiting at the airport, and the driver took us into town where I was introduced to the local law.
This here's Sheriff Billings.
How are you, Sheriff?
Jim, this is Mr. Diamond. He's a private detective from New York.
Howdy, Diamond.
Howdy.
Private detective, huh?
Oh, I've been called other things.
Still ain't satisfied, huh, Clay?
Not yet. And you ain't either, and you know it, Jim.
How about it, Sheriff? You think Mr. Baxter's brother was killed deliberately?
Coroner says it was an accident. Hit his head on a rock.
That ain't what Mr. Diamond asked.
Well, Will Baxter was a pretty good rider, but he could have been thrown.
I don't...
All the evidence says he was. Could see plain where his horse bolted.
What could have made his horse shy?
Snake, maybe.
Not that horse, and you know it, Jim.
Well, maybe stepped in a chuck hole. He was limping right bad when he got back to the barn.
No signs of anyone else near the body?
Well, when I got there, some of Will's boys had already ridden out.
Who found him?
A couple old miners, Luke and Phineas Merriweather.
Well, let's go out to the ranch, Mr. Baxter, and take another look at the spot where your brother died.
Will Baxter's ranch is 40 miles from here, Mr. Diamond.
Maybe you'd like to go out to my place and freshen up a bit first. You go ahead and shave and shower. I'm going to go build me a drink.
Hey, this is quite a place, Mr. Baxter.
Glad you like it. Take a swim in the pool if you'd want, but watch out for the catfish.
Catfish?
I'm a bachelor. Don't use the pool much, and I don't usually have guests. Love catfish for dinner, so I keep them in the pool.
I caught a guy once floating bodies in his bathtub.
Don't say. Funny, Harvey.
I showered and shaved and met Baxter out by the pool where he was feeding his catfish. I watched a pound of liver disappear like lychee nuts in the Tong War. And we all headed back to town where we picked up Sheriff Billings. 40 miles later, we pulled up in front of the late Will Baxter's ranch. A little different architecture, but just as impressive as my client's.
Okay. Afternoon, Sheriff.
Oh, Wilma.
Afternoon, Wilma.
Wilma, this here's Mr. Richard Diamond. Wilma Baxter, my brother's wife.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mr. Diamond?
Private detective. Come up from New York.
Oh? Well, why don't we all go in the house? It's too hot out here.
Mr. Diamond wants to go out and look at the spot where Will got himself killed.
Certainly. Have one of the boys fix you up with some horses. When you're done, why not stop back for dinner?
Mr. Diamond's eating with me, and he's going to be pretty busy for a while.
Now, I'll give you a rain check, Mr. Diamond.
Well, thank you.
I'd like you to tell me about New York. It's been a long time, and I've almost forgotten what it's like.
Let's go, Jim. It's getting late.
Bye, Mr. Diamond. Nice meeting you.
Goodbye, Mrs. Baxter.
Seems all broken up, don't she?
Yeah. Where was she when her husband got killed?
Perfect alibi. In town all day. A lot of people saw her. Mighty fine-looking woman.
Mighty. We all rode down to the stables, and one of the hands saddled up 3 horses, and we started out across the open desert. For a man who had spent all his life riding around in taxicabs, the experience was just short of agonizing.
Just up ahead, Diamond.
Swell.
Never rode much, did you?
No, I always bounce like this. Like to make my money belt jingle.
Well, here it is. Whoa.
Yeah, whoa.
Oh. Well, here's where they found the body.
Now, what did he hit his head on?
That rock right there.
Mm-hmm. Did you take an impression of the wound to see if it matched?
Nope.
Well, why not?
Never thought about it.
Well, that's a pretty good reason. Anyway, let's dig that rock out and take it back with us. I spent the next minutes limping around looking for something and came up with nothing except a longing for a hot Epsom salts bath. We dug up the large rock and took it back with us to Wilma Baxter's ranch.
Ooh. Whoa.
Howdy, Sheriff.
Howdy, Frank. This here's Mr. Diamond, Frank. Diamond, this is Frank Kelly, the ranch foreman.
Howdy. Detective fella, huh? Miss Baxter told me about you. Said you was doing some investigating.
Yes, sirree.
Scientific investigation. The way the city boys do it.
What you going to do with that rock?
A hopscotch. Oh, on second thought, I think we'll take turns untying the knots in my back.
Good warm shower, and you'll feel fit as a fiddle.
Well, I got a good start. I'm shaped like one.
You'll find it a little bit rough out here, Diamond.
Oh, I'll get used to it, Mr. Kelly.
I hope you're right. Ain't much like the big city.
Oh? Just what is the big city like, Mr. Kelly?
I ain't never been there. Just what I've noticed. Looks like a man can get pretty soft living in the city.
Well, I'd like to show you where I was brought up sometime, Mr. Kelly. We never got around to playing cowboy, though. We were too busy kicking each other's teeth out.
See you later, Mr. Baxter. So long, Sheriff.
I don't think Frank likes you, Diamond.
Well, what about Will Baxter's horse? I can take a look at him.
Right over there in that stall.
Really pulled up lame.
Oh, good horse. Never figured to shy at anything.
Man, look at that.
His hip's swollen.
Yeah, really twisted something. Steady, boy. Steady.
Hey, that looks like an infection.
Yeah, it's a funny thing. It kind of does.
What are you getting at, Mr. Diamond?
Oh, I'm not getting into thing, Mr. Baxter. I just said it looked like an infection.
Yeah, we better tell Mrs. Baxter or Frank. Have someone take care of it.
Tell me, boys, if you jabbed a horse with something, would that make him bolt? Come on, I want to get back to town and talk with the coroner.
Before we continue with the adventures of Richard Diamond, private detective, here's your Rexall family druggist.
Last week, a customer said to me,
I wish I knew some way to be sure I'm getting enough vitamins. Some way that's easy, yes, and inexpensive, too.
Why, ma'am, millions of people have found a way to do that. They take Rexall Plenamins.
Plenamins?
Rexall's popular multivitamin capsules. Just 2 Plenamins a day give you more than your minimum daily requirement of every vitamin for which such requirements have been established.
Well, you can't expect much more than that.
Yet Plenamins do give you more than that, for they also contain valuable liver concentrate and iron, plus other factors of the vitamin B complex.
Say, they must be expensive.
On the contrary, ma'am, Rexall Plenamins cost you only a few pennies per day. Ask for Plenamins at Rexall drugstores everywhere, and remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Now, look here, Jim. Ain't my word good enough?
Why, sure it is, Coroner, but Clay hired Mr. Diamond to do some investigating, and he's doing it.
Clay, I tell you, your brother died from natural causes.
I don't think so.
But if you insist, I'll show this detective fella the body.
I want the head wound matched with this rock.
Okay, but the mortuary ain't gonna like it. They got him all ready to bury.
The coroner led me across the street and into a funeral parlor where I took a look at the late Will Baxter. 6 years with the 5th Precinct homicide and a couple of dozen killings should have conditioned me. But like always, the first look shakes something loose in the middle of my stomach, and I have to keep swallowing hard.
Looks right natural, don't he, Clay?
Yeah.
They do a good job here.
Bully for them.
He hit his head right here. Concussion, plain and simple.
No other marks or bruises?
No.
While the coroner rolled the late Will Baxter into one of the back rooms and made a comparison with the head wound and the rock we'd brought in from the ranch, we went out on the front porch for some air. I lit a cigarette and thought about an old case I'd worked on 5 or 6 years before.
Hey, you got a cigarette?
Sure, Doc. Picayune all right?
Funny thing.
Head wound doesn't match the rock.
Sure doesn't. Wound is too deep. Rock's round and flat. Nothing sticking up to go that deep.
Then I want an autopsy.
Why? Fracture still killed him.
No, I doubt it. When someone plans a murder, they don't count on one blow to do the trick.
Bet there's nothing else that could have done it.
Well, nothing you can see. I've met someone here in Okmulgee that I'm pretty sure is wanted for another killing very similar to this. Now, Doc, go make that autopsy and fast.
You think maybe you found something, Diamond? You think Will was killed deliberately?
Maybe, but we'll have to wait for the autopsy. In the meantime, I'd like to go out and visit those 2 old-timers.
Luke and Phineas?
That's right, Sheriff.
Well, it's mighty dangerous. Come on, I'll take you out.
You better wait here for the report. Mr. Baxter and I will go on out.
All right, you can use my horses, so you won't have to go all the way back to the ranch.
Horses?
Well, the Merriweathers are on the other side of town, not about 10 miles, no roads.
Oh, horses, 10 miles. I mean, never play kick the can again. Oh.
You really don't take to horses, do you, Diamond?
Maybe if you could find me a nice, long, thin one. Holy Ike. Whoa, steady.
That's one of the Merriweathers.
Well, let's get out of here. Come on, horse. Now, come on, I'm yelling. I admit it.
Now, it's okay, Diamond. That's just the boys' way of letting you know not to come any farther, unless they say so.
Oh, swell greetings. What happens now?
Hey, up there! Luke! Phineas!
What you want?
It's Clay Baxter. I got a friend here who wants to talk to you.
Phineas? Yeah, Luke? Hey, Baxter. Got some friend who wants to palaver.
I don't feel like palavering. Better shoot him.
Giddy up. Just take it easy. Take it easy. They always act like this.
Phineas don't want to palaver. I gotta shoot you if you don't promote.
It's important. About my brother.
Phineas? Yeah, Luke? It's about his brother, the dead one we found t'other day.
Oh, all right, I guess. Let one of them come up.
Baxter?
Yeah, Luke?
Send your friend on up.
And up I went, leaving my better judgment running off across the desert. I climbed a small hill and found myself standing at the entrance of an old mine shaft. Luke and Phineas and Merriweather stood on either side, shotguns ready, pointed right at my chest.
Start talking.
Well, gentlemen, my name is Diamond.
Don't pay no import to names. What do you want?
Just wanted to ask some questions about the man you found the other day.
You a policeman?
Well, kind of.
Shoot him.
Oh, now, wait a minute. I'm not a real policeman.
Then what are you?
I'm a private detective.
Luke? Yeah.
What's the matter? It's an honest profession. Fellow's got to make a living.
You a real live private detective?
Well, I'm a private detective. The real live part I'm depending on.
Well, my goodness gracious. Come on in and have some victuals.
Huh?
Why, mister, me and Finney read all them stories about you fellas.
Uh-huh.
We filled up one whole tunnel with old detective magazines. You fellas really are something.
Wait a minute.
What's wrong?
Let's see your badge.
Oh, yeah. Sure. There you are.
Oh.
Yes, sir. Well, I'll be dogged. Come on in, friend. Come on in. I'd like to ask you some questions about this here Dick Tracy fella.
Well, 1 minute I'd faced 2 shotguns. The next I was turned into an honored guest. I had coffee and biscuits with Luke and Phineas and answered enough questions about the private detective business to fill a dime novel of my own. I squeezed in enough questions to find out that the boys hadn't seen or found anything unusual when they discovered Will Baxter's body. 4 cups of coffee and a dozen biscuits later, I bid the Merriweathers a fond farewell and returned to Clay Baxter.
They loved you?
Oh, worshipped me. They're starting a Richard Diamond fan club.
Well, did you find out anything?
No.
Well, give me your hand. I'll help you up on your horse.
Oh, couldn't I just walk back? Come on, horse. Hold still. Steady, boy. Clay Baxter, sitting in his saddle, had leaned down and grabbed my hand to help me up on my horse, and that was when he got it. His horse took out with the wounded man still up and hanging on. I booted my horse in the ribs. Oh! I took off after Baxter like citation on a good day. I closed my eyes, prayed a little, and tried to remember every jockey I'd ever seen before. Suddenly, I looked up and spotted Baxter's horse dead ahead, standing still and right in my path. Whoa! Oh!
Well, I guess it's just my time. If I don't die from this bullet I got in me, I'm going to do it from laughing.
How is he, Doc?
Oh, he'll be all right. Bullet went clean through, just under the collarbone. Didn't break anything. How do you feel, Mr. Diamond?
Crippled.
Any idea who shot Clay?
No.
Clay said he thought it might have been the Merriweather boys.
No, it couldn't have been.
Why not?
No, the Merriweather boys use shotguns, not rifles. What about that autopsy, Doc? Well, go on. What about it?
You was right. Will Baxter didn't die from a skull fracture.
What was it?
I don't know what was used for sure. A long, thin instrument. Whoever did it pulled the lower eyelid down, killed Will Baxter by jabbing something through the eye into his brain.
Probably hit him over the head to knock him off the horse, and then got down and made sure.
And then jabbed his horse in the flank to make him bolt.
Nasty way to kill a man.
Well, it's been done before. Not a man's way of killing.
Wilma Baxter was in town all day.
When Clay comes around, tell him I borrowed his station wagon.
Going out to see Wilma?
Going out to her ranch. I want to take another look at Will Baxter's lame horse. And, Doc, I want to borrow a pair of surgical probes. I climbed into the station wagon. Close to an hour later, I pulled up on the side of the road. The gate to the ranch house was another 100 yards up ahead. So I piled out, climbed the tall white fence, and slipped into the barn. Steady, fella. Steady. Steady. The horse's left flank was still swollen and very close to a serious infection. I ran my hand over the spot. Steady, boy. There was something still stuck in the flesh, so I used the surgical probes and prayed the horse wouldn't kick my brains out. Whoa, whoa. Steady, boy. Steady. There. Sorry, fellow.
I didn't know you were a vet, Mr. Diamond.
Huh? Oh, good evening, Mrs. Baxter.
You know, in this part of the country, you can get shot for horse stealing.
Oh, not stealing. Just taking this out of your horse's flank.
What is it?
That's a piece of a long needle. Might be a hat pin or something.
I think you'd better tell me what this is all about.
Oh, certainly. Your husband was murdered.
That's impossible.
Suit yourself, but he was. Somebody hit him over the head, knocked him from his horse, jabbed this needle into his eye, then jabbed it into the horse's flank so the horse would pull up lame, look like he'd shied. The killer tried to shoot me this evening, but he missed and got Clay Baxter instead.
And who do you think did this?
I don't know. The method doesn't fit a man.
A woman, then?
Well, the blow on the back of the head rules out a woman. Too much force.
What have you got left?
What I started with. A man. And a woman.
Very interesting theory.
Mm-hmm. You're from New York, aren't you?
I've been there.
I thought so. Your face is familiar.
I haven't been to New York in at least 10 years, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, funny. Well, I've got to go out to the Merriweathers.
Those two old miners who found my husband?
Mm-hmm. They saw the murderer.
What?
Yeah, that's why I know how it was done. I was out there earlier, and I've got to go back after a sworn statement.
Well, why didn't they speak up before this?
Afraid. Said it was none of their business. See you later, Mrs. Baxter.
Have another biscuit, Inspector.
No thanks, fellas. 10's plenty.
So Will Baxter was murdered, huh?
That's right, and Mrs. Baxter thinks you two saw who did the killing.
Gonna lay a trap, huh?
Yes, Luke, gonna lay a trap.
Mm.
Now, look, I remembered Mrs. Baxter from someplace the first time I saw her. Then when I found out how the murder was committed, I recalled a case very similar back in New York. Man was hit over the head, pushed down a flight of stairs, and his brain pierced by a hat pin. A man actually did it, but a woman planned it. The man was caught, but the woman disappeared.
Why'd they do it?
The victim was insured. They wanted to make it look like an accident. Well, come on, we better spread out. We should have company pretty soon. The two old-timers took off their coats and gave me some beat-up pants, which I stuffed with pillows and blankets. In 5 minutes flat, I had two dummies sitting with me at the little table.
You think they'll fall for it?
Well, you can't tell, but you two go on outside and wait until somebody comes in. I just want him to try for one of the dummies.
Well, what if he tries for you?
Killjoy. Luke and Phineas took their place outside the mine, and I smoked a dozen cigarettes, and then I heard someone coming in, moving quietly up the tunnel toward the light. I played it big. Well, that's fine, Phineas. Now, if you'll just sign this statement. I rolled, and the dummy that represented Phineas Merriweather doubled over from the force of the slug. He shot again, and Luke's dummy toppled. I kicked the lamp out before he got around to yours truly.
2 down and 1 to go, Diamond.
I'm afraid I got a big surprise for you, friend.
I ain't worried.
You should be. There wasn't even close. You're a lousy shot.
Yeah?
You missed earlier this evening and got Clay Baxter instead.
I'll make up for it.
No, you won't, Train. Drop it.
You heard him, drop it.
Okay, all right. Don't shoot.
Wait a minute. Wait till I get the light. Yeah.
Well, hey, it's a Kelly fella.
Yeah, you're getting way out of line for a ranch foreman, Kelly.
Give it to him, Mr. Diamond.
Who had you kill Will Baxter? You know, Kelly, you said something today about getting soft in the city. Wonder just how soft I've gotten.
Maybe you'd like to find out.
Turn him loose, boys.
Yes, sir.
Go on now. Go to it, Mr. Diamond.
I don't like getting shot at. It makes me real unhappy when anyone runs around killing people.
No, go on. Stop him. Do it.
Shut up, Finney, and let them fight.
Now, Kelly, why'd you kill Will Baxter?
Wilma Baxter talked me into it, promised me a share of the range.
And for that, you killed a man, huh?
It's a big range.
Oh, get up.
Sure hate to see you leave, Mr. Diamond.
I hate to go myself, boys. Love them biscuits.
Maybe we'll get up and see you in New York sometime.
Hey, Kelly's coming, too. Doesn't like being tied to his horse like that, I guess.
Finney.
Yeah, Duke?
Fella's coming, too. Hit him with something.
Sure.
Again, here's your Rexall family druggist.
I often think there's no common ailment quite so distressing as acid stomach. And there's certainly no relief for it quite as fast and effective as Bismarex. This famous Rexall antacid often neutralizes excess acidity within 1 minute. And the scientifically balanced ingredients of Bismarex work in sequence, easing gastric distress and leaving a soothing protective covering on irritated stomach membranes. Yes, Bismarex gives relief that's not only quick, but continuous and prolonged. Ask your Rexall druggist for Bismarex. He'll tell you you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and is written by Blake Edwards with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Featured in tonight's cast were Hal March, Arthur Q. Bryan, Virginia Gregg, Barton Yarborough, Wilms Herbert, and Wally Mayer. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Wednesday at this time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Hiya, beautiful.
Get lost, Bristlepuss. You need a shave.
But I have shaved. What else do you want me to do?
Silly boy, she wants you to go Stag.
Go Stag? But why?
Because Stag is Rexall's exclusive line of men's good grooming aids, like Stag Brushless Shave Cream. No fuss, no massage, just smooth it on, and presto, you get a clean, close shave. Your face stays smooth and whiskerless all day long.
I'll do it. I'll go Stag.
That's it. Join the Stag line now at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Yes, to make girls care. Go Stag.
Next week, both Groucho Marx and Bob Hope will be back on NBC.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
When it's May and the nighttime sighs briefly, begins the weaving of mists into silken fabric of its dying, Broadway is still. Broadway waits for death of night, for the first cry of day. Entwined with mist threads, the echoes of earlier whisperings, and light pools spilled from earlier neon, diminishing now, contracting into cores of darkness. Dance of litter where dreams were and promises were, and through it, erratic dance of a sodden man who stops, then leans for a while against the edge of night, walks on, and in his wake, ebb of nighttime. And at headquarters, walk a corridor, your way to a room where you'd been summoned by Detective Muggavan. Old thoroughfare to the interrogation room to see. Well, you'll see when you get here, Muggavan had said.
The poor soul sat lying by a sycamore tree. Her hand on her bosom, her head on her knee, sing willow, willow.
Well, you can cut that out now, miss. The lieutenant is here, and the lieutenant has got your message.
Her salt tears fall from her, which soften the stones. Sing willow.
You hear me, miss? You can end it now, any time.
Drunk?
In my time, Danny, I have been in the company of many lady drunks, but
What's
never
she doing
one.
here? Why isn't she in the tank?
She was there, Danny, a couple hours ago. Picked up off a village street about midnight. They booked her, searched her, did all their little things, and then sent her up to us.
I call my false love, but
Lady,
what's it?
lady,
Why did they send her up
please.
to us, Muggavan?
Over here on the table, Danny. This knife, it was found in her purse. There was blood on it. Fresh blood, human blood. I let the boys in technical have their way with the knife, and that's the report they came up with.
Who is she?
No identification.
Willow, willow.
And like she is now, how she was when they picked her up. The wrinkled summer dress, the booze. One difference. The knife was in her purse.
Miss...
My false love said then, you know what he said? Give me, oh you whose arms are soft and slender.
Look, miss...
Yeah, Danny, you talk to her. Be gentle. Be, well, like you are. Maybe you
and
shall...
he said, against your heart so innocent and tender, a little love and some forgetfulness. Willow, willow, willow.
And then started to sway and lose control.
Hey, I got her, Danny.
Dawn all at once, and she was caught in its first light, supported by Detective Muggavan, looking up at him silently with suddenly stricken eyes. When he took her away to jail, she leaned against him, head to his chest. At 9 o'clock in the morning, after the small sleep, the day began again, with the juice of the orange and the coffee bean, proven best to enable you to face life, and when fortified with a glazed donut, enables you to face life bravely. Thus equipped, stride down headquarters corridor to your assigned cubicle. The man who's waiting for you offers you his hand, shakes yours once, gives it back to you with a slight underhand flip.
I'm Harold Tracy, Mr. Clover.
How do you do?
I was told to see you because my wife is missing, and I was told you had a woman booked last night for some reason or another, and her description checks with that of my wife.
What does your wife look like?
Again?
Again.
About this tall, coloring fair, hair light brown. Joan has a very small beauty mark right here at the corner of her lips. She...
Yeah, Danny.
Sergeant, the woman that was booked this morning about 4, the one without identity?
Who had the knife?
That's right. Get her up here in my office right away.
Only be a second, Danny. She was brought upstairs here for breakfast.
Mr. Tracy...
No, wait a minute. What's that mean, who had the knife?
Is your wife a drunk, Mr. Tracy?
No. Now tell me
Sure.
what that...
Here, take a look.
What's this got to do with Joan?
Your wife was incoherent from booze early this morning, Mr. Tracy. If she's your wife, we've got upstairs. How come you're so concerned about her this morning? Why weren't you concerned enough about her last night to keep her out of trouble?
I don't have to listen to that kind of talk.
You do if you don't know how to take care of your wife. You ever see this knife before?
Let me see it. No. Drunk? Joan? No, it couldn't be. Look, you sure she's my wife?
No, but the description you gave me...
Wearing a black dress cut, That's another thing I can't understand about Joan.
Right in here, miss. Well, gentlemen, here she is.
What got into you, Joan?
I'm very sorry. I promise you I won't do it again.
That's the very least I'd expect you to say.
I'm ashamed of myself.
I should hope so.
I'll never embarrass you again, Hal. I've been bad.
I can't understand you.
I've been bad and...
Danny.
Hal, I hate you so much.
Danny, she's got the knife.
Mrs. Tracy.
Don't worry, Mr. Clover.
I do.
Joan.
I hate you with all my heart and soul. And I'm going to kill you.
Put down that knife, Joan.
Kill you, Hal. Because all the years...
Give me that knife, Mrs. Tracy.
What's happened to her?
Let Dr. Sinsky, you know.
Joan, what's happened to
You
her?
better go home now, Mr. Tracy.
All right.
Look up, Danny. Look up from your desk and get hit with it.
Marty.
Aha. Who else but Marty Udenfreund, to be exact? Hits you, huh? This tired face you remember,
You
huh?
look fine, Marty. Tanned.
You drove an open-air cab, you would also be tanned in the face. However, what happened to your particular set of values concerning the female of the species, I can't guarantee. Were you a cabbie?
What are you talking about, Marty?
That dame.
What dame?
What dame, he says to me. The dame the papers say you picked up booze happy in the village last night. With beauty spot close to lip. With knife in the bag. What dame, he says.
Oh, Mrs. Tracy, what about her?
Last night around 10 when she hailed me, I didn't know for Mrs. or Miss. All I know is a few remarks were passed, and suddenly I find myself nonchalant in the back seat of my cab, and my passenger is driving in the front. It was a pleasant change.
Go on.
Well, we do the park, we do the plaza, we do the East River. Then she hauls up in front of a joint in the village, invites me in. I say, thanks loads, lady, but I already had my quota of fun for tonight.
What club?
The Crocodile Club on Bank Street. You gotta understand, Danny, up to where we parted company, my passenger was only flap happy with the season.
Yeah, I understand. Thanks, Marty. See you around, Marty. Good afternoon. I'm looking for the manager of this club.
Truly?
Police.
Just one couple here, mister. A boy, a girl. A boy and a girl in a corner table. And see how they hold hands? Ah, isn't
You the
that...
manager?
I'm Leslie Cobb, and I manage. And just what is it that you need in the afternoon, you being a police officer and all?
Some information.
You?
About a woman named Joan Tracy. She was here last night.
Say that name again?
Joan Tracy.
About 5'4", about a 26-inch waist. And the little thing right here, the beauty mark. And suddenly emancipated. Call me Joan Tracy the Liberated. That one? The lady on a toot?
What about her?
I only had one drunk in here last night, and she swore to everybody her name was Joan, and she was free, free, free. Come what may, she said, which was a lie.
Oh?
She found a fellow. She found a fellow with a book of verses, and she had a jug of booze. Whether there was bread or not, I wouldn't know.
What are you talking about?
She went off with a boy in jeans and plaid shirt who calls himself Robin Forrest this week. Has a room down the corner, that way, an attic. And there to laugh and sorrow and taste...
Yeah. Thanks a lot. And out of the jaws of the Crocodile Club, and onto Village Street in Maytime, past shop of French pastries and French legends scrawled in pink icing on sun-yellowed wedding cakes, and make the quick, free translations, and walk on. And leaning against doorway, the sandaled girl in batik sari, head posed against the hand-painted sign that reads, Jewels, Custom Made, Second Landing, and walk on to corner rooming house, where a boy who this week calls himself Robin Forrest is to be captured in his attic lair, where he usually is if he's not on the wing somewhere else. Attic is the room boasting the skylight. And ascend old stairs, banister carved with old memories, and onto landing, down hallway. And a faulty catch releases. Door drifts slowly into opening. Latticed rays of sun from fulcrum of skylight. To hold in dust dance, boy sprawled on floor. Boy in plaid shirt and jeans. Young man with knife wound. Young man dead. Young man murdered.
You
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Thanks to careless people, forest fires have a long season. That season has begun again with the coming of warm weather. In the interest of preserving our natural resources, we are all asked to be especially careful when in or near our woodlands. 9 fires out of 10 are man-made. Every fire makes a dent in our natural defenses. To keep our woodlands open and free for enjoyment, eliminate forest fires.
The season of promise is dying, and on Broadway its swift, silent passing goes unnoticed. Spring into summer means only the shifting of mannequins in a store window, and draping them in less clothes, preserving only the precise curve of wrist. And still the serpents of light uncoil in identical pattern and leap skyward, and still the street is filled with sounds that were there yesterday, and the people, and the riot. But spring is dying, and summer's a-coming in. Hurry. Only so many tomorrows for the dream to come true. Where I was, office at police headquarters late afternoon time. The hour of the police sergeant from Never Never Land who had somehow gotten a job in New York.
Danny?
Come in, Gino.
Well, how did you like it?
How did I like what?
How did I like what, he says.
Yeah, that's what I said.
That's what I said, Danny. How did you like that book I give you?
Book?
I, the Corpse. You know, the first adventure of the Twanger. That two-fisted guitar strumming...
Oh, well, I haven't read it yet. You see...
Well, Danny, here's the sequel, so you can read both in one sitting.
Thanks, Gino. Kiss me, Irving?
What an adventure. In this one, the Twanger cleans up Anne Arundel County in Maryland.
Thanks a lot, Gino.
Your jaw will drop.
Gino.
Mind it.
Gino, you have anything for me?
Report from Detective Dennison if your mood is such.
It is, believe me, it is.
That Mrs. Tracy is lying in a hospital room under the care of Dr. Sinsky, where she lies and stares at the ceiling and says not a word.
Go on.
Incidental information is all.
If you please.
Her mother died last week.
Oh?
Fell down the steps in her apartment house.
It was an accident then, for sure?
I think so. Says here on the report, if accidental death, check here. It's checked, see?
What else, Gino?
Joan Tracy is a lady with a talent. She plays cello. In fact, there are 3 of them.
What?
In the trio. 2 friends and Joan Tracy. If you want who the 2 people are, Danny, well, here. If I seem like a daisicle, Danny, the Twanger, my jaw dropped.
Please, go away.
Mr. Kodalier?
It matters to you who I am?
Yes, it does. I'm from the police.
Thank you. I am Kodalier. Now, please, go away.
Police. On police business, Mr. Kodalier.
You wish to enter into negotiations with me? Concerning private piano lessons, concerning harmony, theory?
Concerning Joan Tracy.
Theory. Joan.
All right, if we talk inside?
Please. Then Joan is your business with me, eh?
Because the boy she was with last night was found murdered.
A boy? Not her husband?
Not her husband.
I think I read of it. I'm not sure. Drunk, a knife, a death. So many in the newspapers. It becomes vague. It becomes so many Joans.
Another thing we know about this Joan, she was a friend of yours. She played cello in a trio that you...
And you wish my interpretation of Joan. What phrasings, what nuances, what dynamics would bring a woman like Joan to murder a boy, not her husband?
All I want from you is...
I will tell you of Joan. The theory, okay?
All right, tell me.
A cringer. A woman who put on the face of a beaten child when no one lifted a finger to her.
You'll explain it to me, huh?
So you will understand. In a trio, when a cello makes a boo-boo in phrasing, in breathing, in emotion, looks are exchanged between the violin and the piano. When such looks are exchanged between us, Joan sometimes wept, cringed, looked beaten.
Well, I still don't understand.
I will show you. On my piano. This is a passage for the cello from a trio we have often played. It is to be sung so, with heart, with subtlety, with delicacy, as I have played it. Joan played it so. Understand?
I think so.
Good. Now that is Joan. Strict tempo, strict pitch, and strictly without heart. That is Joan. What I said before to you. Please do it. Please go away.
I play the violin. There's Joan and her cello, Cordalia with his piano, and I play the violin.
Well, I want to know about Joan, Mr. Vernon.
Not very good with the cello.
I've heard that. Other things, though.
I loved her once.
Oh?
In retrospect, it was pity more than anything else. I was filled with a sorrow for her.
Why?
This was before she was married, of course.
About the pity, Mr. Vernon. Why?
She is docile because of her mother, very domineering mother. A cliche of a domineering mother, a do this, do that cliche of a domineering mom, and if you don't, I'll fall on my face with a heart attack and you'll be sorry. You know? And I pitied Joan.
I see.
One day I took her in my arms, and I liked it. It started off by feeling sorry. When I was holding her, I forgot my purpose in doing so. I said to myself, love.
Tell me something, Mr. Vernon, about this trio.
A simple thing. We all studied at the academy. We met. One evening long ago, we said, let's have a trio. We're none too expert, really. We saw and pound and call it Beethoven, and it's a fine time.
And you were in love with Joan once, but not now, is that right?
Right. You see, I recognized what kind of woman Joan was and what I really felt for her, and that she would need a man exactly like her mother.
You know her husband?
Just pokes his nose in, waves a riding crop at us, and vanishes.
When's the last time you saw Joan?
About, let me see, 4 days ago, Tuesday.
Tell me about it.
To console her about her mother's death.
Well, I understand her mother fell down the steps and died.
Well?
Well, what?
You want me to say, isn't that nice?
Oh, forget it. I just wanted you to comment on whether you thought
her mother was pushed? How do I know? I got better things to do than conjecture on a horror like her.
Okay. Tell me about the last time you saw Joan.
Joan was in the library at her home. I went to her. She was playing the cello, sawing away tunelessly and loud. She noticed I was there finally, grinned at me, picked up the cello, and broke it over an antique brass pot. And don't ask me whether the latter's symbolic.
And that's all?
Not quite. She sobbed then. And I felt sorry for her again and took her in my arms again, and I thought suddenly what a stupid girl this was. I said goodbye to her.
Anything else you can tell me about her, Mr. Vernon?
Not a thing. She really isn't stupid, you know. My first impression was correct. To be pitied, that's more nearly correct.
And back in the street now, and city at 9 o'clock of May. Time for stoop dweller to chart the course of new fallen star, and also observe the nebulae in wake of the summer passage of a boy and girl through a million private comets. Time of the chuckle and the elbow poke in the ribs. Time to check condition of tenement roof and stake out the place of summer sleeping. Walk through currents of May night. And somewhere between where you were and headquarters, stop for the sandwich and the coffee, with conjectures on the murder of a boy who had read poetry to a drunken woman. A woman who had tried to kill her husband in your presence, who the night before had driven a cab, had shouted in the Greenwich Village Club that she was free, free, free. But leave them alongside the tip, because there were new conjectures to be had at headquarters, from study of reports, from further musings against May night, and in a while from Detective Muggavan also.
About Joan Tracy's husband.
Oh, what about him?
Well, him, Joan Tracy's mother, different relationship, different age, different gender. But,
But what, Muggavan?
But peas from the same pod. Happens in a pod sometime. Now, the way I know it is one summer my seed man showed me
You mind
charts.
just about Tracy, her mother, her husband?
Oh, them.
Muggavan, so help me.
Oh, don't get riled, kid. Now, you've been doing legwork, I've been doing legwork, so just don't get riled, huh? Yeah, on your feet, Danny. Walk it. You haven't had enough of it, huh? Look, don't you understand? I've been trying to tell you.
All right, Muggavan, tell me what.
What I found out from my legwork. From friends, neighbors, spectators on the life of Joan Tracy.
Well?
What I already told you. Her husband she tried to kill in front of her. Her mother who fell down steps and died a week ago. Both the same type people. Both wielders of the big stick, tongue lashers of what they considered lesser persons in the human scale.
You'll explain it, huh, Muggavan?
Glad to. Now look, mother of Joan Tracy, one of those mothers. The kid, Joan, the woman, Joan, couldn't make a move, couldn't breathe, couldn't smile, couldn't cry until Mama gave the word. Up until Joan married Mr. Tracy, that is.
Well, she married him, then what?
A word about the background of husband Harold Tracy. Seems a few years back he was headmaster in a boys' military academy. Seems he had codes of behavior for little boys. Oh, and disciplines to match. Pete Chirino of a chap with the willow rod, I understand. Now, Danny, you take a man like that, marry him to a woman like Joan, what have you got?
Yeah. Get on the phone. Get him down here, Muggavan. Just have a seat, Mr. Tracy.
How's my wife?
I understand you've been calling every hour.
They said she wouldn't talk, that she was just staring. Once...
What?
Once when I was a headmaster, there was a boy who did that. I took him for a walk. I talked with him. I cured him. He didn't do it anymore.
You ordered him to behave, is that right?
I illuminated for him the difference between proper and improper conduct. Joan already knows that.
Then all you think your wife needs is talking to by you.
Exactly.
Why did she want to kill you, Mr. Tracy?
You mean this morning with a knife?
Of course that's what I mean. Were there other times?
Certainly not this morning. Joan was drunk.
No, I don't think so.
I know my wife.
Do you know whether she ever tried to kill her mother?
Oh, are you serious?
Then she didn't push her mother down the steps, did she?
Joan was with me in Atlantic City when her mother fell.
Well, that's what I wanted to know. You see...
In here, Mrs. Tracy.
Hello, Joan.
Hello, Hal.
You see, Clover? You ready to go home, Joan?
Whenever you say so.
You see, Clover.
Please sit down, Mrs. Tracy.
Go ahead, Joan. In a little while, dear, I'm going to take you home and we'll have a little talk.
Hal.
What, dear?
If you ever get close to me, I'll try to kill you.
She don't like you at all, Mr. Tracy.
She's not drunk either.
What have you people done to her?
Nothing. They haven't done a thing. They gave me time to just lie there in bed and scheme. They didn't bother me. I've got a lot of schemes. And if we go home together, one of them I like very much.
Joan. Joan.
Don't!
Joan, get away from her.
She's my wife.
You heard what he said. Get away from her.
That's better.
Mrs. Tracy.
Yes. What?
You want to tell us about last night?
Joan, you don't have to.
I want to.
Go on.
I got very drunk. I met a boy who recited poetry. We got very drunk together. I passed out. I woke up. I think he was dead. I didn't know. I drank some more from the bottle and I walked out into the street. Then it was this morning and I was here.
You didn't have to say that.
Why not? Why not?
What's happened to you, Joan?
I'm free.
What?
You know.
I don't understand what she's talking about. She's a very sick woman. My wife is sick.
She'll get better.
That about does it, huh, Mr. Tracy?
What are you talking about?
Your wife's mother died last week.
I can tell it. I've been thinking about it. I know the words. When she died, I heard about it and I sat down to cry. I couldn't cry. I felt relieved.
You said free.
Free.
The kind of life you had with your mother. Afraid, docile.
Hal.
What?
That's why I was such a good wife to you. Why the transition was so easy, from daughter to bride. It was the same thing. You're the same kind of person.
You could have explained it to me.
No, not to you. You'd hit the air with your riding crop and demand obedience.
Joan, listen to me.
Joan, listen to me. Joan, listen to me.
When your mother died, it happened. You were free of both of them.
That's what I meant.
What about it, Mr. Tracy?
Well?
Well, what?
I had to show her, that's all. I caught up with her at that place, at that club in the village, as she was going out with that boy. I followed them. They were both in a stupor, a drunken stupor, when I walked in on them.
So you stabbed the boy and planted the knife on your wife?
It was sordid what you did, Joan. Ugly. Unbecoming.
It needed to be stopped. I stopped it.
You killed a boy, Hal. You didn't stop anything. I may go now, may I not? Goodbye, Hal. One thing you can be sure of, you'll never be embarrassed by me again, wherever you are.
Dawn touches Broadway now. The last shadows leave and take away the night. And over the river a cloud drifts, and a bird dips and touches it with a wing. The people wake. The fury gathers and funnels out into the streets. Walk easy. Another day has come. The shock has come. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Sammy Hill was heard as Joan and Whitfield Connor as Hal. Featured in the cast were D.J. Thompson, Jerry Hausner, and Harry Bartell. Bill Anders speaking. This Monday night on CBS Radio Suspense, Dick Haymes stars in Pigeon in the Cage. It concerns a man who is trapped in an elevator between floors, but who dares not call for help because his only possible rescuers are murderers. With this story, CBS Radio hopes once again to keep you in suspense this Monday night on most of these same stations. And remember, the top dramatic show of all, the Lux Radio Theater, is heard Monday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
A nighttime of May books passage through Broadway, and crowd stands on banks of pavement, waving it through the neon shoals. And the ports of call, place where spring dance can be bought for a dime, the current bargain basement rate of exchange. or moon-drenched beach of the spectacular, on which a girl sways and miraculously spells out the word aloha in twisted tubes of light, or place of muted trumpet and quick fingers on a bongo beating out tropic messages, and another place where a woman sits trembling alone in a booth, turns her nighttime face to the man who touches her shoulder. Nighttime of May, journey into nowhere. And somewhere in wake of night laughter, dark, brooding street, the windows of brownstone rooming house staring into it, and stoop to ascend, and door open before your knock, sallow light spill onto pavement, and in doorway a woman whose coilings of red hair are haloed by the 10-watt bulb.
You from the cops?
That's right.
Been leaning on my windows, watching for you. First time in my life. First time in my life I ever waited a cop should come to me.
Was it you who called?
Me, Gwen. Gwen Victor.
Oh, you said that...
What I said on the telephone don't hold a candle to the earful you're going to get. You want to come in now? Wait a minute.
Huh?
I want you to look at something.
What?
My face. Don't move a minute. I'll hold it up to the light for you. Now, you see him?
What?
You don't recognize, huh? You don't recognize where a lady's been crying tears and the marks they leave in her powder base. I didn't repowder especially so you could see where I've been crying. See? Those 2 rows.
Well, that girl you told us about on the phone, the girl who was hurt?
That poor thing. That poor little hurt thing. To fall at my feet like a wounded dove.
Look, take me to her. We're wasting...
We're wasting nothing, mister. You gotta be filled in, don't you? I know you, misters. You gotta be filled in.
Then you'll take me to the girl, huh?
Then I'll take you to the girl. Because right now, from her and her condition, you'll get nothing. Just from me.
All right, Miss Victor, you tell me.
I'm a lady who's got a big heart inside her. I want you to understand that. Then you'll understand why it's happening like this.
Well, go on.
I got a very big heart. It's one of the reasons I sit out on the stoop nights, in case my roomers want to gab a little in the fresh night air, in case they need advice on certain matters or the loan of a kind word.
About the girl.
It's what I'm coming to. Oh, the poor girl. Tonight I sit on the steps. My roomers have drifted to wherever. I'm alone by myself on the stoop. A car rolls down the street, lets a girl out. Whoosh! The car rolls on. The girl walks toward me, staggering like from the bottle. Flop! She falls at my feet. I lean over her. Honey, baby, I say to her. Honey, baby. She whimpers to me. Help me, help me. I see she's been knifed. I yell for Doc. Doc!
Doc?
Doc Roundtree, my oldest roomer. I yell for Doc. We lift and carry the hurt honey girl into a vacancy I happen to have at the present.
Now you'll take me to her.
Just so you'd understand about me and Doc. Now, come on. How is she, Doc? How's our honey girl?
She's sleeping, Gwen. She's dying.
Ah, you poor baby. You poor sweet baby.
Gwen.
Huh? Oh, him. Don't worry about him, Doc. He's fine. Best of health. He's from the police. He came for our wounded bird.
Good night, Gwen.
Come back here, Doc.
Now, look, mister. Look, all I did was try to help her pain a little. I didn't do anything unethical. I didn't even try to wash the wound. I just held her hand. Try to make it easy for her.
Doc's trying to tell you he ain't practiced in 12 years because Doc ain't supposed to.
I did nothing unethical. A man has to be kind. The only way that's left to him.
A dying girl and a fifth of bourbon had Doc that way, huh?
Well,
how long's this girl been here?
I called you misters right when it happened. Couldn't be more than 20, 30 minutes since.
Either of you ever seen this girl before?
I've been sitting on my front stoop for years and years. This particular honey girl is a total stranger to me.
To you, too, Doc?
To Doc Roundtree, too.
Where's her purse?
Now, you could stick your nose in every cranny of my rooming house, mister. You won't find it, because she didn't have one.
You mean...
Like you see her now is how she was when she fell to my feet. All she was carrying was this knife cut. That and a very pained expression around her mouth.
No identification?
Just what Doc said. She's dying. Oh, baby, honey, baby. Fever, huh? You just let Gwen.
Act of compassion. Miss Victor rinses out a towel clean in Hotel Emerson, Baltimore, Maryland. Embroidered in blue, lays it against the girl's forehead. And Miss Victor gains thereby an approving nod from Mr. Doc Roundtree. Then the two of them, alerted to reality by the sound the street makes, look at each other, then down at the girl, then up at me, then shake their heads. Tenement tableau. Stay with it until the stretcher is brought in, until a wounded girl is lifted up and taken away. Then leave. Home now, and 2 more pages of the novel while coffee boils. 2 more pages propped against the sugar bowl. Bed, and finish the chapter a few seconds before sleep. Next day, look at it through the window, yawn at it, make silent comment about it. And all the day does back at you is get later. So get dressed, get with it. Breakfast and headquarters and the entrance upon the arena of life of a gladiator who just happens to be named Tartaglia.
Danny?
Come on in, Gino. Well, what's in your mind?
I bring you this. There is no frigate like a book to bear us lands away.
What?
I give you a book which I have finished and which gave me great enjoyment, which is now yours so that you can also enjoy. The fact that it is bound in paper is no reason why you should knock it.
Well, I'm not knocking it, Gino. I think it's very nice of you to...
In the twanger, perhaps you will find a new hero, even as I did.
That's the hero's name, the twanger?
A guitar-playing fellow who goes about the world having adventures. I tell you, Danny, I've read a lot of books in my time. But this fellow, when he lays aside his guitar, how two-fisted can you get?
Gino, please.
Pardon me. I guess I was carried away.
What else have you got for me?
A solitary item. Identification on the girl who was found late yesterday stabbed from a moving car.
Oh? Who is she?
From fingerprints taken from her by technical and code numbers wired post-haste to Washington and return, she is none other than Sybil Crane.
None other than...
Sybil Crane, formerly employed in the factory which undertook the manufacture of government-contracted items, which is why her prints are on file.
Who does she work for, Gino?
Superior Tool and Die. As a bookkeeper, Danny. Here.
Yeah?
Here's the address right here. And here, if you're going out, take the book I brought in case you stop for a sandwich or something, you can start it. Oh, you're going to like it, Danny.
Quad car ride. Downtown along the river and past the strollers who hold hands in Maytime. And past the bench sitters and pigeon feeders and the boat watchers. Day where spring joins up with summer. The chemistry of which produces something sad and sunny, a breeze made specially for the hair, and a smile made specially for the season. Left turn on 17th Street. Find an address. Superior Tool and Die Company. Show a badge. Get nodded inside. And wait, but only for a moment, because a young lady appears who has a badge of her own, who wears her visored hat on top of a platinum bun, who tells you she's been assigned to you, and let's go. Through drill press, where things get drilled, she points out to you. Through drop hammer, where, well, watch. You see? And lathe and shears, and delivers you, unscathed but more rounded, to the office of Mr. John Woodley, head of the bookkeeping department, who is waiting for you.
It's, Mr. Clover, isn't it?
That's right.
Also, the gate phoned me you were from the police.
Right. A girl who used to work here, Sybil Crane.
Well?
Would you mind calling your personnel man or whoever? I'd like to have a look at her personnel records.
What do you want to know?
Look,
Now, wait a minute. I just asked you something. What do you want to know? Miss Crane worked right through that door. I can tell you all...
Then tell me.
Bright girl. I paid her a young fortune.
Well, what?
Well, practically, for a girl, she was a bookkeeper. You know what bookkeepers get, don't you?
No.
Miss Crane got top salary. More than anyone in the department.
Employer, employee, that's all, huh?
Well, that's all. Even if I'd had any ideas. Well, did you ever take out a girl where everything's a formula? Name anything, and Sybil's got it broken down into numbers. Real bright. Maybe a genius. Excellent education.
Why isn't she working here now?
She wanted a real big raise. You'd think the company made a mint here, the amount she wanted. Well, it just occurs to me, a policeman asking about her. Why?
It was in the papers this morning.
Well, I haven't looked at the papers. Does that make me uncooperative?
She was stabbed.
She dead?
She wasn't when I talked to the hospital last.
I hope she holds on. She dies, and there goes a fine mind. Very shrewd. Analytical, that's the word I was looking for. Oh, it'd be a real loss. What else can I do for you?
Well, just get me her employment card.
Questions, I mean.
Well, just get the card, Mr. Woodley. I'll wait.
Danny?
Huh? Oh, how's Miss Crane, Doctor?
The thread that holds her life,
Then
Danny...
she's still alive.
Alive? Yes, I suppose you would say that she was a... From Miss Crane's room, come on. The visitor, the lady, Miss Victor, she said her name was.
Oh, baby. Poor baby doll. Look at her. Look at her dead. She's dead, ain't she, Doc?
Yes.
You know what I'm going to do? You know what I'm going to do?
Miss Victor.
$1,000 reward. How do you like that? A G-note for the
Please,
dirty louse
this is a hospital.
Take your hands back where they belong. $1,000, baby doll. Reward. We'll find out who killed you. Look at her. Dead to the world.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Savings bonds are a gift to appreciate. If you have received one, you can be happy for yourself and proud of the giver, because United States savings bonds guarantee interest at 3% if left to maturity. They offer security. Because they help Uncle Sam fight inflation and pay for defense, they are a patriotic gesture as well. Now and in the future, United States savings bonds can be the difference between security and uncertainty in the lives of the loved ones. Buy them regularly, where you work or where you bank.
The sunlight of a new morning strays through a springtime breeze, and for an instant, Broadway stops running, poises the cheek for the splatter of warmth, token that a fresh day is at hand, assurance that the nighttime is finally done and you can start to forget what happened last night. And the avenue is suddenly glitter, speckles of light to be held in the hand like a promise. But across the street, suddenly, the early trumpet spills out of the loudspeaker, signal for morning's first frenzy. The blonde blows a kiss to nobody at all, and close by, a man leans against a doorway, spins a keychain, and grins. Broadway leaps into another day. And at headquarters, time for consideration, with tools at hand. Cigarette, warm coffee, glazed donut with most of the glaze missing, and Detective Muggavan, who likes them that way.
It's funny. At home, I can't eat breakfast. I get here to work, 4 donuts, no trouble at all.
You mind if I tell you look it?
Yeah, I know. I'm going to have to start taking off the weight.
Dennison checking on the background of Sybil Crane?
That Dennison's a good boy.
Thanks so much for the information, Muggavan. I've been wondering for the last 9 days what kind of boy Dennison...
Yeah, he's checking.
Mind if I ask you something?
Why should I mind?
Have you checked with Dennison to see whether he's found out anything for me?
He hasn't found out a thing. Nothing we don't already know.
Oh, thanks.
Better employment record on your desk?
Mm-hmm.
See it? Thanks. If Sybil Crane didn't lie when she was filling this out, she's a real brain, huh? That's funny.
What?
She left Woodley's employ a year ago, and what she did after that, like she vanished. Now get it.
Don't bother. Danny Clover speaking.
You the man with the reward?
What?
In this morning's paper, $1,000 for information
Who
leading
is
to...
this?
I'm Mary Dixon. I have information concerning, what the papers say about Sybil Crane. Where this information will lead to depends entirely upon how...
Where can I find you, Miss Dixon?
I am presently employed as 22nd floor maid of the Moral Arms Hotel. When may I expect you?
About 10 minutes.
Make it a half hour, Mr. Clover. Then I'll be on the roof having my lunch. The 3rd redwood chair from the chimney.
In a half hour, Miss Dixon.
I'm Dixon. And you?
Police.
Uh-huh.
Well, a little while ago, you...
Yeah, I did. You know, there's never been a time in my life I wanted $1,000 as much as I do right now. In this weather, what a woman could do with $1,000.
All right. Sybil Crane's murder. Let's start with that.
She used to live here in this hotel. Corner suite, 15th floor. I was working 15. It's how I got to know her.
You'll tell me how, won't you, Miss Dixon?
Uh-huh, I will. I noticed Sybil, first of all, because, on my shift she was never out of her room. I'd make the bed. She'd sit on the floor and read to herself from a book. Never go out. One day I said, "What's so good in the book, Miss Crane?" And she told me. And from then on...
From then on what?
From then on, she got me to read a lot of books. I'd finish one list, and then she'd start me on another. Like a private teacher. I don't know what was with it. but I enjoyed. I learned things I never dreamed they wrote about.
And that's the information you want $1,000 for.
Uh-huh. That and how she'd call up room service on my time off and we'd eat together and have a couple of cocktails and talk. And then Bud would join us for culture.
Bud?
Bud Anderson, bellhop. He also got a lot of culture from Sybil, including more material things. Bud Anderson.
Is he...
No, he don't jump bells here anymore. He's got a shop of his own, 23rd and Lexington. His name right over the word books. Success story, huh? Bellhop to books to killer.
You're sure that he's a killer, Miss Dixon?
You talk to Bud, then send me the grand. Care of the Lincoln Suite, this hotel, huh? $30 a day a suite, and Dixon'll be in it. Care for a banana?
And she peeled it for me, and took it in good grace when I refused. Waved me farewell with it. Lexington Avenue now, and bookstore. Anderson over the word books, which is over the legend, new, used, and rare. And inside, the zones of silence which fall around the browsers given to the mood literary. And to be noted, the round lady under the section marked Metaphysics, peering close at titles. Also the young boy searching knowledge in the large dictionary. Also the man in the back speaking into the phone.
All the information you could possibly want about the child is in this volume. Yes, step by step. Yes, that's the one, the book recommended by Dr. Douglas. Yes, that's right here in the table of contents. Of course, I'll send it right out to you. Thank you. Now, sir, what can I do for you?
Your name, Bud Anderson?
Just browse around.
Police.
Oh.
It's about Sybil Crane.
And?
A friend of yours, wasn't she?
And?
Mind if I make a suggestion, Bud?
Uh-huh.
Get the sign that says closed and hang it on the door. Explain to your customers that you're on your way to jail
For what?
Offhand, let's just say suspicion of murder.
Well, she liked me. She gave me dough. I opened this shop.
That's all, huh?
Strictly a business proposition.
You used to be a bellhop at the Moreland Arms, didn't you, Bud?
I used to be a lot of things. Most of them, like everybody else, I don't talk about. But, yeah, once a bellhop. Day fellow with the bags. I was studying to be a teacher, an honest-to-goodness teacher of tots, and I needed money for school. Get the picture?
Keep going.
Well, industrious, work days, study nights. Then guess. Sure you can. I met Sybil Crane. Instead of a tip for carrying her luggage, she gave me a smile. Later, I brought her back change. Months later, the conversation got around to this. Don't be a teacher, Bud. Be a book salesman.
How'd she get the money to set you up in business?
Her brain. I merely mentioned my love of books.
Just like that, huh?
Sure, very brilliant girl. Could afford anything she wanted, which is very intelligent. You'll agree.
Who killed her?
Not I. That's the best answer I can give you for that question. Pardon me. Anderson's bookshop. Yes, Mrs. Poe. Well, I'm not sure. Wait, I'll look at the table.
And leave him, and in Store Arcade past the eager, fleet-fingered probing of an old man through bookstall of stained and ancient books. Solution to the swift loss of another May Day, perhaps to be found in the rack marked textbooks, used, mathematics. And into street now, walk with May problem for policemen. A girl flung from a car into nighttime of Tenement Street. Girl picked up kindly, carried to vacancy in a rooming house. Girl called for, carried to another room where her dying became official. Murder of Sybil Crane. Problem. Walk with it. And it becomes a cube pile of police headquarters, and it becomes tangents of sunlight splintering off dark cylinder of corridor. And something else.
Why, you miserable, dirty, useless old stray dog! You think I'd let you near me? Huh! Not with a 10-foot push broom. You booze hound! No good stray booze hound! You think I'd let you... Why, good afternoon there, Mr. Clover.
Yeah, come on in and enjoy the afternoon, Danny.
What goes on here, Muggavan?
It's just that the doc here and me have come to the point of me kissing him off, Mr. Clover. Doc and me...
You're fat, that's what you are, Gwen. And that fancy red hair you're wearing is nothing but a dirty old lie.
Enjoying yourself, Muggavan?
Yeah.
My office. You think I deserve a piece of what's making you feel so good?
Oh, sure you do, Danny. A little while ago, there was a riot call. It seems Miss Victor here and Doc Roundtree here got to tapping each other with empty gin bottles.
We didn't need you, gentlemen. The doctor and I could have settled it quite peacefully. It was just that
Fancy, hoity-toity, listen to her. Gentlemen, quite peacefully, the doctor and I. All that money oil your tongue, Gwen? All of a sudden you're rich, and all of a sudden that makes you a lady, Gwen.
Why, you low-down, good-for-nothing crack? Crack, crack, crack!
Someone going to tell me what this is all about?
Make her tell you. Make her tell you. Make her tell you where she got all that money. Money for rewards, money for operation. Go on, make her.
Well, Miss Victor?
Well, I've been an ailing woman for the last 5 years, and I need to have a doctor go over me, a good doctor with a diploma. And if he happens to recommend an operation, why, it just so happens I'm in a position now to recompense him for his services.
I'm a good doctor. I'm a good doctor, old moneybags.
I shall not even discuss it, if that's your opinion of yourself.
Operations are expensive, Miss Victor.
Yeah, don't I know, Mr. Clover? I've been putting a little aside for mine for 5 years.
Liar! Liar! Tell him how you got the money.
Crack! Crack! Crack!
I'll tell you where she got it. That dying girl, that Miss Crane. Gwen was at her all day to whisper her name to her. And she did. And Gwen here...
All the fuss. I just happened to mention to Mr. Woodley down at the Superior Tool and Die place, I just mentioned it to him, that poor girl said his name before she died, and he...
He what? He what, Miss Victor?
Why, he just turned his back to me and from somewhere pulled out a fistful of money and shoved it right
Have them
into
locked
my...
up, Muggavan, then meet me downstairs.
Oh, Doc. Now look what you went and done.
Gwen, dearie, I didn't mean it.
Get with it, Muggavan.
It's quite a factory they have here, huh, Danny?
Uh-huh.
You're not going to believe this, but I've always wanted a little shop of my own.
I believe it, Muggavan.
Hey, you know what that thing over there is? That's a Yoder hammer. You know what they cost?
I used to know, but I forgot. I don't want to know anymore.
You know what the trouble with you is, Danny?
Don't tell me. Just knock on the door.
Oh, hello, Clover. They phoned me from up front you were on your way. Well, what are you doing here?
I brought a friend around I want you to meet. Mr. Woodley and Detective Muggavan.
Hi.
Come on in. Now, better? Less noise. You can concentrate easier. What do you want?
The factory makes you irritable, huh?
Look, I'm busy.
Yeah.
How much money did you pay off to Gwen Victor, Mr. Woodley?
Who?
A dame who whispered a name to you.
I'm supposed to have an idea what you're talking about?
A real good one. We'll just add the word blackmail, and you can take it from there.
Blackmail? Why should I pay anybody blackmail?
That's a good question. We'll take them one at a time. First, Gwen Victor. Paid her blackmail because she walked in here and said she knew a dying girl.
Dying girl named Sybil Crane.
Gwen found the girl with a knife wound, knew she was dying, took her home, sat with her for a day until she mentioned a name. Yours.
We got a nice place here. You notice that case of fittings near the drill press?
Now the question arises, relation between you and Sybil.
You'd be surprised how much those fittings cost per each.
Danny. Now, there was quite a girl. Wasn't she quite a girl, Woodley?
And how much profit there is in those fittings, and how many ways a bookkeeper can split that profit and still come out tidy. I can show you pencil and paper.
You're not paying attention, Woodley.
I heard every word you say. And I want to tell you something.
Well, go ahead.
I gave Gwen Victor part of the bookkeeping profits. Well, what kind of a fellow would you think of me if I wouldn't offer you the same arrangement?
Forget it, Woodley.
More. You'd be surprised the number you could ask for before I'd say ouch.
Sybil made you say ouch, didn't she? That's why you got rid of her.
Just a nothing-type girl, fellas.
That's the way we heard it.
Smart girl.
Very.
Especially with figures. Adding, subtracting, dividing.
Nothing type.
She was living in a $30 a day suite, Woodley. Gave people money to go into business. And she didn't have a job.
What'd she have on you, Woodley? Why were you paying off?
Look, why don't you guys talk sense?
All right, get off the bus. You're all through buying people.
Why were you paying off?
I liked her. I gave her little bonuses from time to time.
Let me tell you what's going to happen now, Woodley. Right now, right at this second, one of our men is going from bank to bank. He's going to find out where Sybil kept her money. He's going to find out how much she had, how often she made deposits.
The company's got a few nice contracts. Choice, cost plus.
You've been stealing.
Let me tell it, will you?
I'm sorry.
She helped. She showed me a way of juggling would knock your eye out, set up a system of books for me, and quit.
And you had to keep paying her.
10 times her salary each week.
She wanted more, so you killed her, huh?
10 times the salary. You know what it comes to? Half for you, half for him. Know how you could live?
Danny?
Uh-huh.
Isn't he spunky?
Yes, he is. You go far. Let's go, Mr. Whitley. Twilight touches Broadway now. It's quitting time. The subway hour of tired faces. Blue plate special time. But soon will be the instant when a man will dart from a doorway, beckon over his shoulder to another. Then mob will gather and scream its heart out at the night. It's Broadway. The gaudiest. The most violent. The lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway. My beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Joseph Kearns was heard as Woodley. Featured in the cast were Martha Wentworth, Sandra Gould, Paul Richards, and Joe Granby. Bill Anders speaking. This coming Monday night, CBS Radio's Suspense completes radio's first dramatization of Shakespeare's tragic masterpiece, Othello, starring Richard Widmark and Kathy and Elliott Lewis. Remember, it's Othello, brought to life in a gripping radio adaptation by those masters of high-tension drama, the producers of Suspense. Hear it this coming Monday night on most of these same CBS radio stations. Suspense. America's 45 million radio families listen most to the CBS Radio Network.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Paul Dubov as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's transcribed story, Oil for the Lamps of Burbank.
There was a girl in it, a young, pretty girl about 19, and her father, a scared little man who couldn't remember the last time he'd had an opinion. There was a boy about the girl's age, and he was dead. And then there was a woman. It all started with a phone call, a simple little 5-cent phone call that the Lion answered that Friday afternoon. Only what you didn't guess was that the conversation on the other end of the line was more than 5 cents worth of trouble.
Yes, I've got that. Could you speak a little louder, please? Oh, yes, indeed. I'll send a man right out. Hello? Hello?
Hang up on you, Fatso?
Yes, Jeffrey, I'm glad you got here.
Sounds bad.
Oh, Jeffrey, it is bad. That poor man, he could hardly get the words out.
What's his name, Lion?
Name? I don't know. He talked so softly, I barely understood him.
But you said you'd send the man out.
Well, I did get the address, Jeffrey. It's in Burbank, 216 North Cordova Street. He told me that before he told me the rest.
What's the rest?
Well, there's something about his daughter. She's in jail for murder. Then he mentioned someone else. I think it was his wife. He wasn't sure.
He wasn't sure if she was his wife?
Well, he just didn't seem sure of anything.
He didn't or you didn't?
Now, Jeffrey, you know I always get the facts of the case.
Like the client's name?
Well...
Or why he wanted to hire a private detective?
Well... Now, Jeffrey, there were extenuating circumstances. As head of the Lion Detective Agency, I can only do so much. After all, some of the work is up to you.
How much is he paying, Fatso?
$50.
You heard that all right.
He said that before his voice got so soft.
Sure he did, Fatso. He probably repeated it a couple of times.
Yes, as a matter of fact, he did. Well, don't just stand there, Regan. Get out there and see our client.
The Lion produced one of his more operatic-type roars, and I left the office. 20 minutes later, I found 216 North Cordova, a 2-story stucco house surrounded by apartments. The street had just been paved, but that didn't stop the rest of the yard from looking like an oversized sand pile. When the door finally opened, a little man, bald and red-eyed, stood peeking at me from behind thick-lensed glasses. He wore a pair of house shoes, an open vest, and a frightened look.
You're from the detective agency?
My name's Regan.
Well, I'm Clarence Andover, Mr. Regan. Please come in. I'll have to ask you to speak softly, Mr. Regan. My wife is upstairs asleep. Please sit here.
My boss said something about your daughter, Mr. Andover.
My daughter's in jail, Mr. Regan. I just don't understand. They've taken her to jail.
When?
Last night. They took Dorothy to jail last night.
You want to tell me about it, Mr. Andover?
But, Mr. Regan, she didn't kill Jimmy Withers. She wouldn't kill anyone.
Maybe you better take it from the beginning.
Well, the police. They came here this morning, and they told me Dorothy was in jail. They said she'd shot Jimmy. Don't you see, Mr. Regan, Dorothy wouldn't hurt anyone.
Jimmy was her boyfriend?
Yes, they were, well, almost engaged. You see...
You're talking to someone, Clarence.
That's my wife, Mr. Regan.
Well, Clarence, answer me. When I speak to you, I certainly expect... Oh, you are talking to someone. Well, Clarence, aren't you going to introduce me, or isn't your wife important enough to be introduced to strangers?
Yes, dear. This is Mr. Regan. He's a friend.
How do you do, Mr. Regan? You're selling something, I imagine.
How do you do,
might
Mrs.
as well
Andover?
know we aren't interested in buying anything. We certainly can't afford to buy anything on the little money Clarence makes. He should have told you that. Clarence,
Mr. Regan
shouldn't
isn't
you
selling
have told the
anything,
gentleman
Emily.
we can't afford to buy... What's that? He isn't selling anything?
Mr. Regan is a private detective, dear.
Mr. Regan is a private detective? Clarence, what on earth is a private detective doing here? Haven't we had enough trouble for one day?
I called him, Emily.
You called him? Well, of all...
You explain it, please, Mr. Regan.
Clarence, I'm waiting for an explanation.
Look, Mrs. Andover, it's about your daughter.
Dorothy? She most certainly is not my daughter.
My first wife died 15 years ago, Mr. Regan.
All right, your husband's daughter, Mrs. Andover. She's in trouble. Your husband figures she needs help.
Well, he's certainly right for once in his life. The girl does need help. But I assure you, Mr. Regan, it's not the kind of help that requires a private detective. What that girl needs is spiritual and moral guidance. If Clarence had thought of that sooner... It's just like I always told you, Clarence, that girl would come to no good. You'll bear me witness, I told you so. Mr. Regan, if you'll just leave us alone, I'm quite sure we can handle our own problems. Isn't that right, Clarence? Well, Clarence?
Yes, Emily, I guess that's right.
Well, thank you, Mr. Regan, for coming out. We'll get along. I'm sure we'll get along. Won't we, Clarence?
Yes, dear. We'll get along.
Clarence Andover wanted help. He told the Lion he'd pay $50 for a private detective. Only Emily, Clarence's wife, didn't see it that way. I decided to stick with Clarence. I headed my car for the city jail.
Okay, 5 minutes.
Dorothy? My name's Jeff Regan. Your father sent me.
Daddy?
He thinks we might help straighten this out.
Then he knows.
Your father knows you didn't kill Jimmy, Dorothy. But we got to prove that.
I knew he'd believe me, Mr. Regan. Daddy believes me.
Suppose you tell me what happened.
Well, Jimmy and I, we were in his car. We were parked by the side of the road. Must I tell it all over again?
If you want me to help.
They made me tell it so many times. So many times.
I know, but try it just once more. For me.
All right. All right, I'll tell you. We were in Griffith Park, Jimmy and I. We were talking, really, just talking.
Go on, Dorothy.
Suddenly somebody stuck a gun in the window and shot at us. Jimmy yelled, and I yelled, and then I guess I fainted.
You didn't see who did it?
No, I just couldn't see anything. It was so dark, and there was this gun in the window, and that's all I remember. When I came to, the police car was there, and they were looking at me. And
What else?
the gun was in my hand.
The gun that killed Jimmy?
Yes, that's what they said.
That's all of it?
Yes, that's all of it.
Tell me about Jimmy. What did he do? Who were his friends, his enemies?
He didn't do anything. He used to work for Daddy. Daddy has an electrical appliance store on Burbank.
Jimmy used to work there?
She made Daddy fire him.
Your stepmother.
She's awful. I hate her, Mr. Regan. I hate her.
Why did she make your father fire Jimmy?
Because he stole something.
Tell me about that.
He and another boy, George Dennison. They robbed the store one night. But Jimmy didn't really mean to do it. He brought everything back the next day. He just let George talk him into it. Daddy was willing to forgive.
But not your stepmother.
She took Jimmy to the police. They kept him locked up until he had to tell him who else was with him.
So Jimmy told on George.
He didn't want to, but they made him.
It stands to reason George Dennison might like to get even with Jimmy for that.
George had a bad record. When the police found out about him, he was sent to jail. And they let Jimmy go because he brought everything back. But it didn't do any good.
What didn't do any good?
My stepmother phoned everyone in town and told them not to give Jimmy a job because he was a thief.
Is there anyone else who knew Jimmy who believed in him?
My uncle, he believed in Jimmy.
What's his name?
Uncle Peter Cheney. He's not really my real uncle. He's my stepmother's youngest brother. But he's not like her, really he isn't. He's a lot younger and he's nice. He works for my father, too, and he lives with us.
Maybe I'll have a talk with him.
You'll like him, I'm sure you will, once you give him a chance. He's kind of odd at first. That's only because my stepmother brought him up.
Okay, Dorothy, I'll talk to him.
Oh, there's one more thing, Mr. Regan. I haven't told anybody about that.
Yeah.
Jimmy and I, we were going to be married tomorrow.
I checked out front for Lieutenant Sanducci, but they said he wouldn't be in for an hour. That gave me time to run out to Burbank and the girl's father's electrical appliance store. Only when I'd driven halfway out Riverside, I discovered something. Something I didn't expect. Behind me, a gray coupe that had been there since I'd left the jail. I was being followed. But when I pulled up in front of Andover's appliance store on San Fernando Road, the gray coupe was gone.
I help you, sir?
I'm looking for Peter Cheney.
Then you've come to the right place. May I show you something in electrical appliances?
No, thanks.
Fine. If you'll step this way, I'll show you our new home exhibit.
Suppose we start with your home.
Now, here we have the latest in coffee makers. With this little gadget, I can...
Look, Cheney, never tell me about Jimmy Withers.
A nice boy. Now, here we have a waffle baker, fully automatic, and it serves 4 people. Just
Okay, Cheney, now we'll talk my business. Do you think your niece killed that boy?
Dorothy Andover is not my niece. She's my sister's husband's child.
I know that. Skip technicalities.
I think we'd better skip the entire discussion, sir. I don't like your tone of voice.
Jimmy Withers was killed at 11 o'clock last night, Cheney. Where were you at the time?
I was at home reading, and I have a witness to prove it. Now, crude fellow, get out.
That took care of that. Peter Cheney hurried off to another customer, and I walked outside to my car. Then I got another idea. A gray coupe had tailed me to Burbank and then disappeared. But maybe it had pulled over to a stop just before I did. Maybe the gray coupe was waiting for me to get started again. I left my car and walked down the street, then back. No sign of the coupe. Then I moved around the corner and back behind Andover's appliance store. There was a parking lot back there, and there was a gray coupe parked in it. The same car that had tailed me from the jail. 1941 Nash. License plate number 26N99072. But that wasn't what I wanted. What I wanted was inside, wrapped around the steering post in a neat little celluloid folder. The registration card that would tell me who drove the gray coupe. I leaned in, moved it around to where I could get a good look, and... Oh! I never got a chance to find out. It was late afternoon, and the sun was slanting behind the ancient brick buildings, and there was fog. Fog mixed up with the sunshine and the taste of gravel in my mouth. I was lying in the parking lot behind Andover's appliance store, and the fog was in my head. I sat up and looked around. The gray coupe was gone, and with it, whoever had bent a blackjack over my head. I got up, dusted off my pants, and decided to have a talk with my old pal, Lieutenant Sanducci, so I drove down to police headquarters.
Regan, they tell me you wanted to talk to me.
Yeah, that's right, Sanducci.
You look like you don't feel very well.
You know, that could be the most honest statement I've heard all day.
Okay, Regan, what's the trouble?
The girl you got on a murder rap, Dorothy Andover.
Go on.
You sure, Sanducci?
All the evidence points directly to this girl. But you asked me if I'm sure, and I must tell you the truth. I am not.
But you're still holding her.
Regan, she was found with a gun in her hand. The boy was sitting beside her dead. What else can I do? Turn her loose and pray for a miracle?
Okay. What about the dead boy? He was mixed up in a robbery with another kid about 6 months ago.
Yeah. I know what you're thinking. The other one's name was George Dennison, the bad one.
But you checked him.
Of course we checked him. Regan, believe me, if there'd been any other way...
George Dennison had an alibi.
6 witnesses, Regan. 6. He spent the evening in a bar. So we have the girl. There goes your malaman.
What's that mean?
What a rotten way to make a living.
George Dennison, the logical suspect, had 6 witnesses that he was nowhere near the scene of the crime. But I still wanted to talk to him. I went out to a phone booth in the lobby and called my boss, Anthony J. Lyon.
Lyon Detective Agency, Anthony...
Me, Fatso.
Jeffrey!
What's so surprising about that?
Jeffrey, you get up here to my office immediately. Is that clear?
Listen, Lyon, I'm in the middle of
I
finding...
don't care what you're in the middle of. You report back to my office at once. And, Regan, if you aren't here in 10 minutes, you're fired.
Is that clear, Mr. Lyon? I'll sue. I won't have you and your employees disrupting my life.
Hey, Regan, come here this minute.
That's the man. Arrest him. I want this man arrested.
Regan, do you know this woman?
He most certainly does know me, and if he says he doesn't, then he's lying.
Yeah, I know her, Fatso.
Now, just a moment, Mrs. Andover. Suppose we hear what Mr. Regan has to say about this. Well, Mr. Regan, what do you have to say about this?
About what, Fatso?
You know very well about what. Did you or did you not come to my home this afternoon?
I did.
Did you or did you not hear me say that my husband does not require your services?
I heard you say it, Mrs. Andover.
Mr. Regan, I will not tolerate your impudence. I told you we were perfectly capable of taking care of ourselves. And let me assure you, I intend proving it.
Regan, why didn't you tell me Mrs. Andover had fired you off the case?
So you're lying to your
Yes,
employer.
of course.
Shut up, both of you. Now, suppose somebody tells me just what the complaint is.
Well, Regan, you had no
Young man,
right.
you had no right to investigate the private lives of my family. The very idea of your questioning my brother.
Oh, so that's it.
That most certainly is it. Peter phoned me that a man had been in the store questioning him. And I knew immediately that you would be just such a person. Well, I'm going to put a stop to it.
You all through, Mrs. Andover? You too, Fatso? Okay, then I'm going to tell you something, both of you. There's a girl sitting down there in a jail cell. She's charged with murder. Well, I don't think she killed Jimmy Withers. I think she's telling the truth, and I'm going to find out. One way or another, I'm going to find out. And you, Mrs. Andover, or you, Lion, aren't going to stop me. Have I made myself clear? Just stay out of my way. There was one visit left to make. One more place to add facts. I phoned Lieutenant Sanducci down at headquarters and got the address. Then I drove out. Boyle Heights, Wilmot Street, 4-family flat. And out front of the 4-family flat was parked a gray coupe. A gray coupe, 1941 Nash, license number 26N99072. I moved faster.
Yeah?
I think you and me are going to have a talk.
He ain't home.
You're home, Dennison. You left your car parked out front.
What's it to you, flatfoot?
Your memory's not that short, George. Move over. That's better, George. Now suppose we talk about a robbery.
You trying to frame me, Shamus?
A job you pulled about 6 months ago. You and a kid named Jimmy Withers.
Get lost.
Think, George. I may be here all night.
No, you got the wrong guy, all right.
Jimmy stooled on you the next day. You remember that, George? You were sore, real sore. Jimmy not only stooled, he took back the stuff you'd stolen.
Oh, you don't, Shamus. Not anymore, you don't.
Oh, George has a gun now. Well, put it down.
Stay right there.
We can add gun without permits.
We ain't gonna add nothing, Shamus. Not assault or battery or nothing. Stand back.
We'll add plenty. Now, let's not waste any more time.
Leave me alone.
Who killed Jimmy Withers?
I don't know.
Why did you rob Andover's store?
It was his idea. He had the combination of the safe.
Jimmy was just a clerk. They don't give clerks the numbers to the safe.
He got it somewhere. He had inside dope.
He told you that?
Yeah. He wanted me to plan it.
Then why did he squeal?
Because of the girl, he said. Because he was in love with some girl.
Finish it.
He was afraid he'd lose the girl.
She had other boyfriends?
I don't know.
Why did you tell me, George? Why did you sap me?
I was down at the jail. They had me for questioning. I saw you leave Sanducci's office. I figured you were trying to frame me. You were going to make trouble.
You made your own trouble, George. Plenty of it.
You're going to frame me for that murder rap, Shamus?
Just for assault, for carrying a gun without a permit, for trying to use it. You framed yourself. I called the police and waited for a squad car to pick up George Dennison. They came and went, and I drove back through town toward Burbank.
Yes? Oh, Mr. Regan.
Mind if I come in, Clarence?
Well, I wouldn't mind, Mr. Regan, but you see, that is, my wife was upstairs.
She wouldn't care much for the idea, that it?
Well, I wouldn't say exactly
It's
that.
okay, Clarence, I'll say it. Besides, your wife's the one I want to see.
Well, if you say so, Mr. Regan, I suppose.
Thanks.
I'll tell Emily you...
Just a minute, Clarence. I want to ask you one question first.
Very well, Mr. Regan.
Last night when Jimmy Withers was shot, were you at home?
No, I wasn't. I was at a lodge meeting until midnight. You see, Emily said...
There was just Emily and her brother Peter.
Why, yes.
We can talk about it later. Suppose you call your wife. The nervous little man shuffled up the stairs rather than raise his voice to call Emily. Glanced back at me once, unsure, worried, then moved up to the second floor. There were voices up there for a few minutes, and then down the stairs came Emily Andover. Emily in all her bombastic glory, a housecoat wrapped around her big frame, hairpins holding down a mass of twisted ringlets. Emily the Queen, hairnet for a crown.
Well, Mr. Regan, and what excuse are you giving for barging into my home again, meddling into my affairs?
Mr. Regan,
You stay out of this, Clarence. What I've got to say is for your wife. Mrs. Andover, you spent the evening at home last night?
Yes, I did.
Your brother, he was here with you?
Yes, he was.
All evening?
Mr. Regan, I'm going to call the police.
I said all evening?
Well, yes.
But you're not sure.
Yes, I'm sure.
You sat here all evening with Peter?
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Regan? Are you trying to imply that I lied to the police?
Yes.
Mr. Regan, you shouldn't say a thing
A
like
boy
that.
was murdered last night, Mrs. Andover. Your husband's daughter's in jail for that murder. Sure, she's not your flesh and blood. She's your stepdaughter. But Peter Cheney is. He's your flesh and blood brother. He's yours.
Mr. Regan,
Yet you'd lie for what's yours and let another man's daughter die for a murder she didn't commit.
That's not true. It's not true.
It isn't? You don't believe in murder, do you, Mrs. Andover? Murder is wrong, but you provided an alibi for a murderer.
No.
Peter Cheney, your brother, shot and killed Jimmy Withers. Shot and killed him because Jimmy was about to take Dorothy away, because Jimmy was about to marry her.
No. No, that's a lie.
Peter Cheney followed them to Griffith Park. He shot Jimmy Withers, he returned to the house, and you provided the alibi for him.
No, he wouldn't do a thing like that. Peter wouldn't. He couldn't.
He wasn't home with you all evening.
No, he wasn't.
He went out about 10 or 10:30, came back maybe 30 minutes or so later.
Yes, he did. But Peter wouldn't kill anyone. I know he wouldn't. He's my brother.
Thank you for defending me, Emily.
Peter!
Mr. Regan is lying, Emily. You and I both know that.
Peter, that gun.
Well, Mr. Regan talks too much, my dear. We wouldn't want some of those lies spread around the neighborhood, would we?
Or to the police, Cheney. We wouldn't want them spread there.
Precisely, Mr. Regan. Just the way I feel about it.
Peter, what Mr. Regan says...
Emily, you shouldn't have admitted to Mr. Regan that I left the house last night. That was quite wrong of you.
But, Peter,
You didn't know you'd lied for a murderer, Mrs. Andover. You didn't know because he happened to be your brother?
Mr. Regan, I don't like what you're doing at all. You're undermining my sister's faith in me. To say nothing of my dear brother-in-law. Is that right, Clarence?
Don't talk to me.
You see, Mr. Regan? My sister crying and my brother-in-law trying to act like a man again. Terrible what you're doing.
Like you did to Jimmy Withers. You gave him the combination to the store safe. You encouraged him to pull off a robbery so you could turn on him, have him arrested, and have Dorothy for yourself.
How did I know Jimmy was going to bring everything back the next morning?
When George Dennison told me Jimmy had inside dope, it began to make sense. George also told me Jimmy was afraid of losing his girl, Dorothy.
A lovely girl. Dorothy's quite fond of me, you know.
So she told me in her jail cell this morning. When I added the robbery and the other man Jimmy was afraid of, it had to be you. You wanted Dorothy, but you let her go to prison for your crime.
Oh, but I was sure George Dennison would be arrested. He'd been caught stealing in the neighborhood before. He hated Jimmy, and he had a prison record. Naturally, I was quite shocked when he turned up with such a good alibi.
You're hateful. Hateful!
Sister dear, that's no way to act. After all, you are an accomplice. And then, too, we must kill Mr. Regan before he brings ruin on both of us.
No.
You mean you aren't going to supply me with another alibi? Emily, dear, don't forget you have to save your own skin.
No, I won't do it. I don't care what they do with me. I don't care.
Even Emily, Peter.
And you, Clarence? Surely you don't want to see poor Emily in prison.
I want to kill you.
Clarence, stay right where you are.
I've hated you from the first moment you set foot in my house. From the moment I first saw you looking at my daughter. I listened to Emily. I gave you a job. I supported
Clarence.
you. I am not going to listen to Emily any longer, Brother Peter. I am not going to let you and your sister destroy what's left of my life.
Stop him, Clarence! All right, Peter, I'll take that gun. No! Yes!
Clarence? You all right?
Yeah, yes, Mr. Regan. You saved my life.
I know. Not me, Clarence. For once, you saved your own life. Lieutenant Sanducci showed up for the prisoner, Peter Cheney, and with him went his sister, Emily. It made sense that Emily wouldn't get off scot-free for lying to the cops. But Peter, he could plan nothing less than life. Clarence Andover watched them go, and the look in his eyes gave the whole thing more meaning. Clarence didn't need either of them anymore. Even my boss, Anthony J. Lyon, was happy when I showed up for work the next morning.
The flowers that bloom in the spring, color the flowers, Jeffrey.
Happy today, huh, Lyon?
Not especially, Jeffrey, not especially.
Funny. You sounded to me like a guy who just received a check.
A check? Why, how ridiculous. Jeffrey, who told you?
Clarence Andover. He said he was mailing the fee to the office last night.
He did? Oh, the fee. Yes. He mailed the fee. Just like I said, $50. Very kind of him, I'm sure.
$50?
Yes, Jeffrey. I deposited his check at the bank this morning. Well, I'd have saved it to show to you, but you see, I wanted to get to the bank early. Avoid the rush. You understand.
Oh, sure. I understand.
Banks are crowded these days. If I'd gotten there any later, why, even as it was, Jeffrey, the line was halfway down to the next counter.
$50, huh, Fatso?
Well, Jeffrey, there was a small bonus included. Mr. Andover just enclosed a little something to buy a new doormat.
You know, Lyon, $100 will buy a lot of doormats.
Yeah? $100? Who told you?
That Clarence Andover added another $50 because we saved his daughter? Well, now, Fatso...
Oh, very well, Jeffrey. $100 is in the bank. You'll get your share.
Well, thanks, Fatso. I already have.
What?
I was at the bank this morning, standing in line right behind you.
Jeffrey!
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Paul Dubov as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Bob Stevenson speaking, inviting you to be with us again for more transcribed suspense and mystery and adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator.
The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. The people who make 76 gasoline and Triton motor oil, Union Oil Company, present The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. If some of you have wondered where Mike Shayne has been during regular office hours the past few days, you'll find the answer on the front page of this evening's San Francisco papers. That's right, the murder trial of Jack Holmes. At this moment, which is along about 6:30, Phyllis Knight has one of those newspapers spread out on the desk before her. As she glares at the headlines, Mike is talking on the phone to Inspector Faraday.
Yeah, Faraday, yeah, I just got back from court.
Didn't take the jury long to decide. Less than 2 hours, Mike.
That boy is no more guilty than I am. Sure, somebody killed the watchman, but not Jack Holmes.
Now, don't take it so hard, Mike, just because his sweetheart hired you to investigate.
All right. Maybe I'm sentimental about those two kids, but I say Jack Holmes isn't the killer type. And with a nice girl like Janet Miley... Oh, Faraday, I let him down, and Janet was so certain I could help him.
Take it easy, Mike. You did your best, but the evidence was against you.
Yeah, sure it was. Is that unusual? Why, I've cleared dozens of guys when it looked like...
Janet, what's wrong?
Hello, Mike.
I'll talk to you later, Faraday. The girls just walked in.
Janet, are you sick? You're white as a sheet.
Here, get her some water, honey, quick.
Yeah. Mr. Shayne.
Yes?
Jackie.
Yeah?
Jackie.
Oh, here, sit down, honey. Let me help you.
Oh, the poor kid. She's all unstrung about the verdict.
No, it's more than that. Her hands are like ice.
He didn't do it. I just discovered
What?
the grocery.
What? Janet, what are you trying to say, honey?
My room. Somebody went through.
Huh?
Oh, it's just... Here, Janet, drink this water. Janet?
12:15. I just discovered. I went and told him. Thought he would.
Mike, she's fainted. I'm going to call a doctor.
Phyllis.
Yeah?
Call Inspector Faraday. She's dead.
Okay, Mike, I fixed it. We can go to Jack's cell now.
All right. Now remember, honey, not a word about Janet's death. Jack will go all to pieces and we'll learn nothing.
I know, but it seems so hard-hearted.
This way, kids.
Ah, boy.
Sad business, I guess the girl figured after that jury's verdict she didn't have anything left to live for.
Suicide? No. If Janet found something she thought would clear Jack, she certainly wouldn't take poison.
Unless she took the poison before she got the information that would clear Jack.
No, then she would have called a doctor. If we can believe her dying words, she went first to some man, told him her discovery, then came to us. She didn't even know she was poisoned.
All right, but who did it? We only knew what she was trying to tell us.
Better pipe down. That's Jack's cell with the jailer standing outside.
Oh, yes, sir. Now let me do most of the talking.
All right, Morrissey. Open it up.
Yes, Inspector.
Hello, Jack.
Hello.
How do you feel, Jack?
Oh, top of the world. It's so cheering to be condemned to death for a crime you didn't commit.
You had a fair trial, my boy. The jury could decide only on the evidence presented.
I told them I left the warehouse that night way before it happened. At 12:15, I was at home. But no, they take the word of that cab driver.
He did pick you up at the warehouse door, and he said the clock in the drugstore read 12:15. I checked the clock myself the next day. It was an electric, right on time.
So did I, Jack. Unless the cab driver was lying, and he seemed like an honest guy.
I see. Even my loyal detective, Mr. Shane, says I'm guilty.
Oh, no. No, Jack, you don't understand.
Go ahead. Say I killed the watchman. Say I stole the diamonds. You never were working for Janet and me.
Yes, we were, Jack, and we still are. That's why we're here. It's about Janet. She's not so good.
What? What are you trying to say?
She came to the office a little while ago and tried to tell us something, some new evidence she had found, but, well, she got sick.
What's wrong? Is she all right? Where is she?
Now, easy, son, easy. She's still at the office. She said a lot of mixed-up things, Jack. Her room had been ransacked, something about a grocery, that you weren't guilty, and she had discovered proof and told him so.
Him? Who's him?
Oh, that's what we don't know. Does Janet have any close men friends she might go to?
Not that I know of. We've been engaged for almost a year now. She never mentioned any. Our boss, Mr. Phillips, is a good friend of both of us.
Yes, he's paying the fee on the case. She might have gone to him, or maybe to his partner.
Mr. Russell? Oh, no, not that old crab.
Well, why come to me? Janet's the one to tell you.
Well, as we said, Jack, she's all busted up over this thing, and she isn't well.
Well, she can talk, can't she? Can't she?
Jack.
I can see it in your faces. Something's happened to her. What is it? Tell me. She's dead, isn't she?
We're awfully sorry, son.
I see you went out to my home, Mr. Shane.
That's right, Mr. Phillips, and your wife told us you were working at the office this evening.
Yes, Russell and I spent so many days in court on the trial. We had to work evenings to keep up with business.
Now, I wouldn't imagine there'd be such a turnover in the wholesale jewelry line.
You'd be surprised. Our firm cuts and mounts gems for at least half the better jewelry stores in the city.
And the robbery and loss of the diamonds didn't hurt your trade.
It would have, Inspector, except for the capture and trial of Jack Holmes. Of course, we're covered by insurance. If you'll step into the office.
Oh, Mr. Phillips. Mr. Phillips.
Yes, Bauer?
May I see you a moment, sir?
Yes, excuse me, please. Go right into the office.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Well, good evening, Mr. Russell. Miss Russell.
Good evening.
I believe you and your sister know Inspector Faraday.
Of course. Yes. How are you, Inspector?
Fair enough, thanks. So the lady executives work nights around this company, too.
If she's the treasurer, she does.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry to keep you waiting. And now, Mr. Shane, I suppose you'd like your fee, now that nothing more can be done for poor Jack.
Well, I'd hardly bring Inspector Faraday along just to collect the check, Mr. Phillips.
Well, I assume...
The case is cracked wide open again. Janet Miley has just died.
What?
Janet?
She was poisoned.
She staggered into our office about an hour ago, gasped out a few words, and she died.
I was afraid of this. Remember, Ann, I said to you, if the jury brought in a guilty verdict...
It wasn't suicide, Mr. Russell. I said she was poisoned.
Poisoned?
Her dying words were that she'd found new evidence, and that she had gone to him, some man, and told him.
Well, of course, she came to me, but she didn't say anything about evidence.
What time was this, Mr. Phillips?
About 6 o'clock. She was crying and hysterical. Begged me to help Jack to get a retrial or an appeal. I tried to comfort her.
Excuse me, Mr. Phillips, but I thought you'd like these invoices.
I'm very busy, Mr. Bauer.
Oh, yes, sir. I'll leave them here on the desk.
If Janet found any new evidence, it'd hardly be likely to clear Jack Holmes. I'm pretty well convinced that young man is a born criminal.
Mr. Russell, that's unfair.
Is it? Look at the court testimony. Phillips and I found shortages in Jack's account books. We called him back to the office that night to explain. He couldn't. Said he wanted to spend the night checking back through his records. Phillips and I left. Next thing we know, 1,300 carats worth of diamonds are missing. Night watchman's found dead.
You never found the diamonds?
Of course not. He hid them.
I'm afraid it's true. The watchman's clock was smashed. It stopped at 12:10. The cab driver picked up Jack at 12:15.
Mr. Bauer, would you mind leaving the room?
Oh, yes, sir. I'm sorry.
He's new here. Bauer is the nosiest secretary I've ever hired.
Now I remember.
Remember what?
Well, I was in the outer office this evening. When Janet came out of this room, Bauer stopped her. I heard him say something about going out to a bar and having a little chat.
I'm going to call him back. A bar, eh?
Do you suppose the poison was slipped into a drink?
Mr. Bauer. Oh, Mr. Bauer, hold on. Stop! Inspector, what's wrong? He's running for the front door.
We'll return to Michael Shayne and his adventures in just a moment. Week in and week out, a lot of motorists go along wondering why their engines lack power without realizing that much of their trouble may be due to dirty or worn-out spark plugs. Yes, that's right. Defective or worn spark plugs are to blame for a great deal of poor engine performance. For example, engineering tests show that faulty spark plugs can waste 1 tankful of gasoline out of every 10, which not only cuts down your mileage, but causes your engine to lose power. So, friends, if it's been 3,000 miles or more since your spark plugs were checked, or if your engine has been losing power, it's a pretty safe bet that the Union Oil Minuteman Spark Plug Service can do you some good. Union Oil spark plug inspection is scientifically performed. The condition of each plug is carefully measured on a special machine, and you can see the results for yourself. If your plugs are dirty, the Minuteman will clean and adjust them. Or if new plugs are indicated, he can quickly install them. The cost of this service is only a few cents per plug, and you'll soon save that in extra mileage. You'll find Union Oil Minutemen ready to serve you wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76. While Inspector Faraday hurries off in pursuit of the fleeing Secretary Bauer, Mike and Phyllis have set off on an errand of their own, and now in the hallway of a certain apartment house.
Here we are, 327. Not much further here.
Mike, that Secretary Bauer, he's tied into this somehow. Snooping around to hear what we've said and then running from the inspector.
Well, leave that problem to Faraday, usual. Wow. Place looks all in order. Hey, wait a minute, honey. Her bed. It's not made up. It's cut to pieces.
Yeah, the stuffing pulled out of the mattress. What on earth were they looking for?
This door here, let me see. Oh, the bathroom.
Mike, look at the medicine cabinet. And the floor.
Uh-huh. Bottles and jars scattered all over the place.
Oh, every one of them with its top, or look at this cold cream jar. Here, the cream's been scooped out and dropped all over the basin.
Huh? Oh, that's an old trick, honey. Hiding gems in a woman's makeup.
Mike, you don't think that she had the diamonds?
Well, somebody thought so. Maybe she did. No, that guess. That's too dizzy. Well, come on, let's check the other room again. Here, there's something worth looking into. A desk.
Yeah, somebody else found it, too. Drawers yanked out, everything's a mess.
I doubt if there's anything left for us, but I'll just double check. Still searching. No.
No, just the usual stuff. Say, how about that wastebasket, honey?
How about it? Here. Put in my thumb and pulled out a plum. What a big girl am I?
Yeah. A check torn in half. Paid to the order of Janet Miley. $2,000. And signed by... Well, I'll be a...
Anne Elizabeth Russell. I think this note went with it, Mike. It's the same handwriting.
Janet, take this and do as I say. That's all. Take this and do as I say.
Which apparently Janet did not. $2,000 is a rather expensive no thanks.
Well, stuff this in your purse, Angel. We're about to go places and ask questions.
You know, if you ask me, Miss
honey,
Russell...
quiet. Somebody's at the door. Quick, snap off the lights. I'll flatten against the wall. I'll jump him when he comes in.
No, Mike.
All right, buddy. Come on, up with your hand. What? Let go of me, you dope. What? Faraday. You?
Yeah, me.
Oh, I thought you were chasing Bauer.
Got away. I phoned Phillips for Bauer's home address. Turned out to be a gas station.
Oh, a phony, eh? Well, we've got a lead. That may be better. Come on, let's go.
Give the doorbell another push, Mike.
You know, I wish these people would stay put. First we go to their homes, but they're working at the office. Now they're not at the office, they're home.
Somebody's coming now.
Yes? Oh, it's you again.
Don't strain your enthusiasm, Mr. Russell. May we come in?
Yes.
Mr. Russell, we would like to talk to your sister.
Anne? Oh, well, she's upstairs.
Will you ask her to come down, please?
Yes, if you'll go into the living room. Anne? Oh, Anne, will you come downstairs? May I ask what you people want?
Oh, you'll hear it. Oh, by the way, sir, I believe your sister is treasurer of your company?
He is.
For how long?
6 or 7 years.
How long was Janet Miley with your firm?
Several years. She worked in the same department with Jack Holmes. Look here, I insist on knowing what this is about.
Alfred?
In here, Anne.
Oh, so you're all back.
Yes, these people say they want to talk to you, Anne.
Phyllis, give me that check and note.
Ready and waiting.
Miss Russell, would you look at this note and check, please?
So Janet gave them to you. What did she tell you?
Right now, I'm more interested in what you told her. What was Janet to do for your $2,000?
$2,000? And what's the meaning of this?
I was merely trying to save you from yourself, brother dear.
Save me?
I've watched you for a long time, Alfred.
What is...
I saw the way you were mooning around Janet.
I don't know what you're talking
Oh,
about.
don't you? I know you proposed marriage to the girl. And now with Jack out of the way, you thought she'd say yes. But I'm not going to have another woman in this organization. I have trouble enough as it is.
That doesn't explain the $2,000, Miss Russell.
Of course it does. I offered her the money to get out of town and not come back.
And what right had you? You're not running my life.
Well, this puts a new slant on everything. Could be that Russell wanted Jack out of the way so he could have a clear track with Janet.
Mm-hmm. The diamond robbery might have been conveniently arranged.
That's a lie.
If Miss Russell didn't want her brother to marry Janet, and the girl wouldn't buy off, then perhaps Big Sister thought of another way out.
You mean the poison root, Phil?
How dare you? You...
You mustn't. I know some naughty names, too.
Oh, surely, Mr. Shane, you've got some brains. You don't believe such insane twaddle.
Are you referring to my colleagues, Miss Russell, or to your story?
No.
It could be possible you and your brother Alfred have been putting on a little act for us.
I'll answer that remark, Mr. Shane, but right now you're wanted on the phone.
What? Oh, thanks. Hello?
Mr. Shane, this is Bauer.
Yeah?
I've got to see you at once.
What? Where are you?
Listen, I have the real dope on the murder. Meet me at the old Dutch windmill in Golden Gate Park.
What time?
Let's see, it's just about 10 o'clock. Make it 10:30. And come alone. Don't tell anybody.
Okay, Bauer.
So it's Bauer. Where is he, Mike?
Quiet, Inspector. Well, Mr. Russell, I think we'll be running along. If we have any more questions, we'll be back.
I'm sure you will.
No, please. Don't bother to see us to the door.
Mike, where are we going?
Golden Gate Park. Bauer wants to talk to us secretly.
A great secret for somebody listening on the line.
What? Who's listening?
Miss Anne Russell on the extension phone right in the hall here. What time is it, Mike?
10:28. Now keep back in the shadows with Faraday.
This guy Bauer certainly picked a romantic spot to meet the old Dutch windmill in the loneliest corner of the park.
Not to mention spooky. Look at those 4 huge veins above us, like the arms of a giant hovering over our heads.
Oh, Angel, your poetry picks the doggonedest times to bust loose.
But I can't help it. I'm nervous. What time is it now?
10:29.
I don't know. This may be a trap. Bauer may be after you, Mike. I don't like anything about that bird.
I don't like anything about tonight, period.
Shh. I see a light through the bushes. Car's coming around the turn.
Got your gun, Mike?
I'm all set. Now keep back in the shadows.
This sounds like he's driving fast.
What was that? Sounded like a gun. Why, Grandma Faraday, your nerves. Here he comes.
Mike, he's passing you. Mike?
Hey, Bauer! Bauer! He's skidding.
Is he hurt? Is he hurt badly?
Can't tell yet. Open his shirt, Mike.
Oh, it's a waste of time, Inspector. Look at the back of his head.
Oh, guess I was right. We did hear a shot.
But who would do it? Who knew he was coming here to Oh, that phone call.
Yeah, Ann Russell. Well, I guess there's no mystery about this killing.
Hey, Faraday, here's his wallet. Maybe it will answer a few things for us.
Let's see.
Well, what is it? What is it? I'm old enough to be told.
Mr. Bauer wasn't any ordinary secretary. He was an insurance detective.
Planted in that office to find the missing diamonds.
Well, then maybe he ransacked Janet's apartment.
Yes, he did. It says so here in his pocket notebook. Searched girl's room, no evidence, no jewels. Janet went in to see Phillips. Something's up. Took her to bar. Told me to check on mistake. 12:15.
12:15. Mike, remember?
Huh?
Janet tried to tell us something about that.
12:15. That was when Jack was picked up by the taxi driver.
Yes, according to the clock in the drugstore window. Inspector, let's telephone the coroner and then...
Then what?
Go take a good look at that clock.
Oh, this is a waste of time, Mike. I checked that clock the day after the robbery.
So did we, Inspector, before the trial began.
It's an electric. It keeps perfect time. It couldn't be wrong.
Save your breath, pal. Mike's in another stubborn spell.
Oh, the drugstore's closed for the night.
Yeah, but there's the clock. You can read it 100 feet away. Neon hands, neon numerals.
It says 11:10. What time have you got, Faraday?
11:10. Now are you satisfied?
Jack came out of the jewelry place 2 doors north of the drugstore. The taxi picked him up. The driver saw the clock in the window. The window!
What are you staring at, Mike?
The grocery store over there. Inspector, call a cab and get the driver who picked up Jack Holmes.
In just a moment, we'll return to Mike and Phyllis. A few minutes ago, we mentioned some of the advantages of Union Oil's spark plug service. As a featured part of this service, the Minutemen also inspect your ignition cables. These cables are the small, fine wires which deliver electricity to the spark plugs. Normally, they give little trouble. But if anything happens to them, if they get broken or frayed, or if the insulation is damaged, even brand new spark plugs won't help your driving. In other words, a faulty ignition cable will leak electricity. And by the time the charge gets to the spark plug, there isn't enough juice left for the rich, full spark needed for complete combustion. So for a careful check and double check on your car's firepower, have a Union Oil Minuteman service your spark plugs and ignition cables. You'll get honest, accurate work, and you'll notice the increased power and snap from your engine as soon as you drive away. You'll find Union Oil Minuteman ready to serve you wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76. It's a few minutes past midnight. At a lonely street corner in the commercial district, Mike, Phyllis, and Inspector Faraday are talking to a scared little taxi driver.
Look, fellas, it's just like I said in court. I'm cruising along here and I see this guy.
The Inspector and I know that, Smitty. Now, we just want you to show us. Now, do exactly as you did that night.
Yeah, cruise down the street and pretend you're picking up Jack Holmes.
And we'll get in the back seat and ride along.
Okay, climb in.
Here, darling, come in.
Thank you.
I turns this corner here, see? And I'm moseying along when I spots him crossing the street. He waves at me, so I slows down. I stops right about here.
Jack was standing in the middle of the street. You opened the door. Which one?
The right one. He climbs in and gives me the address.
Well, go ahead. Open the door, Smitty.
See, ain't you got no imagination?
Now, Smitty, when did you see the clock?
Right now, when I leans over to close the door. Everybody's in the window, see? All lit up with neons.
Okay, look at it. What time does the clock say?
Gee, it's just like that night. 12:15.
Mike, you were right.
He made the same mistake all over again. Look at it again, Smitty. Look hard now. Come on, look hard.
What do you mean, look hard? The clock says, hey, there's something screwy. The numbers, they're backwards.
Right, Smitty, right. You're not looking at the clock. You're looking at the reflection in the grocery store window.
The real clock is across the street in the drugstore.
The drugstore clock reads 12:15, but the reflection looks like 12:15. 30 minutes difference, Smitty.
Gee, I could have sworn. Say, I did swear. You ain't gonna pinch me, are you?
No, Smitty. Now, are you willing to do something for us?
Me? Yeah, sure. Anything, fellas.
All right. We're going to pick up 3 passengers, and one of them is the murderer.
Here we are, folks. Here's the office.
Right.
Mr. Shane, I doubt we'll find anything in here that the police haven't already gone over.
Well, they have the wrong slant, Mr. Phillips. You see, someone planned to steal those diamonds, but they needed a fall guy, Jack Holmes. So they faked the shortage in his account books. Then they called him that night, very indignant at discovering his dishonesty.
Just a minute. I was the one who found him out.
Shut up, Ann.
Jack said he wanted to check back through his records. He didn't leave till 11:45. About midnight, the thief came here and stole the diamonds. The night watchman surprised the thief and was killed.
Then the cab driver blundered about the drugstore clock, and Jack was really on the spot. For the killer, it was a beautiful out.
Janet discovered the mistake this afternoon. She told it to Bauer. He checked her story. When he discovered Janet was dead, he tried to tell me what Janet told him. That's why he was killed.
Oh, that's rubbish. Bauer ran away from the inspector. Why? He must have had a reason.
He had. He wasn't ready to talk yet. You see, there's one detail we didn't tell you people. Bauer was a detective himself.
He was what?
Oh, yes, hired by the insurance company to find those diamonds.
You mean that he was... Do you think he found the diamonds?
I'm sure he didn't. If we can step inside the office, Mr. Phillips, I'll show you why. Now, Bauer had a suspect, but it was the wrong one. He did know, however, that Jack was innocent. And when he telephoned me, the same call you listened in on, Miss Russell, the killer knew he was trapped, unless...
I don't believe it. I didn't hear anything on that phone.
Oh, yes, you did, Miss Russell. You ought to have recognized it. Now, perhaps you will now.
Mr. Shane, stop this cat-and-mouse business.
Please, please. That clock on the bookcase there, in 5 seconds, is going to strike the hour. Now, listen. 1, 2, 3...
This is fantastic.
4... Well, distinctive chimes, aren't they? This is the same clock I heard strike while I was talking to Bauer on the phone. He called from this very room. There was only one man who knew where I was, who could tell Bauer where to phone me. Mr. Phillips.
Me? You're insane.
Am I? Bauer told you Jack was innocent, and you sat there in your chair and heard him say to meet me at the old Dutch windmill at 10:30. So you killed him.
He trusted the wrong person, just as Janet did. She came to you, told you about the drugstore clock. You had to stop her tongue. You poured her a drink from this water jug on your desk with poison in the glass.
You anything to say to that, Mr. Phillips?
No. No, nothing.
I thought not. All right, Inspector.
Oh, come on in the house, kids.
Huh?
Mrs. Faraday will be glad to fix us some eggs and coffee.
Oh, no. It's pretty late, Faraday, and I think we all better get to bed. Look at Phil here. She's almost asleep.
I am not. I was just thinking. How did you know, Mike, that the clock you heard over the phone was in Philip's office?
Oh, I heard it the first time we went there, dear. It just took me a little while to get it placed in my memory.
Clocks ran all through this case, didn't they? The watchman's clock stopped at 12:10, the drugstore clock that convicted poor Jack, the office clock that caught the murderer.
Yeah, sometimes a clock can tell more than the time of day.
Oh, Oh, Mike, that's corny, but I knew you'd say it. I was just waiting for it.
Well, I guess Michael's entitled to a little corn off the cob tonight. That was neat thinking, my boy. A clock reflected in the window and the hands reversed by 30 minutes. Doubt if I'd have thought of it myself.
Oh, Faraday, please, Mike's ego.
Huh?
Besides, I think I know why he's so leery of clocks lately.
Oh, now listen here, honey. If you mean yes,
Go
no,
on,
please.
Phil. Let's have it.
Well, Mike had a date with me for 6 o'clock, and he was an hour late.
No, Angel, please,
and
no.
guess what his alibi was?
What?
He thought he saw a clock that said 5 p.m. It was a grocery scale with 5 pounds of potatoes in it.
This is Mike Shane again. On June 4th, we come on the air 1/2 hour earlier. Remember now, that's not next Monday night, but the Monday following, June 4th.
Tune in again next week at 8:30 for another adventure with Michael Shane, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis, with Joe Forte as Inspector Faraday. Tonight's story was written by Richard DeGraff and based on the character created by Brett Halliday. Music was composed and directed by Bernard Katz. This is John Lang saying goodnight for the people who make 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil, Union Oil Company. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. It comes to every street, and it comes to Broadway, the single instant when summer nighttime hits the skids, when tomorrow starts coming in. It's the instant when the shadows start to stretch, and the first neon is turned off, and a puff of breeze up from the river blows the warmth away. Somebody pays a check, and the party breaks up. Somebody yawns, somebody goes home. It's the time of the delicatessen store where the toast is drunk with cream soda and go home with the newspapers. And it's come to Broadway. Another day's dying. And where I was, the night returns to the river, causes phenomena such as 1,000 curves of moon reflected in dark water and drifting to the sea, such as brief, wild sob of a ship suddenly landlocked, such as death sprawled beside it.
A couple of kids walking past here stumbled. Danny saw the woman dead, called it in.
Any identification, Mugwin?
A purse, a wallet. Haven't had a chance to look. Here. I guess you got a yacht. It gives you the privilege.
Huh?
That yacht out there. Look at him. You can make him out. What am I bitter about? Somebody buy me a small yacht, I'd dance, blow the whistle, and... Yeah, just like that, I...
For now, just hold the flash over this way, huh, Mugwin?
Yeah.
Ruth Shea, 1212 West 65th. In case of accident, notify Robert Shea, relation husband. Height, 5 feet 4 inches, weight, 160...
Bet this woman weighs more than that now, Danny. Closer to 250, I'll bet.
No money in the wallet.
Robbery, huh?
Probably. Nothing else in this purse except a couple of candy bars. I'd say she was walking or was driven down here and...
That's a real happy sound. Yeah. You know something?
What?
I never knew what I wanted out of life. Now I know. This is a night to remember, Danny.
And to headquarters now to file the report, to detail the violence, to wait, because there are entries to be made in blank spaces provided for the purpose. Information not yet available. Information now being worked on in official and prescribed tempo, which may take an hour or two, maybe more, which will then be tendered to the interested party. Wait. And on the fringe of dawn, the tiptoe entrance of that filler-in of blank spaces, Sergeant Gino Tartaglia.
Good morning, Danny.
Well, you don't have to whisper, Gino. It's...
Forgive me. Unaccustomed as I am to night duty, it follows that I would perhaps not be up in the etiquette for the occasion. So kill me.
It's just that you don't need to whisper, Gino. You're not.
If for various reasons I need to approach Mrs. T at 4 of a morning, I whisper.
Gino.
If one of my Tartaglia yells out at 4 in the morning, "Water, I need glass of water," I whisper back, "Get it yourself, honey."
Gino, just give it to me. How the information you have?
Goes without saying. Report still warm from the hands of the medical examiner, Dr. Sinsky, concerning the deceased Ruth Shea as follows. Weight of victim, 242 pounds and odd ounces. 242 pounds in a woman? This is
just go on, Gino.
Approximate age of Ruth Shea, deceased. Age, 27. Condition of Ruth Shea at time of decease, body full of many bullet wounds. The gun that killed was emptied into her, which leads Dr. Sinsky to the conclusion that...
That what?
That Ruth Shea was murdered in passion, in fury, to quote the good doctor, and for no motives of robbery or etc. Also, Danny, not on the report...
What?
That the husband of Ruth Shea, having been notified, is right now waiting outside the morgue.
Why didn't you tell me, Gino, instead...
He'll wait, Danny, he'll wait. What else is a husband in his condition to do? Besides, he's been there all...
The walk now. Route channeled through plaster walls, bulletin boards stressing courtesy and alertness, and doorways to squad rooms, detention rooms, and other doorways. Route to the morgue, and the final long corridor with the painted red arrows and discreet printing, and the permanent beads of sweat on the wall. And the last turn, the man waiting in front of the brown doors.
Are you Mr. Clover?
The impeccable man, the man in shades of gray, the natty man who had brought a carved Malacca cane to the enormous cold room, who held a Homburg between you and him like a shield.
They told me to wait here for you. I'm Mr. Shea, Robert Shea.
Then you know it's pretty certain your wife might be here in the morgue, Mr. Shea.
I knew she was missing. Has been for some hours.
Let's go in. You say your wife has just been missing for hours.
Since midnight, I'd say. Please.
What?
Before I tell you, before I recite small things as concerns Ruth and myself, the wherefores and so on, let's be sure.
All right. Well?
Why is she dead, Mr. Clover?
She's been shot. Someone emptied.
I mean, why is she dead?
This is your wife.
Why is she dead?
Let's get out of here, Mr. Shea.
Please tell me why. All of a sudden now, Ruth is dead and shot and in this place. I want to know.
Maybe robbery, maybe...
All right. I'll accept that.
Sit down, Mr. Shea. Can I get you something?
What did you have in mind that you can get me, Mr. Clover?
Water, cigarette, that's all.
And the concerned look you're offering up right now? I analyzed that look correctly, didn't I?
Partly.
Quizzical?
That's right. I want you to tell me about your wife's being missing, the small things you mentioned.
At midnight, about then we retired. I kissed my wife goodnight. She went to her bedroom. I to mine.
Go on.
I couldn't sleep. I thought to listen to some music. My bed radio is... There's a little screw on the tuner. It's out of order. I thought to go into Ruth's room quietly and take her radio. I see now how I knew.
This ever happened before, Mr. Shea?
2 or 3 times.
Oh?
But each time I found Ruth on the back porch. You won't believe it.
Tell me.
Reading poetry by flashlight. Listen, Mr. Clover.
Yes?
First of all, you must concern yourself with me. I know that, whether I killed my wife. I didn't. I worshipped her. You'll find that out.
All right.
You can see how wonderful she was. Poetry by flashlight. I worshipped her. You'll find out that I did. You'll see. Now I'd like to be alone.
Morning, Danny.
Hi.
Sleep good?
Huh?
That's good. See the morning paper?
No.
You don't look at the morning paper, Danny. How you going to know what's happened during the night to our civilization?
Muggavan, so help me.
That's why I brought one with me. Already folded neatly to page 10. Behind the sports section and what the Giants went and did again. Here, the third column. Picture of a young woman. Want to look at it, Danny? Sure you do. Look.
Very beautiful. Very.
Very. No, don't read it, Danny. Let me lay it out personally. That beautiful woman in harem costume, that ravishing thing, that doll, oh, that's got heartbreak in it, the way her mouth curves. That's Ruth Shea. The same Ruth Shea we found shot up near the river.
I don't...
Sure you don't believe it, neither do I. But that's her, all right. Picture taken 2 years ago at a society fair with tents on Long Island. The beautiful, elegant Ruth Shea, they say about her.
Just that long ago.
I checked with the newspaper. One of their boys grabbed the picture 2 years ago, August 1951. I talked to him personally.
All right, Muggavan, she was beautiful, so what is it?
What does it prove? How would I know? How would I know what happens to a woman who looks like that and then ends up as a 250-pound corpse? How would I... What do you want, Tartaglia? What do you want, Sergeant?
My mission is to Lieutenant Clover, if you don't mind, Detective
What is
Muggavan.
it, Gino?
Just came a phone call to this department from a Miss Dinah Martin.
Well?
A Miss Dinah Martin who politely informed me she was an intimate friend of the late Ruth Shea. That she saw Ruth no less than day before yesterday, and also, if we will kindly send someone to her place, she will be happy to chat about who killed her dear friend Ruth.
Her address, Tartaglia, you get it?
Also, Danny, the address of Miss Dinah Martin, which I present to you for your personal consideration.
Thanks, Gino. You did good.
Thank you, Danny. And before you mention the squad car, Detective Muggavan, it has been ordered and is awaiting your pleasure. That is all.
It says over the doorbell, Dinah Martin, just like...
You want to ring the bell, Muggavan?
Maybe Dinah changed her mind.
Try the door, huh?
Wouldn't live without it. We go in, Danny? Sure we do. Danny?
And the thing that stopped him. Girl seated on the floor, head twisted, leaning up against edge of bed. Arms unbent, curved inward, fingers taut in attitude of distorted dance. Mouth in silent, infinite scream. Eyes open, staring. Throat...
Bruises, Danny. She's been strangled.
Girl strangled. In attitude of doll. Attitude of death. Final pose of murder.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Next Tuesday is Coronation Day in Great Britain. CBS Radio has been planning for months to bring you all-out coverage of the actual ceremonies, the parades, and the processions. You'll hear hours and hours of color, background, and pageantry, reported by Edward R. Murrow, Robert Trout, Howard K. Smith, Paul Niven, Alexander Kendrick, and many other noted CBS Radio newsmen. CBS Radio goes on the air at 5:30 a.m. Eastern Daylight Time next Tuesday to begin coverage of the coronation. Coverage that will make this great event a vivid reality for listeners from coast to coast.
Noontime of May on Broadway. Also the time of the excursion uptown to place wreath on stone or on wood. In the gust of memory, memory knelt at, memory wept for. Then back to the street, back to Broadway, to observe the dying of May, to stand on the street corner, nibble the hot pastrami, look into the future, when again it will be the time of youth, the 2-week romp in the Catskills, the burial in the sand at Far Rockaway, ecstasy on the high curve of the roller coaster at Coney, and on the moon-burned grass of Public Park, the girl to make talk to. Dream talk, crazy talk, summertime talk. When May dies, it'll happen. And where I was, in Detective Muggavan, room of the strangled girl, room where girl had slept and awakened, room now subject to more official, more prescribed routines, to be walked by strangers, to be searched.
There's a slew of letters here, Danny, all addressed to Miss Dinah Martin.
Huh?
Those book plates you found going through her books. Dinah Martin, huh?
Yeah.
Other things, shoes, dresses, lingerie. Looks like they go good with her. Size, color, material.
Yeah.
Pretty positive identification, don't you?
Yeah, I do, Muggavan.
When she called in, she said she knew about Ruth Shea's dying, said she wanted to talk to somebody about
Yeah,
it.
she did.
Now we won't know. She's got nobody to talk to.
You want to look in the other rooms, Muggavan?
Yeah, I'll do that. Hey, Danny, look. Yeah, look at this framed photograph.
Let's see it. She was younger then.
Sure younger. A kid freshly graduated from high school. And the other kid's with her. 2 girls in white graduation gowns. A boy in blue coat, white flannel pants. Diplomas crossed like swords. This older gentleman with the rimless glasses.
Autographed to Dinah. This one next to her, Ruth Shea.
A beauty even when she was a kid, huh, Danny? Look how
This
her...
one, Mary Greer. The boy, Steve Herndon. This inscription under the picture of the older man.
Yeah, to the bright stars may fortune continue smiling. Signed, John B.R. Brewster.
Thanks.
Yeah, Brewster. Oh, don't mention it. Oh, don't ask me, Danny. I'll stay and take over.
And to Officer Sinker, the man assigned to such things, show him the picture, point out the name, and wait 5 minutes. Picture taken in front of North Park High School on 95th. And Mr. Brewster, that would be Mr. John Brewster, principal. So the squad car and early afternoon ride uptown. And on the playing fields of North Park High, the young men officially required to wear underwear between the hours of 1 and 2 on this day. And the young ladies looking plucky in black bloomers and preparing their ship for the great sea of life by batting a hockey ball up and down. Enter the red brick building. Ask of a giggler where the principal's office is, and her girlfriend has to answer for her. Walk the hall, hallowed by large glass case with only 3 athletic trophies in it, 2 won by girls' teams, and an office, and ask for and be received by Mr. Brewster.
It's about Ruth Shea, isn't it?
And about another woman, Dinah Martin.
Dinah? What's happened to her?
Dead.
Oh, surely now
We
you
found
must
this picture in her room, Mr. Brewster, only a short time ago. Would you look at it, please?
Of course. Dinah, Ruth, Mary Greer, Steve Herndon, and myself. But you know that, the autograph...
5 people on a photograph. 2 murdered within a day of each other. Can you give me any idea of...
Well, these 4 students, my scholarship students of that year, 10 years ago, I'd say. About that. We had our pictures taken together, an annual thing.
I see.
Each won a scholarship to college. Had you seen Ruth? I mean...
When she was dead.
The black hair.
What?
I marveled as black.
It was red, Mr. Brewster, a kind of red.
Ruth was so beautiful. I remember how I would stand by that window and watch as she... Time does pass, doesn't it?
Yes.
It's a pity she didn't go to college. She had a fine mind. Ruth, didn't you know, she married after graduation. Why she married when she could have had an education...
Mr. Brewster...
What? Oh, yes.
Had you seen her recently?
Not since I handed her her diploma. But I got word from her, about her, from time to time.
Oh?
A coincidence, really.
What is it?
I happened into Dinah Martin 6 months ago. 8. No,
Well, it's not important how long ago. Just tell me...
She said she'd seen Ruth often. Ruth was fat and a horror as a person. A crier, twister of handkerchief, an eaten woman. You know how they are.
Go on.
Well, that's all she said. She was in a hurry. And now she's dead.
Strangled to death.
Well, that's all she said. She was in a hurry.
You know where I can find this other boy and girl in the picture?
Oh, my secretary should be able to tell you. We send out cards periodically to see what happened to our people. She should know. Things really do, don't they, Mr. Clover? They really change.
You won't mind if I let the record play through whatever we have to talk about, will you, Mr. Clover?
Well, not if you...
I don't mind it. Why should you?
Look, Miss Greer...
If not that record, then the radio. Because it helps me when I need to think. When I have to study, when...
You're still a student, Miss Greer?
Postgraduate work at Columbia. I'm on my doctorate in Oriental philosophies. Before that, it was medieval tapestries and their profundities. Before that,
Miss Greer,
I won a scholarship in high school, you know. Me and Ruth and Dinah and Steve.
Mr. Brewster told me. Miss Greer, I want
And
to...
I took the gentle Mr. Brewster's gentle words to heart. And I never stopped studying, and I never stopped learning. And I know absolutely nothing. Positively... May I see that photograph again, please?
Of course.
This one is dead, and this one is dead. The poor, poor young things.
That's the emotion their dying brings to you, Miss Greer?
Precisely the emotion. I have no compassion for them, dead or alive.
Why not?
Good question. Very good question.
Well, just tell me, Miss Greer.
Dinah Martin, I can dispose of in very few words. There was nothing about her to interest me. Shallow girl with brain and soul to match. She fooled others. Mr. Brewster, but not me.
And Ruth Shea?
A very great beauty in her youth. Once the boys' soccer team carried her around the campus on their shoulders. She was mascot, so they built a bonfire and...
That's why you don't care she's dead.
Could be. Could be one of the reasons.
What others?
You take a beautiful girl like Ruth, and circumstances are such that you must go to high school with raving beauty. Any questions?
Go on.
And you, the student and girl, must observe what Ruth does to boys, and later to men. Then you must stand by and watch as she marries. A wonderful man, a handsome man, an impeccable man. Still no questions?
Look, Miss Greer, just...
And this man takes this Ruth for better or for worse, and builds pedestals for her beauty, where he may worship and not let her lift a finger to anything and not demand anything of her. And years later you see this girl, this beauty, this owner of everything in the world, and...
And what?
And she's still beautiful, but dissatisfied, and edgy, and making this slow but sure change into a complete horror. When a man has loved her like that, has married her, has... You still wonder, Mr. Clover, why no compassion for Ruth Shea, alive or dead?
No.
I didn't take you for a fool. Goodbye, Mr. Clover.
How did you find me, Mr. Clover?
I got your home address from your high school. I phoned your house. Your wife told me where to find you.
Did she say I'd be up to my elbows in shoulder pads?
Yes, she did.
It's a joke for people who ask where I am during the day. The things those people are making, shoulder pads for ladies' garments. Here, this is a shoulder pad.
Oh? Very interesting.
Interesting. The heat done something
Look,
to you?
Mr. Herndon.
Okay. You said it's about Dinah and Ruthie when you come in.
That's right.
Dinah went out of town to college, if I remember correctly. Me, I stayed here.
Had you seen her recently?
No. Nope.
How about Ruth?
In high school, I practically fainted for just one touch of a loose-leaf book. Nuts about her.
Yeah, I understand she used to be a very beautiful girl.
You remember Dolores Costello in the movies? Only with coal black hair. Wistful, but with the macho mystery. The black hair did it for me. Black hair. Last time I saw it was platinum.
How long ago was this?
Oh, I saw her at a party a couple of years ago.
How did she look?
Started to get a little heavy, I thought. Figured it was from the booze.
Oh?
Yeah, she was real loaded. Hey, listen.
Uh-huh.
You already talked to my wife on the phone, haven't you? There's no need to talk to her again, is there?
I doubt it. Why?
My wife always wondered where I disappeared to for an hour. That party 2 years ago. I danced Ruth out on the balcony. Ruth was loaded. You remember I told you that?
That's right, you did.
And she hated him, but she wouldn't let me kiss her.
Hated her husband, you mean?
Yeah, that's right. She was talking divorce 2 years ago. Did you know that? She said he wouldn't give her one.
What else did she say?
Oh, she said she'd get even with him, you know.
Why did she hate him, Mr. Herndon? Did she tell you that?
Yeah, kind of. Said she wanted to get off that pedestal. She said he wouldn't let her really be a wife. He would do everything for her. I'm tired of being told she was so beautiful and she mustn't do this or do that. Look, Miss Stutman on the basting machine has got her hand raised. She's a new girl. Will you pardon me, Mr. Clover?
Yes?
Hello, Mr. Shea. You remember me, don't you?
Yes.
Now, this is Detective Muggavan.
Pleased to meet you. Well, let's go inside.
I was just going...
Thank you very much. We will.
You know why we came to see you, Mr. Shea?
Additional information. Whatever it is, I'll be glad.
To answer your question.
Question?
The one you asked me in the morgue.
Oh. Well...
Well, what?
You mean as to why it happened to Ruth? Why she was killed? I know the answer.
Well, let's see if it jives with ours.
Mr. Clover himself suggested it. Robbery. Ruth was foolish enough, sentimental enough to take a walk late at night by the river. She left herself open for that sort of thing. It's not an extraordinary happening in the
Mr.
city
Shea.
that a woman lonely on a lonely stretch of pavement. Ruth was well dressed, as you know. Ruth, to some people, there was a prettiness in her face.
Cut it out, Mr. Shea.
It's possible that she attracted... Anyhow, you know as well as I do, she had no money with her. A woman of her class to have no money. Therefore, at points, I've come to the conclusion that it was murder provoked.
Danny. Leave him alone.
Well, doesn't that make sense? I've asked myself over and over.
What about the 7 bullets?
What?
Whoever shot your wife emptied his gun into her.
Her murderer was provoked.
Down at headquarters, we've got it tabbed as a crime of passion.
What do you mean?
Love, hate, emotion, you know. A bright man like you. A man shoots a woman, she drops. He stands over, he keeps shooting. You know, passion. Is that the right word? Danny.
Yeah.
You can have your opinion, of course, but certainly I...
Certainly you what?
Are you hinting that my wife had a clandestine meeting? That there was another man?
Mr. Shea.
Well, is that what you're hinting?
We found out your wife was a very great beauty.
A long time ago.
There was still a prettiness in her face.
2 years ago, the papers ran a picture of her in a harem costume. Slender, graceful. You remember.
Yes.
Her black hair.
Yes.
Then she dyed it platinum. How'd she look?
Cheap. On her.
And she was starting to put on weight.
And she dyed her hair again. What would you say that color was, Danny?
I don't know.
Orange. She said red, but something happened.
And getting sloppier.
A beautiful woman like that.
At the time she was 16. I loved her.
16 and lovely.
And I married her.
Mr. Shea.
So lovely. And young and slender.
What happened, Mr. Shea?
What happened? I don't know. I really don't know. I know.
She wanted a divorce, didn't she?
To lose a beautiful thing like Ruth, I'd have to be out of my mind.
You understand why she wanted a divorce, Mr. Shea?
She
You wouldn't let her be a wife. Is that what she said?
I worshipped her. I worshipped the ground she walked
Because
on.
she was beautiful and you loved her.
Yes.
And she destroyed the woman you loved.
Herself. You see what she did? In 2 years before my eyes, she became a horror, a glutton. Everything I did.
So you killed her?
Yes.
And killed Dinah Martin.
I went to see her because I knew she understood what happened. She opened the door for me and saw it was me and started to scream. I strangled her.
Let's go, Mr. Shea.
You should have seen her, my wife. How beautiful she was. The woman I loved. And Ruth killed her. And there was another person living in her place. Coarse, orange hair, and what she had become. I'm ready.
It's the street of the hunter, this Broadway, of the smile that's dropped at the tip of the hat, and lights flung from windows, out of doorways, and you walk a pavement spangled with 1,000 colors. But between the light, that's where the darkness is. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway. My beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Lamont Johnson was heard as Robert. Featured in the cast were Truda Marson, Lawrence Dobkin, and Steve Roberts. Bill Anders speaking. remember, the stars still shine in the Lux Summer Theater Monday nights on the CBS Radio Network.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Paul Dubov as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's story titled A Cure for Insomnia.
An ad in the papers, that's what started this one off. There were 3 dead and 1 to go by the time we got to the last half of the last inning of it, and it looked like the pitcher that was tossing the strikeouts was shooting for my boss, Anthony J. Lyon. It got rolling the kind of day you don't see much around L.A. Storm breaking about 10 in the morning when I got down to the Lyon Detective Bureau office.
Jeffrey, my boy, be careful where you step.
What's the matter, Lyon? Drop an olive?
No, don't be funny. Your feet are muddy and we can't afford to have the carpet cleaned. Not the way business is going these days.
Yeah, well, okay, Lyon. Mind if I sit down? My overcoat's wet.
Well, then take it off first. Regan, our books don't balance for the month of April. Wait a minute. Leave your coat on and don't sit down.
So we got a new client.
Yes, Jeffrey. I was sitting here at my desk 20 minutes ago trying to balance our books.
And the phone rang and it was a new client.
Exactly, Jeffrey.
Who?
A man named Paulson. He lives in Hollywood in the hills above Hollywood and Vine on Chapman Boulevard. 7707 and a half. And you better get out there right away.
Somebody's life in danger, maybe?
Life in danger? Oh, no. The victim's already dead. Mrs. Paulson. Paulson's wife. Murdered, Paulson says. He wants us to prove it.
Paulson wants us to prove his wife was murdered?
Yes. You see, Mrs. Paulson died 7 or 8 days ago. The police say she committed suicide. But Mr. Paulson would be so much happier if it would turn out that she were murdered, Jeffrey.
Nice fella.
Isn't he, my boy? He wants to pay us $100.
Not what I meant. Look, Lyon, if Mrs. Paulson died 7 or 8 days ago, what's so urgent about my getting out there this morning?
The $100, Jeffrey.
Oh, I get it.
As I explained to you, my boy, try as I might, scheme as I would, our April books refuse to balance. Now, I've been thinking that perhaps one little fee carried backwards from the first week of May might...
Okay, Fatso, set your calendar back to standard time. I'll go out and talk to Paulson. I went. Through buzzsaw rain, eating off hillside frontage, sluicing California down glutted drains that couldn't keep up. I turned right at Sunset Niagara, went up 2 blocks, forded Hollywood Boulevard. Chapman Boulevard was half a dozen blocks of twisted, hill-lit, bleary, tile-roofed stucco houses. 7707 and a half, where Paulson lived, was the rear third of a triplex. I parked my car, turned up my overcoat collar, went back.
Mr. Regan.
That's right.
Come in. I'm Paulson. Come in.
Oh.
Now, just sit down, Mr. Regan. I'll tell you everything. All about it, all that happened.
Sure. Just let me get out of my overcoat.
Yeah, I'll help you.
Thanks. I got it. You seem pretty upset, Paulson.
Yes. The thing is, I can't endure doubting any longer. I can't stand the doubt, the fear.
that my wife wasn't murdered.
Paulson, doesn't it strike you as a little queer that a guy'd want to spend $100 with Private Dix to prove his wife was murdered?
Oh, no, not at all.
You'd better give me the rundown, Paulson.
Yes, that would be best. Well, my wife's name was Linda Paulson. We'd been married 7 years, and we were very much in love with each other. 7 nights ago, quietly in her twin bed, the other bed where she slept, in our bedroom, that room there. Mr. Regan...
Go on.
Linda died in the night. Sometime in the night.
You woke up in the morning and found her dead?
Yes. And Mr. Regan, it was ascertained that Linda had died of poison.
What the cops have to say about it?
Well, of course they investigated, but their verdict was suicide. Capsules containing the same poison that killed Linda were found in her purse. And there were other things, I don't know quite what. But the police were convinced that Linda had definitely taken the poison herself.
Well, then, that about settles it, doesn't it, Paulson?
Except for Linda's motive.
Motive?
That's the term used in these matters, isn't it? Well, Linda had no reason to want to die. No motive for killing herself.
You seem sure of that.
I was sure of it, but now I've begun to doubt. And that's why I want help. Don't you see? If Linda wasn't murdered, if it was suicide as the police seem so sure, then that means that my wife wanted to die. That means that our life together, when I thought we were very happy, wasn't what it seemed to be at all.
I see what you mean. And that's why you want me to prove it was murder.
Yes, Mr. Regan.
It makes sense. All right, Paulson, heat up some coffee, huh? We'll get to work. Paulson brewed coffee. Like I'd hoped, it steadied him down. He gave me what he could. It wasn't much. He and his wife were ordinary middle-bracket people. No love triangles, Paulson said. Mrs. Paulson hadn't had any money of her own. Her life hadn't been insured. Paulson said she'd been perfectly normal, no depression, nothing queer, right up to her death. I took down the names and addresses of some of the friends and relatives, told Paulson I wanted to check around. Then I went downtown to Homicide, dropped in on Lieutenant Sanducci.
All right, Regan. What can I do for you?
It's about a woman named Linda Paulson, Sanducci.
Sure. The woman that killed herself a week or so ago.
Look, Sanducci, the husband's retained me to prove she didn't kill herself. He thinks she was murdered.
Thanks, Regan. Listen, have you seen the house where it happened?
Came from there just now.
Then, narrow bottleneck passage back to it between two front houses.
Yeah?
The night it happened, it was hot. The neighbors had their chairs out at the head of the passage. Nobody could get in or out without being seen.
Maybe Paulson killed her himself. Thought of that?
We're not amateurs here at the department, Regan. Paulson was out at a meeting. Mrs. Paulson went to bed at 10:30. Neighbors saw the lights go out in the house.
Neighbors see Paulson come home?
At 25 after 11. Went to bed in the dark. His wife was a poor sleeper. He didn't want to disturb her. We haven't told him this, Regan, but she was dead then.
You got the time of the death from the reaction of the poison.
Plus the state of the cadaver. Now, figuring the two together, she took the poison when she went to bed at 10:30, died 10 minutes later. And there's a clincher, Regan.
Go on.
The pill box Mrs. Paulson kept in her purse, kind of unusual. It had a key that she kept on a chain around her neck.
That's where it was when you saw the body?
Yes.
And the pillbox in the purse was locked?
That's right, Regan. No tampering with the lock. Mrs. Paulson's fingerprints on the box and nobody else's. And we know she was alone in the house when she took the poison. Now, look, Regan, you talked to her husband. He told you she had no motive to kill herself, same as she told us.
That's right.
Well, did he give you the full rundown, Regan, about how they had no enemies, the woman had no money, no insurance? Nice, decent, ordinary people, Regan. Not the kind to be mixed up in crime or rackets.
He gave me that.
Well, Regan, maybe it suggested something to you?
Sure, Sanducci. Sure it did. If Paulson's story checks, there won't be any motive for Mrs. Paulson's having killed herself. And there won't be motive for anybody else having killed her either.
That's right, Regan. Oh, and Regan, Paulson's story checks.
It checked. I cruised through the rain, visited people who knew the Paulsons. Everybody said the same thing. No reason, no motive, for murder or suicide. Only there had to be a reason. I'd start with that. At the newspaper morgue downtown, I got the beginning of something.
Sure, Regan. I remember the Paulson thing. You know my reputation, Regan. Morgan.
The guy who never forgets a thing. Sure. I know Morgan's why I've come to you.
Yeah, well, I could give it to you verbatim. Don't have to look it up in the files. You know, it's like they say.
Morgan never forgets.
Well, let's see. Linda Paulson, you said, huh? Suicide. Well, her maiden name was Linda Cales. Say, wait a minute.
Got something?
Maybe. Just let me check a minute, huh? The Oregon papers. We keep them, too. We keep papers from every place. Yep. Portland, Oregonian. Yeah, it was Portland, all right, the Oregonian. March 18th. And the 6th page, and I think it was the 5th column. No. Here it is, 6th page, 4th column. Well, I slipped up, Regan. Anyway, here it is, Cales.
Let's see that.
Yeah, sure, look. Yeah. Cales. Yeah, brother, Regan.
Yeah. He died suddenly in bed March 17th, survived by 3 sisters, all residing in Los Angeles, California.
Yeah, and here it is, Regan, thing I remembered. One of those sisters...
Yeah. Linda Cales Paulson. I phoned the Lion. Told them to get through to Sanducci at homicide, try to get Sanducci to have the Portland police exhume the body of the dead brother, perform an autopsy for possible evidence of poison. Me? I got on the track of the surviving sisters around L.A. One was married. Her home phone didn't answer. But 5 or 6 phone calls got me a line on the other sister. She was unmarried. Her name was Jane Cales. She worked at a resort up in San Gabriel Canyon, about a 2-hour drive from L.A. I went up there.
Oh, boy.
Looks like you don't like our snow up here, mister.
You're right, I don't.
Sometimes we get it this late in the year. We're 5,000 feet up. We'll sit down to the counter and have something hot.
Okay, coffee.
I'm the cashier, but while the counter girl's on a rest...
You're the cashier, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
I'm looking for you. You're Jane Cales.
Yeah, well, so what? Here's your coffee.
My name's Regan. I'm a private detective, thanks.
Well, what do you want with me? I ain't done nothing. I mind my own business.
Hey, take it easy.
Well, I'm edgy. I don't get my sleep. Haven't ever slept good. It runs in the family. But now that my sister Linda's gone and poisoned herself...
Why I'm here. Her husband doesn't think she did poison herself. What do you think?
I'll tell you what I think. I think it's a sin. I've been lying awake nights. Lying awake asking myself, how could Linda have done a thing like that?
Maybe your sister was murdered. Have you thought of that?
What? Linda?
Maybe your brother up in Oregon, too.
Oh, that's impossible. There wouldn't be any reason.
Money someplace in the family, maybe, Jane?
Oh, no. No, we don't have any money. Not for 20 years.
20 years?
Well, Dad had money before the crash, but he lost it. Got cleaned out in 29. He died 4 years later.
Okay, Jane. And there's just you and your married sister down in L.A. left in the family now.
Yes, Caroline. That's my other sister. Caroline Cales Martz. She married Charlie Martz 11 years ago. Yeah, Mr. Regan. Caroline and I are the only ones left.
Back down in L.A. about 6:30, I was lucky. I got Caroline on the phone. She and her husband were going out to dinner, but she said they'd be back by 10. About 10:15, I went over. By 10:30, we had the brush cleared away and we're down to business.
The truth, Mr. Regan, my husband and I have discussed it. We just can't believe that Linda would...
pardon me, Mr. Regan?
Sure, Mart.
Just can't believe that Linda would have killed herself.
Mrs. Mart.
Yes.
Suicide's usually prompted by love trouble or ill health.
There certainly wasn't any love trouble. Why, Linda and her husband were very happy.
And health?
Well, of course, Linda would sometimes say that...
Yes, Mrs. Mart?
Well, only that if she couldn't rest, if she couldn't get more sleep, she'd kill herself. But all of us in our family sleep very poorly, and I'm sure that every one of us must have said that at one...
Mr. Regan, can you come here a minute? The phone is for you.
Excuse me.
Yes, of course.
The phone's hung up, Martz.
Oh, yes, I didn't want Caroline to hear.
What's up?
Mr. Regan, this thing is beginning to take on a pattern that frightens me for my wife.
That was San Gabriel Canyon on the phone.
Yes, it was. The night cashier at the resort took sick this evening. They went to get my wife's sister Jane to fill in. It had snowed and then stopped. There were no tracks to Jane's cabin but her own. She was alone.
Wait a minute. You're going to tell me they found her dead?
Suicide, Mr. Regan. She'd taken poison.
The way this case went, it looked like the Cales clan had developed quite a taste for poison. Linda Cales Paulson died of it. Then there was a brother dead up in Oregon. My money had it they'd find he died of poison, too, if they dug him up and took a look. And then there was a third Cales, Jane, dead, too. San Gabriel Canyon. Poison. I told Charlie Martz to keep a close eye on the last Cales left alive, his wife. Then I headed for San Gabriel Canyon. Snowplow was working on the road the last mile up. Had to wait a while, so I phoned the Lion in L.A. At home, it was midnight.
Anthony J. Lyon's butler speaking. May I take a message for Mr. Lyon? He's out.
You don't tell me, Fatso.
Jeffrey, why are you calling at this hour?
Why are you out? Hiding from somebody?
No, of course not.
Okay, skip it. Here's what I want you to do. Check the airline, train, and bus offices. They're open all night. Find out if any of the Cales family or in-laws had a reservation up to Portland, Oregon, any time just before the brother died up there.
You're very well, Jeffrey.
Phone me if you get anything. I'll be at Clemens Mountain Resort, San Gabriel Canyon. Maybe an hour or two. Get going and good luck. The snowplow finished clearing the road, and I went on up San Gabriel Canyon. There was one light left on in the resort cafe. Sitting under it, Lieutenant Sanducci.
Well, Regan, I thought you'd be showing up here.
Who sent you up, Sanducci?
You did, Regan. You on the line. I checked with the Portland police. They work fast up there.
So the brother was poisoned.
He was poisoned, Regan. And this girl up here. And the first sister, Linda Paulson. And now, the third sister.
Third? Give me that again.
Caroline Martz, down in Los Angeles. I'm waiting for the phone now for a report under condition.
I told her husband to keep an eye on her.
He said he did, Regan. She was nearly hysterical over her sister's death up here. She went into the bathroom, crying, half sick. Well, in a few minutes, Martz heard her cry out. He ran in, and she was unconscious on the floor. Called an ambulance, and they rushed to the receiving hospital.
And she'd been poisoned.
Like the others, Regan. Now, Regan, this one up here, this Jane Cales, every bit of evidence points to suicide. There was fresh snow. Only her tracks led to the cabin. 2 or 3 extra poison capsules in her medicine chest.
Jane Cales didn't commit suicide.
You know that, Regan?
I talked to her this afternoon. She hated suicide. Couldn't understand how anybody could do such a thing.
But if it's murder, Regan, why? What motive?
Yeah, sure. And how? How does the killer pull it off?
Oh, that'll be the hospital report on Mrs. Caroline Martz's condition. Excuse me a second.
Sure.
Hello, Sanducci. Huh? Oh, just a minute. No, it's for you, Regan.
Must be the Lion. Maybe he's got something for us. I had him working on a lead. Hello, Lion. This is Regan.
No, this is Morgan. You know, Morgan who never forgets a thing at the newspaper morgue.
Oh, hi, Morgan.
Yeah, I phoned Anthony Lyon. He told me how to reach you.
Yeah, what's on your mind?
I forgot something, Regan.
You did, Morgan?
Yeah, something in the San Fernando Valley Times on March 7th on Cales.
Go on, Morgan.
You see, we don't file the Valley Times, but I remember it verbatim. You see, it's like they say.
Yeah, Morgan never forgets a thing. What was it in the Valley Times about Cales?
Well, it was an ad, Regan, in the lower left-hand corner in the 7th page, 2 columns wide. I'd say about 3 column inches, a 3-line bold-face head with a wide margin, and the last line of type didn't print quite clear.
Okay, Morgan, what did it say?
Well, Bank of United States, North Hollywood, California, and then there was some stuff about the bank.
What did it say?
Oh, you know, capitalization when it was founded. You want that?
You can skip that part. What did it say about Cales?
Bertram Cales?
Yeah.
Oh, well, Bertram Cales has $73,000 in the Bank of United States in North Hollywood. But there's been no activity in the account for 20 years. So
yeah?
If Cales, is some relation, don't show up to claim the dough, why, the bank is going to turn it over to the treasurer of the state of California. The regular legal process, you know. The ad is the formal notification.
Thanks a lot, Morgan. You've just given me the motive for 3 murders.
begins to make sense now, Regan.
Dollar sense. Bertram Cales would be the father of the tribe. He was in the Bucks once, got cleaned out in a crash. Jane Cales told me that this afternoon. Only he must have stashed away one bank account, 73,000 smacks he didn't tell anybody about.
He wouldn't have wanted the investigators to find it if he failed in business about that time.
Probably planned to use the dough a few years later, after the squeeze was off. Only he died 4 years after the crash. Jane Cales told me that, too.
It adds up, Regan.
It adds up to mass murder. All the Cales children had equal claims to their dead father's dough. So somebody started knocking off the children systematically, one by one. Object? To get all the 73,000.
That's the why of it, all right. Now, what you left is the how.
And the who. Maybe that'll be the lion now. If the lead he's working on pans out, we may have our who. Hello, Lion.
Is this Clemens Resort in San Gabriel Canyon?
Yes, that's right.
I'd like to speak to Lieutenant Sanducci of the Los Angeles Police Department, please. This is Georgia Street Receiving Hospital calling.
I signaled Sanducci and he took the booth. I went back to the counter, watched Sanducci through the glass. What he got over the phone he didn't like. He came busting out of the booth.
Regan, wait till you hear this.
What's up, Sanducci?
What's up? I tell you what's up. Caroline Martz recovered. They pumped out her stomach. Her stomach contained the same poison that killed her two sisters and her brother.
That figures.
Sure, it figures. But Caroline Cales Martz got to the hospital in time. She didn't die like the others.
You mean you think she took poison as a cover-up?
She was the last surviving Cales child. The way it is now, she gets the $73,000. But she's got a nice out, Regan, if we suggest she poisoned her brother and sister.
Yeah, she got poisoned, too. Yeah, it could be that. Well, we better get down to town and ask Caroline some questions.
Well, that's what I've been trying to tell you. When she turned out to be all right, Regan, those nitwits I left in charge down there released her. She disappeared.
Sanducci and I drove back to L.A. He used the siren on his police car, and I stuck right behind in his windstream. We got back down to town after 4 a.m. Nobody home at the Martz house. We found only one thing. On Caroline Cales Martz dressing table, a black mask. A silk-covered, padded black mask, no eye holes. The kind people use to keep out the light when they're trying to sleep. About 6 in the morning, I left Sanducci. Pulled into a drive-in for Coffee Ann. Rain had stopped. I kept thinking of that black mask on Caroline Cales Martz dressing table. Sleeping mask. And something that had run through the whole case like a thread of music. Caroline had said it. Jane Cales had said it. It had been said of Linda, the first sister to die. We don't sleep well. It runs in the family. We don't sleep well. At 7, I phoned the Lion. No answer. So I began checking the airline, railway, and bus offices myself. The 4th time around, I got the brass ring. Paulson had bought transportation to Oregon a week before the brother's death in Portland. I wanted to talk to him bad.
But Mr. Regan, I'm afraid I'm hardly awake.
Just sit and listen, Paulson. What I've got to say will wake you up. I think I can guess how the members of your wife's family were poisoned.
You can, Mr. Regan?
There's plenty of evidence they took the poison themselves.
Yes.
And they weren't trying to commit suicide when they did it.
I hope that's true in the case of my wife.
It is. Because there's a way it makes sense. Murder sense. The victims took poison thinking they were taking something else. Your wife made quite a career of pill-taking, didn't she, Paulson?
Well, yes. Just her nerves, of course.
Maybe overstrained by lack of sleep? The Cales family insomnia?
Yes, that was it, Mr. Regan.
She had a pillbox with a lock, kept the key to it on a chain around her neck. Somebody close to her might have been able to get hold of that key, unlock the pillbox, substitute poison pills for the pills already in the box.
I see. That must be how it happened, and with Jane and with Caroline.
And your brother-in-law up in Portland, Oregon.
He was poisoned, too?
That's right. Paulson, you made a trip up to Oregon just before he died.
That's right, with my wife. A sort of second honeymoon, Mr. Regan.
Paulson, maybe you can guess what I'm thinking.
Mr. Regan, you don't mean you think that
You were here at the time of the poisonings.
Yes, that's true.
And you were there in Portland.
Oh, no, I didn't go to Portland.
What?
I didn't go. Well, I meant to go.
You went to Oregon?
Yes, Linda and I. Crater Lake, the Oregon Caves, and then we were going to Portland. The whole family was to meet there for my brother-in-law's 50th birthday. Well, at the Oregon caves, I had bad news for my business, and I had to come back here.
Then who was at Portland, Paulson?
Well, the rest of the family.
Including Caroline and Charlie Martz?
Yes, of course.
Answer it, Paulson.
Yes, all right. Caroline.
I had to come. Something awful happened.
Hello, Mrs. Martz.
Mr. Regan, I had no idea you'd be here, but I guess it's just as well. Mr. Regan, do you know the terrible thing that's happened?
That your husband gave you poison?
Then you do know.
In your sleeping pills, I'd guess.
Yes. Charlie began saying he couldn't sleep.
Faked insomnia, then asked to borrow your sleeping pills. Filled the capsules with poison, then returned them. He knew you'd take them.
We all of us, the whole family suffers from insomnia. All the Cales family. We depend on sleeping pills.
As your husband knew.
Yes. But why? Why did my husband want to kill me?
He didn't, Caroline. He knew he'd get you to the hospital in time. He just wanted to make things look right. So there wouldn't be a lot of questions asked when you got $73,000, half of which would be your husband's under California community property law. Well, that wrapped it up, all except one thing. We didn't have the killer. I phoned Sanducci, and he got the boys on it. An hour went by, 2 hours, 3 hours. No trace of medium-sized, graying, dapper Charlie Martz. That wasn't all. I kept phoning the office, the Lion's house. There was no trace of the Lion. About noon, I began rechecking the air, bus, and rail terminals.
Thank you for waiting, sir. May I help you now?
I'm checking on train reservations to the north, Oregon, for the first couple of weeks of March. I'm a private detective.
Next, you'll be saying you want to know about the reservation to Portland, Oregon, obtained in March by Charles Martz.
Are you psychic?
Hardly. But there was another private detective here this morning asking the same question. A fat man smelled of stale cigars.
That's what I want. That's who I'm looking for.
That hardly makes you special. I noticed that someone was following the fat man.
Gimme?
A medium-sized, graying, dapper man.
Martz.
Martz!
Sanducci, I won't stick here in your office any longer. I'm going out on it.
Regan. I got 20 boys looking for Martz. The whole force is alerted. Man at the airport, a man at Union Station, man at the bus terminal. What could you do alone?
I don't know, Sanducci, but he's tailing the Lion.
Sanducci. Huh? Oh, okay, I'll be right down. Well, Regan, we picked up Martz. They're holding him downstairs.
Well, Sanducci, well?
Martz won't talk.
Sanducci, you gotta make him talk.
Look, I've been in a cell with him, Regan. He says he never saw anybody that answers the Lion's description.
He's lying, Sanducci.
Well, he may be, but what can I do?
Well, here you are, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, why aren't you at the office? Are you taking the day off?
Lion, it's you.
Well, of course it's me. Jeffrey, I've been worried about you.
You've been worried about me.
Well, you haven't been home all day, and when I've telephoned the office, no answer. Jeffrey, do we run a business or do we not?
Well, you weren't at the office, Fatso.
No, I wasn't.
Lion, what is this?
What do you mean, what is it? I should be asking you. All day away from the office, in my hour of need. I told you our April books don't balance.
You told me, sure.
Well, Jeffrey, one of our creditors got on my trail this morning.
Oh, no, not a medium-sized, graying, dapper man?
Yes, a medium-sized, graying, dapper man. Mr. Lucius Cronkite of Cronkite and Bowles, Pencil Sharpeners and Accessories. He's outside the office right now, Jeffrey, and he wants $13. Did you collect our fee from Mr. Paulson, Jeffrey?
Sure, Lion. Sure, I collected it. Here you are.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Fifield, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Paul Dubov as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard each week at the same time over CBS. Bob Stevenson speaking and inviting you to be with us again for more suspense and mystery and adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator.
The Adventures of Michael Shayne, Private Detective. The the people who make 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil, Union Oil Company, present The Adventures of Michael Shane, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis. Anything can happen in San Francisco. Well, almost anything. And when it happens, you usually find Michael Shane, private detective, somewhere around. That's why Mike and Phyllis Knight, his observant and easy-on-the-eye assistant, are locking the office at 9 a.m. and heading for the nearest corner to join Inspector Faraday on what the inspector describes as a wild goose chase, or, as Phyllis more aptly puts it, a junket on office time. It seems there are pirates in San Francisco Bay.
Oh, it's spring, Angel. Wonderful day. And I've always wanted to go aboard a yacht.
Yacht, my eye. It's probably phony, too. What about our clients? You haven't cleaned up on that insurance case
Oh, let them
yet,
wait, let them
we
wait. 16 men on a dead man's chest, yo-ho, and a bottle of rum.
Oh.
Here's the elevator, Dolly.
Oh, this is going to too many pirate pictures. Pirates in San Francisco Bay. Do you suppose they're related to the Indians at Stanford?
What are you muttering about?
I always mutter when some publicity-seeking chorus girl lets herself be found drugged in her pajamas, wrapped in a blanket in the bottom of a canoe.
She's no chorus girl, honey. She's the wife of a college professor.
But when she says pirates boarded a yacht, killed her husband, and kidnapped her, well, now, really,
Yes,
Mike,
I know. You
just...
don't believe it. Well, I'm the open-minded type, Dolly.
Certainly are.
Here's where we get off. Oh, smell that air. As I said before, honey, it's spring.
Mm-hmm. And in the spring, the sap rises.
Over here, folks.
Oh, hi, Inspector.
Hello, Inspector.
Climb in.
Here, Dolly.
Thank you.
Sausalito, first stop. Oh, what a day for a motorboat ride. Why, Inspector, you're actually glowering. What's happened?
Plenty. I think I got my finger on the guy at the bottom of this deal. A movie press agent by the name of Jim Fonda. Never that guy pulling his Hollywood shenanigans in my town.
Why, Inspector, no pirates.
Oh, plenty of them, Phil. Too many of them. A whole brig full. There's 200 of them.
What? You've already got 200 pirates in jail? Holy smoke.
A brigantine is a pirate vessel, Mike.
Huh?
Right, Inspector?
Right, Phyllis. They might as well be in jail. For that anchor doesn't budge until I give the word.
Lafitte's men, I suppose, from around the hall.
No, nothing so romantic, my dear. They're Captain Kidd's men from Central Casting in Hollywood. There's a movie company aboard the ship, and they're getting ready to sail down the coast on location when I climb down.
Oh, aren't you a bit rough on them, Inspector? After all, press agents have to have their fun. Or do you know something I don't know?
No, not a thing, Mike. I guess I lost my sense of humor. Hollywood had its laugh this morning. Now I'm going to have mine.
Huh?
You know, they have to pay those pirates every day, you know.
Yeah, I get it. Investigations, questions, delays. Well, where do we go first? The pirate ship or the yacht?
The yacht. Maybe Professor Porter will be there himself, if he isn't still playing dead.
Where's the wife?
She'll be there, too. And so will Jim Fonda, or I'll fire every detective on my staff.
Well, that might not be a bad idea.
Save the sarcasm, Mike.
Tony fooling.
Well, there's the yacht.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Wow. There's nothing phony about this baby. She's big enough to go to sea.
Yeah, but she hasn't been away from that dock site since the professor bought her.
Hey, this doesn't look like a college professor's layout. A nice, tidy little investment there.
Yeah, teaching's a sideline with Professor Porter. They tell me he's got oil wells working for him.
If that's Annabelle, his wife, coming out to welcome us, they better be gushers. She looks very expensive.
Inspector Faraday?
Yes? Oh, and this is Michael Shane and Phyllis Knight, Mrs. Porter.
How do you do?
Good morning.
How do you do?
Please come into the lounge.
Thank you.
I'm a courteous man, Mrs. Porter, but I haven't time for courtesy this morning. I can't understand why an apparently sane woman would expect us to believe such a story.
Do you mind if we stroll around, Mrs. Porter? I've never been on a yacht before.
Yes, certainly. And now, Inspector, would you please explain why you doubt my
Big-hearted Mike. He just can't bear to hear a beautiful redhead bawled out, so he takes the powder.
Oh, look, Angel, this doesn't add up. You don't plot publicity gags in a playhouse like this one.
Huh? You've seen something, Mike. Or maybe it was just one look at the redhead.
I guess this is the master's stateroom. 2 beds.
What are you doing?
The one bed layouts in the guest cabin.
Mike, what did you see?
Huh? Oh, just Mrs. Porter. She used to be Annabelle Armstrong in the movies.
Well, so what? Hey, now it's my turn. I spy something beginning with the letter P. Give you one guess.
Pills in a blue bottle by the bed.
Think I'll have a look. Mike, this entire bottle wouldn't put a child to sleep.
Let me see it, honey. Oh, it doesn't spell anything backwards.
It spells something for me. These pills prove Annabelle went canoe riding with her eyes open.
Ow!
What'd you expect to find in the closet, pirates?
Oh, that bag that hit my foot felt like it was packed.
Hey, it is. And so's this one. Everything for a nice long trip. You know, I could take a honeymoon with this bag.
Say, the professor's a snappy dresser.
Oh,
Just
fine.
look at this sport coat.
Come on, Mike. Let's quit playing house. I want to watch Annabelle act.
Okay.
I might have known how it would turn out when I brought you along, Mike.
Why, what's up, Inspector?
It's murder, my boy.
While we're playing houseboat.
So her story stood up.
I'm buying it up to here.
Well, I haven't heard it, but I think I'll shop around.
Well, Fonda's the guy, all right. I just telephoned a general alarm. Ought to pick him up any minute.
You telephone?
Yeah, there's a phone. The yacht's permanently tied up to the pier. I also sent for Porter's secretary. He may have some information.
Inspector, do you mind bringing us up to date? We've been sightseeing.
Well, Mike, here's the story. Jim Fonda is Porter's nephew.
Yeah?
Sort of a family black sheep. He's been causing trouble. Everything from forgery to some sort of blackmail.
Uh-huh.
Well, it seems Fonda headed for the professor's home as soon as he hit town. The professor's secretary sent him to the yacht. That'd be yesterday afternoon. There was a row. Porter threatened to send Fonda to jail and shoved him off the boat.
Yeah?
Fonda yelled he'd be back and told Porter he'd better have it ready. Mrs. Porter thinks he meant a sum of money. Maybe the secretary Taylor can clear that point.
Uh-huh. But where do the pirates come in?
Well, I'm coming to that.
I'll tell you, Mike. After Fonda left, Mrs. Porter developed a headache. That night she couldn't sleep. The professor went into the lounge to read, and Mrs. Porter took 2 sleeping pills.
3, my dear.
Mrs. Porter took 3 sleeping pills. Later, she was aroused by loud voices, and then a big, burly pirate with a red beard leaned over the bunk.
I believe his beard was black, Miss Knight.
Oh, yes. The light was on.
No, the cabin was dark. This man, dressed like a pirate, seized me, threw a blanket over me, and carried me to the canoe. It was one we kept tied to the yacht. There was a body wrapped in a blanket on the bottom. He paddled for several minutes, and then put the body overside.
Maybe you'd better ask the questions, Mike.
Well, you're doing fine, Angel.
Thanks.
Mrs. Porter, the cabin was dark. There was no moon. How did you know the man was dressed like a pirate?
He struck several matches.
Oh?
Yes, he was smoking a pipe.
I see. And why are you so sure that this man dressed as a pirate was Jim Fonda?
I knew Jim. He was publicity man on one of my pictures. Oh, maybe I should explain. I'm Annabelle...
Oh, not at all. I recognized Annabelle Armstrong the moment I came aboard.
Thank you. Well, Jim Fonda had 2 peculiarities. His eyebrows were highly arched, and his left eye twitched. I recognized him despite his disguise the first time he lighted a match.
Did he know you had recognized him?
I'm not sure. He might have worn the pirate costume as a prank. Jim had an odd sense of humor. I believe he intended taking me with him. He tried to arouse me when he landed the canoe. I was too heavy to carry far.
Those sleeping tablets must have been pretty powerful.
Mr. Shane, those tablets are a mild, harmless sort. I was wide awake. Limp from fright at first, and then I acted. Don't forget, I used to be an actress.
Why did you stay in the canoe after he left you?
Well, I yelled my head off, and nobody came. It was dark, and, well, I was afraid I'd fall into the water. I can't swim.
Well, that's sensible. Do you think you could locate the spot where your husband's body was dropped into the water?
I pointed out the spot when the police brought me to the yacht this morning.
That's right, Mike. We've had men grappling for the body all morning. There's no current and the water's quiet, so we ought to bring it up. Well, that's the police launch.
We found the body, Inspector.
That ties it up.
Bring it in, boy.
Well, you satisfied now, Angel?
No, I am not, and neither are you.
Mm-hmm. Say, I guess that'd be Mr. Taylor with the briefcase over there coming down the pier.
Huh? Oh, yes, the secretary. Dark and handsome.
Huh?
And not too tall.
In just a moment, we'll rejoin Mike Shane and Phyllis Knight in their adventures. Probably no other possession you may have requires the attention and constant care that your automobile does. The hundreds of bearings and precision gears in a car need continual protection against rust, friction, heat, and abrasion. That is why regular stop-wear lubrication is so vital to the condition of your car. You see, stop-wear lubrication is more than just a grease job. It's a system that's been worked out from years of experience to give your automobile the best possible care. When you leave your car at a Union Oil Minuteman station for stop-wear lubrication, you can be sure that nothing on your automobile will be overlooked or hurriedly serviced. Each fitting is carefully and thoroughly lubricated according to the manufacturer's specifications. While your car is on the hoist, the Minutemen inspect out-of-sight points and check them for danger signs. Finally, as complete proof of Stopware's reliable lubrication, you receive a 1,000-mile written guarantee with each job. You'll find your car rolls smoother, handles easier, stands up better with regular Stopware lubrication. Stopware guaranteed lubrication is available only at Union Oil Minuteman stations. Professor Porter's body has been recovered from the bay, and Inspector Faraday is hurrying to meet the launch at the end of the pier. Mike and Phyllis are following, but Phyllis is reluctant to leave Mrs. Porter and the professor's secretary, Bill Taylor, together in the lounge of the yacht.
Come on, hurry, honey. They'll be here in a minute.
You're getting awfully careless, Mike.
I know what I'm doing.
I wonder.
Oh, cut it out, Angel, please.
Oh, Mike, get tough. Be yourself.
Why, what do you mean?
Well, don't let a good-looking redhead blind you.
So far, she's got all the answers, Angel. Good answers.
All of them.
All right, take it easy now. Yeah, okay. Bring it over here. Hey, give me a hand. This is heavy.
Okay, Sergeant, cut the ropes.
Right.
Hey, what are all those lumps?
Some sort of weights.
Made a sack out of the blanket.
Open it up, men.
Okay, here we are.
Holy jumping catfish. Well, I'll be...
I knew they were heavy reading, but I never thought of them as weights.
Well, the professor went down wrapped in culture, the Encyclopedia Britannica.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4... 12 volumes.
Mm-hmm. From A to J.
Mike, look over by the inspector, Mrs. Porter and Bill Taylor.
Of course, darling, they've got to identify the body. Oh. Look out, she's fading.
Take her back to the yacht, men.
This I've got to see. Annabelle in a swoon.
You better go with her, Angel. Now, hurry.
Okay.
Doc says, can he have the body now?
Okay, take her to the morgue.
What about all them books?
You know what to do with evidence. The blank and everything go to headquarters.
Right.
Inspector.
Yes.
See any marks on the body?
Not a scratch. Hey, where's Porter's secretary?
Right here, Inspector. Bill Taylor.
Does Jim Fonda strike you as the sort of fellow who'd pull a job like this?
Well, I wouldn't like to accuse anyone of a thing like this.
How long have you known him?
About a year. Ever since I've been with Professor Porter. Shall we return to the yacht? I'm afraid Mrs. Porter's ill.
We can talk here. Miss Knight will look after her. Oh, this is my friend, Mr. Shane.
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Shane?
Fine. Well, looks like Fonda put his trademark on this one.
I don't know. I only wish I'd never sent him to the yacht.
When was this?
Sunday. Yesterday afternoon.
Well, why did you send him?
Well, I never dreamed it. He was insistent.
Did Porter tell you to keep Fonda away from him?
Well, this is embarrassing, Mr. Shane.
Murder usually is, Mr. Taylor. Come on, let's have the story.
Well, Professor Porter disliked seeing his nephew.
Why? Was he afraid of him?
No, not exactly afraid. It was just that, Well, look, Inspector, can this be kept confidential?
Well, how can I tell you until I know what it is?
Well, a good many years ago, Professor Porter was involved in a rather nasty divorce case.
Well, nothing like that stand up. His past is clean.
Maybe he took on a new identity, Inspector. It's been done, you know.
Yes. Professor Porter did take a new name and arranged an entirely different past. You see, Professor Porter was William Steele.
Hey, wait a minute. I remember that case. Back on Long Island.
I don't know a great deal about it, however.
But Fonda did, huh? And made the most of it.
Well, I'm not sure, Mr. Shane. But you see, I took care of Professor Porter's bank account, and he gave his nephew large sums of money.
How much does Mrs. Porter know about this?
I don't believe she knows anything about the divorce.
But she knew Fonda had something on her husband?
I suspect she did. She knew about the money because she spoke to me about it.
How often has Fonda been tapping the professor?
Almost every month. This was his second trip this month.
Speaking of trips, where were you going on your vacation?
My vacation? Oh, you found my bag.
What's this about a bag, Mike?
I found 2 bags fully packed in a closet. One belonged to you, Mr. Taylor, I believe.
And the other one?
To Mrs. Porter.
Well, that's easy to explain. You see, the professor sold the yacht, and I was moving my personal possessions. I presume that Mrs. Porter had the same thing in mind.
What about Professor Porter?
Well, he always put things off until the last moment.
Meaning?
Well, the moving van isn't due until tonight.
All right, Mike, that explains the bags. Now let's get back to my office. I want Fonda.
And I'd like to see how Mrs. Porter's feeling.
All right, go ahead. The coroner's inquest hasn't been set, but I want to see you and Mrs. Porter tomorrow morning.
Okay, we'll be at Mrs. Porter's home.
Mike.
Huh?
Michael.
Yes, Angel?
Now I've seen everything.
How is Mrs. Porter?
Oh, she's beautiful, but bereaved. She's repairing her makeup.
Come on, I want to get to my office.
Mike, did you ask Mr. Taylor about the bags?
Yes, Angel, yes. But he knows the answer.
Any messages?
Hollywood's been calling every 20 minutes, Inspector.
What do they want?
Feller at Apex Studios wants his pirates.
Tell him we got a murder case to settle first.
Says you're going to have a lawsuit, too. Claims this is costing him thousands.
Why don't you turn him loose, Inspector?
The guy says you better do it pronto.
That boat's stuck till I get my hands on Fonda. Come on, Mike, fellas.
Okay.
Now, let's get down to business.
Yeah, let's go to work.
Well, it's about time.
What do you mean, Phyllis? Fonda left a trail a yard wide.
Too wide, Inspector.
You want to do me a favor, Inspector?
You too? What is it?
Check on that story about the sale of Porter's yacht.
Yes, Mike, I had that in mind.
Yes, Inspector?
Is Bolton back from that pirate ship?
He's waiting out, sir.
Send him in. Pick up any leads, Bolton?
Not a line. The guy just vanished.
Oh, he can't do that.
What did they tell you about Fonda?
Everybody had a good word for him. He came to town ahead of the picture crowd last Friday.
Oh? When was he on the boat?
Yesterday. They said he seemed worried about his uncle. Hadn't been able to see him.
Did he tell anybody why he wanted to see his uncle?
No. Seems that he didn't do much talking.
Does Fonda smoke a pipe?
Say, you haven't found him, have you, Mike?
No. Why?
The pipe's a part of the description they gave me.
Mm-hmm. Left eye twitches, too.
You must know the guy.
No, just the woman he kidnapped.
Well, he can't get out of town. Must be holed up somewhere.
You searched the boat?
Yeah. Even turned up some girl pirates.
Any pirate costumes missing?
Wardrobe man says they're all there.
Well, how about the odd parts? Wigs, scarves?
I thought of that. Could be. But it'd take a week to check.
Okay, take a week, but check it.
Okay.
Hello?
That Hollywood guy's on the wire, crying.
Tell him I got a murder in my hands. The boat stays here.
Fonda's not on that boat, Inspector.
His friends are. Get back to that boat.
If I stay out there any longer, I'll turn pirate myself.
Got any ideas, Mike?
Well, I'd like to know about
About that Porter yacht, Inspector.
Yes?
Professor sold it all right.
That satisfy you, Mike?
Well, that cooks one idea, anyhow.
I've got an idea, Inspector.
Let's have it, Phil.
Remember when lovely Annabelle was giving us Act 2?
Oh, let's don't be catty, Angel.
You be quiet. I know when you're getting ready to spring something.
I wish I knew as much.
All right, Smarty. Well, Mrs. Porter spoke of Jim Fonda in the past tense.
A natural reaction. Probably glad to have him out of her life.
Oh, you don't.
Just heard from the coroner's office, Inspector.
When's the inquest?
Tomorrow. Funny thing.
What's that?
Doc says Porter's been in the water 2 or 3 days.
Did you hear that, Mike?
Wow, that knocks the whole case into a cocked hat.
But Mrs. Porter said it happened last night.
Well, maybe she'll know the answer to this one.
Maybe I know the answers.
What?
Remember when we went through the staterooms on the yacht?
Yeah, you admired the beds.
Uh-huh. There were 2 in the stateroom and 1 in the guest cabin.
Yeah, they'd all been slept in.
Yeah, maybe yes, maybe no. But there was something missing.
Hey, I remember. The blankets.
Now you're cooking.
Look, this is no time for guessing games, Mike.
Let him alone. I thought he never would wake up.
1 blanket to wrap the professor in, 1 for his wife for a canoe ride.
Yeah.
That makes 2 blankets.
Where's the third one?
Maybe it was for Fonda.
You're wrong, Mike.
And about encyclopedias?
20 volumes to the set, covering everything from A to Z.
Right, Angel, right. Where's the other 8 volumes? Porter was dumped overboard with A to J.
And you think K to Z are with Fonda?
Say, anybody on the yacht with that dame?
Oh, Taylor's where the she'll keep.
Well, Fonda didn't keep very well.
Well, maybe I left her uncovered so she'd lead us to Fonda.
I've got a different slant, Inspector. The only place Annabelle will lead you is astray.
I guess we better get back to the yacht.
If you're still looking for Fonda, we'd better go. I doubt if there's anyone else there.
All right, let's go. Fonda's the lad I'm still looking for.
Then you better take along the boys with the long-handled rakes, Inspector.
We'll return to Michael Shayne and his adventures in just a moment. The front wheel bearings on your automobile are made of finely machined high-carbon steel. With proper lubrication, these bearings will last the lifetime of the car with no other attention. But notice, ladies and gentlemen, that we say with proper lubrication. For front wheel bearings do require extra protection. They're exposed to damage from brake dust, grit, and water. In addition, they must support the heavy weight of your automobile. For these reasons, and because they're expensive and difficult to replace nowadays, front wheel bearings should be carefully and thoroughly lubricated. Your neighborhood Union Oil Minuteman knows this. That's why he takes such pains to do a thorough job of lubricating front wheel bearings. First, he washes out all the old grease and dirt with solvent. Then the bearings and races are individually cleaned until they're dry and shiny. Finally, the clean, polished bearings are replaced in the races. Then, with special equipment, every surface is snugly packed in a thick coating of Union ball roll grease, and your front wheels are all set for months of well-lubricated, easy rolling. The cost for the entire service of your front wheel bearing assembly is nominal. So for safer, easier driving, just stop in wherever you see the sign of the big orange and blue 76 and ask for Union Oil's front wheel bearing service. Thank you. Mike, Phyllis, and Inspector Faraday are back at the yacht. A crew with grappling hooks is just arriving. It would be Old Home Week if Mrs. Porter and Bill Taylor were there, but they've flown the coop. The inspector mutters to himself.
I hope this phone's still working. Hello? Hello, Sarge?
Yes, Inspector?
Get Cassidy on the short wave. Tell him to bring Mrs. Porter and Taylor back to the yacht.
So, you did have them tailed.
How do you think I keep my job, Mike?
Mike, you were right about the blankets, and the bags are gone, too.
Sure they're gone. Taylor told us they were moving into town.
And here's where the encyclopedia set came from.
Where is it? An empty shelf, and I never even noticed.
Say, let's go out on deck and see if they fished up anything, huh?
All right.
Hey, fellas, have you found anything?
2 tire cases and a couple of pairs of old shoes.
Well, keep on raking. Try up forward.
Okay. It's beginning to add up, all right.
Yeah, sure it adds up. Fonda gets into town, goes to see Uncle Porter.
And tries to pick up $5,000.
No. I'm not buying the blackmail scenario.
Why, Mike?
Too well planted like the rest of the deal. Anyhow, a crook working a blackmail racket doesn't have to work as a press agent.
Okay, so Fonda goes to see Porter.
And Porter isn't in sight. Annabelle and Taylor give Fonda a cock and bull story. He gets suspicious and starts checking.
Yeah, but where?
Around the neighborhood, at the university.
And then?
Annabelle and Taylor get ideas. Maybe Fonda is the answer to a little job they've already done.
You mean Porter's murder?
You're on the beam, Inspector. My guess is Fonda stood to get a slice of the professor's estate, a big slice.
I'm beginning to like your story.
Well, wait a minute. Let me finish it. They decide to knock off Fonda, hang the Porter murder on him, and live happily ever after.
Take the whole pot, huh?
Right. So Taylor lets Fonda know that his professor uncle is on the yacht.
And when Fonda shows up Sunday night, Taylor drills him.
Hey, aren't you boys guessing a bit too far ahead?
Huh?
You've got no proof that Taylor shot Fonda. In fact, you've got no proof that Fonda's even dead.
No. But do you see what I see on that ledge?
You mean the lamp?
Yes, darling, a lamp. Where it couldn't do anybody any good.
No, it's not very ornamental.
Okay. Quit being clever. Move it.
All right. A bullet hole.
Yes, honey, a bullet hole. Not very old, either.
And since no bullets were used to put the professor out of the way, and Taylor and the professor's wife are still alive... What is it, Sarge? Another bundle, Inspector.
Well, Inspector, blanket number 3.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the same kind of bulges as the other bundle.
Yes, Angel. Encyclopedia Britannica, volumes K to Z.
Looks like a police car.
Cassidy, you hope.
With our 2 murdering lovebirds.
Yeah,
it's Cassidy, all right.
Here they are, Inspector.
Did you send for us, Inspector?
Yes, I wanted to finish our chat.
Why, what happened, Inspector?
Nothing much. We just found Fonda's body. Get out of the car, Taylor. You too, Annabelle.
Duck, guys, he's got a gun.
Get him, Faraday, get him. My gun's jammed.
That got his tire.
The car's caught fire.
Yeah, come on, run for it. Hurry.
both unconscious.
Yeah, pull them out. Get her first. Easier that way.
Taylor's all in one piece anyway.
It's the same with the dame. Just bumped her head.
Well, that's too bad. Mike, where are you going?
To get the robe out of the car before it's burned.
Have you gone crazy?
No. Now, here, let's throw this robe over Annabelle. Pull it up over her face.
Hey, Taylor's stirring. He's coming out of it.
Good. But I can't have Annabelle awake. Maybe I better conquer her.
Let me.
Wake him up, Inspector. Come on, you get up. Wake him up. Come on.
Where am I?
You're at the end of the road, fella.
Oh, where's Annabelle? Mrs. Porter.
Mrs. Porter is dead.
Huh? Oh, no, she couldn't be.
Huh? Pull the blanket back, honey.
Was she dead? I mean...
I know exactly what you mean, boy. No, she talked. Talked plenty before she went. You've been out cold for 10 minutes, fella. Come on, you better talk fast.
I had nothing to do with it. Oh, I helped dispose of the bodies, yes, but she made me. She threatened my life. She acted like a madwoman. I didn't do it. I didn't.
Then who did?
Annabelle. She poisoned the professor and she shot Fonda.
He's lying. Don't believe him.
Oh, so you came too, huh?
But you said she was dead. You tricked me.
Which is nothing compared to what we're going to do to you, both of you.
Yes, we tricked you. And you accused her of murder. Now it's her turn. Where did he hide the gun?
At my apartment.
Oh, you fool. If you'd kept your mouth shut.
If you both kept your mouths shut, we'd still have caught you. Every clue that you planted, every clue that you thought would point to Fonda was a signpost leading us right to you. I don't want to talk with him anymore, Inspector. How about you?
Not me. I've had all I want. Take him away, Cassidy.
Well, Mike, this is my apartment, remember?
Huh? Oh, yes, Angel, yeah.
What are you thinking of, Mike? The redhead?
Redhead? Oh, her, no.
Oh, no. She did sort of go for it, in a mild sort of way.
Not me, honey. I knew she was a phony.
Don't give me that.
No, look, Angel, look. What do you think I am, a fool?
Yes, where blondes and redheads are concerned, yes.
Angel, from the word go, I had her tagged. She tried to identify Fonda as the guy who kidnapped her.
Well, I know it.
Well, could you picture Fonda picking her up, wrapping her in a blanket, carrying her to a canoe, and all the time striking matches to light a pipe he was smoking? Tut, Angel.
Well, then why didn't you say so before?
Just because you look so cute when you're jealous?
Jealous? What?
Angel, please, Angel, not here. The neighbors are watching.
Tune in again next week at 8:30 for another adventure with Michael Shane, Private Detective, starring Wally Mayer and Kathy Lewis, with Joe Forte as Inspector Faraday. Tonight's story was written by Tom Petty and based on the character created by Brett Halliday. Music was composed and directed by Bernard Katz. This is Ed Stevens substituting for John Lang, saying good night for the people who make 76 gasoline and Triton Motor Oil, Union Oil Company. Ladies and gentlemen, despite all our efforts to know that living costs are rising, and certainly the high taxes of war are cutting deeply into our incomes, so why not help yourself and your country by starting a victory garden now? Growing your own vegetables will not only make a big saving on your grocery bill, but will provide a healthy, interesting hobby. Those who have no yards of their own may be able to find space in nearby vacant lots. So wherever you live, whatever you do, serve yourself and the nation with a victory garden in 45. This is the Mutual Don Lee Broadcasting System.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Wednesday at 9, and CBS brings you Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Paul Dubov as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's story titled, It All Comes Back to Me Now.
She was about medium size, brunette, beautiful, and bewildered. She couldn't remember where she'd come from or where she was going. Couldn't remember her own name. Just one thing she could remember. She wanted to commit murder. She was in the office of my boss, Anthony J. Lyon, that Friday morning. Sitting there across the desk from him, holding onto her battered purse like it was the last thing in the world she was sure of. What the Lion or I didn't know, she was right.
Oh, Jeffrey, come in. I've been waiting for you.
Morning, Fatso. New client?
Yes, Jeffrey. I think we could call her that. Jeffrey, this is Miss...
That's a very interesting name, Fatso. My name's Regan, Miss.
How do you do, Mr. Regan?
Jeffrey, she has a terrible problem.
Somebody does.
She can't remember her name.
Please, can't you help me? I don't remember anything.
You remember how you got here to our office?
No, not anything.
From when?
From now. Except, there was a door. It said detective agency. I walked in.
Yes. Jeffrey, what are we going to do about Miss Smith?
Smith?
Well, we've got to call her something, haven't we?
All right, Smith.
Jeffrey, this is a matter for the police, a Bureau of Missing Persons. Surely...
No, Mr. Lyon, please. Not the police.
What's that?
Oh, please, Mr. Regan, please don't let him call the police.
People who can't remember their names usually can't remember they shouldn't go to the police, Miss Smith.
But Oh.
Look, lady, if you don't want to go to the cops, there's got to be a reason.
Well, then... Look at this.
Jeffrey.
.32 caliber revolver, Smith & Wesson. Loaded except for 2 empty shells.
You see, Mr. Regan...
The gun's been fired, Jeffrey?
2 bullets missing. Miss Smith?
I don't know.
Jeffrey, that settles it. We call the
Lyon,
police.
I think Miss Smith hasn't quite finished her story. The gun in her purse isn't the only reason she doesn't want to go to the police. That right, Miss Smith?
Mr. Regan, I try to remember. There was a house somewhere. A small house. I was in a room with...
Go on.
No, I can't.
Keep trying, Miss Smith.
I was going somewhere. Alone. I wanted to see someone. I think I was on my way to kill someone.
Fatso, get some water. She's fainted.
Here, water? Jeffrey, don't just stand there. Call an ambulance.
The Lion was right. Miss Smith wasn't just a quick faint. Her breath came in short, hushed spurts, and her pulse was a whisper. Beside her, the battered little purse had fallen open. Inside, $2.17 and a receipt for cab fare. No wallet, no identification. I picked up the receipt. It was dated that morning, Friday, and totaled $3.70. It was a lead. I sent the Lion with Miss Smith in the ambulance and then headed for the main office of the cab company. It took me 2 hours to get what I wanted. The receipt was for cab number 702, one of the new cars the company added, and it was usually driven by one Joseph Rupnick. Another hour passed, and he pulled into the cab stand out front of the main office. Joe Rupnick?
Who else?
Let's drive.
My flag is down. Where to, Mac?
Did you drive a medium-sized brunette this morning, Joe?
It'd be a pleasure.
Think. Fair complexion, good-looking, very good-looking. Carried a little black leather purse. The fare was $3.70.
$3.70, huh? You know, it's a nice fare.
What'll it buy, $3.70?
Well, let's see. $3.70 should ought to take you out to Westwood.
You got a record of your stops today. What about Westwood?
Yeah, I guess I have. Hey, Mac, what do you know? She was lovely, she was engaged, and she used my cab. Oh, what a dish. Bewitched, bothered, and brunette. I seen her, and I'm glad.
Never mind the tone, Holmes. Where did you pick her up?
In Westwood. Where else?
Okay, let's go there.
This is it, Mac. Right here on this corner. She was standing here. Naturally, I stopped.
Naturally. Thanks. See you around.
No, you're welcome, but I'm staying.
Staying where?
Now, look, right here, Mac. Look. You don't have to be a mind reader to spot you for a private eye, shamus, or gumshoe. This means the jackpot. My cab is at your service.
That's your business, Joe. Only keep your flag up.
Shouldn't worry about a thing. Besides, when else do I get a chance to check the horses at Tanforan?
Joe Rupnick pulled a racing form out of his pocket, and I looked at the place he'd pointed out. According to Joe, Miss Smith had been standing in front of a white one-story building with a two-story sign that said Parker's Service. It was an auto repair shop, a big one, the kind that specializes in foreign cars, custom sedans, and rich customers.
Mr. Parker. Telephone call, Mr. Parker. Yes, sir? What can I do for you, sir?
I'm looking for a girl. She used to work here.
Sarah? You're looking for Sarah?
About medium-sized, good-looking?
Yeah, that's Sarah. Well, she quit yesterday. She was in here this morning to pick up her check. Me, I'm just taking her place. And it's not a bad job. Not bad at all. Mr. Parker, he's a nice guy. A very nice...
Could you give me...
pardon me just a moment, please. Parker's Service? Yeah, just a moment, please.
Could you give me Sarah's address?
Huh?
Could you give me Sarah's address?
Well, I could check for you. You see, I'm new here, and
Sure.
I don't...
By the way, what's Sarah's last name? I've forgotten.
Sarah Hanson. So you didn't know her very well, did you?
Blind date.
Oh, yeah. I understand. And she forgot to give you her address. Sure, I'll find out for you, mister. Glad to.
The girl behind the counter winked at me and went back into the office, and before I could turn around, there was somebody at my elbow. And I had that feeling you get when you know someone's staring down your neck. I turned, and I was right. Tall man, neatly dressed, business suit, about 35. Suntan that spelled 18 holes of golf on Sunday, private club, Chamber of Commerce.
I beg your pardon, sir. Did I overhear you asking for Sarah Hanson?
Maybe you did.
My name's Parker.
Mine's Regan.
I wonder if you'd be kind enough to step into my office.
Okay.
This way, Mr. Regan. You see, I happen to be particularly interested in a girl, Miss Hanson. She's unusually intelligent, a superior worker. I hated to see her leave. Here we are, Mr. Regan. Have a chair. A cigarette?
No, thanks. Let's stick to Miss Hanson.
Oh, yes, Mr. Regan. I was quite curious at your interest in Sarah Hanson. She's not the sort of girl to have many, shall we say, gentlemen friends.
Really? What sort of girl is she?
Well, more on the quiet side. Intelligent, as I've said, and not at all emotional. Sarah was a very
superior worker. Come on, Parker. I haven't got all day. A girl quit her job and you want to know why. Is that it?
Well, I'm curious.
There's more to it than that. I saw 4 secretaries in your front office alone. One named Sarah wasn't that good.
Very well, Mr. Regan. I'm going to tell you the truth. Certain malcontents, certain vicious elements in my organization, irresponsible rumor mongers have been saying that Miss Benson and I... Well, there isn't a word of truth in it.
I'm still listening.
I'm a happily married man, Mr. Regan. You understand what rumors of this sort do to a man.
Go on.
I'm going to put a stop to it. You understand? Once and for all, I'm going...
Okay. Take it easy, Parker.
I'm sorry I lost my temper, Mr. Regan. This thing has been gnawing at me for months. That's why I finally discharged Miss Hanson.
That's what you've been trying to say. You fired Sarah Hanson. You think that's why I'm here?
Well, yes,
It's just a job, Mr. Parker. We all got to make a living. Somewhere in it, a story was beginning to take shape. Parker apologized again, and I left his private office. Out front, the receptionist had Sarah Hanson's address, and I took it. When I got to the street, Joe Rupnick's cab was still sitting there.
Hop in, Mac. I'm available. You find the girl?
No, but I've got an address.
Great. I got them all lined up for tomorrow at time for Aunt. Let's go.
It was past Pico on Bentley. Took us 5 minutes to pull up in front of a bungalow converted into a duplex. I left Joe with his racing form and newspaper and went up to the door that belonged to Sarah Hansen. I rang the doorbell. No answer. I knocked. Same results. The sun was sinking somewhere in the distance, and the early mist, the prelude to fog, was settling in fast. I tried the doorknob. No results. And then something told me to get inside that apartment, to get in with or without a permit, with or without a key. I walked around back until I found a window unlocked. The screen was easy, and I climbed up. My stomach scraped across the windowsill, and I was inside. Dark, dank, stale-smelling air. Something foul and disagreeable. I wanted to turn and leave and get out of the stinking apartment. But I didn't. Instead, I moved slowly along the wall in the darkness and fumbled until I hit the light switch. The lights didn't change the smell, but it told a story. Chairs upside down. Picture frame smashed to the floor. 2 dishes broken in 1,000 pieces. And the sofa cushions on top of each other in a corner. The whole place turned upside down, looking like a clapboard shack after a hurricane. I moved into the living room, picking up pieces, searching for anything. And I found something. In front of the imitation fireplace on the carpet, a pool of blood.
Hey, Mac. You okay?
Yeah, Joe.
Look, Mac, I think I got something important.
Be there in a minute.
Never mind. I'll climb through the window. Hey, look, Mac, I want you to take a look at this. I was reading while I was waiting for you.
Early edition of the afternoon paper.
Yeah. Look on page 2. You find it, Mac?
Yeah, I found it. Story on page 2. The body of a girl found washed up on Will Rogers State Beach, tentatively identified as Sarah Hansen.
This is CBS, and you are listening to tonight's adventure with Jeff Regan, investigator, entitled It All Comes Back to Me Now. CBS brings you many of the most exciting programs on the air. For example, Sundays at 5:30. A Face in the Shadows, a blood-stained burnoose, a beautiful dancing girl may set Rocky Jordan on an exciting adventure in ancient Cairo. Follow Rocky Jordan as he moves through the dangerous streets of the capital of Egypt. Meet Rocky Jordan this Sunday at 5:30 on CBS. And now, back to tonight's story titled It All Comes Back to Me Now, and Jeff Regan, investigator.
Joe, the cab driver, stepped on the gas, and we headed for the police. I sat in the back seat, the folded newspaper in my lap, and tried to make sense out of a story so twisted even the principal characters no longer made sense. A girl with amnesia hires the Lion and me to help her find herself. She says she remembered wanting to kill someone. She collapses, and I follow a lead to a cab driver, to a repair shop in Westwood, to the home of one Sarah Benson. That was when I read the early afternoon paper, which said a girl had been found washed up on Will Rogers State Beach. Her name, Sarah Hansen. It was getting late. Streetlights turned on, traffic jamming and honking its way up Sunset. But that didn't stop Joe Rupnick from hitting 40 between the cars. We made the police station at 6:45. Okay, thanks, Joe. That does it.
What do you think, I'm leaving? Me, a sucker for a mystery? I gotta know how this comes out.
It took me 15 minutes to get to Lieutenant Candid.
Hi, Regan.
Candid, I got a couple of questions.
Regan, I am tired to the very bottom of my large, flat feet. Let's make it tomorrow.
It can't wait.
All right, Regan. What's her name?
Listen, Candid, all I want to know is where you got your identification for Sarah Hansen.
Sarah Hansen, age 27, height 5'4", weight about 117, hair blonde, eyes brown.
Blonde.
That's what I said, wasn't it?
You fished her up off Santa Monica?
Will Rogers State Beach. We didn't find her. Some swimmers did. They called.
You weren't looking for her?
Looking. We didn't know Sarah Hansen from my friend Irma. What's eating you, Regan?
Candid, just tell me something else. Who identified the girl for you?
Only her mother and father and brother and sister, that's all.
Okay, Candid. Sorry I bothered you.
It's all right. We can't find the murder weapon. We haven't got a lead on the killer, and I got to talk to you yet.
She was shot?
2 slugs in her chest. 32s. Maybe Smith & Wesson. Gun's missing.
That part of it wasn't in the papers.
Don't we look bad enough already without making it worse? All we got on this case is a body. Even if it is a nice one.
When was she killed, Candid?
This morning, somewhere between 1 and 2 a.m., the coroner says. That isn't all.
What else?
Well, from the tire marks they found up the beach, there was another idea. We think maybe she was shot somewhere else and then driven down to the beach.
This Sarah Hansen, she worked?
Yeah, a place out in Westwood. Called, Parker's Service. We'll check everyone out there. Takes time.
What about an address, Candid? Where did she live?
Well, the parents say she moved out of their place a couple of months ago. Seems they had a fight, she and the parents. She wouldn't tell them where she was moving.
They tell you anything else?
Sarah Hansen was afraid of something, they said. Had them worried. That's when the fight started. She used to get phone calls from a woman.
A woman?
Yeah, every time this woman called, Sarah would leave the phone crying. Only happened a couple of times.
Did they ever see this woman?
Nope. They were wondering if it might be another girl who worked with Sarah. Feud.
Only you haven't checked the employees yet.
Like I said, Regan, it takes time. The shop opens up first thing in the morning. My men will be there.
Thanks, Candid. Thanks a lot.
Hey, Regan, where do you fit in this?
Client, Candid. You know how it is.
Maybe I don't, Regan. If you know something...
I don't know anything, Candid.
You wouldn't lie to me, would you? Sarah Hansen was a good-looking dame. A real good-looking dame.
I never met her.
You sure, Regan?
I'm sure.
Okay, I'll take your word. She's a real nice-looking dame, like I said. Kind you hate to see turn up dead. You want to see her, Regan?
All right, Candid. We'll see her. Candid and I went to the morgue. We saw her. Sarah Hansen. Medium-sized, good-looking blonde. She looked nothing like the girl who'd come to the Lyons office without a memory. Yet somewhere Sarah Hansen and Miss Smith fit together. Somewhere their lives became crossed and tangled up and then went separately again. Miss Smith's to a blank memory. Sarah Hansen's to death. Somewhere something made both things happen. That gave me an idea. I went upstairs to missing persons and checked every record I could find that even faintly resembled our client, Miss Smith. Nothing did. I headed outside. Joe Rupnick was still sitting in the taxi. He turned it around, and we headed for the L.A. County Hospital.
Jeffrey, there you are.
Trouble, Fatso?
Trouble? I've been sitting here all day, wasting time and money.
How's she doing, Fatso?
Is she? Oh, Miss Smith, fine. She's doing fine. Doctor says she was merely weak from too much tension brought on by the amnesia.
Good, Lion. I think we may have something.
We may have something. You're darn right we have something. Hospital bills, doctors, nurses' bills. Every time the door opens to that girl's room, I add another $5. Jeffrey, this is ridiculous. We're not Fort Knox. How do you think the Lion Detective Agency can pay for these
Take
bills?
it easy, Fatso. Remember, it was your idea to bring Miss Smith here.
So what if it was my idea?
That's right, Lion. You call the ambulance.
Well, that's no reason why we have to pay.
Mr. Lion, I'll have to ask you not to raise your voice.
Yes, Miss Wilson. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Lion.
Yeah.
Sitting here all day, wasting your time.
Oh, now, Jeffrey, after all, a man has to do something.
Sure, Fatso. You keep an eye on those nurses' bills. I'm going in to see our client. Miss Smith was lying there, pale face made paler by the whiteness of the sheets, the white hospital walls, the clinical smell of the room. You don't have to be sick to look sick in a hospital bed.
Oh. Hello, Mr. Regan.
You remember me?
You helped me, Mr. Regan. I won't forget that.
What does the doctor say?
Oh, I'll be all right. Really, I will. It's just my mind. I can't think straight.
But you remember about the gun, the 2 bullets missing?
Yes. Yes, I remember about them.
Do you remember anything more?
I don't think so.
About wanting to kill someone?
Oh, Mr. Regan.
You don't remember that part of it?
The doctor says it's shock. Something happened to me. Something I wanted to forget. Made me forget everything.
Murder might do that.
Yes, I suppose it might.
Does the name Parker mean anything to you?
No.
Parker Service, Westwood?
No, Mr. Regan.
How about Sarah Hanson?
No, Mr. Regan, I don't know that name.
Sarah Hanson, a blonde, pretty blonde.
No, I don't remember.
She worked for Parker Service in Westwood. You were in Westwood today, maybe at a small apartment on
Regan,
Bentley just past
about
Pico. That mean anything to you, Miss Smith?
Leave me alone, leave me alone, leave me alone.
Okay, thanks. Thanks anyway.
Please leave me alone. Mr. Regan, leave me alone.
Somewhere the paths of Sarah Hanson and Miss Smith crossed. Somewhere their lives were woven in and out of each other until it was so mixed up, and then it made sense. Simple, quick, easy sense. I left the hospital in a hurry, the cab was there, and I got in, and we drove and drove fast. First for a drugstore and a phone booth, then for Westwood.
Look, Mac, now that we're here, what are we doing here?
Visiting Joe.
Yeah, don't sound friendly somehow.
You sit tight, I'm going in.
Look, that house is dark. Nobody's home, Mac.
Maybe, maybe not. If I'm not out in 10 minutes, get to a phone and call the police. You got that?
Yeah. Call the cops.
It was 50 feet back from the street. Not a mansion, not a little house. Grounds well kept, lawn neat and trimmed. I moved slowly up the walk toward the front door. The fog had settled on Westwood Village, and the soft dampness sifted under your clothes, made your skin turn cold. Up ahead, the dark house, waiting. I changed my mind, moved along the side of the house toward the fireplace. That might mean den, and the den might mean proof. Around back, a patio and French doors next to the red brick. Still no sounds from the dark house. I tried the French doors. It was the den. Books, heavy leather chair and desk. On the desk a photograph, too dark to see. I picked up the metal frame and lit a match. It fit. The final nail in a murderer's coffin.
You like the photograph? Get your hands off your gun, Mr. Regan. That's better. Only one of us needs a gun just now.
Just you, Parker.
The photograph is almost a perfect likeness, isn't it? Beautiful woman.
But not beautiful enough for you, was that it?
Beautiful but possessive. She didn't understand me.
And Sarah Hansen did.
Jane killed her.
So that's her name, Jane Parker.
Too bad you've never met her, Mr. Regan.
I've met her, Parker. In fact, I just left her less than 30 minutes ago.
It's a lie. You've never met my...
Your wife, Jane Parker. She asked for help.
Regan, you're lying.
You tell me a better story. Where is your wife?
I don't know.
But you'd like to, wouldn't you? You'd like to know so you could see her once more, so you could see her and shut her up.
She told you.
That you killed Sarah Hansen?
She was lying. She killed Sarah. There was a fight. Jane killed her in a jealous rage.
Then you're going to try to tell me Jane carried Sarah Hansen to her car, then took her to the beach, and then threw her body in the...
I left. I don't know what happened. It was Jane.
Jane carried a woman her size down to the ocean. Who do you think you can make believe that?
You're lying.
I'll tell you what really happened. Jane found out you were running around with another woman, Sarah Hansen. She phoned Sarah, tried to reason with her. Your wife was dumb enough to want to keep you. When Sarah wouldn't listen to reason, your wife went to see her.
You don't know what you're talking about.
She found you at Sarah Hansen's apartment on Bentley. There was a fight. You lost your temper, Parker. Only a man your size could have wrecked the place the way it is now.
No.
You shot and killed Sarah, and the shock was too much for your wife.
No.
Her mind went completely blank, rather than remember the nightmare she'd seen.
How do you know?
How? Because I know where your wife, Jane Parker, is right now.
She didn't tell you that. She wouldn't dare tell you.
Your wife disappeared after the shooting early this morning, didn't she, Parker? You didn't know where she'd gone. That's what you really wanted to find out from me when I was at your shop this afternoon.
You're making that up.
You were afraid then, and you're afraid now. Yet you didn't report to the police that your wife was missing. I checked that. You didn't want them to find her either. She could tell the real story.
Where is Jane, Mr. Regan?
You're wasting time.
Unless you tell me where my wife is, Mr. Regan, I'll put every bullet in this gun through your body.
And that still wouldn't stop your wife from talking, would it, Parker? That still wouldn't give you the answer to where she is now.
Tell me, Regan.
Go ahead. Shoot, Parker. Shoot and read the morning papers tomorrow. The headlines will tell how every cop on the West Coast is waiting to shoot you on sight.
Regan!
So you won't need that gun!
Let go!
You pulled the trigger on yourself, Parker. Too bad your aim wasn't better.
Dr. Dana. Dr. Stephen Dana.
$16 a day for room. Private nurse.
Hiya, Fatso.
No, don't bother me, Jeffrey. I'm very busy. A room at $16 a day.
How's our client, Lion? She doing okay?
$16 a day. Yeah, what's that, Jeffrey?
Miss Smith, our client.
Oh, you mean Jane Parker. Oh, why didn't you say so, Jeffrey? She's much better. The doctor says it'll take time, though. Let me see now. If you take 16 divided by...
Do you think she'll get her memory back, Lion?
What? Oh, yes. He thinks it's just a matter of time. Mental block, that sort of thing. Very complicated, you understand. Oh, hey, Jeffrey, it's been a long day. You must be tired.
I am a little. Come on, Fatso, I'll drive you home.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, home? No, you just run on, Jeffrey. I really couldn't leave just yet. You see, I've got it figured so the city will have to pay part of the hospital.
Oh, you can figure that out at home, Fatso. You look tired.
Well, no. You see, Jeffrey, I'd better stay right here, where I can get the cost firsthand. That way I'll have it accurate when I charge the city. You know me, Jeffrey. Business before pleasure.
Oh, yes, business before pleasure.
Yes, I'm not satisfied until I've completely finished the case. You look peaked, boy. You run along, get some sleep. Me, well, I'll just sit here and work. Finish my job.
I'm all ready, Mr. Lyon, if you are.
Yeah.
The night supervisor said it would be all right if I left early.
Yeah.
Isn't that just grand?
Well, good night, Jeffrey.
Good night, Fatso.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, was written tonight by William Frug, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Paul Dubov as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard each week at the same time over CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is Morton Scottman, Mr. Dollar, at Eastern Liability and Trust.
Oh, yes, sir. Got your message. I was just about to call you back, Mr. Scottman.
Would it be possible for you to drop in and see me today?
I think so. Say in an hour.
That would be excellent.
What's it about, Mr. Scottman?
David Perling.
Perling. I understand he was killed in a boating accident a couple of days ago. Read something about it in the papers.
To borrow a phrase, Mr. Dollar, that report was somewhat exaggerated. Mr. Perling is still very much alive.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Eastern Liability and Trust Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Perling matter. Mr. Scottman, you're a pretty good guy, and I'll say this right at the top, since you were the one who called me in. You're reading about the Perling matter in your newspaper right now, but they haven't got the story right. None of them will ever have it quite right. Just remember that as you go through your newspaper in this report, Mr. Scottman. You looked pretty worried when I met you that afternoon about 5 o'clock, and you led me into the top-drawer offices of Eastern Liability and Trust. I tagged you as a meticulous sort of man who knew when his laundry was coming back. I wasn't a bit surprised to learn that you were vice president and chairman of the board.
Why don't you sit down there, Mr. Dollar? It's the best chair in the place.
Thanks.
Cigar? Cigarette?
No, I have these, thanks.
Lighter right there to your right.
Thanks.
Yes, Mr. Scottman?
You can run along for tonight, Evelyn. No more to do.
Thank you, sir. Good night.
Good night, Evelyn. I understand you've handled several matters for our company, Mr. Dollar.
Yes, sir. I was just going over it in my mind. I believe the last one was the San Antonio case.
Yes, Mark San Antonio. Yes. You handled that very well, Mr. Dollar. I want you to know I appreciate your reputation in the field.
Nice of you to mention it. I'm curious, Mr. Scottman. I rarely work directly with an insurance company. Usually I'm hired by the adjusting agency.
And let's say this is a little idea on my own. Only one person knows about it so far. You will be the second. Board of directors might not exactly prove what I'm about to propose, but I feel some action should be taken. I have some good whiskey in that cabinet.
No, thanks. Not now.
Yes. Well, this case involves David Perling, who, despite what the newspapers reported yesterday, is still very much alive. You say you saw the item in the papers?
Yes, something about him being killed in a boating accident in Florida, I think.
The story was erroneous. It'll be retracted.
Oh?
Fact of the matter is, Mr. Perling was already on his way back to New York, safe and sound when that report came out. The boat that he'd been fishing from did have a boiler explosion, but no one was killed. Well, these things sometimes happen, I guess.
Oh, sure they do.
However, it was printed all over the country. As you know, David Perling is highly regarded in financial circles. And that is the reason I asked you to come in and talk to me. Did you see the stock exchange figures yesterday?
Well, I don't pay too much attention to them, Mr. Scottman.
I do. We do, as an insurance company. That report of Perling's death affected several commodities listed on the New York Exchange. Companies in which he holds varying positions. Positions that would, if, say, the report of his death were engineered for that specific purpose, allow certain people to risk very little money and make a great deal of money.
Just a minute, sir. Certain people? Are you talking about Perling?
I don't know who I'm talking about, really. I'd like you to find that out. Find out, among other things, if the situation has been taken advantage of in any way.
This isn't exactly in my line, Mr. Scottman.
I think it is, Mr. Dollar. I'll come right out with it. Eastern Liability has considerable investment in some of the commodities that could be affected. We, or let's put it this way, I want to know where we stand. I want to know if we've been cheated or are about to be cheated.
I had dinner with Morton Scottman at his club. He acquainted me with the several companies involved in the matter and supplied me with stock exchange information that would be valuable in making comparisons in case the action he anticipated ever happened. An hour later, I was at the airport. Expense account item 1, $123.69, airfare and incidentals from Hartford to Key West, Florida. I arrived at 4 o'clock in the morning, found a hotel, and had 6 hours sleep. At 11:30, I was standing in the office of a bluff, red-faced man named Peyton. He happened to be the managing editor of a newspaper.
All the way from Hartford, Connecticut, eh? Well, welcome to Key West. What can I do for you?
Tell me about this story.
A Perling story, huh?
Yeah.
You a lawyer?
No.
You here to make trouble?
Just find out something about how that story got into print, that's all.
We're retracting today. What do you want us to do? Wear sackcloth and ashes?
Well, I'm not here to file a suit. I just want some information about the story.
You can sit down if you want to.
All right, thanks.
Find Gracie Edwards, will you? Right. Well, about like the newspaper story, except for the mistake.
That was a pretty good-sized mistake, Mr. Peyton.
Perlin was here for a week to 10 days. He had an idea he could catch some tarpon or sailfish. He chartered a boat called the Yatwacha day before yesterday. Just heading in for the landing, somehow the fuel ignited and she blew up. Everybody thought Perlin was still aboard her.
Who was aboard her?
It's the skipper. He came out of it all right. Harbor patrol boat picked him up.
Mm-hmm. Go on.
Everybody thought Perlin had been aboard as usual and was lost. The skipper wasn't in any shape to tell it differently then. After all, Perlin had been going out on her every day. We all knew that.
Where was Perlin?
He's sleeping in his room when all of this happened. Got up about 3 o'clock, checked out, took the train back to New York. Story come out in the evening edition.
Your reporter, the one who wrote it up, I'd like to see him.
It's a her.
Well, how did she get the story?
It was right there.
Right where? What do you mean?
Down at the sailfish landing when the Yatwacha come in.
That a regular beat?
Well, town this size, we don't have beats.
But your reporter was there when the boat caught fire?
Yeah.
What's her name?
Gracie Edwards.
How long has she been a reporter?
A couple of years, give or take a month. Hope you didn't come down here to run her over the coals. Oh, she's had enough of it, Dollar. For me, it's my job, not yours.
Okay. Where do you eat lunch around here?
Bluefin Bar and Grill, about a half block down this side of the street. Dipped beef and apple pie, if you like that kind of thing. Oh, hi, Gracie. This is Johnny Dollar. Gracie Edwards.
Hello, Mr. Dollar.
Hi.
Mr. Dollar's come all the way from Hartford to ask you some question about the Perlin story, Gracie. You want to talk to him?
Do I have to?
Up to you, honey.
Who are you? What do you want to know?
I'm an insurance investigator. I want to know how the story got into print without being verified.
Well, that's a straight enough answer. Who do you investigate your insurance for?
Eastern Liability and Trust Company at the moment.
Yeah, he's got business cards and everything.
Yeah, he looks like he might do that kind of work.
Well, if you're going to talk to him, find someplace else. I've got work to do.
How about some lunch, Miss Edwards?
How about that?
Oh, get out.
Expense account item 2, $2, 2 lunches for Gracie Edwards and myself at the Bluefin Bar and Grill. She was a short, stocky woman in her early 30s. She had a fresh-looking face and fiery red hair. She didn't strike me as the kind of reporter who'd make a bad mistake.
I did it the way any cub would have, only worse. I had a 3 o'clock deadline. I wanted to make it. I could have waited till the skipper came to, said Perling wasn't aboard. I could have contacted Perling's hotel, found out he was safely there. I didn't do any of that. I just phoned in my story. You know the rest. Every wire service in the country picked it up. Guess I was lucky I wasn't fired.
Mm-hmm. You want another glass of beer?
No, thanks. You've been pretty nice. I'm sure you're not all insurance investigator. Notice I haven't asked you exactly what you're investigating.
Yeah, I noticed that.
You gonna tell me?
Possibly. Right now, something worries me. You were down at the landing when the boat caught fire?
Yeah.
You go down there often?
It's more or less my beat.
Oh?
What?
I didn't think a reporter'd have a beat in a town this size.
I said more or less. I like to go down there in mid-afternoon when the boats are coming back. The water's blue and fresh. Usually a good offshore breeze blowing. Now, if they caught any big fish, the flags are up. It's a place to go. I'm romantic.
Good. Suppose we go there. 2:30 now. Ought to see some of those boats come in. Expense account item 3, $1, 1 cab, transporting myself and Gracie Edwards, reporter, to Sailfish Landing, or as near as we could get. The last 500 yards, we had to walk on the planking between the slips. Now, tell me, where was the Yatwacha when she blew up?
Over there. About there.
Uh-huh. Where were you?
Right here. I was sitting right there.
Looking out to sea?
Uh-huh.
How long had you been here?
Oh, an hour or so.
That was day before yesterday?
Yeah.
She blew up there. You phoned in your story before 3 o'clock?
Yeah, right before 3.
Where's the Yatwacha now?
They raised her this morning, towed her over the repair docks. That's around the point.
That's kind of funny.
What's funny?
Well, I guess I didn't hear it right. You saw her get in trouble. You were right here. Then you went and phoned in your story.
That's right.
Where'd you phone it in?
What?
Last phone I saw was at the tavern before we came on the docks. High heels running over these slips. Take quite a while to get to it.
I used a phone in town.
How'd you get there?
Cab.
You had one waiting?
Look, suppose I did.
Suppose you didn't, Miss Edwards. Suppose you weren't even here. If you were, where's the sunburn? Every redhead on earth burns up in an hour when the sun's like this, unless you're an exception.
I don't think I like this.
I don't like it much myself. But I have to find out something. I'd like to find out from you. I hope I can. If I can't, I'll have to find out from someone else. Maybe the man who owned the boat, the man who ran it, someone around here.
I'm going.
Wait a minute. I'm not just throwing words around. The boat was probably insured, and it'll probably have a claim on it, and I'll probably know the adjuster who was sent to work the claim. I'll talk to him and tell him what I'm thinking. I'll find out about this one way or another, Miss Edwards. But I think you can help me. Now, you're a good reporter. You would have waited to see if Perling was aboard. You would have checked his hotel. You would have, in spite of a 3 o'clock deadline, you would have made sure he was or wasn't aboard that boat. All right, Miss Edwards. Did somebody pay you to file that story? I just want to know that.
Somebody paid me. Yes.
Okay. I'll take you back now. We don't have to mention this again.
Yeah, okay. In case it comes up, though.
Yeah?
Mr. Perling paid me. Paid me to print the story he was dead.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, the affairs of Wall Street follow the current trend in cheating and mayhem. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for another exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Ready with your call to Hartford.
Hello?
Hello, Mr. Scottman. Johnny Dollar. Hope I didn't get you up.
No. I've been very anxious to hear from you.
Well, I thought I'd better call, Mr. Scottman. I just found out that David Perling paid a reporter here in Key West to print that story about his death.
I see. I can be in New York at 7 tomorrow morning. Could you meet me there sometime?
I can meet you at Idlewild. My plane comes in at 7:20.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. From Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to the Eastern Liability and Trust Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Perling matter. Expense account continued. Item 3, $98.09. Airfare and incidentals, including board and room, Key West to New York City. Mort Scottman was in the airport coffee shop having tea and toast in the best tradition of a vice president. He looked shaved, rested, and fresh.
Would you like some breakfast, Mr. Dollar?
Just coffee for now, thanks.
Cup of coffee, please. Well, we seem to have made nice connections. Not 7:30 yet.
Yeah. Mr. Scottman, the reporter in Key West who printed that story about David Perling was paid $100 in cash to do it. Perling paid her to file an erroneous story that he had been killed in a boating accident.
You said cash?
Yeah, that's right, cash. No check. No way to prove it one way or another. Just the reporter's word. And she said she'd deny it if anybody else asked her. Disclaim the whole thing.
Well, where does that put us?
Well, look, Perling had to pay somebody to fire that boat. Probably the skipper, I don't know. But it's an angle if you're thinking about legal lines.
Yes, very good. Of course, the boat would demand explanation.
Well, let's let it go for the moment. I noticed a retraction disclaiming the story of Perling's death is in every paper this morning. It was in all of last night's papers, too. Now, if the story could affect the stock market, when would it show up?
Today, at the latest.
There was no action yesterday?
Not on the exchange, no.
How do you feel about this whole thing now?
In view of the fact you've ascertained that Perling himself arranged for his own death report to be published, I can only assume that he did it for one reason. To take advantage of some brisk trading that would occur because of such a report.
But there's been nothing of that so far. Tell me, Mr. Scottman, in the event this does happen, what would you do?
I don't know exactly. Possibly report the matter to the exchange and see if Perling could be prosecuted for manipulation.
Well, let's go over there and see what's what. Item 4, $5. Cab fare for myself and Morton Scottman to Wall Street and the New York Stock Exchange. Since I didn't understand too much about the board, I simply sat and kept an eye on Scottman. The pinstripe suit, the Homburg, the tie, the shirt, the glasses. Somehow he tickled me. I was beginning to like the guy. About 15 minutes before the place closed, he cleared his throat and touched my arm.
I suspicioned wrong, Mr. Dollar. There's been no manipulation on the exchange. I thought certainly if there had been any, it would appear in that Alabama company. I was wrong, and I apologize for taking up your time.
You're paying for it. Besides, I'm glad you did. Shall we go?
Yeah. Where?
Well, we know he didn't have the story printed to cheat on the market, but we still have the same old question.
What's that?
Why did Perling pay that reporter to say he was dead?
The reporter lied to you. You've been lied to before, I'm sure.
Oh, sure, and by experts. But she wasn't a good one, not even halfway good. So I still believe her story.
You believe that board up there?
I believe that, too.
Well, then?
Perling had a reason for getting such a story printed. I want to find out about it. Expense account item 5, $4. Lunch for Morton Scottman and myself. After lunch, I checked into the New Weston. Item 6, $50 deposit, car rental. A phone call to the offices of David Perling gave me the information that Mr. Perling was at his home on Long Island. I drove out there. A small estate greened up with all the lush things that happened there this time of the year. As I reached the place, I noticed a group of people in white flannels and dark blue jackets mixing cocktails on the terrace. One of them I recognized from previous newspaper pictures as David Perling. A middle-aged woman with iron gray hair and the figure of a 16-year-old girl opened the door. She looked from behind dark glasses disapprovingly.
Yes?
How do you do? I'd like to see Mr. Perling, if I may.
I'm Mrs. Perling. May I help you?
Well, this is a business matter, Mrs. Perling. My name's Dollar, Eastern Liability and Trust Company.
Well, he's not in now. I suggest you call his office and explain the nature of your business to his secretary. Good day, Mr. Dollar.
Look, I know he's here. I saw him as I drove up.
You're both impertinent and rude.
I'm sure he'll see me if you give him my name and tell him I just came back from Key West and that I had a long talk with a newspaper reporter down there.
Since you saw so much as you drove up, you might have noticed that we're entertaining guests, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, I noticed that.
Wait here.
I stood there a moment on the wide colonial porch and wondered what made me such a social outcast. A man who was tending the grounds walked by and turned on the sprinkling system. He waved at me, and I waved back. I felt better. On the terrace, I could hear the tinkle of glasses and a little laughter now and then. Finally, David Perling showed up. He was a tall man with a hairline that started about an inch above the heaviest eyebrows I've ever seen. Two-toned shoes, white flannels, and a Mexican sports shirt fitted in with the broad shoulders and wide-mouthed grin that came off just briefly when he looked at me.
My wife told me to throw you out. Can you think of any reason why I shouldn't?
I'm about 10 pounds lighter than you, but I might be a good 15 years younger.
Tell me what you want, kiddo, and then get out of here.
I want you to tell me why you paid Gracie Edwards $100 to print a story about you being dead.
Who are you, anyway?
Johnny Dollar, insurance investigator.
What's all this to you?
An investigation.
There's no way you can prove I paid that girl to print that story.
I know that. I was telling a friend of mine today that something probably could be proved about the boat, if it had to be. Then the reporter thing had come out. I don't know. You see, Eastern Liability had an idea that you might have had that story printed to cause a little action on the stock market.
Who at Eastern Liability?
I'll keep that to myself.
Well, doesn't make any difference anyhow. They're way off base. Or can't you figure that part?
That's why I'm here. I figured that part.
Suppose I told you I don't know what you're talking about.
I'd ask you all over again. Tell you about a reporter and a boat.
Dollar, you've gone this far, and it's probably as far as you're going. I'm not going to tell you anything. At least anything specific. I will tell you this much. I paid the reporter in cash. I paid the boatman the same way. Whatever reason I had, it was a good one. Meant to harm no one.
You're sure about that, Mr. Perling?
As sure as I'm going inside right now and mix another batch of martinis.
For the second time in a matter of minutes, I was standing on a porch feeling like Typhoid Mary. Somehow I halfway believed David Perling. I also halfway believed that whatever reason he had meant something to me. All halfway thinking. If you want to be left alone, you don't slam a door once or even twice. You invite the asker of the question in, give him a drink, introduce him to your friends, slap him on the back, and lie through your teeth. You don't tell a man to leave, because that's the best way in the world to make him keep coming. So I waved at the friendly gardener once more, climbed into my rented car, drove back to the New Weston, and sat down with a magazine. Johnny Dollar.
This is Celia Perling, Mr. Dollar.
Hello, Mrs. Perling.
I think I should like to talk to you, Mr. Dollar. David told me why you were at the house.
Mm-hmm.
I'm downstairs in the lobby.
I'll be right down, Mrs. Perling.
I had to drive some friends in tonight, and I thought I'd stop and have this chat with you.
I'm glad you did.
Somewhat embarrassing, after the way I acted at the house.
Oh, well, suppose we forget that part, Mrs. Perling. Does Mr. Perling know that you're here?
No, I'll tell him when I get home. There's something I must know.
What's that?
You aren't just a sensation seeker or something like that, are you?
Mrs. Perling, let me answer you this way. You came to me. How you found me, I don't know, but you did. You also found out I'm a legitimate investigator interested in facts, am I right?
David called a friend of his with the Allied Bureau, and they told him you were an insurance investigator.
Uh-huh, and they also told you that when I work a case in New York, I generally stay at the New Weston. Is that about it?
I'd like to ask you a question. Are you going to continue with this matter, the one you discussed with my husband this afternoon?
I suppose I am.
You mean you believe there was something ulterior in David having that story printed?
Well, let's say I believe his answers about it were unsatisfactory. I'm the fellow who's supposed to find out why.
Why?
It's my job.
I can assure you there wasn't anything wrong about it at all. It was a rather personal matter and certainly could harm no one.
I'm glad to hear that. I heard it once before, though. Your husband said it to me today in practically the same words.
Would you like to buy me a drink?
Sure. Come on. We walked through the lobby to the cocktail lounge without a word. We sat down without a word, and I ordered a couple of bourbons and water. Still no word. All around us, people poured drinks, laughed, and talked. I glanced at Mrs. Perling from time to time and wore the blankest expression I knew how. Finally, it worked. She began in a small voice.
We have a daughter, Mr. Dollar. Her name's Eugenia. Jeannie, we call her.
Mm-hmm.
She's the reason for that story in the papers.
Tell me about it.
It's not easy, you know. It's admitting a prominent defeat to explain it. David and myself are considered quite capable people. Capable at most everything. Business, home. Capable of everything except raising a child into a woman. I'd rather not go into the faults that we have, Mr. Dollar.
No need to.
Are they that obvious?
Oh, I didn't mean that. I just mean it seems painful you to even discuss this.
I'll say it this way. We've had too much money and too little time to put it on Jeannie. Now we're suffering for it.
How do you mean?
Jeannie got sick and tired of being alone and unattended and not understood. She left home a year ago, and we haven't seen her or heard from her since. She left a note saying that we never would. I suppose we deserve it.
Well, I wouldn't try to judge that.
We have no idea where she is, what she's doing, even if she's with someone. We just know she's gone. It's really quite ridiculous. Now that Jeannie's gone, we know how much we wanted her around.
What about the police?
Well, we didn't go to the police. I think you can understand why. I mean the publicity.
Who did you go to?
The Aimwell agency. They've been working on it.
Oh, yeah, I've heard of them. Any luck?
Not a sign of her. Do you understand now?
Well, I don't understand everything. I'm sorry she's missing. But about the story in the paper...
Well, Davy arranged that. I mean that his death would be reported. It was a crazy thing to do, I suppose, but we've tried everything else. He thought that if he were reported dead, Jeannie, wherever she was, would see the story and possibly contact me. You see, it's unbearable knowing she's alive somewhere, hating us this way. We wanted another chance.
No luck?
No luck. Not a word. Not a word.
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, the trap is all baited. And guess who walks in? Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for another exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Your number's ringing now, Mr. Dollar.
Oh, swell.
Aimwell Agency.
Aimwell Detectives?
Yes? Who are you calling, please?
Want to talk to Mr. Aimwell. My name's Johnny Dollar.
This is Aimwell.
I understand your agency's been looking for the Perling girl for about a year now.
Oh, you do, huh? And who told you that?
Mrs. Perling.
I never heard of you, or her, or a girl. So long.
This is the operator. Were you cut off, Mr. Dollar? I'll call them back.
Never mind. Call me a cab, honey. I'll talk to them in person.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Eastern Liability and Trust Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Perling matter. Item 7, $3 cab fare, my hotel to the office of the Aimwell Agency. A red-headed girl at the switchboard looked me over like I was a car she didn't want to buy. I told her my name and that I wanted to see Niles Aimwell. She told me to sit down and wait. 3 minutes later, she waved me down a long, carpeted corridor. I followed directions. A typewriter clacked somewhere. Men in those suits with the little shoulders and hem-stitching for lapels moved in and out of offices. It looked more like an advertising office than a detective agency. Finally, I opened a door and stepped into a small room that was decorated in gray. Gray walls, gray carpeting, gray draperies. A desk, a brass lamp, a filing cabinet, and a man were there. He didn't get up when I walked in, but slouched back in his chair and let his bald head rest against the wall.
You're kind of determined, aren't you?
I suppose so. You're Aimwell?
Mm-hmm. On the phone, I told you I didn't know what you were talking about. Now I'll tell you again. Don't slam the door when you go out.
What are you paying rent here? If I've got it figured right, you wish you weren't paying it. But then a place like this draws a snappier crowd of clients, so what you've got in the end is more clients and more rent, no more money for yourself.
Now that you've said all that, will you get out of here?
I know one of those snappy clients happens to be the Perlings. I know you've been trying to find their daughter. This is my ID. This is my license, bond, letter of authority from Eastern Liability. Now, 2 days ago, the papers carried a story that David Perling was killed in a boating accident in Key West.
That was a lot of baloney. It was retracted.
I know that, but I talked to a reporter down in Key West who told me Perling paid to have that story about himself printed. My client had an idea Perling might have done it to set up the stock market for a killing. Mrs. Perling told me he did it in the hope his missing daughter would see the story in the papers and contact home. Now, what have you got to say?
Here's your stuff.
One other thing. Perling the kind of man who'd pull a trick like that?
Ask him. You got a way about you I don't like.
Well, that's too bad. But in between the time I called and the time I got here, you had time to call the Perlings on the phone and ask about me. They said it was all right to tell me what I wanted to know. If there was a daughter, if you'd been hired to look for her. If you don't tell me, you might jeopardize the part of the rent the Perlings pay for you.
Now, look, Dollar.
I've got something else you aren't going to like. I might just want to see your operatives report on the case. I might have the idea that if you've been looking for her this long, you might just be dragging it out a little bit. You know, the rent money, it's due every month.
Get Mr. or Mrs. Perling on the phone right away. I hope they tell me to throw you out on your ear.
Well, while we're waiting, let's get back to the questions. Where have you looked? What have you done?
We pulled the case 11 months ago, almost to the day. The girl's 5'5", 114 pounds, no visible scars, no glasses. Black hair, brown eyes. She's 24, will be 25 next month. We thought we had her located in Muncie, Toledo, Detroit, Fort Worth, and Pueblo. We think she's traveling alone. We think she's a little girl who was fed up to here with Mama and Daddy and just struck out for herself.
But you haven't found her.
5 men have been looking on 8-hour shifts, 7 days a week for 11 months to the day. 5 men, 11 months, 7 days a week, and I'm one of the 5. My feet hurt, and my head aches most of the time. My wife's thinking about divorcing me. And then you walk in here and plant yourself in my office. You're suggesting maybe I can go out and find her just like that. Well, I can't. Nobody can. So I want you to know I kind of resent that remark about how I'm laying down on the job. And if you don't take it back, I'll have to cave in the side of the wall with you. What do you got to say, Dollar?
I take it back, Mr. Aimwell.
Sit down and have yourself a smoke. Hello? Well, hello, Mrs. Perling. Mr. Dollar's in my office now. Yes, I'll cooperate with him. Yes, Mrs. Perling, I understand. He explained it all to me. Yes, ma'am. The whole file, everything. How would you like somebody to bring up a bottle of cold beer?
Oh, I'd like that fine, Mr. Aimwell. Niles Amewell, in between complaining about the abundance of bad private operatives in the detective business, showed me how good he was. The Jeannie Perling file was a comprehensive day-to-day report on the investigation. His discouragement in the case was understandable. The only thing that meant something was the picture of Jeannie Perling. Coal-black hair over a fresh white-skinned face. Dark eyes, a nice smile. Somehow, not my idea of the daughter that would belong to David Perling. Too old, too young, or too something. I couldn't put my finger on it. If I had been able to, I could have ended this expense account right here. As it was, I spent $100,000. Somebody else's money, sure. But I spent it just the same.
Well, Mr. Dollar, I'm certainly surprised at this development. You say Perling's daughter is missing?
That's right, Mr. Scottman. And I'm convinced that the detective agency he's had looking for her have been doing just that.
Well, then, I'm relieved to know you got to the bottom of this matter. I'm sorry, of course, for Mr. and Mrs. Perling, but, as I say, relieved that there was no attempt at financial manipulation. I think, then, I can call you off the case. There is no case now.
Nope, guess not. And that's the way it stood at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. I told Mr. Scottman I'd send him a bill. We shook hands, and he wandered off to see if he could get a night flight back to Hartford. I went up to my room to pack and was folding a shirt all wrong when it struck me that I suddenly didn't believe anything or anybody. The idea that there was money in it somewhere still kept coming back to me. I couldn't shake it. I finished packing and left my bags at the desk. I wandered out and found a bar and sat down to think. After a couple of hours, nothing much occurred to me. But I did something anyhow.
Oh, hello, Dollar.
Why?
My plane doesn't leave till 11 o'clock. I haven't had dinner yet.
I didn't come about dinner, Mr. Scottman.
Oh, what is it?
Well, how does this case strike you?
Eh?
A phony death report, a missing girl, a stock market manipulation that didn't come off. How does it strike you?
Well, very neat, if that's a phrase I can use, Mr. Dollar. We had a question with serious implications to it. We have an answer now. That's what we wanted.
But it's too neat.
I'm not sure I know quite what you mean.
Look, you first called me in because it was halfway in your mind that Perling's alleged death was for the purpose of making money on the market. Now, why did you think that?
It was a possibility.
But what else? What about Perling?
What do you mean?
Do you know him? Ever met him? Do you think he was capable of a thing like that?
Not now. No. I have proof from you that wasn't his reason at all.
But you thought so before you had that proof. You suspected it.
Suppose I did, yes.
Well, I didn't know him from a load of coal, but I always figured there's money in it somewhere. And I've met David Perling. He doesn't seem like the kind of man who'd worry about a grown daughter who didn't like him and ran away. Just didn't seem that way.
Oh, here now. A detective agency working on the case, a story in the paper.
But no police, Mr. Scottman. No bulletins. No 100% effort to find her. Why?
I suppose you have a good point.
I'm sure I have a good point, Mr. Scottman. Money's always a good point. But what money, how, why, I don't know. I can't answer those questions. I wish I could. If I could, I'd know that a man like Dave Perling was lying through his teeth if he told me he wanted his daughter back safe at home. I'd know why he was lying. I know I'm just talking and getting nowhere right now, but... Well, I thought I'd better tell you what was on my mind.
Yes, well, you've certainly done that. Now what?
That's up to you.
Oh. Well, if you feel so strongly about this, I think then you should continue. I thought it was ended, but in view of the circumstances, continue. By all means, continue.
Well, Dollar?
Well, you're working late.
Yeah, I'd rather stay here than go home sometimes. Most of the time.
Hey, well, we might be seeing quite a bit of each other.
How did you know?
Hmm?
Perling told me to contact you. You're pretty cute, Dollar.
Tell me why.
You hardly ever run across a picture of a girl you'd like to look at as much as this Perling dame.
Oh, I might have.
You know, you kid me most of the time, and I'm an old slob who stands around with hardly any fast answers. But you aren't kidding me this time, Pally. You show it all over. If I walked in a place and I seen a girl as nice looking as this, and I had any business with her, I'd be the luckiest guy in the world. Now, there are women and there are women. But if that picture means anything, boy, she's a woman. And you want to meet her, right?
Sure, I want to meet her, but you're getting romantic.
And if I saw but didn't have any business with her, just saw, I'd go take a walk around the block before I talked to anybody. Yeah, I know. And I don't blame you. You're a very lucky fella. You're going to see her. That's why Perling asked me to contact you.
Huh?
Here. Came in about an hour ago. One of our men located her.
Where?
She's in New Orleans.
He handed me the wire, and I read it over. Then I looked at him, he looked at me. I didn't ask any questions. He didn't say a word. It was a wonderful make-believe world, but it really didn't exist. Too neat and too tidy. And we all know the world's full of bumps. Ever hear of Mount Everest?
Now, here's our star to tell you about tomorrow's intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow? Well, once you get in on a joke, you do what they tell you. You go along with a gag. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for another exciting episode of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. This is Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
Dave Perling, Mr. Dollar. I want to talk to you.
Hello, Mr. Perling.
Mr. Amwell tells me you're in his office looking into my private affairs.
If investigating the matter I came here for involves your private affairs, I guess I did that.
I should be irritated, I suppose. And I guess I'm not. When can I see you?
Most any time. How about today?
I'll be at my house all day long.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Eastern Liability and Trust Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Perling matter. Item 9, 10 cents, one phone call to Morton Scottman advising him that Jeannie Perling had been located in New Orleans by one of Aimwell's operatives. Mr. Scottman thought that over for a while and then assumed it would be in the best interests of Eastern Liability to make certain this was the truth. I told Mr. Scottman I intended to do just that. Item 10, $5, cab fare from the New Weston Hotel to the home of David Perling.
Hi. Come on in.
The man who opened the door wasn't a servant. He wore a dark blue double-breasted suit. He smelled of cigars and bourbon, and private detectives stuck out all over him. He jammed a pudgy finger in the general direction of what later turned out to be the library, and I followed. The room we went into was empty, except for us. As far as I could see or hear, the rest of the house was empty, too. The man in the blue suit sat down on a leather sofa and pointed to a quart of bourbon that had just come out of a sack.
You must be this Dollar guy, huh?
Yeah.
Mr. Perling will be along in a minute. He asked me to say hello to you. By the way, my name's Brad Copeland. I'm one of Niles' men. Niles Aimwell?
That's great. Where is Niles?
He's with Mr. Perling. They'll be along. Sit down, relax. They said they thought it was about time for a little conference.
What for? The girl's been found, hasn't she?
Oh, sure. Now they got to figure some other things out.
I'll bet.
You don't believe much of this, do you?
Nope.
Well, then I'll put it this way. I'm the guy who found Jeannie Perling. How about it now?
Okay. Look, I got put on this thing because an insurance company executive thought Perling might have had a false death report made on him to juggle some things in the stock market.
Oh, that story in the papers about Perling dying, huh?
Yeah, Perling paid to have that story printed, all right, but not for any stock market angles. He did it to try and scare up this daughter of his who scrambled away from home a year ago. Now, I found that hard to believe, even after I talked to Niles Aimwell and he told me the agency had been hired to find the girl a year ago. I suppose you're one of the men who's been looking.
Yeah, that's about it. No luck either. And yesterday morning comes a phone call. I don't know who it is, tells me where she's living, what name she's using in New Orleans. I scram down there by plane and check it out. It's all true. So I come back here, and here I am. Conference.
You found her on a tip from somebody you don't know? Man or woman?
Always a man's voice. Wonderful, ain't it, what happens sometimes?
How does it look to you?
Like a sealed freight car full of nothing. That's the girl down there in UO, all right. I managed that. I picked up her prints and checked them with what we had to go on. But what's what, I don't know.
What's Aimwell going to do now?
That's why the conference. We see what we'll see. Relax.
I tried to do that, but I didn't do very well. Copeland settled to his bourbon, and I picked up and laid down a half a dozen magazines, smoked 2 cigarettes, paced up and down. Finally, I heard a door open somewhere, and Niles Aimwell and David Perling walked in the room. Then Aimwell motioned Copeland to his feet, and both of them left the room without a word. David Perling and I were alone.
How much did they pay you, Dollar?
Oh, I'm paid well enough. What's that got to do with it?
I was just curious, is all. You seem like a competent man. As a matter of fact, the most competent I've met, and that includes Mr. Aimwell and Mr. Copeland. By the way, I just fired them.
Really?
I don't think I need them anymore now that I know where Jeannie is.
Oh?
You've had an extraordinary interest in my affairs lately. I'm willing to bet that you won't leave me alone until you're satisfied about my daughter.
You'd be right.
I want Jeannie to come home. Here, where she belongs.
Why don't you go get her?
I think that might be difficult under the circumstances. I'm afraid she bears considerable rancor for myself and Mrs. Perling. Perhaps someone like you could, persuade her that it would be the best thing to do.
I go down to New Orleans and get her?
Exactly.
I was going anyway.
Oh? Why?
Well, offhand, you don't seem like the father who's happy to know that his daughter, whom he hasn't seen or heard from in a year, is alive and well. You haven't made a move to go and pick her up yourself. Also, she was found too soon and too fast after I got in on the picture.
You can stop right there. I'm sure I wouldn't even attempt to explain any of those things.
I didn't think you would. Or could. I'm on my way to New Orleans, Mr. Perling, to get your daughter. I think she'd be crazy if she came back here, but I'll take it up with her.
Do that.
I wonder if you'd like to try to explain something else for me.
What?
Why you were feeling me out a couple of minutes ago to see if I'd buy off.
Get out of here. Get out.
Why not? Expense account item 11, $113.15. Airfare, incidentals, New York to New Orleans, Louisiana. The temperature was exactly 28 degrees hotter when I landed. In the cab from the field, I peeled off my coat and loosened my tie and took off my hat. I walked into the lobby of the Roosevelt Hotel that way. Everyone else seemed cool enough in linens and tropicals. Everyone except myself and a big blonde giant of a man leaning against the CNS ticket counter.
Boy, take Mr. Dollar to 511.
The giant smiled when he saw me and stuck out his hand.
Well, I'm certainly glad to see you. We thought you'd never get here. Hope you had a pleasant trip.
I was okay.
I know you're tired and hot and would like to wash up a little and refresh yourself, but the rest of the boys are headquartered in 810. They're mighty anxious to meet you. Mighty anxious. Us Delta cotton growers are going to make it or break it at this convention. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. We sure are, aren't we?
As soon as you're cleaned up, you come right over. We have a drink, and I'll show you around the town.
Yeah, that'll be swell. 8:10?
8:10. About an hour?
About an hour.
I'll see you.
Hey, clerk.
Yes, sir?
How long have the Delta cotton growers been in town?
Delta cotton growers? Well, they had their convention last month, sir.
Who's registered in 810?
We have no 810, sir.
I'd done someone dirty. When he came over with a hand out in front, I was supposed to say, "You got the wrong fellow. My name's Dollar." But I made him play it out for a particular reason. He wanted to know who I was, and he didn't quite know. But then I wanted to know who he was, and I didn't quite know. I wanted to know him because of that .38 strapped under his left arm. It bulged out just enough to make me curious. By 7:30, I'd eaten dinner and found an address on Ursuline Street, the address where Jeannie Perling was living. A mailbox carried that name. It was one of those unpainted apartment houses in the French Quarter, full of heat and low-watt light bulbs. The girl who opened the door was a medium-sized blonde, and she wore a black dress. The girl I was looking for had coal black hair.
Yes?
How do you do? My name's Johnny Dollar. I came here to see Jeannie Perling.
Come in, please. You're a friend of Jean's?
In a way, I just came from New York.
You know her father, then?
Yes.
Oh. I'm Janice Floyd, Jean's roommate. This way. Careful, it's a little dark.
Sure. Maybe I had the feeling when I saw the black dress. But I knew I had it when Janice Floyd turned and led me through the two large rooms that made the apartment. I thought that was the end of it, but there was one more room. The blonde girl stood to one side so I could see in. The perspiration began to trickle down my face. I knew what was coming.
Here she is, Mr. Dollar.
She was there, all right. As lovely and as young and beautiful as the picture. There was a candle burning at her head and feet. And she was dead. I don't know how long I stood there in that dark room staring down at her. I think there were other people in there, too. Dark people, heads bowed, hands folded in front of them, all looking at her. How did it happen?
Leukemia. You know, didn't you know her very long?
No, as a matter of fact, Miss Floyd, I didn't ever know her. I certainly didn't know she was dead when I came here tonight. I hardly expected
She asked that it be this way. But who are you?
I'm an insurance investigator.
From her father?
Not exactly, no.
Oh, yes, I see it now. You aren't the first one who's been here looking for her. There have been others. Detectives and lawyers trying to get her to go back.
What?
If he'd loved her, if they'd loved her for just one unselfish moment, she would still be there. Well, Mr. Dollar, she's where her father can't bother her anymore. You tell him that when you go back to New York. Tell him he can stop hiring lawyers and detectives to find her. Now, get out.
Expense account item 13, $5, the usual charge in any city for having a legal document copied and photostated. A death certificate verifying the fact that the girl had died on the 20th day of the month. A medical report attached to the certificate named the cause of death as leukemia. I had copies of all these legal documents by 10 o'clock the following morning. I even went through the motions of phoning the desk and asking for a bill and making a plane reservation for that night. I had a feeling someone would be very interested to see me take care of all those things, and I was right. The big blonde man with the .38 happened to be in one corner of the lobby when I paid my bill. He also happened to be at the airport when I picked up my ticket, but then he got careless. I walked through the gate, waited 2 minutes, and slipped back to grab a cab in front, just in time to see him wheel a battered convertible out of the parking lot and head back for town. I followed in my cab. He went to the Ursuline Street address. 2 minutes later, he came out. Expense account, item 14, $8. I let my cab go and strolled up to him just as he was getting in his car. Hiya.
What?
Look, we've been playing games long enough, don't you think? Well?
Why don't you go back to New York and do what you have to do?
Deliver this death certificate? I don't believe it.
You saw her dead, didn't you?
Still don't believe it.
That's too bad, because that's the way it is.
He got in his car, started it up, drove away. I stood there and watched him go. Money, I kept saying to myself. Money. There's money in it somewhere. Plain old money.
Now, here's our star to tell you about the final intriguing episode of this week's story.
Tomorrow, there's still money in it. More money than it takes to save a life. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson. It is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Be sure to join us tomorrow night, same time and station, for the final episode of this week's story of Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking. From Hollywood, it's time now for...
Johnny Dollar.
This is Janice Floyd, Mr. Dollar.
Hello.
I understand you don't quite believe that Jeannie Perling is dead.
That's about right.
I'm really not concerned one way or the other what you believe or disbelieve. I do know that I've been through quite an ordeal lately, and if you have any plans for interfering or bothering me in any way, I'll call the police.
All right.
I hope you understand that.
I do.
Well then, goodbye.
Goodbye.
Tonight and every weekday night, Bob Bailey in the transcribed adventures of the man with the action-packed expense account, America's fabulous freelance insurance investigator.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Expense account submitted by Special Investigator Johnny Dollar to Eastern Liability and Trust Company, Hartford, Connecticut. The following is an accounting of expenditures during my investigation of the Perling matter. I wrote to Morton Scottman at Eastern Liability, and I explained the circumstances under which I had arrived in New Orleans and located Jeannie Perling. I enclosed her death certificate and the medical statement. I also reported on the conduct of her ex-roommate, Janice Floyd. Then I sat down and called Janice on the phone.
Hello?
This is Johnny Dollar. Miss Floyd?
Yes.
I think it's time we had a talk.
Mr. Dollar, we have nothing to discuss.
I think we have.
What?
How you're being taken.
Taken? By whom?
By a couple of people.
Goodbye,
Look,
Mr.
don't hang up on me, Miss Floyd. I came down here to find Jean Perling. I'm with an insurance company. It was my job to check on a story her father told. Finding her was part of it. Let me come over and talk to you.
I'll be home tonight.
The apartment was 6 blocks from the hotel. I walked it for a reason. All kinds of people have followed me at one time or another, and I've followed all kinds of people. But the man who followed me off and on in New Orleans, the big blonde man with the .38, knew what he was doing. He was a professional. I made up my mind about that the first time I saw him, and I thought I was ready for him, but I wasn't. He waited until the streetlights got dim and no one was in sight. Oh! I vaguely remember that he caught me under the arms and laid me gently down on the street. That was all.
Easy, buddy, easy. You've been making too much whoopee.
Oh.
You folks visiting down here ought to be more careful.
Oh.
Get your suit all dirty. I wouldn't have found you, but my cab conked out right here.
My head, the side of my head.
You must have fallen hard. You had enough for tonight, or you want to keep going?
Oh, I've had plenty.
Yes, sir. I'll call a doctor.
No, help me. I'll be all right.
Go up. Easy now, easy.
Thanks. What time is it?
Almost midnight.
2 hours.
Where you want to go?
Ursuline Street.
Get in, get in.
Expense account item 16, $10 to one good Samaritan cab driver who picked me up and dropped me at Janice Floyd's apartment. I was still weaving on my feet when I tapped on the door.
Mr. Dollar, you've been hurt. Come in.
I'm all right. Packing?
Yes, I've decided to leave town. Tonight, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, I thought it'd be something like that. Did a big fella, a blonde man, have anything to do with your decision to leave?
That's none of your business.
Let me tell you my business, Miss Floyd. I came down here to see Jean Perling.
You saw her. She's dead.
Yes, I saw her, dead. Yesterday, I mailed a copy of her death certificate to New York.
Well, then what else? What other business?
The man who came here yesterday and reported to you, the man who told you I'd left town and you could breathe easier again, the same man who called you later and told you I was still around, still asking questions. He's my business. He followed me on my way here tonight. He slugged me.
I don't believe you're telling me the truth.
What's his name? Any idea why he carries a gun?
Carries a gun? You're making all this up.
Why would I? I've got what I came for, or practically what I came for, legal proof of the whereabouts of one Jean Perling.
If Al hit you, he was trying to protect me.
Now, listen to me. I think I have pretty much of it in hand. Now, you tell me if I'm wrong. First off, you're not any Janice Floyd. I'd guess that Janice Floyd was the girl who died of leukemia. I've got her picture in my wallet. It was given to me by David Perling, who said it was his daughter.
This is all crazy.
Before you go into that, listen. I can have that body exhumed. I don't want to do it, but I will if I have to. Now, do you want me to do that?
All right. I'm Jean Perling.
And that was the Floyd girl who died?
Yes. She was sick, and, well, I knew my father had detectives looking for me. I just never wanted to see him again or go home again. It seemed if poor Janice were dying and she had no one, if she somehow had my name, and, well, I'd never be bothered with my family again.
That was a pretty idea. Was it yours?
Al and I thought of it.
Al?
Al Britt.
The blonde guy. Okay, how'd he work it?
He saw to it that Janice had my name. I know it was against the law, but well, she had no one, and if she was buried with my name, then I'd be free of my family.
Well, that took some managing.
They hate me. They always have. I want my own life.
I don't blame you. You're entitled to it. Are you sure that's what you're getting?
I'm going to marry Al, no matter what. If you go back and tell them, well, that'll be that. If you let me stay dead, I
can't let that happen.
Why not? Why not, Mr. Dollar? What harm would it do?
Let your father make a fool out of you?
I don't understand.
You're worth $100,000.
What?
Cold, hard cash. An irrevocable trust was set up on you when you were born. Comes to you when you're 25. That'll be next month.
I don't care about the money.
Now, wait a minute. In the event you should die before your 25th birthday, the money would revert to your nearest of kin.
My father?
Your father.
But I'm dead on paper.
Uh-huh.
Then Al...
Somebody paid him, probably your father, to make love to you.
out of here, Dollar.
Al, wait.
I told you this man meant nothing but trouble.
He knows all about
Oh,
it.
he can't prove a thing. Get out of here, you.
Take it easy, Britt.
Al,
Yes, honey.
I know about you.
Honey, I don't know what to say.
Go. Just go, please.
He went. He looked at both of us as he went out the door. It was sort of a whip look. The way a puppy stares at you when you've caught him chewing on a slipper. I sat a while with Jean Perling. She didn't say much. There wasn't much she could say. I told her I didn't think there was any reason for her to go back to New York unless she wanted to. She said she didn't want to go, didn't know what to do at the moment, and, well, we left it at that. I went back to my hotel and tried to get some sleep. About 6 o'clock in the morning, I got up, bathed, shaved, and packed. By 7:30, I had breakfast and was just about to check out.
Hello?
Hello, Britt.
Leaving?
That's right.
I'd like to talk first.
Sure. Okay.
You messed it up fine for her and me. I tried to call her this morning, and she hung up on me. I went over there, she wouldn't let me in.
I don't blame her, do you?
I guess I don't. I've decided to leave town.
Yeah, maybe that's better.
I don't know whether it is or not. You make it hard for a guy to talk.
All right, now look at it my way. This whole thing's been rotten. I met her father, and I know what kind he is. I know what he's done to her, what he'll do to her if she goes back. And then there's you, Britt, the hired man. You went in and made love to her for a salary. I didn't like it having to tell her that, and it must hurt. It must hurt pretty bad. So you see, I'm not too interested in what you might have to say or what you're going to do.
Wait. You're right reading me out this way. I deserve it. The old man found out where she was 4 months ago. I found out for him. I knew the girl she was living with had leukemia. I planned the whole switch. I put it to her the way she explained it, about being dead to keep away from her old man.
Of course, you didn't mention that $100,000 he could get his hands on once she was dead.
Oh, I didn't. But something funny happened to me, Dollar. I mean, I've done my share of dirty jobs. I've seen a lot of the human race. Taking a salary to make a sucker out of her didn't bother me at all. Not at first. And then I found out when she touched my face, I lived for that touch. And when I held her, she lived for me. I never thought it had happened to me, but it did. Yeah, if you see her again, Dollar, tell her I was trying to stop it. I mean, all this part. But it was too late. Funny how things turn out, huh?
Yeah. Funny. Expense account item 17, $42.13, hotel and board bill. Item 18, $101 even, airplane ticket back to Hartford. Item 19, $1 cab fare. I stopped by her apartment on my way to the airport.
Oh, I thought you'd left, Mr. Dollar.
Well, came to say goodbye. How's it going today?
All right. I have some brandy.
No, thanks. Jean.
Yes?
You going to New York?
No, I'll stay here a while. I don't want to see my father or mother.
How about Al Britt? He wants to see you.
Let's not talk about him, shall we? Do you think I'm a nice girl? Do you think my $100,000 will attract a lot of nice, eligible young men to me? Do you think
Oh, stop it. You'll burn your brakes.
Johnny.
Oh, no. Here.
I know what he did. I know why he did it. But I love him. He did his job too well.
Yeah. He could tell you what he started out to do and what happened to him with you. He could tell you if you let him.
He told you?
Yeah.
What kind of a trick is it?
No trick. Couldn't be. The guy's too mixed up. Tell you what, he'll try again. When he calls up next time, talk to him.
Why should I?
Because you may not have a mother and father or anyone else, but you do have him. And you will have him as long as he lives, if you want him. And that's what you've been looking for all your life. Someone to have. I'd take him if I were you. Item 20, $10. Miscellaneous. Total expense account, $714.35. Remarks, none. Report? She took him. They were married in Tampa this morning. Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Now, here's our star to tell you about next week's intriguing story.
Next week, a lonely girl, a fine young man, a gentle father, and one of them is a killer. Join us, won't you? Yours truly, Johnny Dollar.
Yours truly, Johnny Dollar, starring Bob Bailey, is transcribed in Hollywood. Written by John Dawson, it is produced and directed by Jack Johnstone. Heard in this week's cast were Mary Jane Croft, Forrest Lewis, Jeanette Nolan, Russell Thorson, Michael Ann Barrett, Jack Petruzzi, Barbara Fuller, Herbert Ellis, and Marvin Miller. Musical supervision by Amerigo Marino and Carl Fortina. Be sure to join us on Monday night, same time and station, for another exciting story of yours truly, Johnny Dollar. Roy Rowan speaking.
Listen while the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
Good evening. This is your Rexall family druggist with a welcome from the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store names. We've done that because we recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made by the Rexall Drug Company. Like Rexall Milk of Magnesia, for example. Here's the milk of magnesia that's so pure and creamy smooth, so free from that unpleasant earthy taste. Even children spot the difference. Ask for the Rexall Milk of Magnesia at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Now your Rexall family druggist brings you a transcribed half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell. Diamond Detective Agency. With camels who know their detectives best, it's Diamond 2 to 1.
Ricky?
I won't admit a thing. Last person who called me Ricky sold me stock in a bubblegum factory. Whole deal blew right up in my face.
Ricky, this is Pat. I'm in trouble, bad trouble.
Somebody steal your last name?
This is Pat Stens.
Pat Stens, an old friend of several years' standing. Blonde, attractive, and the owner of a plan to eliminate cranium luster. To the aging juveniles of the world's biggest city, she might easily be called the mother protector of hairlines.
In other words, like the sign says on the front of her uptown salon, she grows hair.
You've just got to come down to the place.
Honey, I've graduated. You told me so yourself. Another treatment, and I'll be wearing a snood.
Ricky, I'm on the level. I'm in trouble. Something's happened to one of my customers.
What's the matter? Did he sprout feathers?
Well, almost. He sprouted wings. He's dead.
Now, phone games with Pat weren't a hobby. She might kid a customer about the condition of his scalp, but when she called me to say she had a corpse on her hands, I knew she hadn't been sampling her hair tonic. I told her I'd be right down, call Helen, broke my date, locked the office, set a few traps for impatient clients, and 15 minutes later I was in Pat's office talking to a pretty frightened little blonde.
Oh, Rick, I just don't know what to do.
Oh, now, honey, first calm down. Now, who's dead and where?
A man named Wiley. John Wiley's on the vibrating table.
Why didn't you call a doctor or the police?
Because I think he's been murdered.
Murdered?
Looks like his neck's been broken. I didn't know what to do. I was afraid of calling the police.
Well, baby, if one of your customers got his neck broken in here, you're going to get mixed up with the law sooner or later anyway.
The publicity will ruin my business.
Honey, murder always ruins something. You got any idea who might have done it?
No.
Well, who was in the place when you discovered the body?
My usual 3 girls and 2 customers.
Anybody leave or come in?
No.
How many people know about it?
Just the girls. Neither one of the customers.
Oh. Well, first we lock your front door. I don't want anyone to leave. Then we'll take a look at the dead man and find out if his neck really is broken. If it is, we call homicide. We locked the front door, and Pat let me down a hall with booths on either side. In 2 of the booths, I spotted the customers relaxing as girls in white uniforms worked on their receding foreheads. At the end of the hall, we stopped at another booth, enclosed by a white curtain.
In there, Rick.
Okay. The vibrating table was centered in the middle of the room, an enclosure about 6 by 14 feet. The table was built at an angle so that when a patient climbed up and stretched out on his back, his feet were elevated a good 16 inches above his head. The angle and the vibration increased the flow of blood to the scalp, and under normal conditions, it's considered very healthy. But the man lying on the table now wasn't getting the full benefit of the treatment. His shoulders extended over the end of the table, leaving his head hanging down at a grotesque angle, rolling from side to side with the monotonous rhythm of the vibration.
Oh, Rick.
Not very pretty, huh?
I forgot to turn the table off. I think I'm going to faint.
Just take it easy.
Was I right?
You had to be. A circus rubber man would need vulcanizing if he turned his head that far. Busted neck, all right.
Guess we better call the police.
Can you keep the customers out of here?
What if one of them gets inquisitive?
Tell them the table's out of order. I'm going to call homicide and tell them Mr. John Wiley's in the same condition. As frightened as she was, Pat played it pretty well. She tipped off the girls and started swapping jokes with her balding clients to keep them happy. I went in the office, put in a fast call to the 5th Precinct Homicide, and 10 minutes later, Lieutenant Walt Levinson and Otis, his trained anthropoid, were looking at the late John Wiley.
Sure looks like murder.
I guess it would be better if he had a knife in his chest with a sign on it.
Who was in the place when it happened?
Pat, 3 girls, 2 customers, and a dozen assorted gay gypsies.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Pete has an alibi.
What was the dead man doing on the table, anyway?
Trying to grow hair.
Oh, that's silly. Who ever heard of anybody growing hair on the table?
Sergeant Loveloon.
Well, I thought it was pretty funny.
Go out and round up everybody in the place and take them into the office. Then call the precinct and get the coroner down here. Then, if you're a good little boy, you can go out and play in the traffic.
Well, a murder's a mess any way you look at it. A man lying on a table with his neck broken. 4 women and 2 men, the only ones around when it happened. Bad publicity for a nice little working gal named Pat Stens. But you can't hide it when it happens. Someone gets killed, someone gets hunted. And everybody concerned gets mixed up in it. Walt herded everyone into the office, and the questioning started. The men were very unhappy. That bad publicity, it couldn't be helped. Mr. Robert Wells, songwriter.
Look, I don't know anything about it. I never saw the man before. Surely you can't possibly suspect me. Why in the world would I want to kill him? It's ridiculous.
And the other, Mr. Jacob Green, jeweler.
Oh, my goodness, my head is still wet. John Wiley? I never saw him before in my life. Not in my whole life. Hey, Pat, give me another towel, will you? Kill him? For why? I got a mother-in-law. First things come first. Yes. Now, you see? You see? My debt I'll catch from Jersey.
Two prosperous men, two prosperous denials. The girls came next. 3 girls who worked for Pat. First, Mary Carroll, the girl who had worked on John Wiley. The one who had helped him up on the table and massaged his neck and forehead for 5 minutes.
Sure, I put him on the table, but I left him like always. We let them lie in there and relax for about 10 minutes, don't we, Pat?
That's right, Lieutenant. That's the way it works. Mary left him and went over to start on Mr. Wells.
That's right, Lieutenant. She did.
Mary's a pretty strong girl, isn't she, Mr. Wells?
Yeah, she could break
your neck?
Oh, now, wait a minute, Lieutenant.
You think she could, Mr. Wells?
She's pretty strong, I guess, but she wouldn't do that.
Any one of us could have gone in that back booth at one time or another, Lieutenant.
You found him, didn't you, Miss Stens?
Yes.
Do you usually go back to see how your customers are?
Sometimes. Sometimes they go to sleep and the girl who left them's too busy with someone else, so I wake them up.
Next girl, Lillian Wooster.
Yes, I went back by that booth several times.
Why?
Once to make Mr. Green some coffee.
You're black and strong. She brung it to me.
And the other times?
Once to get some hair formula, later to get a clean comb.
A clean comb for him?
Don't laugh. I got a few left. Look, up here on top, you see?
You're fairly new here, aren't you, Lillian?
3 weeks.
How'd you know that, Rick?
Well, I completed my treatments last month. Lillian wasn't here then.
You mean you?
Now. People laugh at psychiatrists, too, Walt, and some of them end up playing canasta with Lady Macbeth.
We were rejuvenating his spit curls.
Thank you, Patricia Stens. They've been spitting better than ever.
All right. You're the last girl. What's your name?
Nancy Cummings, Lieutenant.
The last girl in her story was no different than the others. Yes, she had left her customer and walked down the hall past the last booth. No, she had not slipped in and popped Mr. John Wiley's neck while he lay resting. The coroner arrived, and the whole party went down to the precinct to sign formal statements. They were then all released and sent home, pending further investigation. I took Pat home to her apartment.
Filled your drink, Rick?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Water?
Mm-hmm. You didn't kill him, did you, Pat?
Don't be silly. He was growing hair. Kill off my advertising? Here.
Thanks.
You got any ideas, Rick?
No. How long has John Wiley been coming to the shop?
Oh, about 6 months.
What do you know about him?
Not much. He was a wolf.
By your standards or Kenzie's?
He got grabby occasionally. Put him straight.
Know what business he was in?
Well, whatever it was, he had a lot of money. Big tipper. Oh, excuse me. Yes? Oh, yes, just a minute, Lieutenant. For you, Rick.
Thanks. Hello, Fatty.
I got something on the dead man. Got a record. Blackmail.
Oh? Know where he lived?
We're checking.
Now, wait a minute. Pat, you wouldn't by any chance know where John Wiley lived, would you?
Well, I send a bill to him every month. I've got a duplicate set of books here in the apartment. I'll get the address.
Walt, Pat's got his address.
I found something else in his personal effects. Key to a safety deposit box. Otis is checking to find out which bank.
Well, we should at least have the answer by doomsday.
Here's the address, Rick. John Wiley, 709 East 45th Street.
I told Walt I'd meet him at Wiley's place, downed my drink, gave Pat a pat, and a half hour later we were tearing Mr. John Wiley's apartment to pieces.
Nothing.
No? Well, I at least turned up a kazoo, grab a comb and some tissue paper. We'll do a fast course of Swanee.
Hi.
No tissue paper?
No, here's a date calendar.
Good. Maybe we've been working on a holiday.
Here's a name, Nancy.
That comes after April, doesn't it?
Same name on some of the other pages here. The 28th, Nancy, 6 o'clock. Again on the 22nd. Nancy, 8 o'clock. Again on the 18th and the 12th.
Hey, one of the girls who works at Pat's is named Nancy.
Yeah, I know it.
Well, do you think we should go over and see her, or sit down around a card table, hold hands, and make her pop out of the wall?
You know, someday I'm going to get very mad at you, Rick.
Only when you find somebody prettier. Come on, Grouchy, let's go over and see Nancy Cummings.
Here's her apartment. She lives with that new girl.
Lillian Wooster?
Yeah, and stop flexing your claws.
Who is it?
Police.
Yep. Open up or we'll huff and we'll puff and we'll...
My, what big noises you make, Grandma.
The better to scare the men out of your closet, my dear.
We'd like to talk to you, Miss Cummings.
Certainly, Lieutenant. Come in. I was just making some lemonade. Would you like some?
Oh, thanks. It's pretty hot out.
Maybe you'd like something stronger?
Lemonade's fine.
I'm on duty.
He's on duty. You better give him some torpedo juice.
Miss Cummings, you didn't tell us that you had dated John Wiley.
Would you like your lemonade, sweet lieutenant?
Medium.
Here you are.
Thanks.
You never asked me if I dated John Wiley.
The lieutenant found your name written on Wiley's date book.
I've been out with him 6, 7 times, I think.
You know what his business was?
We never discussed it.
Ever meet any of his friends?
No.
Did he ever mention any of the other girls in the shop?
I don't think so.
You live with Lillian Wooster, don't you?
That's right.
Hey, whose picture is that on the piano?
Lillian's father.
You still don't have any idea why anyone would want to kill Wiley?
No.
How did Lillian Wooster happen to move in with you?
I asked her to. When she went to work for Pat, she was living in a terrible place. One small room. I told her she could come in with me and share the rent.
Well, how well did she know John Wiley?
She'd seen him at the shop, seen him here when he came to pick me up.
Where's Lillian now?
Shopping, I think.
Well, thanks, Miss Cummings. We'll be talking with you again.
More lemonade?
Or later, maybe. When things start getting a little hotter.
Before we continue with the adventures of Richard Diamond, private detective, here's your Rexall family druggist.
Here's an important fact about Rexall aspirin I'd like you listeners to remember. It's simply this. There's no faster-acting aspirin made.
Oh, but what do you mean by fast-acting?
Well, ma'am, aspirin itself is too fine to hold together in tablet form. So it has to be bound with an ingredient that will quickly disintegrate. That is, break up the tablet. So the aspirin itself will immediately be free to do its job.
Oh, you mean the aspirin can't go to work until the tablet breaks up?
Exactly. And that's why Rexall scientists developed a binder so low in moisture content it begins to break up the very second it touches water. Now that means that when swallowed with water, the 5 full grains of pure aspirin in every Rexall aspirin tablet are ready to go to work for you even before they reach your stomach.
Well, that's fast enough for me.
And it's fast enough for 10,000 family druggists, too. Quality like that is what we're talking about when we tell you you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
And now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
3 in the afternoon, out of Nancy's cool apartment and down in the blistering street. The thermometer crowding 90 and the humidity sticking to us like a steaming blanket.
I feel awful. A terrible day to solve a murder.
Yeah. I want to go look through some newspaper files.
What for?
That picture on the piano.
Lillian Wooster's father?
Mm-hmm. I've seen that someplace before. News story connected with it.
I'll drop you off. I got to get back and see if Otis has found the safety deposit box that fits John Wiley's key.
Walt dropped me off at the newspaper, and I went down to the morgue file to do some hunting. The air conditioning made the job easier, and by 4 o'clock, I walked into Walt's office with an interesting bit of information.
We found the bank and the safety deposit box.
Oh? Anything turn up?
Wiley was doing some pretty fancy blackmailing. Here's a bundle of evidence and a list of names.
Mm-hmm. Well, I can understand why someone would pay to keep these out of circulation.
Lousy photography. What did you find out?
Well, here.
Newspaper clippings. Oh. Picture of Lillian Wooster's father.
Same picture as the one on the piano.
Prominent banker leaps to death. William Baker. William Baker? The girl's name is Wooster.
That's what she calls herself.
William Baker. Give me that list we got out of the deposit box.
I've just been looking at it. William Baker's name is on here, all right. That clipping I just gave you mentions that he left a daughter and a wife.
Well, let's go pick up Lillian Wooster or Baker or whatever her name is.
Well, it might not have meant a thing, but at least we had found one person who had a strong connection with John Wiley other than socially. The girl who called herself Lillian Wooster was the daughter of one William Baker, deceased, and one of John Wiley's blackmail victims. We climbed to the squad car and hurried back to Nancy Cummings' apartment, where Lillian Wooster lived as roommate.
Let's go.
Hey, wait a minute.
What's wrong?
Hold it. Lillian Wooster coming out of the building.
All right, we pick her up on the street.
The doorman's hailing a cab for her. Let's see where she's going.
Wouldn't it be easier to just ask her?
Oh, stop trying to ruin my afternoon. There's nothing more relaxing than a pleasant drive through quiet, peaceful little old Manhattan. We started tailing Lillian Wooster's cab, across town, along the river, and across the George Washington Bridge.
She's headed for Jersey.
Ah, you looked at your compass. That's not fair. We kept going through Hackensack, past the outskirts, and on out Route 17.
Pretty expensive cab ride.
Pretty expensive makes it pretty important. We kept following like that. Lillian's cab a good quarter of a mile ahead, so she wouldn't notice us.
They're turning off on that road.
Oh, you're absolutely amazing, Fatty. I probably would have missed it completely.
Oh.
We took the road to the right off the highway and spotted the cab up ahead, pulling into the entrance of a large white building. The sign over the tall iron gate read, Woodview Sanitarium.
She's getting out of the cab and going in.
Wait till she gets inside. Then let's go up there and find out who Lillian Wooster is visiting in the Woodview Sanitarium.
Yeah? Something I can do for you?
I'm looking for a girl.
You know, honey, something that doesn't look like a man.
Now, you stay out of this, Diamond. Don't you start getting me confused again.
He gets confused?
At the drop of a hat. Watch, I'll drop my hat.
Now, you stop that.
He doesn't like it, does he?
Oh, it nearly drives him with... Now, you understand.
Yes, of course.
Where are you going?
I think you better talk with Dr. Gerson.
All right, run him out.
Temper.
Rick, I swear if you don't stop these confounded routines.
Routines?
Well, you know what I'm talking about. Who's on first base?
Oh, don't you know who's on first?
Huh?
I'm Dr. Gerson.
My friend here is given to mass demonstrations in the aisle.
Oh, shut up, Rick. I'm Lieutenant Levinson.
I'll bet you're with the cavalry.
You get wise with me, Mac, and I'll bust you one.
Extreme persecution complex ever since Uncle Julius took away his mandolin.
Well, we have some lovely mandolins here, Lieutenant.
I am Lieutenant Levinson, New York Police.
Now, it's more fun in the cavalry.
Maybe you'd think it was more fun in the South.
Well, it's wonderful. We have some very nice ones. Let me show you.
Now, listen, I am Lieutenant Levinson, New York Police, 5th Precinct Homicide. And if you don't lay off this foolishness to help me, I'll tear you limb from limb.
I'll get some help.
You won't get anybody. Get away from that phone.
Look, I think you better let him tell you why he's here.
Will it calm him down?
I'm here trying to catch a girl. Oh, Rick.
That's right. He's here trying to catch a girl.
Certainly. Why don't we all try and catch one?
Look, would you do me a favor, friend?
Why, of course, Lieutenant.
Take a look at those credentials.
Certainly. Oh, my goodness.
I'm afraid he's a real policeman.
I need no help from you, Mr. Diamond.
Grouchy.
Oh, my goodness.
Satisfied?
Well, yes. Aren't you a little out of your territory, Lieutenant?
I am not making an arrest.
Just trying to catch a girl.
I am following a girl. She may be a murderess. She came in here a few minutes ago.
You mean Miss Baker?
Then Baker is her right name?
Who's she seeing?
Her mother.
What's wrong with her mother?
Mrs. Baker is seriously ill.
Have anything to do with her husband's suicide?
Everything to do with it? I doubt Mrs. Baker will ever recover.
We went back out to the car and tried to put it all together. Lillian's father had jumped off a roof. He was being blackmailed and couldn't take it. The shock had driven Mrs. Baker into a permanent breakdown, and John Wiley had been responsible for the whole thing. Motive enough for Lillian to get a job with Pat Stenz so she could get her hands on John Wiley's neck. We waited until Lillian's cab turned out of the driveway and headed back for New York. We stayed close, watched her get off at her apartment. Then we went over to see Pat Stenz.
You gonna get a hair treatment tomorrow, Rick?
That's right, honey. I want you to be sure that Lillian takes care of me.
Did she do it, Rick?
I think so.
But why? She seemed like such a nice girl.
Well, she had a pretty good reason.
But we need a confession, and Rick's got an idea how to get it.
I want Lillian working on me through the whole treatment, especially when I get on the vibrating table.
Your scalp looks pretty good, Mr. Diamond.
Oh, it's been itching a little.
Losing any?
Some.
Hi.
Hello, Pat.
His hair looks pretty good, Miss Stenz.
Let's see.
Use both solutions.
Okay.
I'll see you later, Red.
Nice girl, Pat.
Very nice. Have you found out anything about Mr. Wiley's death?
Oh, the police have gone a few errands. The lieutenant went to see her roommate.
Nancy told me. I hope you don't suspect her. She rather liked Mr. Wiley. She wouldn't have any reason to kill him. All right. Let's go down to the other booth.
Huh? You mean you're going to stick me on that vibrating table?
Not if you don't want to.
Well, full treatment. That's what I came here for. Let's go. You don't mind going in there, do you?
No. Why should I?
Oh, some people are funny about rooms where a murder's been committed.
It doesn't bother me, Mr. Diamond.
Give him a good rub and let him relax for about 10 minutes, Lily.
Yes, Miss Dent. All right, up on your back. Lie down, Lou, please.
All right, yeah.
That's good.
What did you do before you went to work for Pat, Lillian?
Oh, not much. Went to school. Finally decided to look for a job and found this one.
Ever study this sort of thing?
No, there's really not much to it. Pat shows us how to wash, apply the formulas, and rub the neck and shoulders.
And all you need is a strong pair of arms, huh?
I guess so.
Your family live in New York?
No.
Oh. I noticed a picture of your father on Nancy's piano. A fine-looking man.
He's dead now.
Sorry.
So am I.
Mother still living?
No.
Oh.
I'm sorry. Am I rubbing too hard?
It's okay. Well, you've got the strength for the job.
Did the police find out anything about Mr. Wiley?
Yeah. He was a blackmailer.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I'm a little nervous today. Maybe I better get one of the other girls.
No. That's okay. I'm just a little tied up. Neck stiff.
Yeah. Try and relax.
I guess I keep thinking about Wiley and his broken neck.
Think I might break yours, Mr. Diamond?
Well, it wouldn't be hard. If I was good and relaxed, you could snap it in a minute.
I guess I could. So Mr. Wiley was a blackmailer?
Yeah. I had a record.
They're the foulest people on earth.
They certainly are.
You think he was blackmailing someone here in the shop?
Oh, not necessarily.
Well, if he wasn't, then no one in the shop would have a motive for killing him.
Well, I've got a theory about that. I think someone in the shop hated him so much they waited until no one was looking and the girl was out of this booth. And they slipped in on him and twisted his neck until it broke.
Why would they hate him that much if he wasn't blackmailing them?
Oh, somebody else he might have blackmailed. Someone very close and dear to the killer. Maybe the person Wiley was blackmailing couldn't stand it and committed suicide.
Interesting theory.
Take your family, for instance.
Ouch. Sorry. You aren't relaxing.
Supposing Wiley was blackmailing a member of your family, your father, for instance.
I can't rub your neck unless you relax more.
Maybe your father couldn't take it. Maybe he couldn't pay him anymore, and instead of disgracing his family, he committed suicide.
Just turn your head a little to the side, Mr. Diamond.
Better?
Much. Well, if that happened to my family, Mr. Diamond, I guess I'd kill Mr. Wiley and not mind it a bit.
Think of the shock. I even put the wife in a sanitarium.
It probably would.
How did your father die, Lillian?
He jumped off the roof. Now, if you'll turn your head a little more, I'll try to pop your vertebra.
We followed you out to Jersey yesterday, Lillian.
I'm going to adjust your neck, Mr. Diamond. It's better if you relax so it won't hurt.
Well, if you wanted to, you could pop it anyway. I couldn't stop you in time.
I don't guess you could. There. Now the other side.
No. Did you kill John Wiley?
Yes. Relax. All right, Mr. Diamond. Let's go down to the police station.
Again, here's your Rexall family druggist.
If you're looking for a way to save money on drugstore needs, buy Rexall MI31. the triple action antiseptic that makes an ideal mouthwash, a soothing gargle, and an effective breath deodorant. What's more, Rexall gives you a full pint of this quality product at the same price as other leading brands of smaller quantity. Ask for Rexall MI31 at any Rexall drugstore. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Good health to all from Rexall. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, stars Dick Powell in the title role and is written by Blake Edwards with music composed and conducted by Frank Worth. Featured in tonight's cast were Mary Jane Croft, Ted DeCorsia, Wilms Herbert, Virginia Gregg, B. Benaderet, and Larry Dobkin. Richard Diamond, Private Detective, is transcribed in Hollywood by Jaime Del Valle. This is Bill Foreman inviting you to be with us next Wednesday at this time when we will again bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, Private Detective.
Hiya, beautiful.
Get lost, Bristlepuss. You need a shave.
But I have shaved. What else do you want me to do?
Silly boy, she wants you to go Stag.
Go Stag? But why?
Because Stag is Rexall's exclusive line of men's good grooming aids, like Stag Brushless Shave Cream. No fuss, no massage, just smooth it on, and presto, you get a clean, close shave. Your face stays smooth and whiskerless all day long.
I'll do it. I'll go Stag.
That's it. Join the Stag line now at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Yes, to make girls care. Go Stag.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.